The story opens with an exceptionally magnificent and luxurious scene within the royal palace of the Dongtang dynasty. Inside the grand hall, the majestic Empress glared down at her ministers with fiery eyes. "Are you putting on this show to force my hand?" The ministers knelt on the crimson floor, desperately kowtowing and wailing. "Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely unacceptable. That Ling Xiao is ultimately just a mortal with an ordinary physique, totally unworthy of your Majesty, not to mention he is a complete piece of trash when it comes to cultivation. If your Majesty truly wishes to marry, please choose someone of equal standing and find a well-matched husband. For instance, General Wei's son, Wei Junlang, who once stood shoulder to shoulder with your Majesty on the Dragon and Phoenix ranking. Such heaven-defying talent is exactly what your Majesty's true destined one should look like." As soon as the words fell, the Empress's face darkened instantly, her anger piercing the heavens. She shot a razor-sharp glare down at them and shouted, "I am here to issue a decree." Having said that, she slowly stepped down from the throne of power. "I do not have the free time to stand here and negotiate with you." Witnessing the Queen's wrathful majesty, the civil and military officials turned pale with fear, immediately kowtowing non-stop. "Please appease your anger, your Majesty, and think carefully before making a decision." Turning a deaf ear to their pleas, the Empress kept a cold face, striding down the jade steps. That invisible pressure frightened the officials out of their wits, their court uniforms drenched in cold sweat. "Are you planning a rebellion or what? Guards, head to the state preceptor's estate immediately. Whoever dares to stand in the way, execute them without question." The scene shifts to an estate with an extremely peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. There, a young man was staring blankly at the water, muttering to himself, "A piece of trash who can't cultivate like me was probably born just to feed fish and pet cats, oh father." He frustratingly threw a few pebbles into the pond. "My father is so irresponsible. Where were his eyes when he planted the Dao Enlightenment seed into my body? You have pushed your son into an unprecedentedly wretched situation." Saying that, he mockingly put his hands together and bowed. "I sincerely thank you, father." Suddenly, a servant's voice broke in from the door, startling him. "Young master, we are in big trouble. Minister Chen's daughter is dragging General Wei's eldest son along, kicking down our door and storming in." Hearing this, the young master casually tossed his bowl of fish food at the servant. "It's not even the new year. Why are they rushing in here to bring us luck?" Amidst the still water and the quiet atmosphere, an arrogant woman led a pack of henchmen, aggressively charging forward, thumping her chest, and shouting, "Ling Xiao, where did a mere mortal like you get the nerve to dream about this young lady? And you even dared to spread rumors to tarnish my precious reputation. If you don't kneel and beg for mercy today, don't even think about leaving here alive." The person making such a deafening scene was none other than Chen Jiaoyan, the beloved daughter of the Minister of Rights. The man walking beside her was Wei Juntian, the eldest young master of General Wei. He looked down his nose at Ling Xiao and mocked, "Ling Xiao, if you obediently kowtow and apologize to Jiao Yan, I might just soften my heart and spare your dog life so you can scoop poop in my estate." Ling Xiao immediately fired back with ultimate sarcasm, successfully making Jiao Yan and Wei Juntian boil with rage. "Oh my, I wondered what deity had descended. Turns out it's Miss Chen, the beauty who walked past me yesterday and made me vomit out all my bile. Is there something wrong with your brains? Kicking down the door of my state preceptor's estate uninvited and having the audacity to demand an apology from the master of the house." Wei Juntian stood with his arms crossed among his lackeys, glaring provocatively at Ling Xiao. "Do you still delusionally think your father is backing you up? Even if this dilapidated state preceptor's estate is razed to the ground right now, not a single ghost would bat an eye." He and the vicious woman glared at Ling Xiao with murderous intent, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. "Then I guess I'll just have to beat you until your mouth automatically cries out for your parents and begs for surrender." Ling Xiao remained nonchalant, throwing back a dull, contemptuous remark. "Your mind is truly narrower than the eye of a needle." Catching a signal from Wei Juntian, a lackey aggressively lunged at Ling Xiao like a moth to a flame, ready to strike. Ling Xiao dodged the attack as lightly as a feather, casually delivering a heaven-shaking kick that sent Wei Juntian's henchman flying far away. He wiggled his finger with a highly mocking demeanor, surprised. This young master's reflexes are just that sharp. Did a bunch of small fry like you really delusionally think you could even touch the hem of my clothes? Feeling utterly humiliated, Wei Juntian flew into a rage, waving at his lackeys. A bunch of useless fools, all of you attack him at once. Unfortunately, bearing the reputation of a cripple unable to cultivate, Ling Xiao was quickly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the henchmen and beaten black and blue. He collapsed onto the freezing ground, biting his lip until it bled to swallow the pain from their vicious and ruthless blows. After taking a severe beating, Ling Xiao felt extremely bitter about his bizarrely frail physique. This is so frustrating. Why does this innately crippled body always act up and drag me down right at the most critical moments? O great father, you have successfully stomped your son's life into the deepest mud. He felt as if every inch of his meridians was being incinerated by an invisible fire, bringing a pain that tore through his bones and marrow. His body was so numb and exhausted that he couldn't hold it back, coughing up mouthfuls of bright red blood. Suddenly, in his subconsciousness, bizarre notifications echoed, stating that he had successfully encountered and perfectly comprehended martial arts techniques like the willow shadow kick and tiger form fist. He was utterly shocked to discover a massive surge of vitality boiling from the depths of his body. What the hell is going on? I can clearly feel a torrential flow of internal energy coursing through every blood vessel. If I remember correctly, the tiger form fist is the secret ultimate technique of the general's estate. Why do I suddenly understand all of their secret manuals? While he was still frozen in bewilderment, the henchman from earlier lunged forward again to deliver a fatal kick. Instantly, Ling Xiao's eyes widened, shooting a razor-sharp glare straight at his enemy. Quick as lightning, he threw a tremendously powerful punch that sank right into the opponent's dantian. The terrifying impact kicked the stalker far away, making him land pathetically, curling up and clutching his stomach while screaming his lungs out. Ling Xiao was a bit dazed as he looked down at his own hands. Was that strike just now really the tiger form fist? So the echoing notifications in my head earlier weren't hallucinations after all. Wei Juntian tilted his chin and sneered at Ling Xiao. You move quite well, you little brat. Who would have thought a mere mortal could execute such smooth martial arts moves? It seems I underestimated you a bit too much. Before he could even close his mouth, his afterimage had already dashed right next to Ling Xiao, catching him completely off guard. He delivered a brutal blow that slammed Ling Xiao straight into the corner of the wall, then mocked. But at the end of the day, trash will always be trash. Taking the brunt of the fierce impact, Ling Xiao successfully accessed the 3 Emperor's Tier secret manual, Heavenly Tiger Fist. Although he momentarily comprehended 2/10 of the technique, his spiritual energy had hit rock bottom, leaving him helpless to reach the realm of perfection. Gritting his teeth to swallow the flesh-tearing pain, Ling Xiao struggled to stand up straight. To reach the realm of perfection, my cultivation base needs to match as well. This situation looks a bit grim for me. Ling Xiao bitterly slammed a fist into the dirt floor in despair. Now my only choice is to grit my teeth and stall for time, waiting for Hu Qi to return and save me. Seeing her lover easily crush the enemy, Chen Jiaoyan quickly ran over to flatter him. Jun Tian, you are indeed unparalleled in your bravery. Wei Jun Tian puffed out his chest, turning to ask her. Jiaoyan, my dear, how do you want me to deal with this guy? The woman glared at Ling Xiao with eyes burning with hatred and shrieked. This piece of trash dared to slander this lady. Brother, just chop off all his limbs and throw him to the dogs. Right at that moment, the arrogant figure of the Empress suddenly appeared, accompanied by a bone-chilling voice. The ones who deserve to be thrown to the dogs are you people. You actually dared to lay a hand on my man. Chen Jiaoyan panicked, her neck stiffening as she slowly turned her head to verify. Ling Xiao, standing dumbfoundedly nearby, was also startled and quickly craned his neck to see what was happening. The moment they laid eyes on the Empress, both Wei Juntian and Chen Jiaoyan were paralyzed with fear, their faces turning pale without a drop of blood. The queen, with a razor-sharp face, led countless royal guards into the grand hall and roared, I didn't expect you to have such massive guts. Did you think I was dead and you could do whatever you please? The 2 arrogant fools from earlier were now trembling in terror. They crashed to their knees on the floor and continuously kowtowed to pay their respects. With a single flick of her sleeve, the Empress unleashed a brutal burst of energy that instantly blew the couple far away. She roared furiously, "Get out of my sight right now." Ling Xiao scrambled to get up and hurriedly tried to stop her. Your Majesty, please don't act recklessly out of a moment of impulse, or the whole world will start spreading rumors. The queen rushed over to support her man, her eyes welling up with heartbroken tears. Ling Xiao, my love, I don't give a damn about the world's gossip. In this life, I will only marry you even if it kills me. Seeing her lover's battered and bruised state, the queen was both heartbroken and burning with a raging fire of vengeance. Whichever beast dared to beat you to this state, I swear to execute 9 generations of his family. Chen Jiaoyan and Wei Juntian were scared out of their wits, frantically kowtowing and begging for their miserable lives. Your Majesty, we beg you to show mercy and spare our worthless lives. With tears brimming in her eyes, Chen Jiaoyan still tried to justify herself. Why is your Majesty treating your subjects so cruelly? I am still the daughter of the Minister of Rights, not to mention an outer disciple of the Lai Yang sect. How can you condemn us just for a piece of trash? Hearing this, the queen coldly scoffed, and the freezing aura emanating from her began to violently surge. The Lai Yang sect, huh? She casually strolled toward the two, forcing them to crawl backward in panic. Are you using them to threaten me? Vaguely guessing that the Empress was about to start a massacre, Ling Xiao frantically stopped her. Your Majesty, absolutely do not channel your primeval energy. If you trigger the extreme cold physique inside you, it will be disastrous. I, Ling Xiao, am a proper man. Living in this world, I will absolutely never hide behind a woman's back. Let me settle this grudge with my own hands. Putting on an utterly confident expression, Ling Xiao directed a sharp gaze at his enemies and declared loudly, exactly 3 days from now, I will personally come to your door to settle the score, both principal and interest, for the humiliation you forced me to swallow today. Standing beside him, the queen was mesmerized as she gazed at her lover's broad, masculine back. Ling Xiao, my love. About half an hour passed in the quiet backyard of the state preceptor's estate. Ling Xiao half closed his eyes, silently contemplating the miraculous changes within his body and calculating. When Wei Juntian's group ganged up on me earlier, I suddenly saw through all of their martial arts tricks. It turns out the source of this miracle was the Dao Enlightenment seed planted inside me. I can completely feel the vital source of that treasure slowly awakening. This experience is truly incredibly profound. Amidst his thoughts, Ling Xiao activated his cultivation method, frantically absorbing the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his own power. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the Empress gasped in shock. Oh my God, Ling Xiao, my love, are you finally preparing to break through? His aura is still advancing so fiercely. Ling Xiao poured 100% of his power into piercing the bottleneck, his entire body emitting a blinding golden light. This feels so refreshing. The old, trashy reputation of having crippled meridians is now being filled by an ocean of unparalleled strength. In the blink of an eye, his mind dived deep into the sea of consciousness he had created himself. Could this be my primal sea of consciousness? Who knew condensing it would be as easy as flipping a hand? At that very moment, his level officially broke through the barrier, stepping onto the first rung of the martial path, the origin creation realm. Midst the stormy and turbulent sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao was still astounded. Wait, are the changes not showing any signs of stopping here? Does this Dao Enlightenment seed really still have the ability to help me continue advancing my strength? His eyes now flashed with golden lightning, containing boundless Dao resonance. An insanely overbearing aura engulfed his body, emitting a pressure as heavy as 1,000 pounds that forced the Empress's guards, who were watching nearby, to simultaneously drop to their knees on the floor. Ling Xiao kept ascending realms at lightning speed, continuously leveling up layer after layer of the heavens in just a split second. In just a few short moments, everything from his foundational bones to his cultivation base skyrocketed in a straight line right up to the 8th stage of the origin creation realm. The exact moment he touched the door to the 9th stage of the origin creation realm, the surrounding space immediately fell into an extreme state of transformation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth boiled and surged, seemingly covering every corner of the state preceptor's estate. A multitude of mysterious phenomena erupted one after another, and even more terrifyingly, several golden lotuses suddenly floated and bobbed on the water's surface. This sky-covering display of majesty left the queen, watching from the side, staring wide-eyed in a daze. Ling Xiao, my love. Noticing that his cultivation base still showed no signs of hitting the brakes, Ling Xiao gloated with delight. I definitely have the upper hand in this game. From this moment on, I, Ling Xiao, will shed the label of trash and no longer let others ride roughshod over me. Dao Enlightenment Seed, please don't stop. I still crave to level up. Quickly help me break my limits. This earth-shattering phenomenon immediately scared the living daylights out of all the martial artists in the city. Heavens above. Could this actually be the legendary heaven and earth phenomenon? What divine weapon just came into the world, or what genius with an innate primal physique just descended? Witnessing that event, Everyone discussed it noisily and then swarmed toward the source of that strange glowing light. Isn't that direction the coordinates of the state preceptor's estate? Whether it's real or fake, let's just head over and take a look. Who knows, if luck smiles upon us, we might gather some fated opportunities. The masses then scrambled, running as fast as their legs could carry them toward the state preceptor's estate, hoping to see it with their own eyes. Seeing the situation gradually getting out of control, the Empress immediately issued a secret edict to her loyal royal guards. Imperial guards, hear my command. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to step even half an inch past the boundary of the state preceptor's estate. Whoever dares to defy the decree, execute them without mercy. Catching the secret order, the Imperial guards instantly set up a tight defensive barricade around the area. More than half an hour later, in Ling Xiao's study, the outer courtyard was still sealed off by the thick defense layer of the Imperial guards. Inside the room, Ling Xiao was leisurely sitting and resting, his eyes glued to the queen's peerlessly beautiful face. Ling Xiao, my love, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly staring at me unblinking like that? Ling Xiao chewed his food and smiled playfully. Simply because your beauty is truly too breathtaking, that's why. He proactively reached out and grasped the queen's jade-like hand. Yan, for what happened this morning, I must thank you 1,000 times over. No matter what, you are the supreme ruler of this Dong Tang dynasty. Yet for so many years, you've turned the imperial court upside down for a person unable to cultivate like me, making the high officials constantly clash and argue. Yan looked down gloomily and let out a long sigh. Ling Xiao, my love, I've been able to sit firmly on this dragon throne for all these years entirely by relying on you working behind the scenes as my strategist, untangling countless unsolvable messes. Only because of that have I built my illustrious reputation up to this day. Not to mention, you are the one who saved this little life of mine. You are truly the only husband in my life. Suddenly, Yan body was brutally seized by extreme ice, torturing her until she grimaced in agony. Seeing his beloved in trouble, Ling Xiao panicked and rushed to hold her. This is bad, damn it. Yan extreme cold aura is acting up violently again. Try to grit your teeth and hold on a little longer. I will immediately get my needles to perform acupuncture on you. Yan frantically pushed Ling Xiao away in a panic, leaving him stunned. Don't, Ling Xiao, my love, stay away from me. The cold aura this time is incredibly ferocious. You will be severely injured if you touch it. At that exact moment, Ling Xiao seemed to spot an abnormal flaw in Yan body. Seizing the opportunity, he reached out and gently traced her chest to examine the flow of her energy. Yan worried sick about her lover's safety, shouted loudly to chase him away. You are forbidden from coming here, you could lose your life. Ignoring her, Ling Xiao focused all his energy on carefully checking her pulse. How did it come to this? Could it be that using her primeval energy in a fit of anger this morning triggered her cold physique to flare up? Ling Xiao lunged forward and hugged Yan tightly to comfort her. Be good, Yan there's nothing to be afraid of, I'm here. Just endure it a little while longer, I will use my acupuncture techniques to crush this cold aura. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and focused his mind on the treatment, feeling the bone-chilling cold spreading like a storm. This outbreak of cold aura seems even more brutal than the last time. Realizing that the cold energy inside her was biting back wildly, Yan gritted her teeth and tried to seal it. Damn you, you are forbidden from scratching Ling Xiao, you better retreat back inside. Right at that moment, a tyrannical surge of power from the Dao Enlightenment Seed suddenly detonated. This aura immediately enveloped the cold energy to assist Ling Xiao, leaving him astounded. The power of the Dao Enlightenment Seed is automatically helping me fight against this cold aura. He frantically helped Yan sit up. This is terrible, Yan open your eyes quickly. The freezing, ice cellar-like air instantly invaded every corner of Ling Xiao's bedroom. Ling Xiao still exhausted all his strength to seal the freezing aura inside Yan body. Just hold on a little bit longer. While pouring his heart into the treatment, he inadvertently succeeded in condensing his absolute zero primeval life energy, activating a mechanism that sucked a massive amount of cold energy from Yan into himself. Realizing that his own body was absorbing energy from her, Ling Xiao was utterly stunned. It was hard to believe that this time, he had accidentally turned Yan absolute zero energy into his own primeval life energy. Right then, Yan hazily opened her eyes, silently gazing at Ling Xiao's face. Following that, she sneakily pressed her plump red lips toward his face. While Ling Xiao was still in a daze, Yan boldly locked lips with him in a passionate kiss. Seizing the momentum, Yan pushed Ling Xiao onto his back on the mattress, making him flustered. Yan you can't. Snap out of it quickly. Yan blushed shyly and looked at Ling Xiao with deeply infatuated eyes. I still want to keep going. After saying that, Yan let out a soft, charming moan, her velvet eyes beginning to cloud over with deep infatuation. Ling Xiao was teased to the point of indescribable restlessness, gritting his teeth and stretching his neck to restrain himself. Yan stop messing around, be good and clear your head a little. After several exhausting hours, the atmosphere inside the state preceptor's estate finally regained its tranquility. Ling Xiao rubbed his chest and breathed a sigh of relief for successfully subduing Yan I was almost sucked dry of my vitality. Luckily, I reacted fast, managing to pull out the soul-returning 9 needles technique that was thought to have vanished from the world, borrowing the power of the 9 yin to crush and disperse this absolute zero aura. Currently, Yan was still maintaining a sluggish gaze, staring into the empty void. Regardless, her jade-like body had already been punctured with needles by Ling Xiao, drawing out a portion of the evil energy. Ironically, the ice-carving seal hidden deep inside Yan suddenly flashed brilliantly, frantically fighting back and violently ejecting all the needles. Encountering this unexpected variable, Ling Xiao was scared out of his wits. This is a disaster. Could it be that even the supreme ancient acupuncture technique cannot suppress it? The rebounding absolute zero force made Ling Xiao stagger unsteadily. He looked at Yan in panic. This is really bad. Yan strength is advancing too excessively day by day. Every time it relapses, it becomes twice as ferocious. How am I supposed to solve it if it's this persistent? At this very moment, his innate Dao enlightenment talent detected that his body was in direct contact with the ancient secret soul-returning 9 needles technique. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had completely absorbed this acupuncture skill to the point of absolute perfection, leaving him absolutely astonished. How terrifying! It can even automatically comprehend and upgrade this magic art. It turns out the soul-returning 9 needles technique doesn't use 9 needles, but actually requires 13. No wonder I could only comprehend 3/10 of it, no matter how much I used it in the past. With the complete set of 13 needles combined with this absolute comprehension, it's definitely enough to save Yan life. Having figured it out, Ling Xiao immediately flicked the needles to clear Yan meridians. At this exact moment, his hand touched the absolute zero phoenix physique again. Relying on his sharp innate talent, in just a few short seconds, he saw through its flaws and discovered the most perfect treatment method, leaving even himself dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Is the Dao Enlightenment Seed transmitting a prescriptive remedy to patch up Yan innate primal physique into my head? To refine the Ice Phoenix primeval pill, I'll need the Sun Stone, Ice Phoenix Crown, 10,000-year Snow Lotus, and the Unseeking Spring Water. A blinding light burst forth before Ling Xiao's amazed eyes. The Dao Enlightenment Seed can actually sprout another segment. I have truly stumbled upon a once-in-a-10,000 years miraculous encounter, throwing the doors to heaven-defying power wide open. After the treatment went smoothly, Yan woke up and immediately wrapped her arms tightly around Ling Xiao, acting spoiled. Ling Xiao, my love, you've dragged me back from the brink of death once again. This time I'm completely out of capital. Truly, the only way left to repay you is to dedicate this body to you. Ling Xiao looked at Yan awkwardly. You've been repeating this script for years. Aren't you tired of it yet? Yan affectionately rested her head against Ling Xiao's chest. As long as I haven't crossed the threshold of your house, I will never, ever get tired of it. In this world, even if 1,000, 10,000 years pass, I will remain faithful and marry only you. Ling Xiao gently patted the top of Yan head. Let's put this aside for now. The good news is that from this minute onward, I've found the definitive cure to completely eradicate the terminal illness for both of us. Hearing those words, Yan dropped her jaw in shock. You mean our illnesses can actually be fully cured? Even the entire Royal Academy of Medicine was helpless against my absolute zero phoenix physique. Ling Xiao gently placed his hands on her shoulders, his tone firm. Now, I am finally able to start cultivating. What's even better is that I have unearthed the secret to patching up all the flaws in your body. You absolutely must put your complete trust in me. Yan tightly grabbed his hands. Then that is absolutely wonderful. I always trust my Ling Xiao unconditionally. I swear to slap the faces of those arrogant old geezers so they can open their eyes and see that you are absolutely not a born cripple. That night, in a secluded room deep inside Ling Xiao's estate, the flickering oil lamp cast a shimmering light on the wooden table, revealing several secret cultivation manuals and a few handwritten letters left behind by Ling Xiao's father. Ling Xiao absent-mindedly touched the relics his father had passed down. I remember when he left, he told me that only when I awakened my primeval energy could I break the locks on these spatial storages. It's still unclear what windfalls he left behind. I have to open them and check it out. Instantly, he channeled his internal energy to shatter the spatial seals laid out before him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of ancient manuals and universe pouches scattered all over the floor. Is this the massive fortune my father left for me? Examining the handwriting written by his father himself, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He couldn't have imagined that his father was so delusional about his own power. Were his masterpieces really that overbearing? Sweeping through the loot, he was so thrilled that the corners of his mouth curled into an extremely excited smile. Reading each word full of his father's dedication, Ling Xiao felt a pang of melancholy. This style definitely belongs to my father. He said he was going out to find a way to save Mother, yet he disappeared without a trace for 5 whole years without checking in once. And he even copied others by leaving behind a kit of miraculous plans, truly worthy of being my father. However, only requiring me to drag myself to the 3rd stage of the Qi refining realm means he looked down on my talent a bit too much. Ling Xiao jumped to his feet, casting his gaze forward. This 8 Desolations holy physique art that father left behind, the name sounds quite intimidating, but who knows? Who knows, maybe there's nothing too earth-shattering inside, right? Before he could finish speaking, a brand new wave of comprehension surged from within his body, and streams of incantations flooded into his brain. Wearing a look of sheer terror, Ling Xiao successfully comprehended the 8 Desolations holy physique, sweeping across the 3 realms, trampling the 8 Desolations, and arrogantly stepping on the heads of the world like a true king. These words brought him profound insight and an entirely new perspective on his father's true identity. His budding talent also took the opportunity to stretch out, helping him easily swallow half of the primordial tier 8 Desolations holy physique art. It was only a pity that his current cultivation base was not high enough, so he could only absorb half of its essence. It's actually the primordial tier. Martial arts in the martial world normally just grind from 1 to 10 stars, and passing the 10-star mark is already considered the absolute limit. Above that is the epic tier, yet I have never heard anyone rumor about something called the primordial tier. With normal martial skills, just one glance and I have more than enough power to comprehend them to max level. Could this 8 Desolations holy physique art be a heaven-defying taboo that completely shatters those epic and mythical tiers? Suddenly, Ling Xiao discovered something that utterly amazed him. Wait a minute, don't tell me back then when father set up the array, he secretly buried some primeval stones under the floor. Realizing that his body had reached its limit and could no longer absorb this massive energy source, he rushed to the door and shouted, "Stop, I temporarily cannot continue absorbing this cluster of energy." The scene shifts to the back garden of the state preceptor's estate, where a few dazzling golden lotuses were competing to unleash a brilliant, radiant glow. Shortly after, Ling Xiao appeared by the sacred lake, putting his face close to inspect the water. How strange, I never sensed this anomaly before. Today, if I hadn't been guided by the Dao Enlightenment Seed, then I certainly wouldn't have found out that this puddle in the backyard actually hides a super premium spiritual spring vein. Ling Xiao crouched down, cupped his hands to scoop a mouthful of the lake water, and deduced, "It seems father still secretly left me countless precious items in this estate." He buried his head and gulped down a massive mouthful. "For now, I'll just drink my fill. Later I'll go deep inside to do a thorough sweep and see if anything else is hidden." Soon as the holy water slid down his stomach, his body shuddered and underwent a violent transformation. His cultivation progressed, skyrocketing straight past the bottleneck to the 5th stage of the true condensing realm. With a face looking as thrilled as if he had struck gold, blazing spiritual energy erupted all around his body. Truly unbelievable. Jumping straight from the 1st stage of the true condensing realm right up to the 5th stage like this, the power is truly beyond imagination. Time trudged on, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had been spent. The grassy area behind the house was now densely dyed in incredibly eye-catching, sparkling golden auras. Ling Xiao was still meditating with his eyes tightly shut, frantically absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the spiritual spring vein to increase his own power. Suddenly he snapped awake, his eyes wide open, staring blankly into space with an expression of extreme ecstasy. Just from a brief meditation, Ling Xiao's level shattered the barriers, stepping straight into the ninth stage of the true condensing realm. Carrying a sky-high, triumphant demeanor, Ling Xiao excitedly inspected the cluster of energy surging around his body. I merely took a sip of the spiritual spring and absorbed those golden lotuses, yet my 8 desolations' holy physique art has comprehended a portion of it, and my realm has also ridden the momentum to shoot straight to the ninth stage of the true condensing realm. He bounced up to his feet, unleashing a torrential wave of spiritual energy to show off his might, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, it's time for me to step out and flex my muscles. The next morning, the martial arts arena located in the middle of the vast royal palace was packed with people, and the atmosphere was extremely bustling and lively. Yan sat gracefully cross-legged on the throne, casting her sorrowful eyes over the crowd. Ling Xiao has just awakened his cultivation base and immediately dove headfirst into training. Will he have enough strength to clean up that bunch of people in today's arena battle? Right at that moment, the Minister of Rites, Chen Mo, led Chen Jiaoyan and Wei Juntian over, kneeling to pay their respects. We respectfully wish your Majesty sacred peace. This old official is Chen Mo. Today I specifically brought my daughter here to bow her head and confess her crimes. Your Majesty, this official deserves 1,000 deaths for indulging my daughter to barge into the state preceptor's estate and cause trouble. I beg your Majesty to strictly punish her. The face clearly showing his cunning, the old man secretly racked his brain to scheme. Today, the little brat of an empress personally came out to the martial arena. She definitely won't let the matter of Jiao Yan and Wei Juntian trespassing at the state preceptor's estate go. But to strike first is to gain the upper hand. Before she gets the chance to speak, I will just seize the initiative to kneel and apologize in front of all the officials, throwing her a stepping stone to back down. By doing this, she'll have to swallow her anger and have no way to publicly flog Jiao Yan. Sitting on her high throne, Yan mockingly scrutinized the old fox Chen Mo. Does this old geezer really dare to show off his slight tricks before me? He truly has absolutely no respect for this empress. Letting the silence linger for a few seconds, Yan suddenly flipped her attitude, glaring fiercely as she delivered a freezing sentence. Absolutely brilliant. Beloved subject Chen's calculations are truly divine. Since you have obediently crawled out to plead guilty, where are the royal guards? Drag Chen Jiaoyan out and behead her for me this instant. Hearing Yan cold-blooded verdict, the father-daughter duo of Chen Mo and Chen Jiaoyan were so terrified that their souls almost left their bodies. Acting quickly, Marshal General Wei Xingba hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully to appease her. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. At the end of the day, it was just a scuffle between foolish youths, and no major property was damaged. They will settle their differences on the arena anyway, so please, Your Majesty, calm down. With an emotionless face, Yan shot a dagger-like glare at Wei Xingba. Marshal General Wei sure feels a lot of pity for them, huh? Then let me ask you, if someone were to kick down the doors of your general's manor and cause a ruckus, how would you feel? Hit by that fatal counter-question, the old general was left speechless, awkwardly throwing a glance at Chen Mo for help. At this moment, Yan stood up abruptly from her throne, slowly striding to the front of the dueling arena. Regarding today's match on the arena, if Wei Juntian and Chen Jiaoyan are beaten to pulp and lose their lives up there, it will be seen as them getting what they deserve. But comically enough, if you dare to win, I will immediately order my men to butcher you on the spot. Chen Jiaoyan was so aggrieved and agitated that she screamed out in protest, Your Majesty, I absolutely refuse to accept this. If Your Majesty has declared it so, then you might as well just kill me now. The Lai Yang sect will definitely not let this slide. They will stand up and seek justice for this subject. Provoked by Chen Jiaoyan's insolent attitude, Yan furiously waved her sleeves, instantly detonating a blizzard of cold qi that crushed her opponent. You little brat, do you actually dare to use the Lai Yang sect to threaten me right now? Do you truly think this empress doesn't dare to take your life? Inhaling the bone-chilling aura of death sweeping toward her, Chen Jiaoyan was engulfed in extreme panic. From high above in the sky, a figure riding a crane gracefully descended to the earth, accompanied by a resounding voice echoing out, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. If my disciple has acted recklessly, I will personally punish her when we return to the Lai Yang sect. I beg you to be magnanimous and turn a blind eye to this matter. Catching a glimpse of her esteemed master, Chen Jiaoyan cheered with joy. Master, you're finally here. You made your disciple wait so long that my neck grew stiff. The newcomer was none other than He Zhen Ren, an outer sect elder of the Lai Yang sect. Wearing a cunning expression, he stroked his beard and slowly replied to Chen Jiaoyan. My precious disciple sent a distress signal. As your master, how could I turn a blind eye and abandon you? The old man feigned a dignified aura, yet his eyes stealthily sized up Yan Er's appearance. I have long heard rumors that the Empress of East Tang possesses country-toppling beauty, and seeing you with my own eyes today, the rumors are indeed true. Looking down from her high vantage point, Yan maintained her ice-cold demeanor, shooting a sharp, piercing glare straight at the old man standing below. He Zhen glued his eyes to Yan exquisite curves, his gaze filled with countless filthy desires. He secretly drooled in his fantasies, thinking that if he could just caress that jade-like body once, he would have no regrets in this life. The arrival of He Zhen caused the entire royal court to break into hushed whispers. Good heavens, who would have guessed that He Zhen would come here in person? But why is that Ling Xiao still missing in action? Did he chicken out and go into hiding? What can a piece of trash like him do anyway? Even if you lent him 10 more guts, he still wouldn't dare show his face here. Standing snugly beside He Zhen, Chen Jiaoyan tilted her chin up in immense smugness. At that exact moment, an ear-piercing shout burst in from the doors. This familiar voice belonged to none other than Ling Xiao. With a majestic and awe-inspiring stride, he leisurely headed straight for the arena and declared loudly, "Who was the loudmouth that just said this young master wouldn't dare show his face here?" Upon seeing Ling Xiao's silhouette, the surrounding crowd immediately poured out sarcastic and mocking remarks. Is this the Grand Preceptor's precious son? Aside from his handsome face, this Ling Xiao is just a cripple with ruined meridians who will kick the bucket sooner or later. He's probably just arrogant because of favor, relying on Her Majesty's indulgence to act so insolently. In short, he's just a piece of trash pretending to duel. He really must be tired of breathing. Ignoring the dozens of sneering remarks entering his ears, Ling Xiao maintained an indifferent attitude, unhurriedly striding toward Yan Arriving before the Empress, he politely cupped his hands in greeting. I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. I got caught up with a little something and made you strain your eyes waiting for me. The surrounding space suddenly fell dead silent as Yan elegantly left her dragon throne, walking closer step by step. She affectionately reached out to hold Ling Xiao's hands, gently saying, Brother Ling Xiao, why bother with such formalities? You just relax and gather your strength first. We'll start the arena match a bit later. Witnessing Yan clinging to that man, the jealous blood within He Zhen instantly began to boil. He furrowed his brows, stroked his beard, and assessed Ling Xiao with eyes full of suspicion. Where exactly does this brat's background come from? Even I have never been personally received so warmly by the Empress herself. Zhenmo hastily ran over to kiss up and clear He Zhen's doubts, reporting to Your Excellency, he is young Master Ling Xiao, the legitimate grandson of the current Grand Preceptor. However, he's essentially just an ordinary mortal without a single ounce of cultivation. Wei Xingba also hurriedly chimed in. That's right, not only is he a mortal, but he is also a cripple born with absolute severed meridians, naturally unable to cultivate. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jiaoyan grabbed He Zhen's arm and acted coquettishly. Master, look, 2 years ago my old man forced me to marry this guy. I stubbornly refused, so now he wants to use force to compel me. Every time I remember that incident, I wake up sweating from nightmares. Master, you absolutely have to back me up and seek justice for your disciple. Ling Xiao frowned, irritatedly criticizing his opponent. You wench, what's with all the dawdling? A few days ago you boldly barged into my Grand Preceptor's manor. You looked mighty and arrogant enough back then. Poked right where it hurts, both He Zhen and Chen Jiaoyan widened their eyes in anger, glaring at him furiously. Ling Xiao's face suddenly turned cold, and he loudly urged, Wei Juntian, Chen Jiaoyan, both of you just come at me together. Let's settle this quickly so this young master can make it home in time for dinner. Wei Juntian was so angry he gnashed his teeth, his face twisted in extreme resentment. You wet behind the ears brat, do you dare to pluck the tiger's whiskers? Today I am giving face to Her Majesty. If you know what's good for you, kowtow and admit your mistakes, then obediently scramble out of the imperial palace and never drag yourself back here again, then I'll show mercy and spare your pathetic little life. Hearing those words, Ling Xiao merely curled his lip, throwing a look of utmost contempt at Wei Juntian. He lightly vaulted onto the arena, curling his finger in a highly provocative gesture. Why do you love blabbering such useless words so much? If you're so capable, crawl up here right now. Driven mad by his opponent's arrogant attitude, Wei Juntian immediately leaped straight onto the dueling arena. Seeing his prey finally drag himself onto the stage, Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, locking onto his every movement. Wei Juntian rapidly channeled spiritual energy into his palms, circulating his cultivation technique before lunging at Ling Xiao like a hurricane. Your doomsday has arrived, kid. Despite being besieged by Wei Juntian's brutal assault, Ling Xiao maintained an indifferent demeanor, his feet planted firmly in place without moving an inch. But in the blink of an eye, Wei Juntian's incoming palms were suddenly restrained by a surge of freezing air, then frozen rock solid. Ling Xiao still stood tall and unyielding, his body continuously emitting a bone-piercing chill that carried a terrifying pressure. In that very moment, Wei Juntian was swallowed by the ultimate cold, turning into a giant block of ice under the astonished eyes of hundreds. Witnessing this scene, Wei Xingba's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment. Isn't that the absolute cold origin qi? That is clearly Her Majesty's exclusive natal power. How can a mere brat like Ling Xiao manipulate such tyrannical energy? Chen Mo's eyes widened in shock, clearly showing his resentment and dissatisfaction. Her Majesty favors him to the point of blindness. To even bestow the absolute cold origin qi upon him, how can this battle retain even a shred of fairness? Wei Xingba's knees went weak with fear, and he instantly kowtowed forcefully, pleading guilty before Yan Er. Your Majesty, by doing this, you might as well directly hand my son a death sentence and be done with it. Zhen Ren frowned, cautiously whispering into Chen Jiaoyan's ear, this Ling Xiao is absolutely not a mortal. He is definitely a martial artist in the Ning Zhen realm, and that terrifying frigid air is extremely likely to be his own natal origin qi. Hearing this, Chen Jiaoyan felt like she had been struck by lightning, frantically asking, Master, how is that possible? Everyone in this royal court knows he's a piece of trash unable to cultivate. How could he suddenly pop out as a martial cultivator at the Ning Zhen realm? Perching elegantly on her high platform, Yan Er glanced and pouted at the pack of servants below. You bunch of blockheads are truly hilarious. Are you really so naive to think that brother Ling Xiao's current power was injected into him by me? Slapped in the face by the Empress, the civil and martial officials instantly fell silent as clams, bowing their heads low without a single person daring to utter a peep. Midst the terrifyingly silent atmosphere, the giant ice block imprisoning Wei Juntian suddenly cracked with countless fissures. Very quickly, he let out a piercing roar, smashing the ice block that was trapping him to pieces, while simultaneously erupting with a violent burst of kinetic energy. You piece of trash brat, even if you were lucky enough to awaken the absolute cold origin qi and crawl onto the path of martial arts, what does it matter? He pointed his finger straight at Ling Xiao's nose, puffing his cheeks and barking fiercely. Standing before me, you are ultimately nothing but an ant. Open your eyes wide and look at your cultivation, pitifully lingering at the first level of the Ning Zhen realm at best. I bet 100% it was Her Majesty who force-fed you panaceas to boost your level. Now I will bestow upon you one final chance. Kneel down and apologize immediately, and I will be magnanimous enough to spare your life. Facing Wei Juntian's arrogant posturing, Ling Xiao maintained a contemptuous sneer. How can you keep barking for so long? Whoever let their mad dog out of its cage, please drag it back and muzzle it. Ruthlessly humiliated in front of the crowd, Wei Juntian flew into a rage, channeling his true qi to the maximum, ready to unleash his most brutal secret technique. A boiling source of energy rapidly enveloped his entire body. A piece of trash will always remain a piece of trash forever, kid. Even if you struggle and sprout wings, you still won't be able to turn the tables. Cutting off his words, Wei Juntian let out a gruesome howl, instantly activating his sect's signature skill, the Sky Tiger Fist, tearing through the wind like a wild beast charging straight at Ling Xiao. The surging palm wind instantly materialized into the phantom of a vicious tiger, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao coldly narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the man opposite him. Although my father is merely a scholar unskilled in cultivation, he is the greatest grand preceptor of this East Tang. Under one person and above 10,000 when his orders are issued, who among the heroes of the realm would dare utter half a word of defiance? As soon as his sentence ended, he stomped his foot, cracking the floorboards, unleashing all his origin qi ready to meet the attack. I bear the title of his precious son, how could I smear ashes on my father's face? Today, this young master will open the eyes of this entire world to see who the true ruler is. Taking in Ling Xiao's explosively masculine moment, Yan Er's heart couldn't help but surge with astonishment. The power akin to moving mountains and filling seas, Ling Xiao immediately initiated a killing move to clash head-on. I, Ling Xiao, am also a monstrous genius capable of crushing heaven and earth. Turning the eight desolates and the firmament upside down, let me see which impudent fool dares not to submit. Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly and perfectly copy the Wei family's Sky Tiger fist, the civil and martial officials were so shocked their jaws dropped. Isn't that the Sky Tiger fist? How could an outsider like him possess General Wei's inherited secret technique? Overwhelming killing intent crashed directly into Wei Juntian's face like a tsunami, scaring him out of his wits. The scene before him completely shut down his brain, filling him with extreme terror. Are you kidding me? Is this actually the Sky Tiger fist at the grand perfection stage? Where did this brat dig up the ability to thoroughly comprehend my Wei family's fist technique? Taking the full brunt of Ling Xiao's heaven-shaking punch, Wei Juntian was completely helpless to defend himself. His body was blown away like a scrap of paper, sent flying all the way to the edge of the arena. His entire body twitching from the aching pain, he still managed to drag himself up, pointing a trembling finger at Ling Xiao. So what if you managed to steal the Sky Tiger fist? If you're so tough, have a taste of your grandpa's Sky Wind kick. However, the moment he hastily launched his kick and charged forward, Ling Xiao effortlessly broke his offensive stance using the exact same technique. Admiring this spectacular display, Yan, standing below the stands, faintly curved her lips into a smile. Her mood brightened significantly as she leisurely walked back to take her seat on the dragon throne. Wei Juntian struggled to crawl up, wearing a face battered like a swollen sack, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at his enemy. Ling Xiao, you have truly ignited my fuse now. At first, I planned to punch you lightly out of respect for Her Majesty, but now only by dragging you out and hacking you to pieces can I vent this lump of anger. He howled like a wolf, while unfurling a terrifying pressure in all directions to encircle Ling Xiao. With my 8th level of the Ning Zhen realm cultivation, losing your life by my hands can be considered smoking hot luck for you, kid. Below the stands, Chen Mo and Wei Xingba strained their eyes to follow every movement of the two evenly matched rivals. Although Ling Xiao's innate origin qi was more tyrannical than normal origin qi, the disparity in levels between him and young Master Wei was indeed as deep as an abyss. Just as expected, young Master Wei's reason had been completely swallowed by madness at this moment. If Ling Xiao wasn't sensible enough to kneel and beg for mercy, he would likely find it hard to keep his life intact today. Carrying an explosive killing intent, Wei Juntian borrowed the might of the 8th level of the Ning Zhen realm to press closer to his target. While gluing his eyes to the battle, He Zhenren suddenly bulged his eyes out, his face turning pale as he stared blankly toward Ling Xiao. Hold on, what the hell is that demonic thing taking shape over there? On the other side of the battle line, Ling Xiao gently raised an arm, gathering his true qi to draw a mysterious energy vortex right in the center of his palm. Tyrannical pressure continuously surged out in all directions, forging a dazzlingly brilliant halo. A majestic and awe-inspiring atmosphere clearly manifested itself right beneath the marveling eyes of all the officials in the court. The terrifying kinetic energy erupting from Ling Xiao's body made all the civil and martial officials unable to sit still, everyone trembling in fear. 9th level? How surreal! Has he truly cultivated to the 9th level of the Ning Zhen realm? From the lofty heights of her dragon throne, Yan still drunkenly relished every breathtaking development of the duel. Gazing at Ling Xiao's indomitable posture, her face exuded an air of extreme elation. This time, brother Ling Xiao has truly pulled a stunt that knocked everyone off their feet. Despite his pounding heart and trembling legs, Wei Juntian on the arena still braced himself to appear tough, talking big to reassure himself. What can the 9th level of the Ning Zhen realm possibly achieve? With power borrowed from someone else, what gives you the right to act all high and mighty? He squeezed out every ounce of his life's strength to gather true qi, diving straight at Ling Xiao like a moth to a flame to deliver a decisive blow. Your trivial cat-scratching skills are nothing but garbage in front of this young master. All this time, I just treated you as a stepping stone to play with. On the opposing side, Ling Xiao still stood unyieldingly silent, calmly welcoming the rain of vengeful blows from his opponent. Quick as lightning, he slightly twisted and weaved his body, easily dodging an incredibly vicious punch. Immediately, he launched a lightning-fast counterattack, smashing a heaven-shaking blow squarely into Wei Juntian's dantian. The direct punch, combined with a treacherous uppercut, completely paralyzed Wei Juntian, sending his entire body flying into the sky before crashing to the floor in a ridiculously pathetic posture. Witnessing Ling Xiao's destructive power, the civil and martial officials instantly broke into cold sweats, terrified to the point their limbs went weak. This is pure fantasy. Someone with such resounding prestige like Wei Juntian was actually beaten to a pulp by Ling Xiao so quickly. That forceful punch seemed to have shattered young Master Wei's dantian. Ling Xiao stood majestically in the middle of the martial arena, officially giving the brat who once insulted him a beating of a lifetime. Lying paralyzed on the floor with battered wounds, Wei Juntian raised his head, shooting a venomous glare at Ling Xiao. "You bastard, you dared to viciously cripple my dantian. My Wei family swears to make you pay with your life. We will never leave you a way out." Ling Xiao indifferently cracked his knuckles, smirking mockingly. "You don't have much talent, but that mouth of yours is certainly sharpened to be quite fierce, isn't it?" Having said that, he raised his hand to circulate icy freezing qi, intending to deliver a blow to cleanly sweep away the remnants of his opponent. Right at that life-and-death split second, Chen Jiaoyan suddenly drew her sword from the sidelines and jumped out to intercept the strike. Yan seated on her throne, instantly turned pale, frantically narrowing her eyes at the duel, her heart full of turmoil. "Is that sword intent? Brother Ling Xiao, you must be careful. As for that bitch, if you dare harm a single hair on Brother Ling Xiao, I swear I will slice you into 100 pieces by Ling Chai to wash away my hatred." Ling Xiao cast a faint glance at Chen Jiaoyan. Well, I see this wench has comprehended sword intent already. No wonder she got a ticket to become an outer sect disciple of the Lai Yang sect. Carrying a dazzling surge of sword qi, Chen Jiaoyan aggressively thrusted her sword straight at Ling Xiao. "You piece of trash, surrender your life." The brutal might from her blade suddenly exploded, tearing through the wind as it sped rapidly toward its target. Wei Juntian, who was lying flat like a crushed roach, also howled in encouragement. "Jiaoyan, quickly end that mongrel's dog life. I must see his skull cracked open with my own eyes to be satisfied." At the exact moment, he clashed with Chen Jiaoyan's sword path. Thanks to the assistance of the Dao Comprehension Seed, Ling Xiao instantly fully comprehended sword intent, reaching the milestone of perfection. He completely relaxed his mind, directly confronting the incoming power to drain dry the essence of his opponent's attack. Chen Jiaoyan continued to grin triumphantly, screeching in a shrill, shrewish voice. "Ling Xiao, you frog at the bottom of the well, today is the day of your funeral." Seeing Ling Xiao forced back a few steps, Wei Juntian cheered gleefully with excitement. "Excellent, Jiaoyan's swordplay is outstanding." Not missing a beat, Chen Jiaoyan frantically circulated her energy, executing her sect's supreme secret technique, creating tens of thousands of razor-sharp sword afterimages that blanketed the entire sky. Her face tilted all the way up to the blue clouds. She laughed loudly in mockery. Getting to die under this lady's secret technique can be considered the accumulated blessing of your past 3 lifetimes. Cutting off her words, she waved her hand to manipulate thousands of violent surges of sword qi, hurtling them forward in a flurry, shouting loudly. 4-star sword art, profound heaven chaotic dance. Facing the storm of swords, Ling Xiao remained as calm as a still lake, his eyes shining brightly to dissect every movement trajectory of the lethal strike. Standing on the sidelines of the martial arena, Zhen Ren stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. "I truly didn't expect Jiaoyan to have comprehended the highest tier of the 4-star sword art. The might of this strike is enough to scare even a Zhu Yuan realm expert into running for their lives. That brat has definitely secured his ticket to see the King of Hell this time. As long as this girl breaks through to the Zhu Yuan realm in the near future, the ticket to enter our sect's inner court is firmly in the palm of her hand." Hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes crinkled in delight, eagerly asking back, "You aren't deceiving me, are you? Does our Jiaoyan really have a chance to step into the ranks of core disciples?" Zhen Ren immediately stuck his nose in the air, adopting a superior air, and replied, "That still remains to be seen on whether or not the girl puts effort into her cultivation in the future." Beneath the smoke and fire of the arena, Chen Mo bowed obsequiously, flattering Zhen Ren. "If that is the case, I will have to rely entirely on the elder to care for and look after her more in the future." At the same time on the martial arena, channeling all of her violent true qi, Chen Jiaoyan instantly swung her sword to slash out a life-ending blow. The razor-sharp blades of sword qi tore through space, aiming straight for Ling Xiao's head as they darted forth at lightning speed. Yan sitting on the dragon throne, felt her heart burning like fire, silently evaluating the extremely perilous situation. He's really doomed. With brother Ling Xiao's current strength, how can he possibly withstand that treacherous move? Contrary to that panic, Ling Xiao merely raised an eyebrow indifferently at Xue Yan, coldly dropping the words, "This young master has been waiting for this exact move of yours." Without hesitation, Ling Xiao immediately rotated his cultivation technique, using his bare hands to seize the razor-sharp streams of sword qi shooting over from Xue Yan. Seeing her fatal blow strangled by Ling Xiao as easily as flipping his hand, she widened her eyes in sheer shock. Preposterous! Hitting with this much force, and I still haven't sent you to the Yellow Springs. In a flash, she madly drained her true qi, fusing all the sword afterimages into a super-giant greatsword, carrying a sky-tearing might as it hurtled straight toward Ling Xiao. In the opposing corner, Ling Xiao remained silent, only slightly curling the corners of his lips to form a wildly demonic smile. Fighting bare-handed, he directly used his naked hands to block the greatsword imbued with her 4-star sword art. Thanks to the power of the Dao Comprehension Seed, at the exact split second of collision with the ultimate move, profound heaven chaotic pierce, Ling Xiao absorbed and perfectly replicated this secret technique. In just the blink of an eye, he mobilized his own brutal kinetic energy, bare-handedly crushing that qi sword into countless tiny fragments. An explosion shook the arena, causing thick dust and smoke to billow up, leaving the officials below bewildered and in an uproar. What the hell just happened? In short, who lived and who died for heaven's sake? Midst the hazy mist, Xue Yan's body was sent flying by the aftershock, hurled straight toward Wei Juntian, giving the man quite a scare as well. She completely lost control of her body, helplessly letting herself go flying and slam hard into Wei Juntian. At the exact same moment, Ling Xiao fully flaunted his capability by unleashing a strike of the 4-star sword art that had reached the peak of grand perfection. He let out an arrogant laugh that echoed through the blue sky. "Ha ha ha, all that flailing around and you call it sword intent. Let this young master broaden your horizons and show you what true sword intent looks like." Witnessing his sect's defining secret manual being magically unleashed by Ling Xiao with his own eyes, He Zhenren was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. How the hell is this happening? Why was that brat able to secretly steal my Lai Yang sect's supreme art? While the old man was still dazed and hadn't yet regained his senses, Ling Xiao quickly gathered all the lingering sword fragments, forging them into a one-of-a-kind original sword body. With this flawless realm, Ling Xiao seized control as easily as flipping his hand, directly executing the profound heaven chaotic pierce, bursting forth with an all-overpowering killing intent. Facing that heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power, both Chen Jiaoyan and Wei Juntian cowered in utter terror. How can he use this move? Seeing the situation taking a disastrous turn, He Zhenren frantically raised his hand to signal, straining his neck to stop him. "Stop your hand right now. That's enough, Ling Xiao, stop it here. I will immediately grant you the favor of joining the Lai Yang sect. I shall personally take you in as a true inheritance disciple." Ling Xiao's face radiated a haughty and scornful look. He smiled faintly and shot back a sarcastic retort. "Join your Lai Yang sect. Does this young master look like he desires to bow to an old geezer like you as a master? Do you really think you're worthy?" Just as his words ended, Ling Xiao showed absolutely no mercy, launching a stream of sword qi as sharp as the Grim Reaper straight toward Chen Jiaoyan and Wei Juntian. Old Chen Mo, standing on the side, hurriedly screamed, "You brat, stop your hand right now." The devastating power radiating from the sword image closed in on Chen Jiaoyan and Wei Juntian's necks in a mere blink of an eye. The merciless killing strike instantly swallowed the two unfortunate souls under a cruel, inescapable might. Old Wei Xingba flew into a blazing rage, tightening his grip on the weapon in his hand, and roared like a wild beast. "Ling Xiao, I will ensure you die without a burial place. If you dare touch a single hair on my son's head, I swear I will skin you and pull out your tendons to pay for his life." Below the stands, He Zhenren broke into a cold sweat, his trembling hand stroking his beard as he muttered, "It's over, it's really doomed. Zhao Yan's origin sea is pretty much shattered into smoke and clouds." Meanwhile, Wei Xingba, still carrying a murderous aura, madly hoisted his weapon and charged toward Ling Xiao. "You beast, hurry up and get down to the Yellow Springs to reunite with your ancestors." Yan hastily dashed toward the arena, screaming in panic, "Brother Ling Xiao, watch your back." However, when Wei Xingba's fatal spear tip was only a hair's breadth away from Ling Xiao's face, it suddenly halted. The old man's face instantly distorted from massive shock, hastily darting his eyes around to assess the situation. In just a split second, dozens of guards had surrounded him from all sides, pressing their cold, sharp blades right against his throat, restraining him stiffly. Right after, a woman overflowing with a regal aura stepped out, her resolute voice ringing out. This lady is Xue Ling Long, the president of the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce. Whoever is tired of living and dares to touch my young master, I swear I will exterminate their entire extended family. Closely following behind her heels, a figure bearing terrifying pressure also gradually revealed itself through the thick mist. This person rode a warhorse as fast as a hurricane, crashing right up to the edge of the arena in a flash. The one who had just appeared was none other than Hu Tai Sui, a core member of the Tiger Cavalry, an elite personal guard unit directly under the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce. The warhorse stomped its hooves heavily onto the floorboards, generating a shockwave that completely blocked the advancing path of the royal court soldiers. Upon arriving, Hu Tai Sui pointed his razor-sharp spear tip at Wei Xingba, roaring like thunder. Which bastard has the guts to make our young master suffer even a scratch? Do you people think our grand preceptor's manor is unmanned to dare bully others to such an extent? Yan nimbly glided forward, leaving behind a pack of officials whose faces were pale with fear. In the blink of an eye, she softly landed on the arena, shooting a bone-chilling glare straight at Wei Xingba. The sudden appearance of the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce and the Tiger Cavalry left the officials in extreme panic, scrambling to gossip. It's the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce, and they even brought the Tiger Cavalry. When did this formidable bunch sneak back from the border to the capital? Chen Mo hastily spoke up, shouting to assert his authority. You bunch of brats, how dare you gather and cause a riot in the restricted imperial grounds? Who gave you permission to carry weapons in here? Your Majesty, please issue an edict for the royal guards to round them up. This lawless gang deserves to be beheaded in public. Hearing this, Yan turned her head and glared at Chen Mo with fiery eyes, snapping, Are you teaching this Empress how to do her job? All the brothers of the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce knelt down in unison, chanting loudly, We subjects pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Yan personally helped Xue Ling Long up, then gently said, Xue Ling Long, your Chamber of Commerce recently submitted a massive amount of origin stones to our East Tang's national treasury. Bringing such a colossal mine of resources back to my royal court is a resounding merit. In the future, when you seek an audience with me, you are exempt from formalities. Ling Xiao, standing leisurely by her side, gently patted the top of Xue Ling Long's head, turning to smile playfully at Yan. Your Majesty, don't tease them anymore. Formalities cannot be abandoned, but rewarding a few extra gold ingots is also only natural. It's not like just anyone has divine-level abilities like our Ling Long. Yan tried to force out a stiff smile, replying, single-handedly reforming the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce to become a top financial power in East Tang. Bringing back so much wealth, she is indeed a rare and hard-to-find talent, extremely worthy of commendation. At this time, Yan thoughtfully stole a glance at Ling Xiao, a wave of jealousy churning in her heart. This little brat, how dare she blatantly seduce my brother Ling Xiao in front of all these people? A split second later, Yan withdrew her gaze, shifting her vision to the group of people behind her. Right at that moment, that old dog He Zhen Ren stepped up to threaten them, releasing a massive surge of spiritual power before roaring furiously. That's enough. Smashing my disciple's Danshan origin seed to pieces, today you must give this old man a satisfactory explanation. Ling Xiao, I have endured this humiliation all this time out of respect for Her Majesty the Empress standing right here. I am not a narrow-minded person, so today I will give you one final path to survival. Beneath the arena, Ling Xiao, Yan and Xue Ling Long all frowned, tensely gluing their eyes on He Zhen Ren. The old man arrogantly twitched his beard and declared, My Lai Yang sect dominates the entire region of Guizhou, our influence covering a whole domain. Countless supreme prodigies wish to enter the Lai Yang sect, yet I still pick and choose among them. Today, you are the only one who boldly dares to reject my Lai Yang sect, so let me see exactly how much talent you possess to dare act so arrogantly. Finishing his sentence, he frantically waved his hands, forming hand seals in front of his chest while muttering an incantation. Immediately, Lao He erupted with a surging pressure. Are you tired of living to dare refuse my goodwill? The heavy killing intent crashed down, causing Ling Xiao to stumble and fall, forcing him to drop to one knee, hands on the ground, panting heavily. Damn it, this pressure is absolutely terrifying. Standing nearby, Yan keenly recognized the enemy's realm and turned pale, exclaiming, This is bad, this is the cultivation of the origin wheel realm. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth to maintain his consciousness, locking his eyes onto Lao He's every subsequent move. In his mind, he quickly reviewed the cultivation manual of martial artists in this world, which was divided into three major realms: the 3 realms of qi refining, the 4 realms of meridian refining, and the 6 realms of organ refining. Among them, the 3 realms of qi refining were subdivided into origin creation, true condensation, and blood origin. As for the 4 realms of meridian refining, they were clearly categorized into divine path, origin wheel, sea gathering, and profound understanding. Looking at himself, he was currently only hovering at the peak of the 9th layer of the true condensation realm. Yet, that despicable old dog had already climbed all the way to the origin wheel realm, belonging to the 4 realms of meridian refining. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva to suppress his anger, his mind racing continuously to find a way to turn the tables under the suffocating pressure of Dog He Zhen Ren. Bearing the horrific pressure, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and roared, "You damn old dog, what kind of big shot do you think you are?" Instantly, he detonated the arrogant power of the dragon Qi flame, incinerating everything and creating a terrifying heaven and earth anomaly that enveloped the surroundings. Watching Ling Xiao's valiant appearance, Yan was utterly mesmerized, secretly praising, "Is this Ling Xiao brother's domineering natal origin energy? Oh my man is too cool." On the other side of the battlefield, Lao He probed the astonishing aura rising from Ling Xiao, profoundly shocked inwardly. A heaven and earth anomaly? This brat's aptitude is no ordinary matter, completely contrary to the trash label rumored by the public. So he has been hiding his true strength all along. A vicious intent sprouted in his mind. He told himself that since this brat was so stubborn and refused to submit to the sect, the only way was to send him straight to the Yellow Springs. Making up his mind, he raised his hand to the sky, gathering crackling lightning, and shouted threateningly, "I have opened my magnanimous heart to give you a chance, yet you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, I will let you taste the agony of a power that makes tens of thousands of geniuses kneel and beg for mercy." Having said that, he unleashed a sharp, lightning-infused claw that shot forth, aiming straight for Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao burned with raging fire, immediately snapping back with a harsh tone, Well, this young master never wanted to forge enmity with your Lai Yang sect, but you, old dog, just love to bite recklessly. Do you think I am afraid of you?" Draining his cultivation to the last drop, Ling Xiao unleashed the extremely tyrannical ultimate move, Dragon Qi Flame, charging straight at Dog He Zhen Ren. Sensing the tyrannical aura rushing toward him, Dog He Zhen Ren widened his eyes in disbelief, an extreme sense of panic surging in his heart. Enduring the explosive collision, his body staggered, forced back a great distance. All the officials witnessing this battle were shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. Good heavens! Ling Xiao is merely a lowly true condensation realm martial artist, yet he dared to play a game of striking a stone with an egg, directly knocking back an elder of the Lai Yang sect. Nobody would believe this if they didn't see it with their own 2 eyes. Dog He Zhen Ren suddenly burst into a coughing laugh, then swung his hand to launch a counterattack. "Haha, truly a monstrous genius. But since you are determined to offer your life to King Yama, even deities descending to earth won't be able to save you today." Bearing the rain of vengeful blows from the opponent, Ling Xiao gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, the difference in cultivation between me and that old geezer is truly like heaven and earth." Seeing Ling Xiao being pushed back miserably, Yan, standing nearby, went mad with anger and instantly shouted, "Whoever dares to touch the Empress's man, I will take the lives of your entire family today." Right at the critical moment, a figure soared up from behind Yan to act as a shield, leaving her incredibly astonished. Hu Tai Sui leaped right into the center of the battlefield, roaring majestically, "Is my young master someone you can trample on as you please? All brothers of the Tiger Cavalry, heed my command, form the formation now." The officials below felt the killing intent of the Tiger Cavalry and were scared out of their wits, whispering, "This is too terrifying. Could this be the renowned 108 warriors of the Tiger Cavalry of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, those who possess the power of one man standing against an army of 10,000? Before, we only heard rumors in the martial world that the state preceptor's manor raised a battle-hardened Tiger Cavalry, victorious in every battle. Now that we see it in reality, even though there are merely 18 of them, their killing intent pierces the heavens, truly living up to their reputation." Pumping his spiritual energy to the maximum into his weapon, Hu Tai Sui didn't waste a word, hurling his deadly spear straight toward Dog He Zhen Ren. The tyrannical energy instantly condensed into the shape of a bloodthirsty fierce tiger, tearing through the void as it shot forward. The earth-shattering collision emitted a piercing sound, blowing away all obstacles in the vicinity. The atmosphere of the battlefield at this moment was thick with killing intent, suffocating to the point of breathlessness. Looking down from his midair position, Dog He Zhen Ren smirked, revealing an extremely malicious smile. "You bugs have successfully made my blood boil." The two destructive forces clashed fiercely, stretching the entire space tight like a bowstring. Due to the massive disparity in realms, Hu Tai Sui immediately suffered a backlash. His internal organs were shaken so violently that he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Despite being heavily injured, Hu Tai Sui stubbornly rooted his feet to the ground, holding his head high and roaring proudly. "Come at me if you dare. If you want to take my young master's life, you must first step over the corpses of my brothers." Seeing Hu Tai Sui covered in injuries, Ling Xiao anxiously rushed over to hold him, asking with concern, "Can you still hold on?" Suppressing the gut-wrenching pain, Hu Tai Sui forced a smile and replied, "Rest assured, young master, I won't die yet. Today, even if I have to sacrifice this old life, I will absolutely not let anyone harm a single hair on your head." Infuriated, Ling Xiao pointed his finger straight at Dog He Zhen Ren's face, roaring threateningly, "If anything happens to my people, this young master swears to level your Lai Yang sect to the ground." Zui Ling Long approached coldly at this moment, her jade-like hand tightly gripping her precious sword's hilt, gently advising, "Young master, please calm your anger. While your wings are not yet fully grown, I, Ling Long, will step up to shield you from the wind and rain. Besides, who says that old geezer can defeat me? He's just at the lousy origin wheel realm, acting as if only his Lai Yang sect has won." Zui Ling Long's sharp and utterly confident concluding remark left both Ling Xiao and Hu Tai Sui stunned in amazement. Instantly, Zui Ling Long erupted with a surging blood chi aura, cheerfully saying, "What a coincidence, I have also just reached the origin wheel realm." The surrounding crowd was utterly shocked by Ling Long's cultivation. Yan alone narrowed her eyes warily, secretly evaluating, "This girl sure hides her skills well, but Ling Xiao brother will forever belong only to me, don't even think about competing." Civil and military officials, along with experts, couldn't help but stare and whisper, "That little girl actually reached the origin wheel realm. She looks like she hasn't even seen her 20th spring. Isn't this level of talent on par with Her Majesty? The state preceptor's manor is truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, absolutely not to be trifled with." From above, Dog He Zhen Ren lowered his gaze, smirking cunningly before dropping sweet words. "He, little girl, your aptitude is quite good. You are welcome to join my Lai Yang sect at any time, and my sect promises to pour all its resources into nurturing you to the fullest." Ignoring the honeyed words of temptation from that old dog, Zui Ling Long was too lazy to open her mouth to retort, choosing instead to charge straight ahead and unleash a move as her greeting. As quick as lightning, she gathered her power and unleashed a terrifying, soul-shaking pressure forward. "You want me to apologize? You patched-up piece of trash, you loathsome old geezer in your dreams." The suffocating pressure arrived so fast that the old geezer started sweating bullets in fear. Standing in a corner observing Zui Ling Long's explosive power in its entirety, Ling Xiao was secretly amazed. Could it be that this girl truly possesses the seven-aperture Ling Long heart, an earth-shattering aptitude just like father once described? Forced to defend against the ferocious lightning dragon offensive, Dog He Zhen Ren frantically roared, "Little girl, your lightning strikes are fierce. If you agree to join the Lai Yang sect, I'll make you a core disciple immediately. But if you remain stubborn, when the elite forces of the Lai Yang sect arrive, you lot will only be lining up for the graveyard." On the opposite side, Zui Ling Long showed burning battle intent, glaring at the old geezer and declaring, "You lot can bully me, but don't even think about touching a single hair of my young master." Right at that exact moment, Zui Ling Long's sharp spear cleanly pierced through the opponent's protective barrier. Pressing the advantage, she followed up with a heaven-shaking blow that severely injured the old geezer, sending him plummeting straight to the ground, while not forgetting to add a remark. "There, now you can rest in peace with your eyes closed." Ling Xiao and Hu Tai Sui, who had been watching all this time, also hurried over to the scene. Having cleanly resolved Dog He Zhen Ren, Zui Ling Long happily turned to report her merit to Ling Xiao. "Young master, I have cleaned everything up." Hu Tai Sui quickly dragged that old geezer over here for the young master to see his face. By this time, that old dog was as stiff as a wooden log, lying sprawling on the ground without even twitching. Hu Tai Sui grabbed the old geezer by the neck, dragging him over to Ling Xiao and tossing him heavily onto the ground. "Young master, see if we should carve up or stew this old dog." Zui Ling Long was seething with rage, swinging her hand to pull her sword out with a swish. For the crime of daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers and harming my young master, he must pay with his life. Seeing Zui Ling Long preparing to send the guest to meet his ancestors, Ling Xiao quickly raised his hand to stop her. Zui Ling Long, hit the brakes for a moment. Eliminating this old dog is easy, but it will forge a blood feud with the Lai Yang sect. I am not afraid, but I worry for Her Majesty, who holds the identity of the Empress of Dong Tang. With the safety of a whole kingdom behind her, she would inevitably be dragged down into the mess. Therefore, drawing the curtains on today's good show right here is perfect. However, after this incident, if the Lai Yang sect feels bitter and wants to settle the score, just tell them to aim straight for my head to vent their anger. As the storm passed, Ling Xiao led Yan and Zui Ling Long to casually return to the state preceptor's manor. As soon as they arrived, Yan was quick to ask, "Miss Ling Long, your business is booming like a kite catching the wind. No wonder the state preceptor praised you endlessly before. If you are willing to enter the palace and take an official post, you will definitely be able to shoulder his position, fighting side by side to help me build the empire. Why don't you think about it? Join the court as my right-hand woman. What do you think about this idea?" Zui Ling Long smiled shyly, swiftly and gracefully declining. "Your Majesty is putting me on a pedestal. These meager achievements are all thanks to my young master pulling the strings behind the scenes. If it were just this Ling Long struggling alone, I wouldn't have today even in my dreams. How could I dare steal the credit, much less wear the giant official hat your Majesty is offering? In this life, this servant is willing to stick to the young master. Simply being a maid to warm his bed is already incredibly satisfying." Hearing the smooth answer, Yan suddenly felt an itchy sting of jealousy, cursing inwardly. This clever little vixen, how bold of her to openly compete for a man with me. Yan rolled her eyes, calculating for a few seconds before speaking. "Miss, you're belittling yourself too much. You haven't even finished your second decade, yet you've soared to the origin wheel realm of the 4 realms of meridian refining. For a monstrous genius like you to just warm beds is a massive waste of talent." Zui Ling Long maintained her innocent look, lightly replying, "What's there to waste, your Majesty? On the contrary, you should worry about picking a royal consort for yourself. My young master possesses a true destiny to fly high and far. Sooner or later, he must leave this village pond of Dong Tang to reach the vast ocean. I'm afraid he won't be a good fit for you." Yan on this side wasn't willing to be outdone, her face hardening as she retorted immediately. "Ling Xiao brother carries peerless talent. In a blink of an eye he will turn into a dragon soaring into the 9th heaven. Obviously, only an outstanding woman of my caliber is worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with him on the pedestal of fame." Zui Ling Long frowned, throwing Yan a highly judgmental look. "You thick-skinned woman, the world lacks no handsome and talented young men. Why do you keep tailing my young master endlessly? Do you have nothing better to do?" The camera angle changed, panning straight to the mighty general's manor, a massive private residence with high walls and deep moats, sitting majestically in the center of the royal capital. Wei Juntian had turned to mush by this point, completely reduced to a useless cripple. He gritted his teeth and wailed, "Father, if I don't avenge this, I swear I am not human. We absolutely cannot let that bastard Ling Xiao get away with this." Lao He Zhen Ren, standing nearby, chimed in with a groan. "Good son, don't be hasty. I have already sent a secret letter to the main headquarters. In a blink of an eye, your senior brother will bring his blade down the mountain to assist us. For the crime of blatantly disrespecting the Lai Yang sect, I swear I will make them pay an extremely heavy price." Wei Xingba put on a serious face, looking at his son and nodding. "If that's the case, I also have to send a carrier pigeon to my eldest son, Jun Lang, calling him to rush back immediately to lend a hand." Lao He Zhen Ren frantically waved his hands to stop him. Wait, don't foolishly disturb my worthy nephew at this moment. He is currently the sect master's favorite disciple and is in secluded cultivation waiting for the day he levels up. Bringing this trivial matter to interrupt his progress, if he fails, the sect master will skin me alive." Wei Xingba scratched his head in frustration, asking awkwardly, "Then what is the plan now? Jun Lang and his brother have always been as close as glue. If he catches wind that Jun Tian was beaten into a cripple, I'm afraid he'll turn the world upside down. A spine-chilling, sinister smile flashed across Dog He Ren's face. You can throw your worries away. Just set things up according to the script I've drawn, pointing the gun straight at the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce. I guarantee it will lure them out, and when that time comes, kekek. Just as they stepped over the threshold of the ladies' chamber, Zui Ling Long was already acting coquettishly, swaying back and forth, playfully resting her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Young master, your servant has been waiting for you forever, missing you until my heart and liver are crumbling. Ling Xiao turned to look at Ling Long, smiling gently. Ling Long, you've suffered a lot lately. Zui Ling Long acted clueless, blinking at Ling Xiao and smiling. What suffering is there? Now that I see the young master can step onto the path of cultivation, my heart is blooming with joy. With your dazzling talent, your servant bets for sure you will trample over all obstacles to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Ling Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes staring into the distance as he said to Zui Ling Long, now that I've thoroughly offended the Lai Yang sect, the most pressing matter right now is to grind and level up at godlike speed. Only when my fists are big enough to overpower others can I protect the people around me. Hearing this, Zui Ling Long retracted her playful demeanor, solemnly swearing, no matter if the young master offends the whole world in the future, I, Ling Long, will still plant my roots by your side, sharing joys and sorrows without stepping back a single inch. From outside the door, Hu Tai Sui's booming voice suddenly chimed in out of nowhere. This subordinate also shares the exact same ambition. Having his emotional moment interrupted by Hu Tai Sui, Ling Xiao frowned and scolded. What is this nonsense? Have you eaten a tiger's gall to dare stand out there eavesdropping on this young master's private matters? Hu Tai Sui scratched his head awkwardly, but still managed to squeeze out a serious face. This subordinate is a poor guard, taking the liberty to stand out here awaiting the young master's punishment. Ling Xiao crossed his arms, loudly issuing the punishment. Very well, since you're thirsting for a beating so much, I will indulge you. I decide to deduct a whole month of your salary to set an example. Hu Tai Sui's face remained unchanged, nodding heartily as he replied. Just 1 month is not enough. This subordinate volunteers to have a whole half-year's salary deducted to make it grand. Ling Xiao was left speechless, waving his hand and turning back to Zui Ling Long. Let's just ignore that weirdo. Update me on the Chamber of Commerce's situation. How is the strategy I laid out for you progressing? Being asked about proper business, Zui Ling Long got into the zone very quickly. Currently, my network has spread and planted flags in 136 counties and districts. The struggle is, mercenary groups everywhere are acting up and complaining, absolutely refusing to exchange for our spirit treasure origin stones. The local merchants are playing dirty tricks behind our backs, secretly hindering us, and even despicably using a few cheap tricks to sabotage us. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin with his finger, calculating clearly. Mercenaries are essentially just ganging up to scrape for benefits. You just need to throw money mercilessly, pay a hefty price to bribe a major faction, and use them to suppress the remnants. Just do that and their cheap solidarity will automatically crumble from the inside. As for the local merchants, using the price-cutting strategy is the most effective and easiest way to assert dominance. Always hang a buying price slightly higher than theirs. Step 1 is to sweep all their stock clean. Step 2 is to expand our monopoly brand, forcing them out of business. Swallowing Ling Xiao's brilliant plan whole, Zui Ling Long's face lit up as if she had struck gold. Young master is truly the best of the best. You just opened your mouth and immediately kicked away all the knots that kept me awake for several nights. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, lightly knocking on Zui Ling Long's forehead. Stop pouring honey into my ears, girl. So, how many origin stones and heaven and earth spirit herbs that I asked you to gather have you collected so far? Seeing Zui Ling Long seemingly hesitant to speak, Ling Xiao waved his hand, putting on a forgiving face. It makes sense. Who knows how many rare ginsengs and exotic herbs grow in treacherous ravines? If you haven't managed to gather enough quantity for now, I won't punish you at all. Zui Ling Long playfully stepped back a few paces, lifting her chin and pointing to the corner of the room. Oh my, young master, you are underestimating our Chamber of Commerce's capabilities. From a blade of grass to the precious items you requested, I have gathered everything without missing a single piece. I even have a surplus of 5 times the quota for you to freely splurge on. Ling Xiao blinked in bewilderment, walking briskly toward the edge of the room's door, slowly opening it to see with his own eyes the massive treasure trove he had just been offered. Zui Ling Long glided into the warehouse, continuously reporting the chain of spoils she had worked so hard to hunt down. A light inventory check gives us exactly 500,000 spirit stones, plus millennium blood fungi, seven-horned rhubarb, spirit stone marrow, and even extreme cold dragon ghost. That's not all, there is also snow soul cold crystal, 10,000-year tengu weed, dragon blood heart paired together with fire-eyed phoenix. All the delicacies and exotic treasures the young master desires are neatly resting right here. Please feel free to use them as you wish. Standing before the mountain of rare treasures piled up high, Ling Xiao was stunned speechless. Little did he know, the cunning Dao Comprehension Seed hiding inside his body suddenly lost its brakes, wildly and recklessly draining dry the surging origin stones. Recovering from the shock after a moment, the young man decided to relax his whole body, spreading his arms wide and leaving his body to automatically plunder the spiritual energy from the mountain of origin stones. Fine then, if you want it, I'll indulge you. Just open your mouth and swallow until your belly is full. The thing I, your father, have the most excessive right now is precisely origin stones. A blinding light emitted from the innate sapling of the Dao Comprehension Seed gradually imprinted itself realistically right between his brows. Ling Xiao's mouth formed an O shape as he witnessed the magnificent ring of destiny continuously surging around his body. With every inch the sapling grew, he shuddered as he felt the tyrannical mass of origin energy compressing tightly in his Danshan origin sea. The anxious thirst to level up from before had now vanished completely. Hiding within each tiny fruit were countless supreme martial arts techniques that Ling Xiao had smoothly copied during previous clashes. Realizing this brand new truth made him even more amazed. So when the Dao Comprehension Seed matures, all the martial arts I ground through in the past will also be infused with power and tag along. At this rate in the future, I just need to touch any secret manual, and the Dao Comprehension Seed will instantly back it up into my brain. How is that any different from me becoming a walking encyclopedia of martial arts? Just now, I smashed 2 obstacles to land in the true condensation realm. The towering hurdle standing right in front of me must be the decisive bottleneck to leapfrog into the blood origin realm. Without hesitating for half a second, the young man exhausted all his strength to break the siege and rise. Open your eyes wide and watch this genius young master make a spectacular breakthrough, piercing through the blood origin realm in just the blink of these short 3 days. Just as the punch was thrown, the halo of Dao rhythm wrapping around his body suddenly swayed crazily, then exploded with a deafening boom. His entire body was jerked backward by the shockwave, looking bewildered. Now everything is ruined, it's because I was too careless. Blindly forcing a breakthrough will only bring disaster upon myself, drowning in risks. Far outside the origin sea, Zui Ling Long kept her eyes peeled, scrutinizing every single blink and frown of Ling Xiao without missing a beat. Keenly realizing that her young master was stuck at a bottleneck, Zui Ling Long secretly diagnosed the problem. The young master has already plowed through 2 major steps. At this moment, the most important thing is to nourish the potential of his bloodline and temper his physique to be sturdy first. She swiftly pinched her fingers to form seals, muttering incantations to activate a cultivation technique. Young master, just sit tight, let Ling Long give you a hand. In a flash, she fired up a massive alchemy furnace, forcing the entire stream of spiritual energy, muddying the waters in the room to roll straight into the furnace's core. As soon as the furnace blazed up, it acted like a black hole, sweeping up the scattered exotic herbs and rare ginsengs, sucking them right into its belly to cook. Quick as a flash of lightning, the pile of medicinal herbs lined up and slid along the invisible vortex, flying straight into the depths of the medicine cauldron. Next, she narrowed her eyes at Ling Xiao, calculating in her mind. The favorable timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony are right here. The golden hour to finalize the last batch is now. Acting on her thought, Zui Ling Long erupted with abundant spiritual energy, using her strength to forcefully toss Ling Xiao flying with a swoosh, dropping him right into the alchemy cauldron. At that time, right at the core of his origin sea, Ling Xiao also shockingly realized a surging power was abundantly supporting his side. Tasting the destiny energy that was pumping full of life, Ling Xiao smiled smugly. Ling Long did a great job. To successfully cultivate the 8 Desolates sacred body art, the prerequisite is to continuously cleanse the marrow and purify the bones and muscles. Only then can every single drop of origin energy be squeezed out. This basin of divine medicinal bathwater arrived right on cue. Today, I, Ling Xiao, swear to trample the clouds and shatter the sky, transforming into a dragon at all costs. Having said that, he opened the valves and stripped all his reserved energy bare, creating a terrifying earthquake, transforming into a heaven-shaking dragon chi that crashed into the bottleneck in his origin sea. The fatal collision of the massive energy mass caused an eardrum-shattering explosion. "Let's get down to business. Smash this obstacle to pieces for your father." With a gaze as sharp as a knife, Ling Xiao squeezed out his last ounce of remaining strength to force himself to break the barrier and rise to a new height. A blink of an eye later, the stubbornly thick shield in his origin sea finally couldn't bear it anymore and cracked open. After all those storms, Ling Xiao finally successfully played the leapfrog game, flying straight from the three realms of Qi refining and landing in the blood origin realm with majestic dominance. Outside the furnace, Zui Linglong was already carrying a brand new set of silk clothes, her face beaming as she ran over to flatter Ling Xiao. "Absolutely wonderful. Congratulations on piercing the ceiling and charging straight into the blood origin realm." Ling Xiao stepped out of the boiling furnace bare-chested, flaunting his rippling six-pack abs, wiping his sweat and exhaling. "It's lucky that Sister Linglong helped me out. The power of the Eight Desolates' sacred body art hits terribly hard. Without your basin of herbal bathwater to reforge these bones, I would probably have exploded from that shockwave earlier. Bearing the reputation of trash for years because of my blocked meridians has made me fall too far behind. I'm afraid that on the long road ahead to dominate the martial world, I will still have to grit my teeth and consume mountains of rare treasures and expensive spirit artifacts to even hope to catch up." Zui Linglong stood demurely, obediently offering the clothes up to Ling Xiao with both hands. "Young master, just eat well and sleep soundly. Let Linglong handle all these menial tasks. As long as it is something you set your sights on, even if it means diving into the deep sea or jumping into a bomb crater, Linglong will dig it up and bring it back to offer to your hands." Dropping those sweet-sounding words, she swayed her body right up against Ling Xiao's bare chest, softly teasing. "Having the merit of offering treasures, what appealing thing does the young master plan to reward this servant with now?" Sweating bullets at this level of boldness, Ling Xiao could only sigh heavily, maintaining a calm facade to defend himself. "All right, to repay your merits, I, your young master, will personally hold a class to teach you martial arts deal." Catching those words, Zui Linglong's cheeks instantly flushed red, her brain starting to fast-forward through some steamy romantic movies of being held by the hand and guided by Ling Xiao. "Oh my, is it? Really just teaching martial arts?" Observing Zui Linglong's demeanor change as fast as flipping a rice paper, Ling Xiao could only stand as stiff as a statue, scratching his head because he didn't understand a single thing. After a while, Ling Xiao gathered his spirits, dressing properly to step onto the podium, passing on his secret techniques to both Zui Linglong and Hu Tai Sui. Hu Tai Sui showed off his bear-like physique, looking at Ling Xiao and chuckling with a promise. "Young master, stop worrying. Later when we spar, this subordinate will swing his hands gently as if scratching an itch." Ling Xiao still kept his hands in his pockets, his demeanor calm and unhurried as he reminded, "This young master has already warned you beforehand, this is a welfare benefit for you. Don't hide your skills, dig out your strongest ultimate technique and smash it at me quickly." Itching for a beating after being goaded by Ling Xiao, Hu Tai Sui circulated his internal energy and roared, pulling out his signature ultimate move to show off. "If that's the case, young master, please taste this subordinate's tiger slaughter fist." Ling Xiao stood firm like a rock without bothering to dodge, immediately releasing his spiritual energy to copy that exact tiger slaughter fist, but returning it in a pristine, perfectly smooth version with no blind spots. Witnessing the terrifying power from Ling Xiao's technique, Hu Tai Sui's eyes practically popped out of their sockets in shock. As Ling Xiao gently retracted his hand to withdraw his internal energy, he finally dropped his jaw and muttered, "Truly the pinnacle, he actually threw a tiger slaughter fist that reached a flawless level." "That tiger slaughter fist you just unleashed carried traces that were too crude. It looked imposing, but was all bark and no bite. To achieve true might, you must pour your soul and will into it. Only then can you unlock the realm of unity of spirit and form." Like a blind man seeing the light, Hu Tai Sui scrambled to dive forward, tightly hugging Ling Xiao's thigh. "Thank you, young master, for enlightening my mind." Having been eavesdropping from the corner of the yard all this time, Zui Linglong also used the butterfly shadow steps to dash continuously toward Ling Xiao. "Young master, you haven't handed out gifts to Linglong yet. You are forbidden from bailing on this promise." Ling Xiao gave a slight, sly smirk, immediately spreading his arms ready to catch the girl rushing toward him. "You rushed in at the perfect golden moment." Just at the second she was about to fall into his soft embrace, Zui Ling Long giggled, throwing Ling Xiao a coquettish, meaningful look. At the same time, Ling Xiao also pulled out the max-level, rare butterfly shadow steps to perform, continuously cloning himself into a bunch of dazzlingly profound illusions. But right in the midst of that euphoric moment, a nagging sensation suddenly ran down his spine, making him flinch and jump in startlement. Turning his head to look, oh no, Zui Ling Long had already clung tightly to his remaining empty leg since who knows when. She smiled so widely her eyes closed, triumphantly cheering. Aha, finally caught the young master. Moving to a bustling market street corner, the crowd was swarming and chatting animatedly. They were whispering and gossiping about Fang Wu Hui, the #1 young master of the capital and the once-in-a-10,000 years prodigy of Dongtang, who had just proudly stepped into the blood origin realm at the tender age of 17. The event of an outstanding sapling bowing his head to ask to become Yu Fengzai's disciple had dropped the jaws of the whole village. This proved that Lao Yu's weight was no ordinary matter. The public even rumored that the big shots of the Lai Yang sect offered to tempt him, but were flatly rejected by him. Zui Ling Long narrowed her eyes at Lao Yu, stealthily leaning close to whisper, "Young master, do you plan to scoop up this capital city boss as well? Isn't this method a bit too delusional? Yu Fengzai boasts about being the biggest brain in Dongtang, and the world even gossips that this old geezer is hiding a world-shaking secret of the martial world." Ling Xiao stood nearby laughing heartily, his eyes glued to Lao Yu as he analyzed. This imperial city is crawling with hungry wolves lusting to tear the state preceptor's manor apart. This young master just needs to beat this Yu Fengzai into kneeling on the ground, and those guys will automatically tremble and cower immediately. Just hold out for another 3 months, and once I enter the Dragon Phoenix Palace, a mere Lai Yang sect won't have the qualifications to threaten me. Zui Ling Long and Hu Tai Sui simultaneously glanced at Yu Fengzai, smacking their lips in a daydream. If the young master hooks an old monster at the pulse-refining 4th stage to be his bodyguard, that'd be a sweet deal. With this guy riding shotgun, the young master's security network would be built like a tank. The only catch is, this crazy old geezer is super snooty. Even when the royal court brought a golden palanquin to escort him, he still turned his nose up at them. Right while Lao Yu Fengzai was sitting cross-legged in meditation, Fang Wu Hu was already buttering him up, kowtowing with extreme politeness. "Respected Lord Yu, please open your golden heart and take this junior in as your disciple. I swear I'll sell my soul, serving you meals and pouring your tea until my dying breath." Hearing that ear-grating whining, Lao Yu instantly blew a gasket, roaring and cursing his head off. "Get the hell out of my sight. Stop standing there chanting like a monk. You've completely ruined my enlightenment vibe." Eating that splash of cold water and curses from Lao Yu in broad daylight, Fang Wu Hui was humiliated to the core, his face turning beet red as the volcano of resentment in his heart was ready to erupt. The peanut gallery around them took the chance to gossip, whispering to each other that Yu Fengzai had been sitting there growing roots in front of the Tong Tian stone for half a year without comprehending a single word. No wonder he was so cranky and had no time to take in disciples. This time, the golden boy of the Dong Fang family had to swallow his pride and stay masterless. Right at that moment, Ling Xiao pulled back his gaze, slowly striding forward. "Hey Ling Long, I just changed the script a little bit." Ling Xiao's sharp plot twist made Ling Long jump out of her skin, frantically asking, "Wait a sec, how are you steering this? What kind of stunt is the young master about to pull now?" Ling Xiao ignored her, puffing out his chest and striding straight toward the Tong Tian stone. "I've made up my mind. I absolutely have to force this old geezer Yu Fengzai to cry and beg to sign a contract as my errand boy, nothing less." Seeing Ling Xiao walking up so cockily, the already pissed-off Fang Wu Hui pointed a finger straight at his face and scolded him harshly. "Hey, you little brat. If you want to squeeze in and acknowledge a master, go home and look in the mirror to see if your character has any shred of shame left to salvage." Ling Xiao threw a razor-sharp glare at Fang Wu Hui, dropping his words lightly. "Acknowledge a master? Seems like your brain is lagging a bit. That old man isn't even qualified to carry this young master's shoes." Those arrogant words acted like a spark, igniting the explosive tempers of Fang Wu Hui and Lao Yu. Both of their facial muscles twitched violently out of pure anger. Fang Wu Hui ground his teeth, cursing under his breath about which hole this arrogant bastard crawled out of to dare act so insolent in front of his future master. Not letting the atmosphere cool down, Ling Xiao opened his big mouth and pointed the gun at the old man. "Hey old-timer, since this young master is in a good mood, I'm making a special exception to grant you a spot as my lackey. You'd better grab it fast." That mind-blowing provocation left the gossip-hungry crowd with their jaws on the floor. They started murmuring, "That guy looks familiar. Isn't he Ling Xiao, the precious son of the state preceptor? Oh duh, spot on. He's exactly that ringleader who tore down the village and turned the royal palace upside down the other day." With blood rushing to his brain and his brakes failing, Lao Yu channeled a massive amount of spiritual energy that blew away the surrounding objects, roaring at the top of his lungs. "You snot-nosed brat flaunting your true condensation realm. Whether you're the son of the state preceptor or a prince in disguise, don't you dare act so damn insolent over my head." Radiating a terrifying aura of pressure, the old man bent his knees and shot up into the sky, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws in a threat. "If I don't break both of your legs today, I'm not a human." Despite the old man throwing a tantrum in the air, Ling Xiao kept his smug face, casually placing his hand on the Tong Tian stone to unlock the enlightenment process. At the same time, Fang Wuhui gathered every ounce of his strength, launching himself like an artillery shell straight toward Ling Xiao to tear him apart. The moment his hand pressed against the Tong Tian stone, Ling Xiao's flesh suddenly sparkled with a blinding golden light, so radiant it dazzled everyone's eyes. In less than a blink of an eye, the aura swirling around him condensed into the shape of a muscular, fierce-looking ape. Unmistakably, it was the notorious Xue Yan vicious soul. The shockwave blasting from this oversized oppressive aura knocked down the nosy crowd, scaring the living daylights out of everyone and making them shrink together in fear. The epic debut of the flaming demonic macaque vicious soul immediately tore up the ground, wiping out all the dirt and boulders around like a Category 5 hurricane. Dragging along a blazing sea of fire, the monster let out an ear-piercing howl that shook the very heavens. Its blood-red eyes shot out killing intent that chilled right down to the bone. As soon as it popped its head out, it stomped its heels thunderously onto the ground, roaring brutally. "Who has the guts to ring the doorbell and disturb my eternal slumber? All of you insects can go meet King Yama together." Catching the vibe, Yu Fengzai also flexed, burning his own aura before darting forward to close in on the flaming demonic macaque. Grinning from ear to ear with absolute thrill, the old geezer threw himself like a moth to a flame. "Heh, no wonder I couldn't pry open the secret of the Tong Tian stone after camping here for years. Turns out you were hiding in this corner. Just my type. If this granddaddy doesn't bag you today, I ain't going home." Saying that, he unleashed his flame-breath demonic dragon technique to fly in and throw down fairly and squarely in a one-on-one fistfight with the flaming demonic macaque. Tough luck, it took the flaming demonic macaque exactly half a second to swing its claws and crush Lao Yu's useless dragon to pulp. Then it gloated mockingly. "This broadcast starving mosquito is buzzing so loud it's annoying." Witnessing that terrifying power, Ling Xiao, who was watching the show below, also had to take a hesitant beat, breaking a light sweat. Done dealing with Lao Yu, the flaming demonic macaque jutted its chin in contempt, casually flicking a finger that sent the old geezer flying high and far away. Battered and bruised, Lao Yu tasted the full recoil of the vicious beast's flick, flying straight out of the frame like a shooting star. Not stopping there, the monster turned its malicious glare to another target. "You hovering maggots, that disgusting stench coming from you makes me want to puke just smelling it." At this time, Ling Xiao was still rooted to the ground, his hand glued to the Tong Tian stone, absorbing its essence. The closer it got, the more the Eight Desolate's holy body art energy mass inside him surged violently like rolling waves. It turned out this clunky rock was hiding such a massive jackpot. That ancient Xue Yan wild beast right, there was the priceless Eight Desolate's divine beast puzzle piece he had been desperately searching for all this time to upgrade his Eight Desolate's body art. After calculating the odds for a few seconds, he completely unleashed his armor-clad golden dragon state, gaining momentum to fly up and smash straight into the flaming demonic macaque's head. Seeing the prey lunging forward, the vicious beast swatted its hand away, its big mouth running with insults. "You trash human stink bugs, daring to drag out that bit of bloodline and that cheap-ass cultivation method to try and knock me out? What a joke." The dragon breath-spewing blinding golden light swept in like a tornado, packing a set of claws as sharp as meat cleavers. Quick as lightning, the massive beast was tightly coiled by the golden dragon breath, pinned down on its back in submission, and bitten with a fatal strike straight to its throat. Taking in this vivid horror show with their own eyes, both Lao Yu and Dongfang Wuhui dropped their jaws, struck so dumb by the shock they couldn't even squeeze out half a word. The giant vicious beast that was so majestic just a moment ago was now crushed to a pulp by Ling Xiao's golden dragon, collapsing helplessly and lying flat on the ground biting the dust. Ling Xiao stood as straight as a pillar of heaven, decisively moving his hands to stabilize his breathing in order to maintain the suppression chains on the flaming demonic macaque. Borrowing this undeniable destructive power, Ling Xiao unleashed a flurry of kicks, using the true dragon form to steamroll the primordial remnant wild beast. The 1,000-ton mountain of power crashing down made the flaming demonic macaque shriek in savage, agonizing wails, suffering heart-tearing pain. Right at the critical turning point, the old dog Xue Yan suddenly jumped out talking smack. "You little punk, put your hands in your pockets right now, this ancient beast is my property." Out of nowhere, Xue Yan came waddling over, her face pale green with panic, screaming out loud, "Ling Xiao GG, watch out." Catching on to that old dog, Xue Yan's plan to fish in troubled waters, Xue Yan and Zui Ling Long popped their shields and rushed out to block him. "You old hooligan, the other day our young master turned a blind eye and generously gave you a way out, and you still haven't learned your lesson." However, by that time, the gorilla had already been bagged by Ling Xiao, thoroughly stripped bare of every last drop of its power. The abundant inner power rising from Ling Xiao's golden dragon endlessly spawned shockwaves that shattered the very space around them. The moment he finished assimilating the 8 Desolate's holy body demonic macaque, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to reach out and firmly grasp this golden opportunity. He quickly focused his mind into one point, pouring all his effort into refining it with the goal of breaking through the grade for his 8 Desolate's holy body armor. Piggybacking on that success, the golden dragon was also stuffed and pumped full of countless essence energy cores until it was completely full. This effect was like strapping on a rocket, instantly boosting Ling Xiao up to the blood essence realm threshold in a flash. Thanks to absorbing the 8 Desolate's holy body, Ling Xiao's minor cultivation layers automatically kept jumping up numbers without hitting the brakes. In just a brief moment, Ling Xiao's level had proudly planted its flag solidly at the blood essence 7th layer realm. This turn of the tables had the background extras buzzing and spitting out gossip. "Oh my god, do you guys believe he just swallowed that monster whole? Holy crap, that's terrifying. He's heaven's golden child, all right. Some chump like Dong Fang Wu Hui belongs in the chicken coop now. No one has ever been able to take a bite out of the Tong Tian stone before. How the hell did he drag out the vicious beast buried inside it?" Even the stubborn Lao Yu had to drop his jaw in admiration of Ling Xiao's skills, a whole situation that drove Dong Fang Wu Hui crazy with rage. He swallowed a massive lump of anger, muttering curses. "Bullshit, this tasty morsel was supposed to go right into my belly. This young master is the main character of the universe. How did I let some random nobody steal my loot? This stings." Lao Yu gingerly walked over, narrowing his worldly wise eyes at Ling Xiao and declaring, "You cheeky brat, your luck is pretty damn good to be able to digest this monster. But don't get cocky too soon. The real mysterious treasure inside the Tong Tian stone isn't that damn monkey, kiddo." Standing on the other side, Ling Xiao smirked in victory, firing back sharply. "Oh really, so the old man is hinting at the Tong Tian art hiding behind the Tong Tian stone steel, right?" Swallowing those words whole, Lao Yu's face instantly lost its color, his eyes going wide as saucers staring at Ling Xiao in shock. "Good heavens, did you actually fish out the Tong Tian art? This rock has stumped so many seasoned grandmasters for generations, forcing all of them to give up." While he was still half doubting it, his eyes hurriedly scanned over the location of the Tong Tian stone steel. Immediately, his face scrunched up in utter shock, discovering that the massive Tong Tian stone steel from earlier had just evaporated as if it had never existed in this world. Right at that dramatic second, Ling Xiao flipped the switch to rotate his origin C, projecting a blinding miniature version of the Tong Tian stone right behind his back. The sky-high oppressive aura exploding from Ling Xiao made Lao Yu freeze completely. He smiled amiably but spoke with a dominant tone. "How about it, old man? Seeing this young master show off, is it enough to make you crawl on the ground in total submission yet?" Lao Yu remained stubbornly blind to reality, puffing up like a porcupine and screaming in despair. "It's a scam. There is absolutely no damn way this is real." He shakily pointed a trembling finger at Ling Xiao's forehead. "Unless you use that Tong Tian art to smack down that little punk from the Dong Fang family, I swear I won't believe a word of it in this lifetime." Lao Yu abruptly turned to Fang Wu Hui to bait him. "Hey Dong Fang kid, I know damn well you're drooling over my life-altering origin chi path. As long as you can beat down that little brat, I promise I'll approve your application to be my legacy disciple right here and now." Dong Fang Wu Hui, hearing that, was thrilled to the bone, flashing a victorious, bootlicking smile. My beloved master has dropped his golden words. You absolutely cannot backpedal and swallow your words now. Ling Xiao nonchalantly tossed a glance over, casually asking what the hell the crowd had just called him. Hearing that, Dongfang Wuhui's hot blood rushed to his brain, and he roared furiously, "Your granddaddy here is Dongfang Wuhui. These 3 words are a towering mountain that you will never have a chance to climb over in your entire life." Right after speaking, Dongfang Wuhui swiftly wove his hands to form seals, instantly unleashing his 4-star martial skill, Sea Overturning Palm, aiming to cast a net and lock down the entire space. In a flash, he wrung out all his strength to conjure up a massive water dragon, bringing along howling winds and massive waves as it crashed straight toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao just stood there like he was strolling through a market, briefly glancing at the enemy's trick before clicking his tongue in commentary. A 4-star martial skill, huh? The name actually sounds pretty catchy. Seeing Ling Xiao's disdainful attitude, Dongfang Wuhui's blood boiled, hastily accelerating as he lunged over. To squash a piece of trash like you, this young master using this one move is more than enough. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent from the strike, Xue Yan panicked and broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly shouting out, "Ling Xiao GG, you must absolutely be careful." Both Xue Yan and Hu Tai Sui standing on the sidelines were sweating cold bullets, frantically warning their young master to watch out for that dangerously lethal 4-star martial skill. Yet in the very next blink, Ling Xiao unleashed an earth-shattering move, throwing down the Death God Cave Heaven art to corner his opponent with a destructive force 10 times the normal level. Dongfang Wuhui ate the bone-deep punch entirely, managing to hold on for just a few seconds before completely shutting down, biting back his bitterness as he opened his mouth to surrender. The bet was over. He was hauled away by his pack of servants, but his mouth still bitterly threw back a vow. "Ling Xiao, you'd better wash your neck and wait. Your granddaddy here will settle today's grudge with interest." Exactly at that moment, Lao Yu suddenly dropped to his knees on the ground with a thud, leaving Ling Xiao standing there clueless, not understanding what was going on. Wearing a beaming face, the old man kowtowed and begged to follow Ling Xiao right on the spot. "Ha ha ha, this old man is utterly convinced now. Indeed, someone who catches His Majesty's eye is no average Joe. You're a true once-in-a-millennium prodigy. This old man keeps his word, so I sincerely pay my respects to young Master Ling Xiao." Taking in this whole drama, Dongfang Wuhui hated it so much he almost blew a bloody nose, bitterly cursing under his breath that he had gone through hell and high water to come here and beg for a master, only to see the teacher bowing down to accept his enemy as a boss. It was literally infuriating to death. At dawn the next day in the state preceptor's manor, deep inside a tightly locked room, a few soft moans kept drifting out from Xue Yan's small mouth. This shady, steamy symphony of sounds was more than enough to make anyone's imagination run wild with all sorts of hot and heavy scenarios. Even so, the actual truth was entirely off the mark compared to the dirty minds of the masses. The proof was in the pudding, because since Xue Yan kept humming those misleading moans, Ling Xiao swung his hand and gave her but a loud smack as a warning. He lightly lifted the acupuncture needle, examining it closely before clicking his tongue. "Hey, I'm just doing a perfectly innocent medical acupuncture session here. Could you stop moaning and overreacting?" Xue Yan was so embarrassed she spaced out, frantically covering her face with her hands as her cheeks instantly flushed as red as a ripe tomato out of pure shame. In another development, Lao Yu Fengzai was hurriedly storming around, frantically hunting down Ling Xiao at all costs. During their chat, seeing that Xue Yan was still uneasy about Lao Yu's true intentions, Ling Xiao smiled playfully to reassure her. "Xue Yan, my girl, stop worrying over nothing. I know full well there's no way that stubborn old goat would bow his head so easily. But as long as he hasn't plucked the sweet fruit he's craving, I've got a whole bucket list of ways to make him tuck his tail and listen." Hearing those words, Xue Yan flipped her tone as fast as flipping a pancake, tossing a swooning gaze at Ling Xiao and whining coquettishly. "My Ling Xiao GG is so incredibly majestic and imposing, so why haven't you made a move to conquer Xue Yan yet?" Ling Xiao lightly flicked her stubborn forehead with a snap to warn her. "Xue Yan, your cold body constitution just stopped acting up. If you keep goofing around like this, you'll have to suck it up when it hurts later. And by the way, is the pile of weeds I asked you to gather to craft the Phoenix replenishing essence pill ready yet?" Xue Yan grinned from ear to ear, then suddenly lunged forward to hang onto Ling Xiao, pouting her lips as she asked, "Why is Ling Xiao GG suddenly getting the itch to refine pills? You don't even have any fire origin chi kindling inside you, do you? Ling Xiao tilted his face all the way up to the sky, pulling out a tiny chest and casually bragging. I'm a man of many talents, you know. How could this petty pill crafting stuff ever stump me? The bottom line is that the Phoenix Replenishing Essence pill is the miracle cure to uproot your cold constitution once and for all. How could I ever slack off on that? Suddenly, Lao Yu's croaking voice boomed from outside the door, making the young couple jump. Well, if the young master is getting itchy hands to craft some pills, then you absolutely must haul your butt over for a visit to the Medicine King's tomb. Carrying a giddy face, the old man eagerly darted in and kept yapping while Xue Yan and Ling Xiao were still staring wide-eyed. I can thump my chest and swear on it, that corner definitely has plenty of those rare holy herbs that you've been desperately searching for. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, turning to interrogate Lao Yu. You mean that ancient tomb that's been making big waves lately near the edge of Fu Guai Mountain on the border? Hearing that, Xue Yan visibly sulked, feeling anxious for Ling Xiao's little life, so she stubbornly tried to stop him. Those Lai Yang sect goons are digging up everywhere demanding to slaughter my Ling Xiao GG. In this boiling hot mess, how can you just pack your bags and leave the imperial city for a joyride? The camera shifted to the imposing general's manor located in the east. At this moment, the old dog He Zhen Ren was groveling and personally going out to welcome his senior brother. Ha ha ha, Zhou Shixing, you finally showed your face. This time, you absolutely have to roll up your sleeves and win back some meager face for our Lai Yang sect. That senior brother also tactfully bowed to greet old Xingba, figuring from the old man's appearance that he was definitely the old man of the young sect master, Wei Jun Lang. Old Xingba standing opposite him widened his eyes in startlement. Young sect master, what now? The old man spoke up with a face full of mischief. The messy situation with your esteemed son, Wei Jun Tian, I've already caught a whiff of it through junior brother He's letter. Then pulled out a bunch of pills to show off. Here are 4-star sea gathering pills, totally rare goods that yours truly racked his brain grinding day and night to craft. These little toys will not only patch up your precious son's cultivation, but if he hits the jackpot, they might even help him rank up his realm. He Zhen Ren, standing nearby with nothing to do, stroked his beard and chimed in. Who would have thought our good nephew Jun Lang had already climbed onto the young sect master's seat? General, grab them quick. This time Zhou Shixing trekked all the way here carrying major sect business. He can't stick around for a drinking session for long. Lao Zhou put on a gloomy face and looked away. No need for formalities. My arrival this time is primarily aimed at the Medicine King's tomb ruins lying around at Fu Guai Mountain in eastern Tang. The perspective shifted to the Dong Fang family, a formidable force among the 4 great families of eastern Tang. At this very moment, Dongfang Wu Hui was straining his neck and flexing hard, pouring all his effort into cultivation. The old ancestor suddenly popped up to drop some prophetic words. My good grandkid, you are the shining star who just awakened the peak dual life source origin chi of our Dongfang bloodline. In this chaotic world, you gotta haul your ass out there, dive into the fray to scoop up all the destiny in the world, and step on everyone's heads to be the main character of this era. Soaking in every golden word from his great ancestor, Dongfang Wu Hui glared at the world with utter determination. Old ancestor, you can rest easy. I promise I won't make you lose face. He hastily packed his bags and bolted out the door. The treasure in the Medicine King's tomb this time. Besides me, Dongfang Wu Hui, I dare anyone else to try and snatch a piece. Scene fast-forwarded to the territory of Fu Guai Mountain. On the flying ship, Zui Ling Long kept nagging endlessly into Ling Xiao's ear. Young master, this Fu Guai Mountain is rubbing shoulders with the Sky Demon Kingdom. I even heard through the grapevine that some demoness over there is also drooling over the Medicine King's tomb. Not to mention a bunch of other alchemist lackeys swarming in. For this road trip, let's tone down the cockiness a bit just to be safe. Ling Xiao remained completely chill, tapping his thigh and enjoying the breeze as he drawled. What's there to worry about? On this trip, I'm just going to mess around and pick up a few pill crafting tricks and conveniently pluck some premium herbs to cure Xue Yan. I don't have the free time to go looking for fights to beat people up. Not to mention, I've still got Yu Fengzai tailing me, dragging his skill level out to run wild in this land of Eastern Tang to babysit me for a few lives is a piece of cake. With a huge bang, his flying ship wobbled like it was high on drugs, exactly as if it had just rammed into some gigantic obstacle. The hammer-like collision made him lose his footing and tumble, face-planting right onto the deck in excruciating pain. Right at the exact moment his blood was boiling and he opened his mouth to curse, a looming pitch-black mass crashed down and flattened the side of his ship. Which blind bastard dares to ram my ride out here? Suddenly looming right in front of them was a super-massive flying ship, completely blotting out the sky above Ling Xiao's dinky little boat. Lounging on the gigantic deck, a young guy was laughing his head off like he just hit the jackpot. Well, look what the wind dragged in. Turns out it's President Ling Long. You've been off the radar for quite a while. Your beauty really is making me go blind these days. Tough luck. My disciples were driving blind earlier, so they just gave it a little scratch. Later on, I promise to compensate you girls until you're moaning in delight. Zui Ling Long was disgusted by the guy's insolence, instantly snapping back harshly. Fen Yan Jun, do me a favor and shut your trap and have some self-respect. Before she could even finish her sentence, Fen Yan Jun propelled himself and shot up into the sky as fast as a lightning strike. In the blink of an eye, he landed with a thud on Ling Xiao's ship, smiling sleazily. Hey President Ling Long, that little deal I promised you back in the day is still totally on the table. Glancing over and noticing Ling Xiao's presence, Fen Yan Jun visibly pulled a sour face, waving his hand around and smirking triumphantly. As long as you're willing to nod and become my wifey, my Fen family's entire fat stash of pills will be left for your Ling Long Chamber of Commerce to monopolize, and I'll be generous enough to only siphon off a flat 5% commission. Hearing those slimy words, Ling Xiao didn't even flinch, rooted to the spot with a face as cold as ice. Hu Tai Sui, totally fed up, grabbed his weapon and was about to lunge up and chew Fen Yan Jun's head off. Young master, just let this old man take his blade and hack this eyesore to pieces for you. Ling Xiao grabbed a teapot and smashed it straight at the opponent's skull, then waved his hand to stop Hu Tai Sui. No need to trouble you, I can just throw trash and stone him to death myself. You punk Fen Yan Jun, are you blind driving on the road or what? You almost pancaked our boat and you can't even squeeze out a single apology. He grabbed whatever was on the floor and chucked a barrage of it into the guy's face, throwing and cursing up a storm. You still have the guts to demand to flirt with my family's Ling Long. Go find a mirror and look at your own ugly mug. Pelted in the face by flying garbage, Fen Yan Jun's blood boiled, but he couldn't salvage a thing because he had already been punted all the way off the side of the ship. Ling Xiao hoisted up a massive spiked mace and aggressively stormed right up to Fen Yan Jun's face, roaring, "You and me my ass. What kind of stray dog from what slum washed up here? This young master doesn't have the time to see whose son you are, but since you dragged your carcass to my home turf to play these cheap tricks, your granddaddy here will roast you alive." He flexed his arm and crushed the handle of the spiked mace, poising it as if ready to deliver a heaven-shattering smash to the ground. Your granddaddy here dares anyone to stand on his turf and act all high and mighty. Fen Yan Jun went all out, unleashing a blazing torrent of fire chi kindling to block the strike. Are you tired of breathing so you came out here digging your own grave? Right at that golden hour, Yu Fengzai popped up and caught Fen Yan Jun's wrist as lightly as a feather. Rumor has it that a little brat like you actually has a seat at the prodigy table of the Eastern Tang 10 heroes. Since my old bones have been itching these past few days, how about you be a good kid and stand still like a punching bag so I can massage you a bit? Sniffing out the bad omen, Fen Yan Jun hurriedly tucked his tail and surfed the wind straight back to his ship. HMPH, I'll bet 10 to 1 that you guys are also sniffing your way to the Medicine King's tomb, right? The moment his heels touched down safely on his flying ship, he opened his big mouth and threatened, "Let's see just how you'll keep your noses up in the air like this when the time comes." Her eyes glued to the Fen family ship as it disappeared, Zui Ling Long's face fell, and she whispered softly, "I've brought more trouble onto the young master again. Even though that Fen Yan Jun is just at the bottom of the 10 heroes, his cultivation has still crawled all the way up to the divine path realm. Young master, you absolutely must remember to keep your guard up." Ling Xiao patted Zui Ling Long on the shoulder with a thud to reassure her. "It's no big deal. From now on, Ling Long, just go all out for me. Absolutely no holding back against that scum. In this realm, besides this young master, I dare anyone to try and pluck a hair off my little sister. Anyone else can stop dreaming." Ling Xiao joyfully pranced around next to Lao Yu and Hu Tai Sui. "So, how was it? This young master acted out that badass persona pretty damn well just now, right? Sigh, you guys are just blowing too much hot air, but this arrogant streak of mine is genuinely addictive beyond words." The entire layout of the Medicine King's tomb area crashed straight into view. A patch of land completely stained with pitch-black scorched rocks, tangled up in a whole basket of ashy smoke billowing up heavily. All around were chaotic crowds of martial artists fighting and scrambling, wildly hacking at each other with blades like a pack of rabid dogs. What the hell are you shoving for, you guys trying to secure an early ticket to the underworld? A martial artist standing on the edge snapped his fingers loudly and yelled. This giant tomb has had its doors blown wide open for a whole month, yet the number of flies who actually squeezed into the inner section can be counted on one hand and doesn't even break 10. If we don't sprint our asses inside quickly, by the time those big-shot bosses come swarming in, we won't even get a turn to slurp muddy pond water. Another guy let out a heavy sigh and clicked his tongue. That demonic fire current wrapping around this massive cauldron is totally brutal as hell. We're out of options for sneaking through. Our only play is to swing across that steel cable to even manage to drag ourselves over there. Just as he shut his mouth, a blazing fire phoenix slashed out from the bottom of the abyss, surging up with a massive boom. This storm-like turbulence made a whole bunch of martial artists chicken out, slipping and tumbling headfirst down the pit. And it wasn't over yet. The very next blink, a blazing fire dragon burst out, opening its maw and roaring so loud it shook the earth and sky. This crazed sabotage show by these two monsters instantly shipped God knows how many martial artists straight down to the yellow springs on the spot. Fenyanjun hung onto the cable, pointing his disdainful face down at the maggots below. A bunch of stupid lost cows. This is the Medicine King's tomb, you know. Only heavy hitters who have awakened a life source fire origin chi have enough juice to choke down this ghostly fire. He tilted his chin up and barked loudly. Any of you who aren't playing the fire system shouldn't even dream of dragging yourselves past this starting line. Hauling your lives over here is just wasting money on a coffin for nothing. At the exact same time, Ling Xiao, dragging along his entire entourage, also just so happened to step onto this battleground. He stretched out tall and imposing, pasting his scrutinizing eyes straight onto the gaping hole of the Medicine King's tomb. Out of nowhere, the Lai Yang sect's massive flying ship zoomed in and plowed straight through, ramming away everything in its path and making the terrified pack of martial artists scramble for their lives. The gatekeeping beasts of their house had barely shown their faces before they mercilessly slaughtered absolutely any scrub who had the balls to block their joyride. Witnessing such a cold-blooded execution, the martial artists present immediately foamed at the mouth and cursed. Are you pig dogs completely blind? Lai Yang sect my ass, more like a pack of bloodthirsty animals. His ears itching from the hardcore cursing up ahead, a Lai Yang sect executioner casually flicked a razor-sharp wave of sword chi, cleanly shaving off the loudmouth's head in less than a heartbeat. This little punk carrying such thick killing intent had just popped his face out and was already swinging his blade, harvesting dozens of lives standing around there. Hu Tai Sui, standing nearby witnessing that insanely brutal slaughter, also started sweating bullets. What kind of big shots from the Lai Yang sect are they? Taking a walk and being this arrogant is just way out of line. Ling Xiao knitted his brows, hastily turning around to tip off his crew. Those jackals from the Lai Yang sect are having a rabid fit. Let's quickly withdraw deep into the Medicine King's tomb to dodge the drama. Everyone watch your own necks carefully. The last word barely left his lips before Ling Xiao spread his wings and hit the gas, tearing through the wind and driving straight into the belly button of the Medicine King's tomb. The moment Wei Juntian spotted Ling Xiao's familiar back, the lump of anger stuck in his throat caught fire. He pointed his finger and roared, "That guy is Ling Xiao. Drag your asses after him and collar him back here to me right now." Ling Xiao kept casually strolling along, the corner of his mouth twitching with a wicked smile. "Oh look, isn't this that trash whose cultivation I scooped out clean? Your skin healed over its scars, so you already forgot the taste of crying like a baby. Or are you itching for a beating and want your granddaddy here to crush you all over again?" Just a few seconds late, his pack of lackeys had barely poked their snouts up before they were pounced on and roasted alive by the starving ghostly fire, squealing frantically like pigs being slaughtered. Wei Juntian went insane, howling relentlessly and forcing his underlings to throw their lives away. "You useless shits, haul your asses after him and chop him into 100 pieces for me right now." The goons frantically ate dirt as they tailed behind, running and yelling warnings at each other. "This damn place has a power-limiting lock installed. You guys better grit your teeth and cut down on doing stupid tricks." Lao Zhou at this point was also pumping his legs and diving headfirst toward the treasure cauldron platter, his mouth not forgetting to toss back a few words. "Junior brother, It's gonna be tough for you to lead this pack of kids and hold down the fort right at this entrance." Zhen Ren flashed a sleazy smile and patted his chest assuringly. "Senior brother, just go all out and wade inside to mine that treasure. I've got this whole messy pile outside completely covered." At the same time, Zui Ling Long and Hu Taisui were also wearing faces as cold as ice, standing squarely blocking the entrance. Fen Yanjun had already flown over and stuck close to the grand cauldron, nimbly whipping out his very own refining furnace. This warm-up stage only requires crafting exactly one 3-star blood essence pill. Tusk, this child's play is just pure nonsense for your big bro. Squeezing through the oppressive-smelling mist on top of the grand cauldron right now, only 3 dudes popped up hanging around. Fen Yanjun, Ling Xiao, and that little brat Dong Fang Wuhui. When he got up close to the gigantic treasure cauldron, Ling Xiao relied on his trump card, the Enlightenment Seed, to gulp down every single nook and cranny of the pill refining art, conveniently swiping the recipe for crafting the top-tier blood essence pill while he was at it. Fen Yanjun on the other side also just finished cooking up his pill. He threw his head back and let out an incredibly arrogant laugh. "Ha ha ha, the candy is out of the oven. Consider me done with the first lock. You guys can just chew on your jealousy, I'm gonna slip away a step ahead." Leaving those words behind, Fen Yanjun hit the gas and bolted toward the second trial like ghosts were chasing him. Staring wide-eyed at his rival snagging the sweet deal, Dong Fang Wuhui couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He really is a top-tier pill refiner of the Fen clan. If I keep dragging my feet, these guys are gonna slurp up every last drop of this juicy fat. Just as he was panicking and tearing his hair out, the phantom of his ancestor popped up to comfort him. "Stop stressing, kid. It's just a trashy 3-star pill. Rack your brain and pop out a pill right now." Ling Xiao, who was heavily intoxicated by the enlightenment state, narrowed his eyes to scan his surroundings and muttered inwardly, "They really want us to pop out a pill just for the warm-up round. The catch is, in my current state, where am I supposed to find the hands to cook anything up?" Dongfang Wuhui, after painfully squeezing out his pill, immediately turned around to mock Ling Xiao with his nose pointing to the sky. "Ling Xiao, this piece of cake isn't something you get just by crying for it. Knowing you don't carry the title of a 3-star pill refiner, you should have been eliminated from this qualifying round a long time ago." Ignoring those trashy words, Ling Xiao coldly slammed his entire palm onto the giant cauldron and activated his suck mode, swallowing everything entirely into his belly. Suddenly, the grumpy old man of the Lai Yang sect popped his head out, looking like he wanted to eat someone alive, and roared, "You little brat, if you have the guts to rub dirt on our Lai Yang sect's face, then you better prepare the money to buy your own coffin today." Right at that exact moment, the Dao Comprehension Seed hidden inside Ling Xiao's belly suddenly stirred up a storm. His body instantly unleashed a blinding golden shockwave, blasting all obstacles away for kilometers. This absurdly magical force ruthlessly bulldozed Lao Zhou of the Lai Yang sect into the sky, causing him to crash violently into a massive boulder right behind him. The tragedy flashed by so fast that both He Zhenren and Wei Juntian dropped their jaws, rolling their eyes back as they stood there frozen. All of that creepy demonic fire, plus the precious cauldron, began to spasm wildly together, throwing a world-shaking, earth-shattering storm of a party. Watching helplessly as Ling Xiao effortlessly pocketed both the precious cauldron and that grumpy clump of flame, Lao Zhou trembled like a wet dog, tearing at his own hair. How the hell can such an absurd, nonsensical trick even exist? While chewing and swallowing the bundle of fire, Ling Xiao gleefully glanced down at the pit and smiled. "Who could have guessed I'd get to smoothly swallow this entire batch of flame energy stuck at the bottom of the cauldron just like that? Haha, let's see this 8 desolate's holy body art shed its skin and level up for me." Witnessing this freakish spectacle, the surrounding martial artists buzzed and babbled about Ling Xiao. Holy shit, this guy actually dared to bite down on that giant cauldron, and he even invited all those flames into his stomach. Ain't this basically jumping into a boiling oil vat to commit suicide? Wait, look over there, it seems he's using that very demonic fire to cook his own body. What kind of freak show is happening here? Whatever, skip it. The clump of fire has been eaten clean by him now. The entrance to the Medicine King tomb is clear of danger. Let's fly in, brothers. Yufeng Zai, who was planted nearby watching the show, drooled in utter admiration. Our young master is truly a top-tier mad lad. For him to just open his mouth and chomp down this destructive bundle of flames, I concede total defeat. Ling Xiao stared wide-eyed at the tiny precious cauldron rolling around in his hand, murmuring like a sleepwalker. So this little pot just obediently hopped into my pocket and acknowledged me as its master just like that. As expected, the creation divine cauldron is no ordinary flea market junk. Lao Zhou, currently burning with rage, charged blindly toward Ling Xiao and barked fiercely. You little mongrel, top-tier gear like that isn't something a piece of trash like you gets to touch. Puke it all out for me right now. Paying zero mind to the old geezer marching over with a heavy stench of killing intent, Ling Xiao remained utterly chill, keeping his head down to toy around with the magical quirks of the precious cauldron. Once he had completely figured out every nook and cranny, he shot a freezing, disdainful side glance at Lao Zhou. A raggedy nobody like you is having delusions of grandeur thinking you can snap my neck. The moment the last word dropped, he casually whipped out the precious cauldron he just pocketed, releasing a suffocating aura of intimidation that crushed the opponent dead in their tracks. Even if you carried my shoes, you still wouldn't have the skills to make a single hair on my body fall off. The cauldron zoomed over and immediately detonated into a furious wave, swatting Lao Zhou away like a bug, and sending him rolling pitifully into a battered corner. Seeing Ling Xiao's ridiculously overpowered counterattack that smoothly choked out a veteran like Lao Zhou, this terrifying scene made Wei Juntian, Chen Jiaoyan, and He Zhen Ren curl up in sheer terror. Retracting his move, Ling Xiao smacked his lips, let out a long sigh, and threw a spicy comeback. Go grab a mirror and take a look at your useless zombie carcass. Even if this divine cauldron was served right to your bed, a parasite like you wouldn't have the karma to enjoy it. Even though Lao Zhou packed a slightly better cultivation base and sat at a realm a billion times higher than Ling Xiao, at this very moment, he could only growl while greedily eyeing the precious cauldron in his hands, plotting inwardly. This chunk of gold is truly top tier. Even if I die trying, this old man must snatch this toy by force. Swallowing his lump of anger along with the aching pain from eating dirt, he hurriedly drained the life force from his heavenly cave realm in an attempt to spring forward like a coiled spring. In just a single beat, he crashed violently right into Ling Xiao's face, delivering an ultimately venomous lethal strike. You little brat, you've been arrogant enough for one lifetime. Still dare to dance around playing ghosts and demons in front of your grandpa. Let's see how swollen your gall is today. Ling Xiao blocked right to his face without dropping a single hair, waving his hand to vent out a stream of fiery killing energy ripped from the ancient beast to balance the scales. Oh my, looks like you're getting desperate too, old geezer. Brute force fire energy surged violently, directly opening its maw to chomp down completely on his body, forcing that stubborn old man to do nothing but moan and wail inside the roaring sea of flames. Taking this whole mess into their eyes, the surrounding martial artists couldn't suppress a cold shiver. A fiery killing intent so magical that it cornered a heavy hitter of the Lai Yang sect's profound spring realm into a dead end. Bobbing up and down in the sea of fire, Lao Zhou screamed in hateful resentment. You little punk, your level is absolute trash, while this divine cauldron is ridiculously overpowered. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to squeeze out even a corner of its power. The right thing to do is to hand it over to this old man. Not only will I spare your dog life, but I'll also grant you the label of a core disciple of the Lai Yang sect. Ling Xiao stood idle with his hands clasped behind his back like he was watching a circus show. Delusional old man, you really think you can squeeze me to death? Yu Fengzai, where are you? It's time to hit the stage and dance with fire. Yu Fengzai popped out with a snap, looming right behind Ling Xiao. Which guy ate a tiger's liver and actually dared to touch my master? Smelling the old man's tyrannical aura that crushed the very space around them, Lao Zhou flinched in terror and shrieked. Which bastard has the balls to break the pots and sink the boats with our Lai Yang sect, huh? Yu Fengzai closed in as fast as the wind, leaving him no room to twitch. You're babbling and making my ears hurt. Shut your snout, will ya? A sledgehammer punch was thrown straight out, bulldozing the old man into shattered pieces against the dirt floor, dragging along a roaring barrage of explosions. Ling Xiao craned his neck and instructed Lao Yu. Yu Fengzai, I'm leaving this trash heap for you to clean up. Just punch their snouts swollen so they learn their lesson. I don't have the free time to risk my neck biting to the death with the Lai Yang sect. Lao Yu floated in midair, patting his chest to reassure. Young master, put your heart in your stomach. Just let this old man handle the full package with this pile of garbage. Once I'm done sorting it, I'll hustle right over to find you. Ling Xiao threw back a few petty instructions and dipped out quick. Then I'll grab my sandals and wade in there first to hunt for the holy medicine to save Xue Yan. You old geezer, make sure you keep your life tough. Yu Fengzai planted himself like a stake right at the mouth of the gap, clearing the way for Ling Xiao to grope his way deep into the Medicine King tomb. Lao Zhou, driven to a corner, interlocked his hands and chanted. That slap to the face just now was absurdly strong, forcing your grandpa to spit out his final trump card. I don't care what kind of god you are, today you'll have to leave your life in this corner. Respectfully inviting Master to tear the net and assist the strike. The soul-summoning magic circle turned on its mode, and the old man quickly prayed, dragging his master by the neck to pop up. Spotting them juicing up their gear way too hard, Lao Yu pointed his finger and immediately threw insults. Ha ha ha, you guys are absolute rags with zero human decency, planning to pull a using meat to crush people trick here, huh? In less than a second, he grabbed Hu Tai Sui and Zui Ling Long under his arms and hauled ass to save his own skin. Your grandpa ain't playing house with you lot anymore. Bolt quickly. Slipping deep into the herb garden of the Medicine King tomb, Ling Xiao stood wide-eyed, watching the human ants brutally hacking and slashing each other to rob a few blades of grass. Tusk, truly, humans stab each other for money, while birds lay out their corpses for a grain of rice. Ling Xiao zipped past the weeds, heading straight into the depths. Even if you gave me these reject goods for free, I still wouldn't want them. To cure the illness, I gotta fish out a root that's been soaking for a solid 3,000 years to make this hard grind worth it. While hurriedly inspecting his surroundings, Ling Xiao's sharp eyes instantly caught a flickering, sparkly golden grass sprout at the bottom of the ravine. Hit the jackpot here. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao closed in and got up close to those two sparking tree roots. Unfortunately, the moment his finger caressed the herb, an arrow streak tore through the air, crashing toward his back and forcing Ling Xiao to do a barrel roll to dodge the bullet. Who's playing dirty? Thanks to his insanely magical survival instincts, Ling Xiao twisted his body, scraping past the Grim Reaper's scythe by a hair's breadth. Wei Juntian, swaying on the tip of the rock, poked his head down and glued his eyes to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, beating around the bush all day, and I finally hunted you down. Today, it's guaranteed your grave lies right here. He howled loudly, calling for backup. Pang Shixing, quickly snap this bastard's neck for me. The young man surnamed Pang pulled his bowstring taut, locking onto his target, Ling Xiao. Just a little brat wearing a Raggedy Blood Origin Realm label. Earlier you just got lucky like a blind dog catching a fly to dodge that. Let's see how this arrow of mine skewers your carcass. A massive barrage of arrows poured out with a clatter, tearing through the wind and rushing fiercely, pinning straight toward Ling Xiao's spot. Against this parlor trick, Ling Xiao had more than enough strength to catch the razor-sharp blades bare-handed. You flock of Lai Yang sect disciples spend your whole lives only using cheap tricks and dirty schemes to stab people in the back like this. If so, even animals would have to call you their ancestors. After cursing them out, Ling Xiao chucked that piece of junk straight back into the enemy's snout. If it's this trashy scrub level, I'll pass. I don't even care to waste time goofing off with you guys anymore. The brute force from Ling Xiao's counterattack made those two little brats lose their souls and scatter their spirits. The guy surnamed Pang shrank his neck and broke out in cold sweats, glaring at Ling Xiao with 100% vigilance. This little devil is clearly slapped with a Blood Origin Realm label. Why the hell is his brute strength so terrifyingly extreme? Even if we dragged over those true disciples who have been rolling around for years to clash with him, they'd probably still get their snouts smashed. His brain buffering for a loop, he once again drew his bow to act tough. If that's how it is, your grandpa here has to grope around and test just how hard your real skills actually are. To toy with the mess of raining arrows diving in like moths to a flame, Ling Xiao sidestepped and danced around as light as a sparrow. Staring wide-eyed at his opponent's demonic agility, the guy surnamed Pang dropped his heart in panic. His leaping and jumping trick is way faster than the speed limit. I'm completely blind and can't pin the target. Right while he was still staring blankly like a statue, Ling Xiao had already closed in point blank and slammed a sledgehammer punch dead center onto his Danshan chakra. That nasty blow tore right through the cradle of his Danshan essence sea, making him curl up like a shrimp while screaming his lungs out. Watching the tragedy unfold right in front of him and smelling the scent of the Grim Reaper hovering around, Wei Juntian roared in pure terror. No, spare me. Please don't kill me. Sobbing with snot running down his face, he dragged his wheels, ducking his head to hide. Keep my life around. My senior brother holds the seat of the young sect master of the Lai Yang sect, and the old folks in my family hold the title of the Grand General of Dongtang who spits fire when he yells. Stuffing all those nagging threats straight into the trash can, Ling Xiao wore an ice-cold face, drawing the bow and pointing it directly at the center of his chest. Put your hand on your forehead and think about it. As a piece of trash deadweight, why do you love pulling a tiger's whiskers every other day, provoking someone who has more than enough strength to crush you? Are you just too tired of breathing? Your grandpa here is feeling merciful now, so I'll do a good deed and grant your wish. Let me see you off for part of the journey. Go embrace the sweet death you've been wishing for. Finishing his sentence, the arrow casually released from Ling Xiao's hand sank deep into Wei Juntian's carcass, completely draining his mortal lifespan in an instant. Ling Xiao stood there blankly after snatching his opponent's life. Aha, so this is what it tastes like to send a person down to the Yellow Springs. Big fish chomping on the heads of little fish is the exact jungle law for survival in this damn world. Ling Xiao muttered inwardly, "You are absolutely forbidden from being timid and stupid anymore. Your fragile body is still carrying a whole basket of people to protect, shouldering a mountain of tasks that need to be finished. That terrifying, soul-shaking storm of your life, truth be told, is just barely creeping up to open the curtains right now." Wei Juntian's ice-cold corpse was just left like that by Ling Xiao, rolling around helplessly amongst the dusty dirt and rocks. Chen Jiaoyan ran back frantically on all fours to report the secret. It's over. The young sect master's junior brother has lost his life. The murderer is 1,000,000% that guy Ling Xiao. Just earlier we sniffed out his trail. Sadly, I had to fall back just to deliver the news first. He Zhen Ren and Lao Zhou rushed straight to the scene immediately, grinding their teeth in pure fury as they walked. Ling Xiao, that suicidal bastard, actually had the balls to snatch the young sect master's little brother's life. This time, his blood debt must be paid in blood. Lao Zhou lunged forward and hugged Wei Juntian's remains tightly, tilting his face to the sky, crying tragically with mixed resentment. "Ling Xiao, you bastard thief, you'll definitely be chopped to pieces and have your flesh torn apart." In some random corner, Ling Xiao was calmly sitting cross-legged in meditation, cultivating. He calculated inwardly, right about now, that mob from the Lai Yang sect must be red-eyed, hunting for him through every cave and alley. Well then, guess I'll just borrow the batch of spirit herbs I just looted to upgrade my realm. Currently, I've already pocketed the ultimate treasure, the creation divine cauldron, so for the rest of those petty little fortunes in the ancient tomb, I can just twiddle my thumbs and wait for Fen Yan Jun and Wu Hui to serve them right to my mouth. With a swoosh, Ling Xiao made a spectacular breakthrough, smoothly stepping one foot into the divine path realm. Ling Xiao spread his hand out to play with the Dao rhythm bouncing around him, sighing inwardly, "Oh, so this floating sensation when stepping into the fourth stage of the meridian unblocking realm is like this." The surging stream of origin energy flowed violently through his veins, truly causing the speed of his cultivation level-ups to skyrocket, leaving his past self in the dust. Ling Xiao suddenly blinked with sheer curiosity, peering sideways at the divine cauldron floating idly by. What kind of disease does this giant incense burner have anyway? Why did it suddenly pop out here to block the way? That looming divine cauldron immediately echoed a booming voice. Anyone who incubates the Dao Comprehension Seed and thoroughly grasps the Dao of creation will have this divine artifact bow its head and acknowledge them as master. Currently, the first floor's space has revealed itself to welcome you. Once your strength gets beefier, the next floors will automatically greet you. An endless sea of rare, bizarre treasures and blindingly radiant world-saving weapons were dazzlingly displayed right in front of Ling Xiao. Witnessing this massive estate before his eyes, Ling Xiao gaped in terror. "Mother of God, is everything here a priceless spirit herb? I'm not daydreaming in broad daylight, am I? This place is probably 100 times more loaded than the treasuries of Dongtang." The divine cauldron next to him instantly let out a sarcastic, wheezing laugh. "Heh heh, you little brat, you truly are a frog at the bottom of a well. These little trinkets are just the first front yard of this divine artifact. The only catch is, if you want to lug the pills from here to the outside, you must be an expert in the art of pill refining. When that time comes, you can scoop up as much as you please. This is the ironclad rule set by this divine artifact. Even if you're the master, you still have to crawl your way through the test before you're allowed to lay a finger on this pile of money-making resources." Ling Xiao's eyes lit up like torches, his hands and feet moving swiftly to hoard the treasures. "Haha, starting from this very second, you're only allowed to serve one boss, and that's me. This young master carries the #1 talent under the heavens. With me covering your back, you don't need to waste energy looking for another hookup." Divine artifact instantly roared so loudly, it nearly made Ling Xiao drop his heart out. "You unweaned brat relying on your talent. I don't give a damn if your talent reaches the sky. If you don't obediently follow my jungle rules, then don't ever dream of scraping up a single piece of hair in the future. Now puke out your skills so I can prop my eyes open and see just how far this cultivation path of yours can take you for a walk. A flash, half a day had passed. In the open clearing outside the Medicine King Tomb's cave mansion, a whole crowd of martial artists was gathering in groups of 3 and 5, chattering lively right at the gateway. How the hell is this damn gate supposed to open anyway? We've been waiting till our necks broke for half a day, and not a single soul knows how to crack it. Earlier, someone clearly peeked and saw Fen Yan Jun and Wu Hui groping their way inside. Soaking in there for so long, they've probably vacuumed up absolutely every treasure by now. Lao Zhou immediately flexed his authority, ordering his goons to quickly spread the word, commanding all Lai Yang sect disciples to surround and blockade the entrance and exit of the cave mansion. We just gotta drag out some chairs, sit here hugging the tree to wait for the rabbit, and the moment they poke their heads out, we bag 'em all. Another stick of incense burned out, and the massive gates of the Medicine King Tomb finally creaked open. Chen Jiaoyan caught the scene and immediately jumped up, screaming her head off, "Master, the main gate of the mansion has burst open." Lao Zhou, standing nearby, rolled his eyes back, glaring straight ahead and barking, "You two little bros, what's the reason for you hauling ass and pulling a fast escape? Stand right there for this old man." Fen Yan Jun flaunted an incredibly demonic face, raising his voice to bark and threaten, "If you're smart, get out of this seat's sight right now." Dongfang Wu Hui also charged up aggressively, going head-to-head with Lao Zhou with a highly annoyed look. "Senior, you just blocked our convoy's path out of nowhere. What kind of dirty scheme are you incubating in the end?" Lao Zhou puffed out his chest, raising his voice to talk big in front of all the gathered martial artists. "Looking at how thrilled you two are, I guarantee you've already scraped up both the inheritance and the treasures of the Medicine King Tomb, haven't you? Do you two little brats have any interest in joining up under the banner of our Lai Yang sect, huh?" Fen Yan Jun smirked and let out a string of obnoxiously arrogant laughs. "Plotting to get me to nod and submit isn't exactly a taboo topic. But if your whole gang is willing to kneel flat and act as my hunting dogs, I'll generously reconsider." Seeing their master get cursed in the face, Lao Zhou's pack of disciples instantly hit the roof, swarming up to hurl insults. "Insolent! What kind of green onion root do you think you are, daring to pull the tiger's whiskers of a Lai Yang sect elder? Truly, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Elder Zhou, please hold back for a few seconds. Let me go up and smash this cheeky little brat's snout to pieces in your place." The catch was, before those tiny shrimps could even swim close, Fen Yan Jun decisively unleashed his destructive power to slap them with a preemptive strike. The crowd of surrounding disciples was scared so hard they almost wet their pants at the scene that just played out. What the hell is this? The senior brother just now was clearly a master of the divine path realm, so why did he get knocked out flat, foaming at the mouth, after eating just one slap? Fen Yan Jun oozed a sinister killing intent that sent shivers down the spine, throwing out a mocking jab. "You stinky ants are truly as fragile as a piece of paper." Lao Zhou was furious enough to flip his guts, roaring like a trapped wild beast. "Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, your only option is to go see the king of hell. All disciples hear my command, swarm them and chop them into mush for me." Staring at the pack of Lai Yang sect disciples aggressively swarming up like a broken beehive, Wu Hui's blood also boiled as he cursed, "You Lai Yang sect people think you're so tough. You actually have the thick skin to rush over and rob your grandpa's fortune in broad daylight like this." Fen Yan Jun and Wu Hui immediately seized the moment, playing off each other with thrilled expressions. "Oh wow, a sleepyhead bumping right into a straw mat. Let's just use this pile of meat shields to test out how hard those stone golems we just picked up from the treasury actually are." The moment those words dropped, a series of stone golems suddenly broke through the dirt and popped up, making the ground tremble violently like a bursting dam. The mob of stone men had barely shown their faces before they rumbled straight into the formation like bulldozers, smashing the Lai Yang sect disciples to pieces with absolutely crushing power. He Zhen Ren, lurking nearby, took everything into his sight, his face crinkling in deep gloom. The combat power of those two rocks is, at the very worst, on par with the profound spring realm. Could this really be the top-tier gear stashed securely at the bottom of the Medicine King Tomb? While Wu Hui's stone spirits were herding the Lai Yang sect disciples to run like whipped dogs, Fen Yan Jun, standing nearby, shouted in excitement, "Dongfang Wu Hui, let's dive in together and wipe this trash pile clean." Lao Zhou wrinkled his nose, his face turning an ashy gray when witnessing the completely wrecked situation. This step was a wrong move on the chessboard. Who would have guessed these little brats could scavenge two insanely beefy stone golems from inside the tomb, packing power that isn't much inferior to this old man? To salvage a bit of his capital, he hurriedly shouted to pull a fast escape. "Today I'll graciously allow you to act cocky for a little longer. All Lai Yang sect disciples, quickly grab your legs and run after me." Seeing her master running with his legs practically wrapped around his neck in a cloud of smoke, Chen Yan also panicked and desperately bolted for her life to cling to his heels. "Master, wait for your disciple." After chasing off that swarm of Lai Yang sect flies, Fen Yanjun slowly dragged his feet closer to Wu Hui. "Dongfang Wu Hui, you'd best hurry up and burrow into a corner in closed-door cultivation to grind your strength up. It won't be long before this old man circles back to settle the score with you. That trick of swallowing half of my remnant soul isn't nearly as smooth as you bragged while thumping your chest. Take these words as me spilling my guts to advise you." Dongfang Wu Hui froze slightly, staying dead silent as he glued his eyes to the back of Yan Jun. This old man's stubborn blood truly runs deeper than the ocean floor. All these body-snatching tricks, finally getting a grip on Fen Yanjun's body, in the end, it really doesn't have much of a grand flavor. Would be better just to let me swallow you whole in one bite to keep things neat. I swear on my honor to carry out Senior's dying wish to the very end, and even cook up your cultivation art to make it famous worldwide later on. Yan Jun stood there looking dumbfounded, his expression showing sheer breakdown after swallowing Wu Hui's thick-skinned, tempting pitch. At that time, the phantom remnant soul of Wu Hui's old ancestor also popped up to remind him, back there in the grave, it truly was 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread. Who knows how many lifetimes the head honcho of that tomb has been pushing up daisies for him to still incubate such a fiercely brave stream of resentful energy. If I hadn't been quick-eyed enough to throw out a move to save the day, I'm afraid you would have been grabbed by the back of the neck and pulled like a puppet, exactly like that guy Fen Yan Jun. In another development, Ling Xiao was shrinking himself down, lurking on the surrounding cliffs, silently watching the whole good show for free. Looks like these two young deer have scavenged a fair amount of tasty goodies. Now it's this young master's turn to grab a basket and harvest the rice. Yan Jun suddenly vented out a chilling wave of dark smoke, shooting a sideways, teasing glance at Wu Hui. "Haha, your lips are pretty slick, and you crow pretty loud. Well then, just twiddle your whiskers and wait for the day I reclaim my sky-high peak form. I will absolutely creep right to your bed and peel back that half of the soul that rightfully belongs to my assets." Ling Xiao instantly jumped out with a jump scare, swaggering his face closer to those two guys. "Hey, you two fancy folks, don't rush to pull a fast escape just yet. You guys still haven't puked out my gear." Dongfang Wu Hui's blood boiled and his phlegm surged, pointing his finger straight at Ling Xiao's face as he roared, "It's Ling Xiao. You little shrimp actually got so bored you dared to drag your carcass out to stand in front of your grandpa. Absolutely fantastic. Today your grandpa will calculate both the principal and the interest on our past grudges with you." Ending his curse, he immediately twirled his hands to form seals, muttering as he spit out his incantation. In just the blink of an eye, he whipped out the 7-star soul skill soul-snatching art in an attempt to completely crush Ling Xiao flat. Standing right on the other side of the battle line, relying on the Dao Comprehension Seed to carry his weight, Ling Xiao smoothly and thoroughly understood roughly the entire manual of the 7-star soul skill, reaching an absurdly perfect threshold. This magical achievement made the original owner, Ling Xiao himself, jump in surprise, muttering inwardly, "I actually bit into and grasped the soul-snatching art of a 7-star martial soul this expertly. Could this be the divine combo between the Dao Comprehension Seed and the heaven-reaching stone, or is it just because my newly leveled-up cultivation is making it this tasty?" After gluing his eyes to clearly inspect the situation, the old ancestor squeezed his forehead and proclaimed, "This little bastard is truly wicked to the core. To think a 7-star soul skill that shakes the martial world is just like pouring water on a duck's head when thrown at him." Ling Xiao tilted his face up and waved his hands to cast his art, decisively utilizing the soul-snatching art to summon his pet doggy, the flame demon macaque, out to dance with fire. "Oh, so this is the super-tier soul skill looted from the bottom of the grave. Tasty. Today I also want to bring it out to verify just how badly top-tier gear stings in a fight." The old ancestor panicked, screaming a warning with a frantic tone, "Wu Hui, watch out. He's stealing your soul art right now to use your own cane to beat your back." The flame demon macaque was now ceaselessly howling with ear-piercing, furious shrieks. The roaring screams made Dongfang Wu Hui's brain feel like he was motion sick. He got dizzy, spun around, and simply flopped over, passing out in a daze. Seizing the exact moment, Ling Xiao raised his face and barked to suppress his enemy. "You little brat, crawl down and kneel on your knees, call me father just for the fun of it." Dongfang Wu Hui at this very minute was exactly like a wooden statue. With a blank stare, he glued his eyes to Ling Xiao, his mouth just muttering the word father as sweet as pie. Seeing this, his old ancestor was so mad he practically vomited blood, frantically roaring to call his soul back. "Wu Hui, open your eyes wide and slurp a bowl of cold water to snap out of it right now." After a while, he finally shivered and woke from the dream. His two pupils rolled back in terror, a mother lode of sweat pouring out like he was taking a bath, his eyes pinning tightly onto Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao still wore that same cocky face, peering down. "You already dropped your dignity and kneeled down that fast. A piece of trash like you, honestly, doesn't even have the qualifications to be this young master's bastard child." Barely salvaging a bit of his face, Dongfang Wu Hui instantly jerked backward, going insane and roaring, "Ling Xiao, your grandpa is strictly collecting your dog life today." At the same time, he hastily recited a magic chant to drive his stone puppet forward, charging up to crush that guy for him. Receiving the command, the stone golem ruthlessly bulldozed straight toward Ling Xiao's spot in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Facing the giant rock, Ling Xiao stayed completely chill, stuffing his hands in his pockets and shouting out, "Hey, you crazy old man, you've been hiding in the corner cracking melon seeds this whole time and still haven't bothered popping out to show your face. Your disciple is about to wreck this martial stage." Yufeng Zai suddenly poked his face out, swinging a 1,000-pound fist that tossed the stone golem flying backward, then burst into a hearty laugh. "Young master truly made this old man go cross-eyed. I almost thought you got pummeled black and blue by that mob of Lai Yang sect bugs just a moment ago." Seeing his beloved toy tossed away like a ragged cloth with just one bland punch, Dongfang Wu Hui almost dropped his jaw. Yufeng Zai showed off a sky-high pressure, frowning to assess the chunk of stone in front of him. "This stone golem toy climbs up to the false core realm at the very least. Looks like this gear is pretty high quality." Ling Xiao, standing right next to him, instantly waved his hand crankily. "Enough, cut out the useless words, will ya? Can you handle those 2 rocks or what? But watch your soul, you are strictly forbidden from leaving a scratch on the antique that this young master has his eyes on." Yufeng Zai grinned ear to ear, showing a thrilled look before slowly stepping forward. "Young master, just prop up your pillow high and go to sleep. Now this old man must politely thank these 2 fancy folks for kindly holding onto these 2 little stone golems for our boss." Yan Jun was so angry his blood boiled, pointing his finger to insult them. "You guys are pretty good at running your mouths. These 2 golems are laid out here explicitly to send you folks to meet your maker." Yufeng Zai dug his feet in to gather momentum, then dashed like a shooting arrow toward his opponent, rolling up his sleeves, fully prepared to go all out. On the opposite side, Dongfang Wu Hui was straining so hard his face turned completely red just to flex all his power, getting ready to play it bloody with Ling Xiao. Peering at that blazing hot scene, Ling Xiao shrank back just a bit, narrowing his eyes to glare and evaluate his opponent. Floating midair, Yan Jun had already channeled his martial skill, the 6-star green flame claw, while down on the ground. Wu Hui caught the rhythm and used the exact same move. Right at that exact second, Ling Xiao had seen through the mortal dust, cleanly reading absolutely every trick and dance of that 6-star martial skill. His pair of eyes flashed with a razor-sharp, blinding golden ray. Ling Xiao swiftly booted up his very own cultivation art. The divine pressure of the 3-level 6-branch immediately detonated, sweeping up a tyrannical force like a hurricane, casually crushing both enemies flat onto the floor. Dongfeng Wu Hui, crawling desperately nearby, non-stop screamed, "Please leave just a sliver of a path to survive." He tucked his legs and sprang high to dodge the strike, his eyes stretched as tight as a bowstring, glaring straight at the massive ancient fierce beast that had just loomed into existence. He immediately made a ruckus, rushing Yan Jun. "We can't hide our cards anymore. Yan Jun, how long are you gonna let it soak? Why don't we combine our swords, drain our capital, and toss out our final killer move to sweep this guy away? If we keep dragging this out, the whole squad's gonna end up pushing up daisies in this corner." At the same time, he also thick-skinnedly clasped his hands and prayed to his old ancestor to pump in a bit more combat power. Yan Jun, with an ugly, twisted face, also hastily squeezed out his very last drop of dying strength to trigger his forbidden art. Ling Xiao stood watching with his arms crossed, slightly smirking with a sneer. Only a squad of brain-dead fools like you would harbor the delusion that you are the navel of the universe, the kings of this heaven and earth. His gaze instantly deadlocked onto the prey squirming in front of him. As fast as a lightning strike, he deployed the 8 Desolate's holy body art, simultaneously summoning the dragon force of the Desolate Dragon to pound out an incredibly harsh counterattack. Adding onto that, he didn't hesitate to throw down a destructive trump card to completely eclipse the enemy's side. It was the heaven-reaching secret art purple shocking heaven. Earth-shattering, heaven-shaking explosion instantly blew wide open, plowing the entire vast surrounding space to shreds. Peeking at the strange anomaly that just detonated, the Lai Yang sect disciples were so scared their gallbladders burst. Trembling violently, they muttered, "What the hell is that demonic thing? This kind of power is truly way too terrifying. Even standing shoved way out in the middle of nowhere, it still makes your arms and legs shake like a wet dog." By the time the battlefield smoke and dust cleared, Dongfang Wu Hui was already lying completely flattened, stiff as a board on the ground. Yan Jun was now also an absolute bloody mess, barely doing any better than Wu Hui. Lao Yu swiftly closed in on Ling Xiao and whispered, "Young master, making such a massive mess like this, what if something goes wrong?" Ling Xiao gleefully whistled as he waved his hand, looting Fen Yan Jun and Dongfang Wu Hui's spatial rings clean. "I guess I'll just have to take these rings off your hands, consider them an apology offering to this young master." Yu Fengzai tossed the golem control key to Ling Xiao. "Young master, make do with this. It's the activation switch for those 2 stone golems." Right at the moment he was happily counting the loot he just scavenged, a resentful soul hiding deep within the tomb suddenly burst out of Fen Yan Jun's body, cackling with extreme delight. "Ha! Now this is a vessel with earth-shattering natural talent, 1,000,000 times better than that trash Fen Yan Jun." Carrying that momentum, the remnant soul lunged like a moth to a flame straight at Ling Xiao. "Now be smart and hand over this shell to this seat. Let us merge into one entity." Ling Xiao suddenly felt a chill down his spine from the sinister aura and turned his head to scrutinize it. What kind of freakish mess just popped out here? The resentful spirit bloodthirstily rammed straight toward Ling Xiao, chuckling darkly. "Brat, don't waste your energy struggling. Your grandpa guarantees to take good care of this juicy body of yours." The shadow fearlessly barged deep into Ling Xiao's primal sea, scheming to seize his home and possess his body. But ironically, after rolling its eyes around looking for a fatal spot to exploit, it foolishly wandered right into the crossfire between the holy beast Xue Yan blazing fiend macaque and the Dao Comprehension Seed, slapping absolute terror straight into its mind. Scared totally bloodless in front of the 2 boogeymen, it squealed like a slaughtered pig. "I surrender, bosses. I've learned my lesson. I beg you, please don't refine me." The Xue Yan blazing fiend macaque immediately opened its maw wide to its ears and threw a mountain-shattering punch that tore through the void itself. In a flash, the giant beast crunched down on the resentful soul, swallowing it straight into its stomach with an expression of pure, intoxicating satisfaction. With a burp, it successfully skyrocketed in level, evolving straight to a 6-star Xue Yan fiend macaque. In the real world, Ling Xiao also patted his chest and let out a long breath, looking exactly like a monk who had just finished chanting to pass a wandering spirit on. Next he blinked, staring blankly at the mud puddle where Dongfang Wu Hui and Fen Yan Jun had just been knocked out. Turns out those 2 cowards were so freaked out that they had quietly tucked their tails and slipped away ages ago, leaving behind echoing last words. "Ling Xiao, you damn thieving dog, how dare you snatch my fortuitous encounter? I swear I'll make you puke out 10 times as much. Ling Xiao, I'll spare your dog life this time, but sooner or later you will kneel, lick my heels, and weep in regret." Watching the 2 fade into nothingness, Yu Fengzai scratched his head in confusion. "We're just giving them a free pass to waltz away like that." Ling Xiao leisurely clasped his hands behind his back with a faint smile. "They're just 2 fat pigs. Let them roam and fatten up a bit more before we butcher them. My hands are tired from counting today's loot. Let's slip away. Gotta leave some leftover soup for the rest of the world to slurp on, right? One shouldn't be too greedy in life." Hearing this, Yu Fengzai stroked his beard, pondering, "Whether this brat is greedy or not, doesn't your conscience have a mirror to look at?" Hiding in a nearby bush, Chen Jiaoyan, with a face full of utter panic, hurriedly tugged at Zhou Yu's sleeve. "Elder Zhou, master, are we really going to just root ourselves here and crane our necks watching them walk away with sacks of gold?" Zhou Yu glared at Chen Jiaoyan with a dead serious face. Yu Fengzai's cultivation is truly terrifying. At the very least, he's stepped into the void core realm. Even if our side went all out, we wouldn't be able to scratch him. If I hadn't been quick to name-drop our master earlier, our whole sect might have evaporated to meet our makers ages ago. The fact that they didn't push us to the brink is, at the end of the day, out of some lingering respect for our Lai Yang sect's name. We'll just yield and let them scram. Next time enemies meet on a narrow road, I swear no one will escape my grasp. Once they stepped onto the flying ship, Xue babbled nonstop, flattering Ling Xiao's 2 stone golems to high heaven. Haha, as expected of our young master's premium goods, these 2 brick blocks look so incredibly majestic. Ling Long, come here and take a look, there's even a chipped spot right here. At the climax of the moment, Ling Xiao suddenly caught a bizarre, bone-chilling aura that made him freeze for 5 seconds in pure astonishment. Blocking the path right in front of them was a glaringly gold-plated carriage, accompanied by a squad of royal guards slowly pulling up, forcing him to yell out loudly. Who's tired of breathing and dares to block this young master's path? Do you want to reincarnate early? From the tightly sealed carriage compartment, a tender hand reached out to lift the curtain. Instantly, a graceful, alluring figure lightly stepped down to the ground. A gorgeous, smoking hot beauty stepped into the light, confronting Ling Xiao face-to-face with sheer arrogance. This long-legged siren, surrounded by layers of guards, was none other than Princess Yao Rao of the Tian Yao Kingdom. Zui Ling Long stood close to Ling Xiao's edge and whispered into his ear. This person is Princess Yao Rao of the Tian Yao Kingdom. Yao Rao shot a razor-sharp gaze at Zui Ling Long, her lips curling into a smile. Truly living up to the reputation, the president of the Ling Long Merchant Guild sure has sharp eyes. This little girl is Yao Rao. I've presumptuously disturbed everyone. Zui Ling Long maintained a solemn mask, staring straight at the opponent. Our Eastern Tang and your Tian Yao Kingdom share a border wall, and for years we've been fighting tooth and nail without end. If the news that Princess Yao Rao is secretly wandering around Eastern Tang territory leaks out to the wind, I'm afraid it will bring a ton of trouble to your country. May I ask what scheme the princess took the trouble to grace us with this time? Yao Rao swayed enticingly as she approached. Since I had the guts to drag myself here, I naturally have a smooth escape plan. Earlier down in the Medicine King tomb, your little sister had the chance to marvel at this handsome brother's domineering rampage. I wonder if brother has any interest in jumping ships to become a man of our Tian Yao Kingdom. Struck by her charm art, Yu Fengzai, Hu Tai Sui, and even Ling Xiao all stood dazed, practically drooling as they stared at the fiery curves right in front of them. But Ling Xiao was extremely quick to snap his mind back, snorting a retort. HMPH, showing off your meager skills in front of an expert, trying to use mental power to bewitch your grandpa. Yao Rao's eyes bulged in shock, her facial muscles clearly showing a hint of dread when she saw Ling Xiao remaining completely unaffected. Primal energy violently gathered and twisted into the statue of a vicious, wrathful god, heavily crushing down upon Yao Rao's body. Smelling the danger from the other side, Yao Rao panicked and screamed, "Wait, please hold your hand." Ling Xiao kept a face as cold as ice, suffocating the opponent as he interrogated her. "Spill it quickly. What kind of ghost scheme are you harboring by stalking me all the way here?" Squeezed to the bone in pain, Yao Rao shrieked wildly. "I'm dying to snatch that giant incense cauldron of yours. If you behave, I'll recruit you into the ranks of the Tian Yao Kingdom. Otherwise, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs with one blade." Ling Xiao's face hardened, applying a bit more pressure. "Did you sniff out the trickery hidden within this great cauldron?" Crying tears of pain, Yao Rao frantically denied it. "No, I don't know a single damn thing about it. I just somewhat guessed it from the soaring radiance emitting from that item. I bet my life it's the most premium good left at the bottom of the tomb." Grasping the story, Ling Xiao slowly loosened his grip, withdrawing his spiritual energy and letting the girl collapse in a heap in the corner. His face remained ruthlessly cold as he continued to unleash his coercive aura to question her. "So, why did you stubbornly try to drag me into joining the Tian Yao Kingdom's crowd? I look in the mirror and see myself as just an average guy. Why did you set your sights on me?" Hearing his question, Yao Rao widened her eyes, staring at Ling Xiao from head to toe to evaluate him. And gracefully and softly, she explained, "Your body is radiating the scent of the demon saint Xue Yan fiend macaque, with insanely overpowered boiling blood. If you bother dragging yourself over to the Tian Yao Kingdom, this princess has more than enough resources to pamper and mold you into an unmatched, monstrous genius of our land." Saying this, she fluidly swayed her hips and drifted back toward the carriage. Little brother is truly so incredibly mighty that this little sister is dying of infatuation. It's just a shame that brother hits too hard, not knowing how to hold back and show a little tenderness to women. Ling Xiao tilted his head and looked at her. Your little soul trick is pretty sharp too, you little vixen. It's just a pity you knocked on the wrong door. If the show's over, get out of my sight. If you piss me off, I'll send you to sell salt in the afterlife. Yao Rao leaned her back against the carriage, striking a sexy pose, and whispered, Just name your price for whatever you fancy. As long as my Tian Yao Kingdom's treasury has it, I promise to grit my teeth and cough it all up in exchange for that cauldron of yours. Ling Xiao casually shrugged his shoulders in reply. Want to talk business? Let this grandpa consider it. What if the thing I desire is you? What if I want Princess Yao Rao here to hold my chamber pot and wash my feet as a servant? Catching those words, the entourage following Yao Rao immediately bristled, drawing their swords and lunging forward. Insolent! How dare you subtly insult our princess? Are you in a rush to the grave? But before they could even stretch their necks, Zui Linglong swung her hand and delivered a heaven-shaking blow. Our young master is opening his jade mouth. Since when is it the turn of you lowly slaves to have the right to scream and interrupt? Ling Xiao maintained an arrogant posture, glaring straight at Yao Rao. If the princess is too stingy to cough up this price, it seems this negotiation has to fall through. Linglong, let's move our asses. Without hesitation, Yao Rao pulled out her final trump card. Could it be that little brother is red-eyed hunting for the holy herb Ice Phoenix crown? If you want a piece of it, then drag yourself to the Tian Yao Kingdom and kowtow to this princess. But keep in mind, you're only allowed to bring a single life with you. The moment the words dropped, the entire retinue of the Tian Yao Kingdom hit the gas and sped away, disappearing as fast as ghosts. Ling Xiao flared up, screaming commands. Yu Fengzai, hit the brakes on their carriage for me. Yu Fengzai peeked out from beside him, scratching his chin as he explained to Ling Xiao. Hidden within their entourage is a heavyweight bodyguard. If I make a move, the other side will definitely go all out and bite back to the bitter end. Ling Xiao was left speechless, staring at the dust trail of the Tian Yao Kingdom's caravan fading into the distance. The Ice Phoenix crown was the crucial herb needed to concoct the Phoenix Nourishing Essence pill for Xue Yan. It looks like this monster was scheming and using it as bait to flirt with him. In another corner, the camera panned straight to the Lai Yang sect headquarters. Right in the middle of a desolate wasteland, spiritual energy swirled like a Category 10 hurricane. A man sat cross-legged, cultivating amidst a roaring cauldron of fire. He was precisely Wei Junlang, a martial cultivator who had stepped into the Void Core realm while also holding the seat of young sect master of the Lai Yang sect. His face remained coldly stoic, slowly spitting out arrogant words. If you swarm of bees and flies have something to bark about, do it fast. Don't jinx my cultivation time. Zhou Yu was currently crawling on his hands and knees on the ground, begging Wei Junlang for forgiveness. Young sect master, a million faults lie with us useless trash for letting your brothers and fellow disciples' lives slip away under the iron boots of those thugs at the Medicine King tomb. I beg the young sect master to punish us mercilessly. Hit by the tragic news, Wei Junlang boiled with rage, erupting with a surging layer of spiritual energy that made the kneeling crowd piss their pants in fear. A bunch of useless scum, and yet you still have the thick face to drag yourselves back to this place. He aggressively stomped over right up to Zhou Yu's face, roaring an interrogation. Spit it out, which bastard dared to pluck the tiger's whiskers? Are they blind to the fact that he is my flesh and blood brother? Chen Jiaoyan, shrinking timidly next to him, also gritted her teeth and snitched. Young sect master, that beast in human skin is named Ling Xiao, currently hiding like a rat in the state preceptor's manor in eastern Tang. I beg you to drag him out and tear his body to pieces. Wei Junlang's face turned ashen, his freezing eyes piercing straight into Chen Jiaoyan. That Ling Xiao sure ate bear's gall and leopard's heart. Issue my order, break camp immediately. Follow me to bulldoze that state preceptor's manor to the ground. And if that Empress of Eastern Tang dares to harbor schemes to coddle and defend him, this grandpa won't mind kicking her off the throne and taking over this Eastern Tang empire. In the blink of an eye, the Lai Yang sect's massive army, dense as ants, lined up in perfect squares, aggressively carrying banners and marching straight into the imperial palace of Eastern Tang. In the middle of the grand hall at this moment, civil and military officials were kowtowing like they were worshipping stars, crying and begging the monarch. Your Majesty, we beg you to save some face and consider the 3 generations of blood and sweat your humble servants have given as horses and oxen for the dynasty. Quickly behead that Ling Xiao and display him to the public. Wei Xingba, reeking of killing intent, repeatedly slammed his forehead against the floor, pleading in front of Xue Yan. Ling Xiao viciously took the life of my precious son, Wei Juntian. This old minister is willing to exhaust all military merits from 3 dynasties just to exchange for his dog life. Xue Yan lazily leaned against a cushion on the dragon throne, casting an indifferent gaze over the officials below. Ling Xiao has always been the #1 genius seed of Eastern Tang. As for you framing him for murdering your son, do you ultimately have any ironclad proof to present? The stubborn old man continued to chop garlic with his head, begging Xue Yan. Tens of thousands of Lai Yang sect disciples swore on their lives to be witnesses. They saw the tragedy with their own 2 eyes. Please, your majesty, be wise and deliver justice. At this tense moment, Ling Xiao swaggered expansively into the main hall, thumping his chest and declaring loudly, "Your son was indeed crushed to death by this grandpa right here. Do you think an old fossil like you can chew off my head?" Old Wei Xingba trembled violently with boiling rage, glaring at Ling Xiao with venomous eyes. "You insolent little brat, did you eat a tiger's gall to dare bring your face here to surrender your life? Vomit out your dog life right now as a sacrifice to my son." Seeing old Wei Xingba lose his mind, screaming and trying to lunge at Ling Xiao to beat him up, Xue Yan sat regally on the throne and immediately snapped her face, shouting, "The Eastern Tang court has strict rules. General of majestic martialness, you are absolutely not allowed to act wildly." Old Wei Xingba gritted his teeth to suppress the flames of hatred, whining and twisting in frustration. "Your Majesty, are you stubbornly and blindly bent on holding an umbrella for this brat until death?" Ling Xiao strode over to stand side by side with old Wei Xingba, casually mocking him. "You carry the fierce title of General of Majestic Martialness, known as an old minister who bled for Eastern Tang for 3 dynasties. Why are you so senile at this age, biting at random and flipping black, white, right, and wrong upside down like this? I was peacefully sitting at home hugging my knees cultivating in the state preceptor's manner, and your gang suddenly showed up looking for trouble. When we dueled on the arena, I even closed my eyes and yielded, leaving him a way out. But your group was as persistent as starving leeches, biting wildly without letting go. That brat Wei Juntian even sicked a pack of Lai Yang sect hounds to corner me into a death trap. Wow, am I supposed to be forbidden from even exercising my basic right to flail my arms and defend myself? I truly dropped my jaw, never expecting you to be the type with skin so thick and shameless. Zero respect. First you plot to strip away someone's life, then you use dirty tricks to force me onto a path of death. At this very moment, let me interview the ministers gathering here for gossip, just to make things clear. If you were backed into a corner with your life hanging by a thread, would you cross your arms and offer your fat to the cat's mouth, or throw a punch to defend yourselves? Swallowing the entire speech that scratched right at the itch, the civil and military officials simultaneously nodded, tipping the scales heavily toward Ling Xiao's side, which caused old Wei Xingba's stomach to start shivering in fear. Ling Xiao stood on the sidelines with his arms crossed, secretly smiling to himself. It seems his father's years of painstaking effort digging wells to build factions was finally bearing fruit. In this court, there was no shortage of people secretly pulling strings to support his state preceptor faction. Old Wei Xingba raised his furious face, loudly questioning Xue Yan. "Your Majesty, are you absolutely determined to cover this up and refuse to condemn this Ling Xiao?" Leaning back on the golden throne, Xue Yan threw a piercing, cold glare at old Wei Xingba. "Brother Ling Xiao did nothing wrong whatsoever. If you insist on punishing someone, your precious son's death is purely because he was stupid enough to throw himself into the jaws of death. Nevertheless, out of respect for how you've exhausted your strength serving the court for so long, we will make an exception and open the treasury to compensate you with a satisfactory sum." Hearing this, old Wei Xingba flipped his attitude, throwing his head back in a manic laugh. "Ha ha ha, Xue Yan, you bitch, well done. My Wei family sweat and bled to serve 3 generations of Eastern Tang kings just to get this pathetic ending. This old man cannot swallow this anger. Today, I absolutely will level the Eastern Tang dynasty and drag you, bitch, right off that seat. Ministers present here, whoever knows what's good for them and stands with this old man, I guarantee you will eat well, dress well, and face no oppression." Sitting high above, Xue Yan exploded with fury, waves of piercingly cold frost radiating out to flood the palace. "Wei Xingba, are you complaining that your lifespan is too long and you want to visit the Yellow Springs early?" Fat old official clumsily chimed in with a group of traitorous ministers, straining his neck and screaming, "Xue Yan, you indulged Ling Xiao in messing up the court's affairs. Today, this subject is also determined to follow in General Wei's footsteps and raise the banner of rebellion. Since Her Majesty doesn't know what's good for her, we have no choice but to support General Wei in ascending the throne. Ling Xiao calmly crossed his arms, watching the drama unfold before his eyes, muttering to himself. This bald old geezer dares to revolt right in the middle of the court. He must have been plotting treason for ages. Trembling with rage at the insolence of these traitorous subjects, Xue Yan shouted her decree. Where are the imperial guards? Drag these traitors outside immediately. We order the execution of their entire 9 generations today. Ironically, the majestic order fell into dead silence. Not a single guard rushed in, causing Xue Yan to feel a chill and start to panic. Wei Xingba gleefully spread his arms, laughing so hard his belly shook as he mocked. A bitch like you is, at the end of the day, only good at talking big. All the imperial guards were already in my grasp late last night. The aggressive old man pointed his finger directly at Ling Xiao's face, making a huge fuss and roaring. You pair of adulterous dogs, be prepared to share a grave together today. Boiling over with rage, Xue Yan released a wave of flesh-cutting cold aura, turning it into ice arrows shooting straight at Wei Xingba's face. You bastard old man, my patience with you has reached its limit. Horrified by the killer attack hurtling toward him, Wei Xingba's legs gave out, and he screamed for backup. This bitch is too overpowered. Langer, hurry up and get your ass out here to save your father. Simultaneously, Xue Yan struck decisively, unleashing 10,000 razor-thin ice swords determined to send the old man to meet his maker. Boom, a tyrannical force crashed down from outside the door, blocking the barrage of ice attacks and leaving Xue Yan stunned in disbelief. At the palace doors, Wei Junlang strolled in leisurely with an arrogant demeanor. The prestige of the Empress surnamed Tang seems quite formidable, huh? Let me open my eyes and see exactly how you plan to wipe out my Wei family's 9 generations. He tilted his face to the sky, bringing a crew of ferocious Lai Yang sect enforcers into the hall. This threatening presence caused all the top officials to murmur and gossip among themselves. Is this the nurtured seedling of the Wei family? Rumor has it that 5 years ago he joined the Lai Yang sect, possessing terrifying aptitude, and even made it onto the human dragon rankings. The Lai Yang sect is a cradle of ultimate bosses. Pulling out any random small fry is enough to wipe out this Eastern Tang. The fact that he sits in the young sect master's seat means his level must be at the absolute zenith. This time Ling Xiao has snagged a one-way ticket to the west. Even with Her Majesty backing him, they can only hold each other and cry. Old Wei Xingba frantically clung to Wei Junlang's leg, sobbing like a child. Langer, heaven has eyes, you finally made your move. A few seconds later and you could have visited your father in the grave. Seeing the scene unfold, the rebel officials turned pale, their hearts pounding relentlessly. Wei Junlang grabbed his old father under the armpits, hoisted him up, and patted his chest to reassure him. Father, just rest your head on a high pillow and wait. If that dragon throne doesn't fall into your hands today, whose hands would it fall into? He stepped forward proudly, his gaze sweeping over to suppress the civil and military officials, growling intimidatingly. Is there anyone here tired of living who wants to loudly voice an opinion? Then he cockily walked up and reached out to twirl a strand of Xue Yan's hair with a mocking attitude. Absent for a few years, Xue Yan, your beauty has indeed become richer and far more appetizing. How about you obediently crawl into my arms right now and become my concubine? I'll wipe the slate clean of all past grudges. Such a lucrative offer, what do you say? Disgusted to the core, Xue Yan swung her hand and delivered a stinging slap to his cheek, snorting coldly. Garbage like you also wants to reach high? You're just a cowardly turtle clinging to the Lai Yang sect's skirt. What gives you the right to act like a thug in front of me? Finding Wei Junlang's insolence an eyesore, Ling Xiao felt the blood rush to his brain. His aura exploded, and he shot a fiery glare piercing through the young sect master. Without hesitation, a straight punch smashed into the arrogant bastard's face. Casually putting your hands on my woman, I'll evaporate your whole family right now. Taking the excruciating punch head-on, Wei Junlang went completely mad, the flames of resentment burning bright red and engulfing his entire body. Rolling fire energy surged, forming a terrifying pressure field that brutally crushed everything in its vicinity. The Lai Yang sect disciples standing nearby were scared stiff, their limbs shaking uncontrollably. What the hell is happening? My limbs are completely paralyzed. This power is horrifying. Is our young master really this strong? Submerged in a blazing forest of fire, Wei Junlang wailed in outrage like a slaughtered pig. "You bastard! You dared to slap this young master's handsome face." He frantically channeled his energy, the tyrannical shockwave tearing his outer clothes to shreds. "Living in this world, the thing this young master hates most is someone punching my face." Knowing the situation was about to deteriorate, Xue Yan hurriedly cast a barrier of freezing ice in an attempt to block the attack and protect Ling Xiao. Opposite them, Wei Junlang furiously gnashed his teeth, his hateful eyes still madly gathering fire qi. An earth-shattering boom resounded, rocking the entire space. Smoke, dust, and swirling flames swallowed the interior of the imperial palace. When the sonic shockwave dissipated, Xue Yan and Ling Xiao still stood proudly, their clothes spotless, casting an icy stare at Wei Junlang. Zhou Yu stood huddled in a corner, sweating bullets, muttering to himself, effortlessly breaking the young sect master's killing move like that. Xue Yan might have already pierced the window paper to advance to the profound mystery realm. The two massive pressures clashed violently, squeezing the air in the main hall so tight that even a fly couldn't spread its wings. Showing off his bulging, muscular physique, Wei Junlang lifted his chin and looked at Xue Yan with extreme arrogance. "Not bad, little lady. You're truly qualified to share a bed with me. But sadly, this little bit of lip service and petty skill isn't enough to scratch my itch." Saying so, he gestured with his chin to He Zhen Ren. "You guys handle that little brat Ling Xiao. Weed him out cleanly. I don't want my eyes to itch from looking at him for another second." Hearing this, Ling Xiao casually stepped out to confront He Zhen Ren, smirking. "Oh, so you guys look down on me that much?" He Zhen Ren didn't bother with long speeches. Wrapping himself in thunder and lightning, he unleashed a deadly force. "Ling Xiao, it's time to visit King Yama." Facing the relentless barrage of lightning, Ling Xiao remained as cool as a cucumber, silently packing spiritual energy into his body. In a fleeting blink, the energy condensed into a blinding golden dragon, detonating the crushing pressure of the heavenly emperor dragon to end the match with a fatal strike. The overwhelming might of the golden dragon crushed all resistance, forcing He Zhen Ren to kneel flat on the cold tiled floor. The horrifying pressure from the blow terrified the old dog He Zhen Ren out of his wits, making his whole body tremble violently. "Absurd! Impossible! How the hell did I get knocked out flat by just one measly move from him?" Gritting his teeth to endure the bone-deep pain, the old man groveled on the ground, roaring bitterly. "The last time I bumped into him, he was just a trashy true condensation realm brat. How did he turn into a dragon in the blink of an eye?" Wei Junlang turned purple from humiliation, growling and cursing up a storm. "A bunch of useless trash. You've thrown the face of the Lai Yang sect straight into the mud. Zhou Yu, Li Yang, Yang Shenling, all of you charge in together. A limit of 3 moves. I want that brat kowtowing and begging for mercy." Receiving the order, the 3 of them surged forward like rabid beasts, oozing killing intent. "The young sect master has given the order, we have to obey. Brat, don't blame us for bullying the weak with numbers when you piss your pants crying." Ling Xiao's face remained emotionless. He lifted his chin and arrogantly provoked them. "Trying to scare me? Scoop up all those stragglers in the back and bring them at me all at once, because you 3 combined still aren't enough to scratch my itch." The 3-man squad of Li Yang, Yang Shenling, and Zhou Yu rushed forward frantically for a fatal clash, shouting triumphantly, "Ling Xiao, your arrogant lip-flapping ends here." Right at the life-and-death moment, Ling Xiao flashed a wicked smile, subtly pulling out the key to activate his stone golems. In merely a blink, a line of imposing stone guards erupted from the ground, acting as a barricade to block the Lai Yang sect wolves, while Ling Xiao just stood there with his arms crossed, comfortably watching a good show. Seeing the stone matrix suddenly block their path, Zhou Yu broke a cold sweat, telling himself, "We're screwed. This entire pile of dirt and rocks is entirely at the Void Core realm. This is no joke." What followed was a series of ear-splitting explosions that blew away the entire main hall of the Eastern Tang dynasty. The smoke cleared, leaving behind desolate ruins. Zhou Yu was now covered in blood, his eyes wide in horror, looking at Ling Xiao as if he had seen a monster. Witnessing her lover's mountain-moving, sea-filling power, Xue Yan clapped her hands in pure joy, praising, "My brother Ling Xiao is truly amazing, indeed full of countless stratagems and supreme tricks that no one can match." Seeing his home team getting battered to a pulp, Wei Junlang's blood boiled to the limit. He frantically roared to find his lifeline. "Where the hell has Jing Lao been hiding? Get your ass out here and back up this young master." Hearing that tragic cry for help, Both Ling Xiao and Xue Yan immediately raised their guard, their eyes scanning in all directions without missing a single gap. Without missing a beat, a suffocating aura condensed into a giant handprint, slamming down from the sky, crushing Ling Xiao's squad of stone golems completely flat. At that exact moment, a white-haired, white-bearded old man stepped out from the void, landing softly next to Wei Junlang. The old man's face was as cold as an iceberg, his whole body exuding a deep, dangerous vibe, his dagger-sharp eyes staring intensely forward. Xue Yan panikedly nudged Ling Xiao, warning him with clear anxiety written on her face. "Careful, brother Ling Xiao, this old man's cultivation is horrifying. Even I can't see through it." Ling Xiao calmly stored the heap of stone golems back into his bag, clapping his hands to soothe her. "Don't panic, Yan'er. It's highly likely this old man is his final trump card." Jinglao slowly stepped forward, clasping his hands and bowing respectfully to Wei Junlang. "Young sect master, please calm your anger and rest. Just leave this mess for this old man to clean up." Coincidentally, Yu Fengzai popped out of nowhere, his sharp mouth loudly mocking. "Old friend, you still haven't gone down to the grave to slurp rice gruel." As soon as he showed his face, he threw a side-eye at Jinglao, laughing with sheer contempt. "A grand hero like you actually bowing your head to be an errand boy for the Lai Yang sect. Truly hilarious, a joke to the whole world." Hiding behind Yu Fengzai, Ling Xiao sweated profusely and asked softly, "Yu Fengzai, can you carry this match?" Yu Fengzai glanced at Jinglao with slight apprehension, whispering back, "I can hold out and buy some time." Wei Junlang then cockily set up the matchups. "Jinglao, I'll leave that ragged Yu Fengzai to you. As for that brat Ling Xiao who killed my brother, I'll chop him up into minced meat with my own hands." Jinglao instantly flared up with fiery killing intent, glaring back at Yu Fengzai. "Yu Fengzai, who would have thought that a noble person like you would stoop to waiting tables for someone else? Let this old man test, and see if your old bones have hardened even a little bit over these past few years." Saying that, the two old men lunged madly and smashed into each other, opening up a breathtaking brawl. Watching from afar, Ling Xiao kept his eyes glued to the pace of the match, his gaze filled with restless anxiety. At the same time, Wei Junlang stomped his heels forward, leaving sunken footprints in the earth, and laughed melodramatically. "Haha, you arrogant little bastard." Ling Xiao immediately got into a stance, ready to face the cocky rich boy, his face full of calculating scrutiny. Wei Junlang completely unleashed a giant pillar of fire wrapping around his blinding true qi, aggressively shouting, "It's come to this. If you have a will to leave for anyone, spit it out quickly." He channeled all his fire energy to launch his ultimate skill, the Lai Yang finger. "Right now, absolutely no ghost can save you. Ling Xiao, you took my brother's life, and me taking yours back is the heavenly order set by God." As soon as the words fell, a beam of energy shot out from his finger, piercing straight toward Ling Xiao's fatal spot with wind-tearing pressure. Seeing her lover fall into a dangerous blind spot, Xue Yan urgently wove an absolute barrier of freezing frost to block the attack. Unfortunately, the penetrating power of the flames was too overbearing, forcing Xue Yan to bear an incredibly heavy shockwave. Boom, boom, the explosions rang out, blasting Xue Yan into the air and tossing her out into the sky. Stubbornly getting back up, Xue Yan gritted her teeth and burned through all the spiritual energy of her third-level profound mystery realm. Summoning a beautiful ice phoenix, she resolved to counterattack. "Brother Ling Xiao, let Yan'er bleed him dry on your behalf this round." Clashing against the ice phoenix, Wei Junlang still brazenly clapped his hands in applause, his flames soaring high. "Haha, exactly the woman I set my sights on. Your origin essence is super fierce. Unfortunately, your strength is a bit lacking." The two extremes of ice and fire collided with a harsh crash, dragging along shockwaves that shattered the space. The life-and-death duel between the two opposing spiritual energies burst its banks, creating violent shockwaves. Due to the gap in weight classes, Xue Yan gradually exhausted her strength and was pushed back, leaving Ling Xiao sitting on pins and needles. "This is bad. This Wei Junlang's level has completely crushed Yan'er." Xue Yan slammed her back hard onto the brick floor, her entire body covered in scratches from head to toe after being violently thrown. Murderous intent surged on Wei Junlang's face as he strolled closer, looking smug. "Your ice toy is pretty sweet, little girl, not much inferior to my Lai Yang primordial energy. It's just a pity your cultivation base is too trashy. Just lie there obediently. Wait for me to send this brat to the Western Paradise, and then we can slowly negotiate our bedroom affairs." Reaching the limit of his anger, Ling Xiao charged forward at lightning speed toward Wei Junlang. Release her immediately. Sadly, the gap in strength was too tragic. Wei Junlang only lightly waved a hand to choke Ling Xiao's neck in the blink of an eye. Seeing her beloved dying, Xue Yan risked everything to break the seal inside her body. Brother Ling Xiao, forgive Yan I have to tear this seal apart. This crazy move of Xue Yan made Wei Junlang stare in absolute shock. In just a split second, thousands of layers of giant ice souls swirled and completely enveloped Xue Yan's body. Catching the scent of this terrifying power, Wei Junlang showed a delighted expression. So the innate primordial body has ignited. Perfect. Let me test if your limits are enough to lock arms with this young master and climb to the peak of martial arts. On the opposite side, Xue Yan drained all her body's potential to break through her limits. A majestic pillar of energy morphed into an ice phoenix, pulling her straight up to the peak of the profound connection realm. Feeling that this power was still not enough, Xue Yan let out a piercing scream, burning even more of her origin essence. This is not enough, form the core for me. The eye of the flesh-tearing blizzard created a shocking tornado that made all the civil and military officials tremble. Good heavens, is this really Her Majesty? This divine power is too terrifying. With this kind of aptitude, if she continues to develop, our Dongtang will definitely dominate. It's just a pity Her Majesty stubbornly opposes the Lai Yang sect. I'm afraid the Dongtang Empire will be bitten to pieces. With a swoosh, Xue Yan successfully pierced through the barrier, stepping into the void core realm. The absolute cold chi core spun wildly, frantically swallowing all the massive life force surrounding it. Seeing Xue Yan's horrifying breakthrough speed, Wei Junlang broke into a cold sweat and hastily shouted to his underlings. Disciples of the Lai Yang sect, gang up on her right now, interrupt this realm breakthrough process immediately. Right as the pack of lackeys prepared to lunge, Ling Xiao instantly dashed out to block the way, unleashing a barrage of ultimate techniques to cut them off. Get out of my sight, whoever touches a single hair on Yan I will slaughter you all without mercy. Furious at the thorn in his path named Ling Xiao, Wei Junlang viciously unleashed the Lai Yang divine fist, crushing the void. You stupid bastard, hugging a bomb to commit suicide, yet still daring to look up and bark madly. Witnessing the scene before her, Xue Yan panicked immensely. Ling Xiao suffered an agonizing blow, coughing up blood while bitterly cursing himself. I can't even protect my beloved woman, I've lived my life in vain as a man. Taking the full brunt of the extreme killing move, Ling Xiao was heavily injured and rolled onto the ground. Xue Yan panicked like a disrupted beehive, rushing over to tear his shirt open and check his wounds. Brother Ling Xiao, why would you foolishly bring disaster upon yourself like this? Ling Xiao gritted his teeth to swallow the pain, his eyes full of guilt. It's my fault for being useless, unable to be a shield to protect you. Before he could even finish his words, the internal injuries flared up, causing Ling Xiao to vomit a massive mouthful of blood. This tragic sight was like pouring oil on the fire. Xue Yan went mad, glaring at Wei Junlang with killer eyes. Hacking my brother Ling Xiao into this state, even if you die 10,000 times, it won't wash away your sins. In a flash, she moved right behind Wei Junlang's back, making him jump out of his skin. He is the true love of my life. A piece of scum like you isn't even fit to carry his shoes. What right do you have to be so arrogant? After cursing, Xue Yan unleashed a sweeping ice palm attack fiercely into the surroundings. The power from her jade-like hands shredded all obstacles in its path, aiming straight for Wei Junlang's head to smash it. Helpless against such a rapid surprise attack, Wei Junlang staggered back dozens of steps without time to react. While he was still bending over to pick up his teeth, Xue Yan glided over and swung a kick straight down. What's so great about carrying the title of young master of the Lai Yang sect? In front of this Empress, you are nothing but an insect. This Empress will sentence you to an ice-sealed death penalty. The lightning-fast kick landed squarely on his face, chilling him to the bone. The destructive force was so violent that it sent Wei Junlang flying wildly, smashing through several piles of obstacles. Aching all over, he roared like a maniac. Stop your hands right now, you damn bitch. Rolling around in the remnants of dust and smoke, he still stubbornly strained his neck to act fiercely. You slut, you are merely a petty emperor in the mortal world, flaunting that title out here to compete with my identity as an inner disciple of the Lai Yang sect. Ignoring all his insults, Xue Yan swung her ice sword, pointing it directly at his throat. What kind of nonsense are you coughing up blood and babbling about? But man proposes, God disposes. The absolute cold chi in her meridians suddenly rioted, scaring the soul out of her. Oh no, the absolute cold primordial chi in my dantian is about to explode. Tearing pain coursed through every fiber of her muscles and throughout her body, draining the last bit of her vitality and causing Tang Xuyan to collapse on the spot, unable to fight. Seeing Tang Xuyan's body slowly being swallowed by layers of ice, Ling Xiao panicked and crawled straight toward her. Catching this opportunity, Wei Junlang let out a savage, arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha, a cheap bitch like you finally suffered a backlash. Great, now I will give you a one-way ticket to a living hell. Right at that moment, the lackey soldiers of the Grand General Wei mansion swarmed in to break the dynasty's gates, relentlessly slaughtering the Tang family. The general has ordered, a cruel and foolish ruler does not deserve to sit on the throne of Dong Tang. Today, we will disembowel and rip the hearts out of everyone from the Tang clan, leaving no survivors. All you rebellious thieves must surrender your lives. A bloodthirsty dog soldier pulled out his blade and slashed fiercely at a royal family prince. Despite the tragic cries echoing up to the heavens, the evil beasts mercilessly and brutally captured Tang Xuyan's royal family members. In a flash, the ruthless cold swords harvested lives like grass, turning the magnificent dynasty into an endless sea of tragic fire. Returning to the inner palace battlefield, Wei Junlang dragged himself in front of Tang Xuyan, spitting out some foul words. Look at your own ruined state. What does glaring your eyes in anger even solve? I was almost scared to death, imagining you would slap my life away. Yet somehow you foolishly pushed yourself into this pathetic state. You look truly hideous right now. My faction's troops have tightly surrounded the entire dynasty. By now even the imperial study or the harem have probably become a battlefield. Those wolves are probably slaughtering the entire Tang clan bloodline of a cheap bitch like you. As soon as he shut his mouth, he despicably reached out, intending to strip away all the expensive clothes on Tang Xuyan's body. I will strip you naked, you bitch, and hang you bare in front of the palace gates so men all over the world can appreciate the slutty beauty of an empress. In absolute agony, Tang Xuyan cast a despairing gaze toward Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao, Yan Er's destiny is cut short. I can no longer walk the same path with you. The breath of hellish ice frost gradually froze Tang Xuyan's physical body. Brother Ling Xiao, farewell for 1,000 years. Borrowing her last bit of residual strength, Tang Xuyan threw her arms around Wei Junlang's body, tightly locking him in an embrace before he could react. Wei Junlang jolted in terror, struggling like a pig waiting to be slaughtered to escape this hug of death. You bitch, are you crazy? Are you trying to drag me down to die with you? Discovering Tang Xuyan's intention to detonate her inner core, Ling Xiao frantically screamed his lungs out. Yan absolutely do not do anything foolish. Tang Xuyan turned her head to give Ling Xiao one last look of tender affection. Then she decisively chose to self-destruct to blast open the absolute cold seal, dragging Wei Junlang down to mutual destruction. On the brink of life and death, Wei Junlang had to risk his life to unleash the initial Lai Yang technique, hoping to save his dog life. Crimson flames flared up wildly to block the crushing wave of icy frost. The utterly terrifying shockwave from the collision blew Ling Xiao backward. He had to dig his feet into the ground to avoid falling over. Waiting for the thick dust to dissipate, the sight of Tang Xuyan now reduced to a deadly block of ice felt like thousands of knives stabbing into his heart. With no way left to hold on, Ling Xiao fell to his knees, slamming his fists into the ground, streams of tears overflowing in exhausted despair. His bloodshot eyes were filled with tormenting resentment. All these disasters are due to my uselessness. Blame me for being weak and worthless, unable to protect the one I love. Just as his mind was drifting in an abyss of brokenness, a booming shout crashed down, making his face turn extremely pale. Chen Jiaoyan strutted over, arrogantly instigating, "Young master, this trash Ling Xiao boldly resisted you and even took your younger brother's life. He must be sliced into pieces to satisfy our anger." Wei Junlang grinned maliciously and clapped his hands. "Brilliant idea, I'll hand this burden over to you to play with. Remember to torture him until he cries and begs for mercy before sending him to the underworld." At that very moment of hanging by a thread, the storage ring worn on Ling Xiao's finger flashed an eerie light. He hurriedly pulled out a life-saving silk pouch, his eyes burning red with blazing anger. Muttering prayers in his mouth, he decisively tore the bag open. "Father entrusted me with 10 life-saving silk pouches. I hope this stuff actually works and isn't just useless junk." The tragedy was, as soon as he peeked into the bag, he was dumbfounded, his jaw dropping at what was stuffed inside. The empty bag only contained a palm-sized piece of paper rolling around with a blunt instruction. If you're about to stop breathing, tear this bag open and roar at the enemy 3 times, "Come hit me." After reading it, Ling Xiao turned to stone like a statue. "Oh father, the knife is right at my neck, and you still have the free time to prank your son." Seeing Ling Xiao staring blankly, Chen Jiaoyan delightfully mocked him. "Oh my, out of tricks. Is that cheap bag your life-saving talisman? Don't try to scare me by saying some peerless divine artifact is brewing in there and about to fly out to wipe us out." A Lai Yang sect lackey next to her chimed in with a disgusting laugh. "If you have the guts, howl and summon some almighty being to descend here and save your majesty. I am willing to stick my butt up and swallow this whole mace instantly." Backed into a corner, Ling Xiao had no way to resist, so he could only close his eyes and blindly trust that senseless scrap of paper for once. He immediately squeezed out an absurdly provocative face, sticking his tongue out to taunt the ox-headed and horse-faced goons in front of him. This retarded behavior made the Lai Yang sect crowd feel like a bowl of fish sauce had been thrown in their faces. Has this lunatic finally lost his mind? Taking advantage of the momentum, Ling Xiao stuck his butt out and danced to ignite the fuse. "Your stinking Lai Yang sect isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. If you have the guts, come beat me up. Come at me, come hit me." Hot blood rushing to their brains, the pack of Lai Yang sect disciples furiously drew their swords and charged forward, intending to chop Ling Xiao into 100 pieces. But in reality, Ling Xiao's insides were dancing and trembling violently. He could only root his feet in place, praying to Buddha to manifest and save him. Seeing the assassin's blades pressing close to his neck without any cheering or uproar from his own side, he screamed in his heart, "Which sewer hole did the protective talisman crawl into?" Just as he finished his complaint, a giant sledgehammer flew out from the void, smashing straight into the face of the Lai Yang sect thug leading the aggressive charge. Immediately, a terrifying wave of mystical aura burst out, overwhelming the sky like splitting bamboo. In an instant, the figure of a graceful and refined female descended from the heavens out of nowhere, standing tall to shield Ling Xiao's chest. Which little brat was running his mouth earlier, saying he wanted to swallow this old lady's whole mace? The overwhelming aura of the female almighty instantly enveloped them, completely crushing the vitality of the entire Lai Yang sect pack. Ling Xiao opened his mouth wide in astonishment, his bulging eyes glued to that slender back. Did a fairy fall to the mortal realm to catch robbers? The fairy turned around, reaching out to gently pinch Ling Xiao's chin, smiling brightly as she scrutinized him. Molded from the exact same cast, sure enough, this handsome and dashing demeanor is exactly like my older brother's. She giggled like she had struck gold, grabbing Ling Xiao's wrist and dragging him forward with a look of pure delight. Ling Xiao's brain was in a state of strike, unable to process the data. Ant, good heavens, from which crack did this ant who randomly claims relatives fall out of? An overconfident Lai Yang sect lackey swaggered forward to beg, "Young master, let me tie this woman up and bring her back to serve you to vent your anger." Finishing his smooth talk, he drew his sword from its sheath with a swoosh, smirking with lecherous intent. The guy bent his knees and leaped with terrifying speed, aiming to pounce entirely on the target before him. Facing this petty trick, the fairy clicked her tongue in indifference, tossing back a half-glance of disgust. The moment the weapon touched the ant's pressure barrier, it shattered into a million tiny fragments. Looking at his shattered, treasured sword, his blood pressure dropped, his face completely drained of color and slapped with sheer terror. Watching from the sidelines, Ling Xiao also almost dropped his jaw at the magical power of this newly self-proclaimed ant. The fairy lifted her chin, looking at the goons in the distance, and asked softly, "Xiao, the scars on your body are the masterpieces of these dog pigs, right?" Ling Xiao turned pale and clumsily explained, "Ant, be careful, they belong to the Lai Yang sect, their strength is also quite fierce." The fairy fluttered her sleeves and glided forward, giving a bland sneer. "These specks of mortal dust are worse than ants in this old lady's eyes. Just a flick of my fingernail is enough to clean up this trash dump." Wei Junlang, hiding among the pack of lackeys, spat blood in anger and cursed, "You old hag, stop your arrogant bragging." A petty general frantically ran over to flatter, reporting to the young master, "Our brothers have locked down all the palace gates. 50,000 soldiers of the Wei clan have lined up waiting for you to shout your orders." Wei Junlang let out a complacent, boisterous laugh, waving his hand to issue the command. Ha ha ha, the wood is already made into a boat. The entire army charge forward and bite their bones to pieces for me. The barefoot fairy strolled forward slowly, clicking her tongue and grumbling. What's the point of using sheer numbers to overwhelm people here? With the words still lingering on her lips, she lightly stomped her jade heel, sending the whole bunch of Wei clan soldiers flying into the ninth cloud layer. Making my precious Zio bleed, you lot are destined to lie peacefully here and become fertilizer. The tempestuous wave of spiritual energy knocked everything over, forcing old Wei Xingba and Wei Junlang to hastily open a defensive shield just to barely stand their ground. Every footstep of the fairy crushed the Wei clan's formation to pulp. The sounds of crying and wailing like pigs being slaughtered echoed throughout the imperial palace. Wei Junlang's face lost every drop of blood, staring wide-eyed at the fairy. Which grave was this madwoman dug up from? What kind of joke is this, blowing away 50,000 troops of the Wei clan with one breath as easily as flipping a hand? The unimaginable devastation made the imperial palace tremble violently, forcing the entire crowd of civil and military officials to pee their pants in terror. Yu Fengzai ran for his dear life, retreating back to Ling Xiao's side. Catching the opportunity, the boy immediately said, "Yu Fengzai, all this time I firmly believed you got punched so hard you smoked and couldn't drag your body back." Yu Fengzai chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. That old bag of bones was quite a tough chew. But suddenly seeing the ceiling shaking and collapsing over here, I was afraid you'd kicked the bucket, so I hastily bailated out to come check. Seeing you still intact in one piece means I can sleep with a high pillow now. The fairy put her hands on her hips, looking at Jing Lao, pouting her lips in questioning. Is this old geezer the top expert of your Lai Yang sect? Do I need to brew a cup of tea and patiently wait for you small fries to summon your entire crew so I can trim you all at once? Jing Lao was fuming smoke, rolling his eyes and roaring at the top of his lungs. You brazen little brat talking big without shame, today this old man will personally tear you apart to teach you some manners. The fairy shrugged, ignoring the world, calmly firing back. You senile old fool really don't know your place. This old lady's cultivation base is more than enough to give birth to your ancestors. Infuriated to the extreme, Jing Lao ignited himself with blazing red flames, glaring with hostile eyes to shoot the fairy to death. You crazy hag, go to hell for me. On the other side of the battle line, the fairy merely smirked, dropping a smile reeking of pure disdain. In the blink of an eye, she only lightly flicked one finger to cleanly finish off Jing Lao, causing Wei Junlang to lose his soul and scream loudly, "Jing Lao." At this moment, all of Jing Lao's vitality was completely snuffed out, his life pulse plummeting and evaporating to depletion. The withered corpse collapsed onto the shattered tiles, causing Wei Junlang's jaw to lock in fear, his soul completely shattered. Yu Fengzai, watching the drama unfold, shrank his neck in fear and muttered to himself, "Oh Buddha, old Jing passed away just like that. Earlier I had to squeeze out every drop of milk just to block him." Ling Xiao widened his eyes in astonishment, his heart both stunned and overjoyed. "Oh beloved father, your child has wrongly blamed you. The insides of this silk pouch are truly premium goods, capable of flipping the situation in a single musical note." The fairy casually strolled closer, sticking out a heel to step Wei Junlang's head flat into the ground, mocking, "Any more unplayed theatrical acts, bring them all out for me to feast my eyes on." Wei Junlang trembled like a quail in the water, clinging and struggling under the heel of her shoe, roaring hoarsely, "The script cannot be this absurd. Bitch, this young master here stands in line as the crown prince of the Lai Yang sect, born to be a god, a deity. I must take a deep breath, suppress this terror. I absolutely cannot stop breathing so senselessly in this obscure corner." Gritting his teeth to keep a cool head, he clumsily waved his hand to throw an emergency talisman, howling to summon his master. "Master Gong Yuan, please appear." Instantly, a pillar of fire attribute spiritual energy tore through space from the Lai Yang sect's holy land, crystallizing into a plume of mist and smoke that crushed heaven and earth. Catching the scent of a lifebuoy, Wei Xingba and Chen Mo smiled gleefully. "Ha ha, the old sect master of the Lai Yang sect is showing his might. We are safe. This woman is doomed. No matter how ferocious this madwoman is, standing in front of a big shot like the Lai Yang sect master, even if she grows wings, she is destined to be fertilizer." The blazing red fire that had just landed was none other than the intent clone of the old geezer Lai Su Rai, the supreme absolute boss of the Lai Yang sect. Before he could even stand firm, he roared out his threats. which brat tired of breathing dares to boldly pluck the whiskers of my Lai Yang sect tiger? Seeing Ling Xiao still looking as clueless as someone who fell from the sky, the fairy gently patted the kid's shoulder to soothe him. Attracting her playful demeanor, the fairy strictly instructed Ling Xiao, engrave it deep into your brain that the life you were born with is meant to shoulder great things, so do not let your guts shrink over a few petty shrimps. You must forge a spirit as hard as diamonds, bury your head into grinding your strength. And remember well, it is absolutely forbidden to bow your back and bend your knees to beg any kind of ragged deities. You must hold your head high, puff out your chest, and look down on your enemies. Mold the fear in your belly into a butcher's blade and chop them into mush for me. Those instructive words were like a spark igniting his determination, causing Ling Xiao to instantly erupt with terrifying rage and an overwhelming power he could not contain. Coming face to face with the horde of crippled demons, Ling Xiao's mind had now completely cleared away any feelings of hesitation and fear. Instantly, a roar that shook the firmament tore out, exactly like an enraged titan beast howling to devour the whole world alive. At that very moment, Ling Xiao detonated a wave of tyrannical astral wind, so overbearing it was suffocating, directly crushing the entirety of Lai Su Rai's divine consciousness. The terrifying aftershock from the sweeping strike left the ground beneath their feet completely pulverized, shattering into countless small spiderweb-like fragments. Witnessing the mountain-moving and sea-filling might created by his own hands, Ling Xiao himself couldn't help but widen his eyes and cry out in awe. The fairy slightly curled the corners of her lips, reaching out to pat Ling Xiao's head with full affection. Your performance today was excellent. Truly, you didn't lose the face of my elder brother's son at all. Seeing Ling Xiao's bewildered look, the fairy gently and meticulously explained, the most wonderful thing is that you bravely crushed the darkness of fear in your mind, thereby tempering an unshakable and resolute willpower. Wei Junlang, hiding in the back, was so scared his legs went soft, screaming in despair. An illusion? It must be an illusion. How could a sect master so phenomenally brave be crippled in just one ridiculous move? At the main hall of the Lai Yang sect, old Lai Su Rai was sitting huddled on his grand chair, holding his head in deep thought. He secretly lamented, I don't even understand what that brain-dead rebellious disciple was thinking. Why did he naturally invite such a terrifying evil deity back to torture these old bones? The fairy glanced at the crowd, lightly telling Ling Xiao, send them off on their final journey yourself. Since they are enemies, just pull them out by the roots. Absolutely do not let your humanity stray too far. Woman Chen Jiaoyan, whose face was pointed at the sky earlier, instantly flipped her attitude like flipping a pancake, kneeling flat on the ground weeping and wailing. Ling Xiao, I beg you to leave me a path to live. I truly know my mistakes now. As long as you raise your hand high and strike lightly, I swear to work as an ox and a horse, to be a humble slave serving you for the rest of my life. Ling Xiao's expression was as cold as a block of ice. He casually slapped her so hard she saw stars, then scolded, Where does an eyesore like you get the right? Don't stand there blocking my air, get lost to the side. Wei Junlang crawled up, still trying to salvage his last bit of dignity, coldly snorting. Brat, I have no choice but to accept that I accidentally misjudged the giant sunshade standing behind your back. Today I concede defeat. Whether you want to slice my flesh or chop my bones, go ahead, bring it on. Before he could even close his mouth, Ling Xiao offered him a complimentary punch carrying the weight of 1,000 caddies, pinning it straight into the center of his face. This brutal punch, exploding like thunder, gathered every ounce of anger and suppressed frustration Ling Xiao had held back all this time. Looking at his knocked-out opponent, Ling Xiao took a large step forward, pointing straight at his face and warning, Eat this punch so you remember for a lifetime the crime of daring to insult my woman. Carve this into your bones. Today you only have a slight edge over me because my, Ling Xiao's, cultivation hasn't reached that level yet. I disdain borrowing someone else's hands to kill you. Exactly 1 year from now, I will openly and honorably come to harvest your life. As for now, strip off your spatial ring and get out of my sight quickly. Ling Xiao's cold decisiveness somewhat surprised the fairy, but right after, her eyes lit up with praise for the boy's sky-high heroic spirit. Chen Jiaoyan stood flattened in a corner, her whole body shaking like a wet dog, stammering to ask, Then what about my fate? Ling Xiao found her extremely irritating, delivering another slap that dislocated her jaw and bluntly shouting, Are you blind? If you can see the road, then get out of here to spare me the annoyance. Wei Junlang swallowed a ball of rage as big as a basket, glaring at Ling Xiao's back, his teeth grinding loudly. Ling Xiao, 1 year from now, I swear to let you taste hell to pay the price for your stupidity today. Chen Jiaoyan ran over on 3 legs and 4 feet to coax Wei Junlang, her mouth constantly flattering. Young master, does it hurt anywhere? 1,000 thanks to the young master for stepping up to protect me. The rage was boiling right up to his brain. Junlang swung his hand to slap her face down to the ground, roaring furiously, "Protect my ass. If it weren't for a cheap servant like you causing trouble, would I have been reduced to such a humiliating state?" The scene immediately shifted to the Empress's magnificent sleeping quarters, where Xue Yan lay unconscious, recovering after the world-shaking battle. Seeing Xue Yan as frail as a fallen leaf, the fairy gently comforted, "Don't worry too much. I just crushed the absolute cold chi causing havoc inside her body. She will wake up in no time. This rare constitution of hers isn't something impossible to fully heal, and her aptitude is exceptionally good. The only sad thing is that currently, I barely gathered a flimsy trace of a clone. Even if I wanted to cure the root cause, I wouldn't be able to dig up the strength anywhere. The rest is up to fate and the girl's own willpower." Ling Xiao scratched his head and ears, sneaking a glance at his aunt before timidly asking, "Auntie, earlier I acted on a whim and decided to let those people go. You wouldn't drag me out for a spanking, would you?" Fairy giggled, opening her arms to embrace Ling Xiao with full affection. "Auntie is completely overjoyed right now. Where would I find a reason to blame you? That way of handling things is exactly the true demeanor of a monarch. As expected, my eldest brother's bloodline is no joke. Your future prospects will definitely be blindingly bright. Let's withdraw, there's no fun left staying here anyway. Take Auntie back to visit your cozy nest and see how it is, conveniently allowing me to inspect if you've been slacking off in your cultivation practice lately." Soon as his feet crossed the doors of the state preceptor's mansion, Ling Xiao poured out a string of questions stuck in his throat for so long. "Is Auntie really my father's biological younger sister? Why has my old man never breathed a word about this before? And what's with him throwing down 10 mysterious silk pouches? Could it be that an earth-shattering treasure is hidden in there?" Fairy happily threw an arm around Ling Xiao's shoulders, whispering the story. "Genuine goods at a fair price. I am your flesh and blood aunt. Not only that, you also have exactly 9 other aunts, and every one of them has a beauty that can make birds fall and fishes sink. If you hadn't been so nosy to open the silk pouch and summon my clone today, it would have been a long time before I could track you down. My eldest brother is really too much, evaporating without leaving a trace, and even abandoning a pitiful child like you to grow roots in this godforsaken corner." Right when the aunt and nephew were chatting, Hu Taisui and Zui Ling Long rushed in looking frantic, hastily inquiring, "Young master, you are still in one piece, right? Seeing you bring yourself back safely like this, we are so happy we could drop tears. Earlier our souls simply flew up into the clouds. Did the sky collapse over at the Imperial Palace or something? The whole city is in a chaotic uproar today, soldiers marching loudly as if going to a mock battle." The fairy swept her sharp gaze over Hu Taisui and Zui Ling Long, asking with full interest, "Who are these 2 tails following you?" Perceptively catching the scent of the unique life-bound primordial chi emitting from them, the fairy couldn't hold back a gasp of pure astonishment. The immemorial demonic tiger bloodline and the 7 apertures exquisite heart. How fun! This amusing script was definitely orchestrated by my eldest brother. Zui Ling Long stood beside them, looking completely dumbfounded, blinking her eyes and turning to ask Ling Xiao softly, "Young master, from which direction is this fairy sister a deity from?" Ling Xiao hurriedly waved his hands, making a gesture to introduce and gloss over it. "This is my dear aunt. As for her complicated background, I'll explain it when I have free time. Right now the urgent matter is for you 2 to move your butts, take the soldiers to the Imperial Palace, and clean up the battlefield to help Yan Er." Zui Ling Long and Hu Taisui clasped their hands to obey the order, zooming away like they were flying in an instant. Once it became quiet again, Ling Xiao was personally guided by his aunt, who transmitted the ultimate martial arts to him. Xiao Er's intellect is truly monstrous, to have completely swallowed the 8 Desolates' holy body art so quickly. Today I will borrow the power of heaven and earth to add on the 8 Desolates' 5 harmonies divine palm for you. Close your eyes and use your entire soul to absorb it. Ling Xiao immersed himself into the vast sea of consciousness, bit by bit absorbing every essence and incantation of that peerless supreme technique. Under that enlightenment, his cultivation base was like a kite meeting a storm, soaring rapidly and piercing through all bottlenecks. Witnessing her good nephew's terrifying leveling speed, the fairy was so stunned her tongue tied, thinking to herself, I really can't believe this kid can jump straight into the state of heaven and man as easily as eating candy. Grasping the power of nature as lightly as a feather, this kind of comprehension is truly heaven-defying to a creepy extent. After completely digesting that tyrannical divine ability, Ling Xiao slowly blinked, his pupils still holding a hint of absent-mindedness. Before he could regain his senses, the fairy had already placed a light kiss on his forehead, turning his whole body as stiff as a block of wood. Catching sight of his aunt's figure slowly evaporating into the void, Ling Xiao frantically screamed out, "Auntie, where are you vanishing to?" Fairy bloomed a gentle smile, softly reassuring him. "Xiao, don't make such a fuss. Using too much power of heaven and earth earlier drained this clone of its energy clean. You just need to carve my words deeply into your bones. In the future, even if the sky falls and the earth crumbles, you absolutely must not harbor any resentment towards your father. He has to swallow his tears to shoulder extremely great missions. Just patiently wait until your wings are fully grown. Naturally, your eyes will be opened. The world out there is vast. You must carry your sword out into life and hustle on your own to pick up fortuitous encounters. Only when your fist is big enough will you have the right to decide life and death in the grand scheme of the future. I am Ling Susu, your 8th aunt. When we reunite in the future, Auntie will definitely reward you with a massive gift." Early the next morning, the Lai Yang sect was reduced to a giant, desolate garbage dump. Packs of disciples gathered around whispering, "Senior brother," the old men up there suddenly sounded the alarm calling all disciples back. "Exactly where is the fire burning and people dying? Woke up from a nap just to see the sect full of holes like a honeycomb." The senior brother next to him covered his face and sighed. "It's because that bratty young master provoked a deity. Yesterday a female death god descended, and even with the elders and the sect master combining their strength, they were flicked away like flies with just a single finger. Kicking such a hard iron plate, our Lai Yang sect is probably on the verge of disbanding. Brothers, better pack your bags and slip away quickly while you can." At the center of the main hall, old Lai Su Rai furiously roared, ordering the complete stripping of Wei Jun Lang's young sect master title, simultaneously cutting off his resources and throwing him straight down to become a floor-sweeping outer disciple. Wei Jun Lang felt like lightning had struck his ears. His knees went weak as he collapsed to the floor, kowtowing loudly and begging, "Master, please see clearly. Your disciple has truly learned his lesson. Please be magnanimous and grant me a path of redemption." Sitting high above, old Lai Su Rai glared with bloodshot eyes at his idiotic disciple and growled, "Shut your mouth right now. You brought this sect-destroying disaster upon yourself, almost dragging the entire Lai Yang sect down into the grave with you. If that true god wasn't tied up with the life and death bet between you and his precious grandson next year, I would have crushed your dog life with a wave of my hand long ago." Wei Jun Lang pressed his face to the ground, the flames of hatred burning fiercely in his heart, constantly screaming internally, "Ling Xiao, if I don't avenge this, I swear I am not human. I will tear you apart, chop you into a million pieces, and throw you to the dogs." Returning to the maiden's chambers, Xue Yan had her eyes tightly shut, her pale lips moaning repeatedly, "Brother Ling Xiao, it hurts so much I could die." Ling Xiao was sweating profusely, exhausting all his strength to pump true qi into her body for treatment, constantly comforting her. "Yan, grit your teeth and bear it for just a bit longer, it's almost done." Suddenly, a numbingly painful sensation shot down her spine, causing Xue Yan to jolt and scream miserably. Ling Xiao hurriedly injected another stream of fiery divine yang qi, ruthlessly suppressing the berserk cold qi caused by the cracking seal. After everything settled down, he let out an exhausted breath and carefully advised, "This sunstone is only a temporary bandage to buy time. For the next 3 months, we must turn the world upside down to gather enough ingredients to refine the Phoenix Essence Restoring Pill. I swear to find the 10,000-year Ice Phoenix Crown and Thunder Lotus to uproot this damned illness for you." Anxiety was etched on Xue Yan's face. She looked up at Ling Xiao with teary eyes and let out a long sigh. "But where can we dig up those peerless spirit herbs growing at the ends of the earth now? It's as hard as plucking stars from the sky." Ling Xiao's expression grew sharp as he slowly outlined his next move. "It's not time to give up hope yet. Rumors in the martial world say that the Ice Phoenix Crown is sitting right in the Tianyao Kingdom. I plan to drag myself to their den and take a look around." Hearing this, Xue Yan hurriedly sat up, frowned, and pressed Ling Xiao. "How much truth is there to this street rumor? What if it's a giant mouse trap set by the Tianyao Kingdom?" Ling Xiao firmly raised his chin, his tone resolute and uncompromising. "How can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? As long as the Ice Phoenix crown is still breathing in the Tian Yao kingdom, even if I have to dive into a boiling cauldron or walk on thorns, I will flip the place upside down to snatch it back for you." True to his word, Ling Xiao immediately launched his flying ship, tearing through the wind and heading straight for the borders of the Tian Yao kingdom. Hu Tai Sui darted his eyes around to scout the surroundings, nervously whispering, "So we've really plunged right into the enemy's lair. But why is it as desolate and gloomy as a graveyard here? Who knows if they are hiding in the bushes waiting to stab us in the back?" The moment his jinxing prophecy ended, a barrage of fire arrows screamed from the mountainside, tearing the sky apart and exploding fiercely as they aimed straight for Ling Xiao's flying ship. Facing this bloody firework display, Yao Ru was so furious that smoke practically blew out of her head. Pointing right at Yao Wu's face, she screamed, "Yao Wu, is your gut as big as the sky? How dare you pull this reckless hooligan stunt?" Yao Wu stood nearby, laughing mockingly while playing with a few fire thunder balls in his hand. "Royal sister, you really are as slow as a turtle. Just throw a few bombs to send these pests to heaven, and won't that divine cauldron obediently fall right into our pockets?" Suddenly, Ling Xiao's cold voice, echoing like a bronze bell, struck right above Yao Wu's head. As expected of the barbaric style of the Tian Yao kingdom, this firework welcome for esteemed guests really opened my eyes. Zui Ling Long stood by the edge of the deck, sweating with worry for Ling Xiao, playing big by firing 100 bombs at once. Who knows which rich prodigal son threw money away to create this mess? It's a good thing we had our defensive shields up beforehand. She aggressively stepped forward, raised her chin, pointed right at the enemy's faces, and cursed, "Open your eyes and look. We are the imperial envoys of Dong Tang, bringing Her Majesty's Jade Seal to discuss matters with your king. Is this backstabbing street behavior meant to tear up the diplomatic relations between our two countries and throw them in the trash?" Yao Wu lifted his face in a disdainful laugh, sweeping a half-lidded gaze over Ling Xiao's team. "Envoys my ass. What kind of delusional power trip are you lowlifes on to demand negotiations with this prince?" He waved his hand arrogantly, ordering his hunting dogs, "Everyone charge, trample these eyesores into the ground for me." Ling Xiao frowned in displeasure, glancing coldly at Yao Wu. These barbarians in the Tian Yao kingdom really have a disconnected common-sense nerve. But a fight is fine too. I've been itching to test out this new divine ability that Auntie taught me. Ling Xiao's figure instantly shot up into the clouds, awakening the entire beastly aura of the Xue Yan flaming demonic ape, radiating a suffocating pressure. As his spiritual power gathered and blazed like the sun, he swooped down with a devastating punch, crushing the morale of tens of thousands of heavenly troops. That demonic, god-tearing might cause the lowly soldiers below to wet their pants in terror. The shockwave from Ling Xiao's tyrannical punch acted like a tornado of death, directly sweeping away and crushing the Tian Yao Kingdom army's formation. Witnessing Ling Xiao's brutality with his own eyes, Yao Wu shrank back, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. What space-time hole did this freak crawl out of? Despite being scared, he still barked, immediately slapping his spatial ring to pull out a treasure to flex. "You little brat, I'll admit you have some skills, but these cheap parlor tricks are far from enough to scare your grandpa." In the blink of an eye, an armor dripping with money and blinding aura snugly wrapped around his body. Tasting defeat under this 6-star Heavenly Phoenix divine armor, a supreme treasure that took millions of years to forge, is the greatest privilege of your life. Glancing at the armor covered in flashy lead-like lights, Ling Xiao's companions couldn't hide their wide-eyed admiration. "Wow, that gear is pretty sick." Yao Wu burst into flames all over, charging headfirst toward Ling Xiao like a mad bull off its leash. The violent shockwave from that collision was enough to blow a massive rocky mountain into flat land. Yao Wu stood on the sidelines, her insides churning as she frantically screamed to stop him. "Yao Wu, hit the brakes right now. If you ruin Royal Father's plans, prepare to offer your head in apology." In stark contrast to the chaotic scene, Ling Xiao's face remained unchanged, as he elegantly muttered the incantation to unlock his ultimate skill. With a boom, a pressure as heavy as Mount Tai slammed straight down from the sky onto Yao Wu, making his armor creak ominously. Unable to withstand that abnormal pressure, the invincibly solid toy he was so proud of instantly smashed into paste, disintegrating into a pile of scrap. After slapping his opponent's mouth as lightly as a feather, Ling Xiao strolled over, casually knocked on his forehead, and lectured, "Good grandson, dry your tears now. Next time you want to show off and act cool, please choose the right target. Don't bring your face out here to put on a comedy show again." Swallowing the lump of humiliation after such a miserable loss, Yao Wu covered his face, turned his butt, and ran away, desperately throwing back a curse. Ling Xiao, wash your neck and wait. I'll collect 100,000 times the debt for today's bitter humiliation. Only then did Yao Ru step out with her hands clasped to salvage a bit of face, gently apologizing. My sincere apologies to everyone. My third brother is a bit unhinged in the head and always likes to show off in the wind. This time, he recklessly came to cause trouble. For his thousands of faults, please close your eyes and let it slide. Please follow me into the palace to seek an audience with royal father. Ling Xiao heard this, found it pleasing to the ear, and burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, all right, with someone leading the way, why would I hesitate? Let's see what other scarred tricks your Tian Yao kingdom has hidden away. At that moment, the scene jumped to a blindingly golden, majestic palace sitting right in the middle of the Dan Huang realm. In this place, Ling Susu was thoroughly enjoying a relaxing soak in the purifying sacred waters. Voice transmission stone flashed constantly, broadcasting noisy, market-like voices from the aunties. Eighth sister, where has eldest brother drifted off to? And where is our precious Xiao wandering right now? Whichever hairy bastard dares to touch a single hair on our Xiao I swear to dig up 18 generations of their ancestors' graves to vent this rage. Our precious nephew has always been used to a life of luxury and has never been slapped, even affectionately. Eighth sister, why don't you skin that bastard, pull out his tendons, and throw his soul into a septic tank to be done with him? Anyone with the gall to bump our nephew's toe, even if they are the Jade Emperor ruling the three realms, must take a beating. Ling Susu rubbed her forehead, let out a long sigh, and slowly poured a ladle of cold water over the transmission stone. If I had known your mouths were this noisy, I would have gritted my teeth and kept it a secret. Eldest brother pulling this stunt means he is definitely casting a massive net. Everyone, stop panicking. Xiao is currently eating well and sleeping soundly. He hasn't lost a single piece of meat. After delivering her final sentence, she stretched and stepped out of the sacred water. Anyway, in short, hang up the call and stop causing a ruckus for me. I will immediately dispatch troops to Guizhou and carry Xiao straight back here. One must fatten up their own nephew with their own hands to sleep peacefully. Ling Susu immediately switched to a commanding tone, calling out loudly to her capable subordinate. Fei Ying, present yourself at once. I order you to immediately gather 100,000 dragon generals and march in full force straight to the Dongtang imperial dynasty in the Guizhou region. Your only mission is to escort our holy son Ling Xiao back no matter what. Whatever chores or demands the boy has, you must break your backs to serve him. Even if he suddenly feels like playing with your lives, you must happily commit suicide without blinking an eye. Did that pierce through your ears? Fei Ying kowtowed to accept the decree, instantly leading an army of terrifying scale out of the Dan Huang realm. 100,000 dragon generals, listen up, everyone immediately grab your weapons and set off, trample all obstacles, and march to Dongtang to welcome the holy sun. 100,000 throats roared in unison, emitting a resounding sound that tore through the 9 layers of clouds, as murderous intent surged wildly up to the heavens. At that same intense moment, inside the magnificent main hall of the Tian Yao kingdom, the old, bald king was glaring at his precious son with a face as stern as a stone statue. So, has your brain figured out where you acted like an idiot yet? Yao Wu remained as stubborn as an ox, sneakily glaring at his old man with brimming resentment. Your minister has racked his brains and still can't squeeze out whatever the hell he did wrong. The moment his mouth closed, he was grabbed by the scruff of his neck by the old emperor, hoisted into the air, and choked like a goose. Old man roughly threw him face first into the rock wall and cursed loudly. It's because you are brain-dead, actually having the guts to throw a wrench at the Dongtang envoys. If that brat Ling Xiao unluckily lost his life here in the Tianyao kingdom, the spark of war between our two nations would burn everything to ashes. Do you have eyes but no pupils? Ever since the female Empress of Dongtang took power, they've been popping steroids and growing rapidly. If swords really clash, our kingdom will be the first to be crushed into pulp, you idiot. Yao Wu was in so much pain his face turned purple. Breathless, he gritted his teeth, humbled himself, and coughed up a sentence. Your minister has had his eyes opened. Just as the old man was fiercely educating his son, an errand boy waddled over, clung to the door, and reported. Reporting to your majesty, the envoys from Dongtang have been sunbathing out there for over 2 hours now. Are you planning to call them in for tea? The old emperor disdainfully waved his sleeve, issuing a cold command. Leave them be, let them keep catching the wind. We have to beat them down until they soften up, shaving off their arrogant thorns so they'll be easier to talk to. In the cold reception hall, Hu Tai Sui scratched his head, muttering in frustration. Young master, these people from the Tian Yao kingdom are intentionally playing tricks on us, letting us mold out here for so long without showing their faces. They clearly want to assert their dominance and put us in our place. Ling Xiao still casually crossed his legs and sipped his tea, looking as relaxed as if he were on vacation. Just stay calm, why jump around over these petty psychological tricks? Don't you think what this young master said makes perfect sense, Ling Long? Just as he turned his head to finish his sentence, Ling Xiao stared wide-eyed as Zui Ling Long used an ironwood pillar as a punching bag to vent her anger. Those beasts dare to give our young master the cold shoulder. Rotten Tian Yao kingdom, I promise to smash this imperial palace so you all know what manners are. Suddenly, the sound of shoes clicking against the floor came from the main doors. Ling Xiao immediately turned his head and cast his gaze over to investigate. Head honcho, Yao Zhen Tian, aggressively strode in, accompanied by a hearty laugh that could shatter a village. Ha ha ha, it seems this king had eyes but failed to see little friend Ling. I've long heard the name of state preceptor Ling Fan, and now seeing this miniature version, I realize my nephew truly is an outstanding, strikingly handsome youth. The courage to come alone to the Tian Yao kingdom's lair to rub shoulders with this king truly makes me cover my face in admiration. Hu Tai Sui, standing nearby with his head held high, saw Yao Zhen Tian's figure pop out and immediately grabbed his weapon, charging forward like a mad dog. Unfortunately, before he could launch his attack, the toy in Hu Tai Sui's hands was swatted away by a tyrannical aura, embedding itself deep into the wall and vibrating violently. Yao Ru also quickly appeared, instantly shrieking out a harsh interrogation. Ling Xiao, what kind of treasonous plot is your side brewing? Did you grow extra guts to try and assassinate my royal father right in front of the whole world? Ling Xiao's face remained unchanged, shrugging as he shot back sharply. Today, I brought the face of all of Dong Tang here to talk, yet a dignified ruler like you played dirty behind our backs, scheming to throw Dong Tang's honor on the ground and trample on it. How can you blame me for getting hot-blooded? Yao Zhen Tian's face darkened, his eyes narrowing into slits filled with murderous intent pinned on Ling Xiao. Kid, do you not know how to write the word fear in front of me? If you dare to piss me off, all of you prepare to be fish food today. Ling Xiao flashed a wicked smile, staring right into Yao Zhen Tian's eyes to provoke him. Of course I'm scared, I'm very cowardly. But if even basic self-defense reflexes are crippled, wouldn't you guys have even more reason to laugh in our faces? Yao Wu suddenly rushed out from nowhere, grabbed Ling Xiao by the collar, and roared. Did you eat a tiger's heart or a bear's gall to bark nonsense right here in the Tian Yao Kingdom's imperial palace? If you've lived long enough and want to reincarnate early, I'd be very happy to send you to the Yellow Springs. Witnessing this brain-stretching battle of words, the old Emperor Yao Zhen Tian suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed out loud, openly looking thrilled. Ha ha ha, such a sharp tongue, this arrogant attitude really scratches me right where it itches. Yao Wu looked at his old man laughing as if possessed, completely dumbfounded, and asked tearfully, Royal Father, did you forget to take your medicine? Yao Zhen Tian leisurely climbed up to his throne of power, confidently crossing his legs and dropping an interrogating question. Brat, honestly confess, who is pulling the strings behind you? If you don't spit out a name that pleases my ears today, don't dream of having the chance to drag your corpse out of those doors. Ling Xiao stretched his back, stepped forward, cleared his throat, and confidently delivered his pitch. Dong Tang's territory is vast and boundless, rare plants and herbs are abundant, and business is booming like a kite in the wind. Meanwhile, the Tian Yao Kingdom's land is the size of a booger, resources are exhausted, and you worry about your next meal. If our two sides join hands through the Ling Long Commerce Guild as a middleman, trading back and forth to get by, wouldn't everyone scoop up a fat pile of cultivation resources? Do you find this bait appetizing, my king? Yao Wu standing nearby curled his lips in slander, and here I thought it was some huge deal. For 8 generations, both sides have been trading back and forth anyway. Did you eat too much and get bored, trekking all the way here to perform comedy for us? Ling Xiao instantly shot a bullet-like glare that sharply pierced the opponent's heart, dropping a sarcastic remark. This young master can easily walk a mile in your stomachs. I know exactly what you are drooling over right now. To put it bluntly, the thing keeping you all awake at night is none other than the divine cauldron I just snagged from the Yao Wang tomb, isn't it? Yao Ru, standing opposite him, immediately seized the opportunity, gluing her eyes to Ling Xiao to haggle. Ling Xiao, since you've laid your cards on the table, be a good boy and offer that divine cauldron to the Tianyao kingdom. Don't worry, we'll toss you a generous compensation package, ensuring you won't lose out." Hearing this, Ling Xiao waved his hand, immediately pulling out the divine cauldron to float in the air, showing it off in their faces. Tusk, looking closely, this pot is actually pretty basic, nothing sparkling to be found. You parasites of the Tianyao kingdom were born blind to alchemy. This cauldron can only activate 100% of its miracles when in the hands of this young master. And actually, the matter of this pot is extremely deeply tied to the commercial project I was just bluffing about earlier. Just as Ling Xiao finished his sentence, a seductive, wicked aura suddenly rushed in from the doors, dragging along a shrill voice. "Little brat, this lady is craving that cauldron so badly. Spit out the asking price on the chopping block right now. How do you want to trade?" The madam who just brought herself over was no stranger. She was exactly Yu Cheng, the notorious 4-star female alchemist currently making waves. The moment the old king caught a whiff of Yu Cheng, he immediately bent his back and ran out to warmly welcome her. "Oh my God, Grandmaster, you've made this king strain his eyes waiting forever for you to appear." Hurriedly turned to PR her identity to Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, open your eyes wide and look. This is Grandmaster Yu Cheng, the absolute peak 4-star alchemist of the Tianyao kingdom. Aren't you drooling for the Ice Phoenix crown? As long as you're willing to cough up that divine cauldron, I promise to trade that treasure properly and even throw in a massive bonus package for you." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes, nodding as he assessed the situation. Oh wow, the enemy side schemed pretty well, even spending money to hire a rank 4 alchemist as a shill. I'd rather die than give up this divine cauldron. I dare you to pry it from my hands. After a few seconds of pretending to think, Ling Xiao swiped his hand, putting the divine cauldron away, and then loudly proclaimed, "It's true that I crave the Ice Phoenix crown, but looking back at the economic agreement from earlier, our Ling Long Commerce Guild doesn't just sell cheap sub-4-star pills, we also contract hot 5-star divine medicines too." Yu Cheng heard this, clutched her stomach, and laughed hysterically, shooting a look of utmost contempt. "You brat whose nose isn't even wiped clean, do you know how terrifyingly big of a bluff you're making? 5-star pills? Since what primordial era did a corner like your Dong Tang ever produce a 5-star alchemist?" Ling Xiao patted his chest with a thump, shamelessly declaring with unmatched confidence, "Me, who else? A 100% real 5-star alchemy grandmaster." Entire Tianyao Kingdom court heard this and rolled on the floor laughing their guts out. "Ha ha ha, truly the bullshitter of the year. Him, a 5-star alchemist. If that little punk can do it, I swear I'll eat shit instead of rice on the spot." Having the nerve to flap his lips and thump his chest boasting in front of Grandmaster Yu Cheng. "If you flip the entire land of Guizhou upside down, those 5-star alchemists are all monsters as rare as autumn leaves." Perfectly ignoring the mocking choir, Ling Xiao stroked his chin as calmly as ever, tilting his chin in a challenge. "Seeing as you guys have such big mouths, if you don't believe it, does Grandmaster Yu Cheng have the guts to step into the arena and compete in an alchemy match with a junior to see who is better? If I can mold a 5-star pill, then the business treaty the king just mentioned must be instantly finalized, and you guys must cough up the Ice Phoenix crown to me without questioning a single word." Yu Cheng standing opposite him had a face as dark as minced meat porridge, her voice full of murderous intent. "It's been countless new years since a little fry dared to stroke the tiger's beard in front of this lady. King, if this punk loses face down, I don't give a damn if he's an envoy of Dong Tang or West Tang. I swear I will skin him, pull his tendons, and stew him as a medicinal primer to satisfy my anger." A moment later, a fiery arena exclusively for the alchemy race was set up bright and shiny. The two main characters proudly stood guard in front of their pill cauldrons, ready to dive into battle. The opening gong rang out loudly, mixed with the rapid, heart-pounding beat of war drums. Yu Cheng raised her face, pointing her nose at the sky, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a rank 4 alchemist master, accompanied by a smirk full of contempt. Catching a glimpse of the brilliant strange fire flaring up, the crowd gasped in awe. Yao Wu stood on the sidelines hurriedly chiming in with flattery and mockery. "See that? Grandmaster Yu Cheng is no small fry. A strange fire is a priceless treasure that every alchemist drools over. That bullshitting master of yours has securely booked a ticket to see the king of hell this time." Fortune Divine Cauldron lying still beside Ling Xiao suddenly vibrated violently, transmitting a warning. "Hey kid, although the 5-star pill recipes in my treasury are as common as mushrooms, they are just toys. With your current scrawny cultivation base, if you force yourself to mold one, be careful not to blow yourself up. While no one is paying attention, get on your knees and lick her heels to admit defeat. Maybe that hag will spare your dog life. Ling Xiao snatched the recipe without the slightest bit of fear, pouted and patted his chest. If I can't even get past this tiny little hurdle, what face do I have to be the boss supervising you? This name, Liu Wei Dai Huang Pill, sounds pretty catchy. Let's decide on this. I'll make mincemeat out of it. In just the blink of an eye, after touching the blueprint of the super 5-star Liu Wei Dai Huang Pill, backed by the invincible cheat buff from the Dao Enlightenment Seed, Ling Xiao immediately swallowed the entire refinement process, pushing his proficiency to a terrifying game-hacking level. Immediately, Ling Xiao mobilized his spiritual power, summoning the brilliant Xue Yan fire and secretly assessing, truly not knowing her own strength. What right does that scrawny little strange fire have to compete with the Xue Yan fire, the renowned peerless divine flame of the Ba Huang? The image of the majestic divine beast, Xue Yan, suddenly descended, helping the divine flame fully unleash its world-shaking destructive power. The terrifying pressure from the divine flame immediately crushed the enemy's strange fire, making it retract its head and constantly tremble in panic. Witnessing this scene, Yu Cheng started getting cold chills down her spine. The old woman frantically wondered, what kind of demonic fire is that? Its power is not only on par with my Yao Ju nether cold fire, but it actually completely overwhelms it. What hole did this little brat actually come from? Historically, I've never heard of Dong Tang producing such a perverted alchemist. In a nearby corner, Yao Ru's eyes shone brightly, not blinking once as she followed Ling Xiao's every movement. She infatuatedly thought to herself, could this man truly be the legendary 5-star alchemy master? 30 minutes flew by in a flash. In contrast to the scene of Yu Cheng looking haggard, exhausting all her strength to hug her pill cauldron, Ling Xiao was lying lazily over there, enjoying a moment of leisure as if he were on vacation. That indifferent demeanor of Ling Xiao made Yao Ru even more deeply captivated. The pills were about to condense, yet the anomalous phenomena pouring out from this man's furnace were clearly several levels more spectacular than Grandmaster Yu Cheng's. Smelling an impending defeat, Yu Cheng gritted her teeth and activated a blood sacrifice forbidden art to forcefully upgrade her pill. She silently muttered in her stomach, it's come to this, I have to risk my life and use a wicked move. Using my own essence blood as bait, I will definitely push the pill's quality to the peak. With my illustrious reputation and status as a 4-star master, I absolutely cannot let a brat whose nose isn't even wiped clean ride on my head. Thinking and acting as one, she crazily squeezed out her essence blood to mix it into the furnace, officially kicking off the final pill condensation step. Borrowing power from the blood sacrifice, her medicinal pill finally showed its face, successfully reaching the incredibly precious 5-star realm. Witnessing this shining display, the old king was so overjoyed his face radiated, hurriedly cheering. Grandmaster Yu Cheng, this pill has definitely touched the 5-star mark. Ha ha ha, absolutely brilliant. Congratulations to Grandmaster Yu Cheng for smoothly stepping into the ranks of 5-star masters. This truly is a massive joy for our Tianyao kingdom. Surrounding civil and military officials of the Tianyao kingdom also scrambled to kneel and hail. We ministers congratulate Grandmaster Yu Cheng. Congratulations on this monumental joyful event for our Tianyao kingdom. Standing in a corner, Ling Xiao was also preparing to retract his power. The man rolled his eyes at the crowd and disdainfully clicked his tongue in his mind, only squeezing out one 5-star pill, and they're making a fuss as if they struck gold. My hot stuff is about to come out of the oven too. The moment the thought ended, Ling Xiao's pill cauldron unexpectedly shot up into the high sky and then exploded into pieces, setting off a deafening bombardment. Ling Xiao's finished products then dropped to the ground with a patter, as black as charcoal. Seeing that embarrassing scene, Yao Wu threw his head back and laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, a 5-star pill, huh? 5-star my ass. I told you to stop showing off your axe skills in front of Grandmaster. Yu Cheng is just asking to put on a comedy show. Hu Tai Sui stood watching, his back drenched in sweat, frantically sending a private message to Yu Fengzai. Yu Fengzai, this situation smells like a disaster. Quickly escort the young master and make a run for it. I'll stand here and act as a meat shield. Yu Cheng lifted her face and raised her chin, her hands already gathering spiritual power as she menacingly threatened. You little brat, earlier I warned that I would skin you and pull your tendons. If you're smart, cough up the divine cauldron, and this old woman will grant you a less painful death. Ling Xiao put on a mocking smile, insolently shooting back. Oh my, why are you getting so worked up? Who declared that I've lost him? The twist that broke out in the very next second made everyone present drop their jaws in shock. Rich, wondrous fragrance wafted out, making the old king inhale in ultimate ecstasy. The medicinal scent seeped into every inch of their guts. Just taking a second-hand sniff made people tremble with pleasure, so entranced they didn't want to wake up. Yao Ru, standing nearby, also revealed a fanatical look, ecstatically telling herself, "This surge of life force seems to have just helped my body break some mysterious shackles, an indescribable bliss." Even Yao Wu lost his self-control, muttering, "This feels too good, this spiritual energy feels exactly like curling up in a mother's womb, strangely peaceful." Right after that, Ling Xiao's finished medicinal pills officially made their brilliant debut. Yu Cheng looked over, her hands and feet trembling, all the blood draining from her face. One batch of pills and he extracted a whole 10 pills. One dud and 9 successes, and all strictly glowing with a 5-star color. Impossible, how could such an absurd thing exist in this world? Ling Xiao casually picked one up to closely inspect and admire it, clicking his tongue and muttering, "Hold on a second, let me double-check the goods." After a few seconds of evaluation, Ling Xiao coldly waved his hand, tossing the pile of 5-star pills to lie abandoned in a corner. "The quality of these 9 pills is depressing, nothing more than garbage." Then the man strolled over to the charred black pill from earlier and smirked. "Who dares to open their mouth and call this trash, huh?" As soon as it rested in the palm of his hand, the medicinal pill instantly shed its patchy skin, displaying a flawless, perfect beauty. Its true identity was the Liu Wei Dai Huang pill, firmly seated at the 5-star tier. The old king strained his eyes to get a look, then scrambled over like he was flying. "Little brother, this thing is a genuine rare 5-star pill. Brother, you truly are a master hiding your skills. Earlier your brother had eyes but failed to see and offended you. I sincerely apologize." Yao Ru glued her eyes to Ling Xiao, infatuation flooding her entire face. "I must marry him. I would willingly be his wife 100 times over." Yu Cheng immediately coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. Her legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Ling Xiao stood with his arms crossed, smiling as he explained the details. She played a stupid game, using a blood sacrifice forbidden art to force the pill to level up, and the consequence is that her internal organs are completely shredded. At this rate, Grandmaster Yu Cheng will have to hang up her pot and retire, saying goodbye to the alchemy profession forever and lying in bed to recover for a very long time. The old king trembled, his face drained of all color. "What did you say? From now on, Grandmaster Yu Cheng is a cripple unable to refine pills." Ling Xiao acted nonchalant, shrugging playfully. "Why fret, king? Our previous deal will proceed exactly as discussed. Furthermore, from now on, the Ling Long Commerce Guild will supply all pills below the 5-star threshold for your country. What do you think of finalizing this deal?" With tears in his eyes, the old king grasped Ling Xiao's hands. "Little brother Ling Xiao truly is a man who values loyalty and friendship. This king accepts your deal right now. From this minute on, the Tian Yao Kingdom is your home turf. Whatever item you need, as long as it exists within the borders of my Tian Yao Kingdom, brother will personally hand it to you. Oh, by the way, just asking quietly, what did you call that batch of 5-star pills earlier? That Liu Wei Dai Huang pill, would you mind gifting it to me as a souvenir?" A disciple peeking from beside Yao Wu timidly approached for instructions. "Your Highness the Third Prince, what should we do now that Grandmaster Wang Cheng is in such a ruined state?" Yao Wu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he roared furiously. "What's the use of bringing back a cripple who doesn't even know how to refine pills? She's just a waste of food, why keep her?" In a region with clearly divided bipolar climates, the old king patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and slowly recounted. "Little brother Ling Xiao, your arrival is truly timed perfectly. This Ice Flame Mountain Range is an extremely rare goldmine of the Tian Yao Kingdom. This land nurtures countless exotic flowers and herbs, and that ice phoenix crown you are hunting for is sitting right in its core. However, delicious food always comes with danger. This sacred land is incredibly treacherous, serving as the lair of a bunch of ferocious demonic beasts with incredibly tough combat power. Its annual cycle only reveals exactly 1 month for the violent energy belt here to cool down and become somewhat docile. You have to hit that exact time frame to even hope of entering and picking up lucky encounters. This is also the occasion for our Tian Yao Kingdom to filter out the most outstanding elite talents." Yao Rao suddenly glided over, clung tightly to Ling Xiao's arm, and coquettishly poured honey into his ear. "Brother Ling Xiao, I also want to join the fun on this hunting trip. You definitely have to be my personal bodyguard, okay?" Ling Xiao broke into a sweat. hastily finding an excuse to brush it off. The princess likes to joke with me again. Your inner strength has long crushed the majority of the people here. Why would you even need this skinny frame to protect you? It should be the other way around. I am the one who has to show my face and beg you, specifically about the coordinates of that ice phoenix crown. Yao Rao quickly seized the opportunity, babbling and bargaining. Then I will point out the hiding place of the ice phoenix crown to you. But you scratch my back, I scratch yours. Brother Ling Xiao must also help me snatch a treasure. What do you say? Once the goods are in hand, you can have me serve you however you want. After dropping the temptation, she pressed her glamorous lips to Ling Xiao's ear and began to whisper. This close contact almost snapped Ling Xiao's nerve of sanity. The man frowned and reflected. This little demoness is truly a sly fox. Getting involved with her is not easy to chew at all. The boy hurriedly turned his back and walked away to cover up his embarrassment. The princess must remember what she said. If you break your promise when the time comes, I will not let you off easy. Catching a glimpse of Ling Xiao's flustered state, Hu Tai Sui stood on the sidelines scratching his head in confusion. Why are the young master's legs walking so weirdly and crookedly? Taking in the intimate physical contact of Yao Rao, Zui Ling Long stood in the distance, finding it such an eyesore that she ground her teeth. Moving their steps right to the gateway of the Ice Flame Mountain Range, Ling Xiao and his group of brothers were gathering in small groups, observing the terrain ahead. At that very moment, Yao Wu bumped into an unlucky familiar face, making his crazy blood rush to his brain. He acted aggressively, opening his mouth to curse loudly. What blind fool crawled up from the ground? If you have the guts, try blocking this prince's way. Roll to the side for me immediately. The person who crashed into him was none other than Fen Yan Jun, wearing a sullen face full of killing intent. He gnawed on the hatred in his stomach. You bastards, just wash your necks and wait. After this arduous journey into the Ice Flame Mountain Range, when I ascend to become a god, anyone who dares to pluck the tiger's whiskers will taste despair. After several hours of groping deep into the core of the Ice Flame Mountain Range, despite the bone-chilling cold continuously whipping at him, Ling Xiao still gritted his teeth and dragged his feet. He walked while secretly complaining. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to find the immortal phoenix herb for that little demoness. The cold energy in this place is terrifyingly bone-piercing. Ling Long's group has completely given up. If I hadn't extracted the absolute cold origin chi from Yan I'd probably be frozen into a statue like those unlucky guys out there by now. Popping out of nowhere, a giant snow bear massively blocked the path, carrying a brutally suffocating pressure field. Before he could even say hello, it directly smashed a heaven-shaking slap towards Ling Xiao, so fast that he couldn't react. The tyrannical palm wind tore through the air and hit the target, kicking Ling Xiao flying thousands of miles away like a piece of torn rag. Taking the gorilla attack head-on, he was bruised all over, pinning a deadly glare on the white bear while gritting his teeth in judgment. This ice beast is actually at the sea-gathering realm, crushing me by a whole major realm. The giant white bear spoke in a booming, sarcastic voice. Human, your life must be quite big to sneak into this phoenix domain, and you even withstood a slap from me without your body shattering. You seem quite tough. Chewing you will definitely be satisfyingly crunchy. Before its roar faded, it had already opened its mouth full of sharp serrated teeth, galloping straight at Ling Xiao, demanding to eat him. Suppressed by 1,000-pound pressure on his head, Ling Xiao hastily stuffed a pill down his throat, his mouth not forgetting to curse. You foolish bear, didn't your family teach you the basic politeness of saying hello before fighting? Ling Xiao crushed the bitter medicinal pill in his mouth. In a split second, the phantom of the Xue Yan demonic ape was summoned, reaching out to tightly clamp the roaring mouth of the white bear. A blazing sea of fire was activated. He unleashed his power at full capacity and silently sighed in admiration. The reputation of the 5-star 6 flavors Earth Emperor pill is no joke. It just slid down my stomach, and my vitality is already boiling and brimming. He immediately deployed the 8 desolates and 6 harmonies divine palm, weaving it with 30 streams of desolate dragon power, and continued to stuff in the heaven tremor technique to multiply his strength 30 times. With his firepower fully loaded, Ling Xiao locked onto the white bear and yelled at the top of his lungs. You really like to snack, don't you? Ling Xiao brought down a devastating punch that crushed all resistance. Then open your mouth and eat until your belly bursts. The lightning-fast punch caused the white bear extreme agony, its entire body cracking and shattering into chunks. In the blink of an eye, that massive body evaporated into thousands of pure white snow bubbles, dissipating into thin air. Burning all his energy for that ultimate strike made Ling Xiao dizzy. This is bad. With my origin power excessively depleted like this, how am I going to withstand the shivering cold in the Phoenix domain any longer? Right at the moment of exhaustion, his body luckily collided with the divine ability Ice Seal Heaven and Earth of the Ice Phoenix tribe. With the assistance of the Dao Comprehension Seed, Ling Xiao successfully comprehended the ice-cold intent technique. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Striking this gold mine was truly a sign of great fortune. Absorbing this cold intent, taking in the origin power from the ice and snow in the Phoenix domain would be as easy as flipping his hand, sparing him the hardship of bracing himself against that bone-chilling cold. But how does this Ice Seal Heaven and Earth of the Ice Phoenix tribe work? I only heard rumors that the Dao Comprehension Seed assists in comprehension when encountering normal martial skills. Who would have thought it would actually absorb such a domineering divine ability? While his brain was busy analyzing, a hair-raising cold fog tornado loomed up right behind his back. In a fraction of a second, that wave of cold energy had iced Ling Xiao's entire body, paralyzing him before he could react. His whole person turned into a statue, standing frozen stiff amidst the desolate, freezing Phoenix domain. Helplessly buried under the layer of ice, Ling Xiao panicked and howled, "Is anyone there? Scoop me out of here quickly." From the dead silence, a ghostly, eerie voice suddenly drifted over. "Are you of the dragon tribe or the human race? The time for me to escape this damn ice dungeon has finally come." Hearing the bizarre sound, Ling Xiao jumped in shock and yelled, "Who is it? Who is playing hide-and-seek? What kind of monster are you? If you have the guts, show your face and meet me." Instantly, the solid ice terrace, right beneath the man's feet, suddenly burst open into thousands of deep crevices. In less than a blink of an eye, the man plunged headfirst down a bottomless abyss in extreme panic. After a sore landing at the bottom of the pit, he stealthily narrowed his squinting eyes, scanning every nook and cranny around him. Sweeping his gaze around, he suddenly spotted a weirdly shaped herb. Good heavens, don't tell me this is exactly the immortal phoenix herb. Examining the item right in front of his nose closely, Ling Xiao howled with joy. "Haha, it indeed wasn't in vain for me to risk my life trekking all the way here. That little demoness swore to let me do whatever I want to her. This time, I definitely have to scam her hard to satisfy my heart." Who would have expected this cold stone hollow to store an entire vault of immortal phoenix herbs? Who knows, I might even pick up the ice phoenix crown rolling around here. Just as he was about to step forward, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck and startlingly turned his head to look behind him. Imposing in front of him was a giant ice bird, and it coldly dropped an interrogation. "Little guy, do you even know how precious a treasure the ice phoenix crown is that you dare to harbor intentions of snatching it?" Ling Xiao stared wide-eyed at the bird dripping with frost light, inwardly marveling. This ice phoenix is truly magnificent. Right after, a strand of the ice phoenix's divine consciousness condensed into physical form, aiming its sharp eyes at Ling Xiao. Bearing an arrogant and indifferent expression, she commanded, "Kid, drag your body up here for me." Hearing her harsh tone, Ling Xiao had no choice but to obediently shrink his neck, sluggishly inching closer step by step. A hint of anxiety flashed across his face as he secretly pieced the events together. This phoenix domain indeed hides an ancient Holy Spirit phoenix. No wonder the Dao Comprehension Seed suddenly helped me comprehend Ice Seal Heaven and Earth earlier. It turns out this female monster was pulling the strings from the beginning. Seeing Ling Xiao approaching the Azure Dragon Sword, the Ice Phoenix's divine consciousness immediately stated, "Your body carries the lingering aura of the dragon tribe. If you know what's good for you, squeeze out some dragon blood, coat the sword with it, and then pull it up for me. Do well, and this exalted one will leave you a path of survival to leave this place." Ling Xiao was more than capable of seeing through the opponent's despicable scheme, muttering an analysis. "Setting aside the fact that I am not even from the dragon tribe, where would I get dragon blood to drip on it? Looking at this formation, even a fool can tell she's being shackled by that sword. If I stupidly pull it up, I might be the one going to see the king of hell right here." Seeing Ling Xiao still standing there blankly, the ice phoenix pointed straight at him and scolded, "Brat, why haven't you acted yet? Standing before this exalted one, you still dare to plot some filthy scheme." Ling Xiao proudly puffed out his chest and faced her. "Senior is putting too big of a hat on me. This junior merely wandered into this phoenix domain by accident. Originally, I just intended to glean a few spiritual herbs to take back. Who knew I would have the destiny to meet a legendary Holy Spirit here?" Right amidst the verbal sparring, Ling Xiao smoothly dodged and sneaked way behind her back. Exposing the truth, he slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Haha, my guess couldn't be more accurate. It turns out you are just a tiny fraction of a consciousness avatar. That ice phoenix lying there as bare bones is your true main body. But what a pity, it seems to be completely sealed off by this divine artifact. Am I right? With her cover blown, the ice phoenix jumped in a frenzy, scolding loudly. You audacious brat with the guts of a tiger, how dare you be disrespectful to this exalted one? This exalted one only needs to flick a fingernail to send you to the afterlife. Ling Xiao displayed an arrogant, challenging expression. Then why don't you try making a move? I'm standing right here offering myself up for you to hit. Ling Xiao glared at the ice phoenix with a stern look. If you want to ask someone to untie you, then dial back your attitude. Begging a little is the right way. Does Senior think this junior's words are wrong? Hitting a sore spot, the ice phoenix immediately threw a tantrum, crying and throwing a fit. You are bullying me. Ling Xiao stood nearby, wiping the cold sweat pouring down his forehead, shuddering as he thought. Damn it, I almost sacrificed my life in this place just for the crime of being too honest. He cautiously shuffled closer, proactively extending his hand while the other party was still sobbing. Ling Xiao forced a gentle smile. Be good now, stop crying, let me help you escape the endless, lonely, moldy days in this ice cave. The moment his hand brushed against hers, the ice phoenix immediately went back on her word, holding her hand out demanding. Wait, you must first sign a contract selling yourself to me. Witnessing the treacherous nature of the scoundrel in front of her, the ice phoenix glared fiercely and roared. You are truly a shameless scoundrel. Grabbing onto a burden, Ling Xiao hurriedly looked for a way to slip into another corner. This is bad, this troublesome woman is hard to deal with. From the opposite side, the ice phoenix frantically fired a barrage of bone-chilling cold energy along with extreme fury. I will kill you. Rooting himself at the border, Ling Xiao instantly regained his balance, releasing all of his desolate dragon firepower outward for defense. The roaring flames of the 8 Desolate's golden dragon power boiled and erupted, charging up to fiercely clash with the freezing blast. Seeing that this much power was still just a drop in the bucket, Ling Xiao hastily formed seals to execute a cultivation method, dragging the power of the purple heaven-suppressing technique to surge 30 times higher. A wave of tyrannical aura bombarded the space, continuously emitting brutal and violent waves of fire. After a period of tug-of-war, the Ice Phoenix, running out of arguments, had to surrender to this overwhelming display. The divine ability of the Dragon Tribe. You are indeed someone of the Dragon Tribe. Ling Xiao immediately shouted to explain. Are you deaf or blind? I am immortal, I just managed to cultivate a divine ability of the Dragon Tribe, that's all. The Ice Phoenix standing nearby quickly rebutted. Don't even try to deceive me. How could a normal mortal have the life force to cultivate the divine ability of the Dragon Tribe? She simultaneously pointed at the azure dragon sword pinned deep in the ground. Fine, I agree with you. As long as you can pull out this thorn and return my freedom, this seat is willing to be your mount for exactly 1 century. However, right as her beak closed, she was extremely shocked by the audacious action right before her eyes. Ling Xiao decisively reached out and tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. The golden words of a legendary Holy Spirit cannot be swallowed back, you know. Since you have agreed to this, I will rescue you now. In reality, the man's head had enough gravel to be cautious beforehand. Haha, idiot, testing my luck a bit won't lose a piece of meat. If it gets too tense, I'll turn around and run, relying on just a sliver of your consciousness avatar. What do you have to take my life with? Finishing his thought, Ling Xiao immediately circulated the aura of the golden dragon desolate beast coursing through his veins to start grinding and pulling the sword. The frenzied power burst forth into fierce pillars of fire, burning and completely overpowering the chilling cold that was besieging them from all sides. The Ice Phoenix stood on the sidelines roaring instructions. You must persevere. Absolutely do not let go halfway, otherwise even your ancestors won't be able to carry the weight of your life. Hearing that terrible news, Ling Xiao broke into a cold sweat of worry. What the heck, bastard, why didn't you say such a life-and-death matter earlier? For the sake of preserving his little life, Ling Xiao tried to summon the Xue Yan flaming demonic ape to assist in pulling the sword. Looking at the grotesque physical body that had just popped out, the Ice Phoenix shuddered in terror. What in the world? Not only did this freak usurp the dragon's divine ability, but he also took the power of Xue Yan. Ling Xiao, with strong willpower and a red face, exerted his strength to the very end. I don't believe that just because of this trivial weapon, I, Ling Xiao, won't have enough strength to pull it up. After all the straining efforts, the stubborn sword finally gave in to shaking and inched up slightly from the ground. At the exact moment the seal cracked, the sky immediately erupted with countless bizarre phenomena, causing the crowd of martial artists standing guard outside to clamor in discussion. Look quickly, what the hell is that? Why did the ice mountains suddenly disappear? With this kind of heaven and earth mutation, could it be that a super supreme treasure is about to be born? This strange aftershock spread as fast as the wind, covering every place in the Tian Yao kingdom, shaking even the bed of the old king in the royal palace thousands of miles away. The old man quickly furrowed his brows, stroking his beard and gazing at the horizon. Rumor has it that that desolate place bears up to 2 saint-level creatures. Who knows what the truth is? Ling Xiao, you are the red seed. Absolutely do not leave your corpse in that obscure corner. How far I can intervene is entirely entrusted to you. The Ice Phoenix crown is the supreme token of our heavenly Phoenix tribe. How could this seat just watch you take it away so easily? In the ice cave dimension, Ling Xiao roared savagely, pouring out his last drop of strength to pry the precious sword up. Thanks to the Dao Comprehension Seed leading the way, he had smoothly comprehended countless brand new cultivation methods, and the combo barrage of the 8 desolates, divine beasts' power poured down incessantly. With a boom, the sealing chains shattered completely, making the Ice Phoenix shed tears of joy. 10,000 years of imprisonment have passed. Finally, I can breathe the scent of freedom. But the moment the handcuffs slipped off, she immediately changed her tune like flipping a rice paper, sticking up her beak and shouting, "You ignorant human who doesn't know his own strength, just now you dared to arrogantly demand a prestigious ancient Holy Spirit Ice Phoenix like me to be your mount for 100 years. She unleashed a dense basket of killing intent, glaring with bulging cheeks at him. Even if this seat has to suffer the backlash of the true word, today I must annihilate you at all costs. Hand over your life." Way down below, Ling Xiao playfully smirked in triumph, pulling out a formation to press the opponent's head back into the cage. Getting sacked and locked up a second time, the blood drained from the Ice Phoenix's face, her knees trembling as she stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao now showed an incredibly cunning face, continually turning the seal switch on and off to tease the opponent just to spite her. After being spun around like a cricket a few times, the Ice Phoenix's spirit shattered into pieces, and she had to tuck her tail and kneel down in unconditional surrender. Ling Xiao raised a mocking eyebrow looking at the Ice Phoenix. My, bearing the title of Ancient Holy Spirit, yet playing the game of biting the hand that feeds you. This holy sword pulled you out, so it has more than enough power to throw you back in at any time. I am only tossing you one last single chance to think carefully. Are you willing to accept me as your master or not? Hearing this, the Ice Phoenix reluctantly reverted to her original form, stomping and scraping her claws against the stone floor in frustration. But just a few seconds later, she reined herself in, squeezed out a shy expression mixed with a bit of timidity, and obediently bowed her head to call Ling Xiao master. Man stored the holy sword in his inventory and grinned playfully, hanging the ancient Holy Spirit sign just for show, but your level of girlishness is exactly the same as normal young girls. Isn't it better to be obedient like this, serving me for a mere century, compared to 10,000 years molding in this lonely stone cavity is nothing? Not to mention, being a pet for a heaven-chosen child carrying the destiny of heaven and earth on his back like me, you absolutely won't suffer any losses. Later I will buy you a super giant room, covering food and lodging with premium spirit stones for you to cultivate for a long time. At the same time, in the Fire Basin Magma domain hidden beneath the navel of the Flame Mountain Range, the ancient Holy Spirit entity buried here also began to struggle. Booming voice like a broken bell bombarded from the core of the volcano. Ha ha ha, this old man indeed didn't misjudge you, kid. A brat like you is actually more than capable of swallowing whole and refining a strand of this seat's original fire seed. In 10,000 years of gathering dust, you are the very first person to successfully transcend the tribulation of this matter. Hurry up and bring your ass over here, pull out this ice feather arrow pinned in my chest. The moment this seat breaks out of the cage safely, I swear I will pump you with a brutally awesome source of power. Fenyan Jun flashed a sinister smile, leisurely stepping forward and reaching out to grab the ice feather arrow. Oh, one of the 8 great ancient condors, as long as you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, I will immediately unlock you. Taking this bitter mockery, the fire condor immediately squealed like a slaughtered pig. You little brat, do you even know what kind of arrogant words you just barked? Fen Yanjun still displayed his cold-blooded face, casually replying, "Draw a line on your hand and sign the 8 Fiends' blood curse with me to become a servant. You are currently out of options to bargain." From out of nowhere, Ling Xiao and the Ice Phoenix also keenly sniffed out the abnormal fluctuation of energy violently rising from the Flame Mountain range. The man frowned, his face grimacing as he stared intently at the glowing red light, muttering, "This wolf-like howling noise is exactly one of the 8 great ancient condors you just mentioned earlier, huh?" Deep underground, Fen Yanjun kept tapping the wooden fish to mock the ancient condor. "When you were still running rampant, taking my life would only cost half a breath. But times have changed now, you must bow your head and beg me for rescue." Hearing such piercing words, the fire condor didn't go crazy, but instead laughed maniacally with delight. "Ha ha ha, kid, this seat favors this bastardly ambition and courage of yours. Since you're so bloodthirsty, don't ask who your daddy is. Let this seat see if your mortal flesh will explode when carrying this extreme source of power of mine." Fen Yanjun didn't bother hesitating anymore, concentrating his strength to yank the ice feather arrow straight out of the fire condor's chest. "Haha, deciding to follow me is definitely the brightest final decision of your life." As the sealing chains snapped, the ancient condor barked a sound that tore the eardrums of heaven and earth, unleashing a sickeningly tyrannical aura. 10,000 years rotting in jail, finally this seat has broken out of the cage. Freedom beckoning, it frantically flapped its wings to forcefully hoard all surrounding energy veins. "Heaven and earth spiritual chi, drag all your asses over here and converge for me. All living beings under this sky must kneel under my crotch from now on." The useless martial artists standing guard suddenly felt their bones turn to jelly, screaming miserably like their houses were on fire. "What kind of devilry is this? Why is all the spiritual chi in our dantians evaporating uncontrollably like that? Damn it, what kind of brutal freak has descended?" While blissfully enjoying it, the fire condor suddenly took a block of ice right to the mouth, hurting so much it cried out. "Who is bold enough to dare take a cheap shot at this exalted one's back?" Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the back of the ice phoenix, from the top of its head thumping his chest and declaring clearly, "You featherless bird, open your eyes wide and look. Standing right here is your grandfather Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao stuck his face up proudly, arrogantly scolding both the fire condor and Fen Yanjun, radiating an aura as unyielding as a monolith. The man glared at the enemy intensely, his voice cold as cash. "Fen Yanjun, so you are the madman who unlocked and let loose this ancient condor fierce beast, huh?" Fen Yanjun looked up and his face turned red with hatred, straining his neck to yell, "Ling Xiao, enemies truly meet on a narrow path, it's you again." He laughed savagely, baring his teeth, barking loudly in threat. "Bumping into you here is great, it saves me the effort of hunting you down everywhere. Obediently hand over the divine cauldron that originally belonged to me, and conveniently spit out the ghost flame you snatched from my body." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes to scrutinize his transformation, clicking his tongue in assessment. This idiot really got lucky. How the hell did he manage to coax the ancient condor into backing him? The current situation looks a bit strenuous. Fen Yanjun absorbed the energy tank completely just received from the ancient condor, howling with excitement. "Ling Xiao, pick a good spot to bury your corpse. Today is your death anniversary." He shifted his entire weight down to his thighs, stomping hard and mashing the surrounding stone ground into dust. His figure tore through the wind and shot forward like a rocket, wrapping in a storm of ferocious killing intent, aiming straight to slap Ling Xiao's neck. As soon as they clashed, he immediately swung a 1,000-pound heavy fist hooking straight at Ling Xiao's chest with extreme speed. Following the momentum to crush him into the earth, his face twisted, showing a cruel expression in his insane bloodlust. Ling Xiao wouldn't just sit there and take it so easily. He seized the moment to tightly grip the enemy's pressing arm, speaking in a mocking tone. "You are not the darling of heaven, yet you always love to suffer from main character delusions. You are rejoicing a bit too early." The sharp gaze and decisive counterattack from Ling Xiao made him momentarily startled, backing away in apprehension. Ling Xiao instantly urged the absolute cold origin chi, freezing the opponent's entire arm, forcing Fen Yanjun to wail sorrowfully. "You freak! How can you control such a terrifyingly horrific absolute cold origin chi?" Finishing his words, he gritted his teeth and thrashed wildly, launching a heavy punch to shatter the layer of ice locking him down. Witnessing Fen Yanjun's lightning-fast reaction and ferocious rebound force, Ling Xiao slightly furrowed his brows, revealing a hint of shock. Fen Yanjun looked up to the sky, straining his neck to scream in rage. "That damn phoenix! Could it be that you also broke the seal and crawled out? The Ice Phoenix next to Ling Xiao hurriedly reminded him, "Kid, your absolute cold origin chi is extremely compatible with my power. Quickly relax your divine consciousness and lend your body to this seat to fight." Ling Xiao casually stepped forward, smirking and teasing. "I haven't even nodded yet, and you're already planning to climb on me." The Ice Phoenix snorted, raising her voice to retort. "If I hadn't intervened in time to save you, you would have already been beaten to a pulp by him. Stop bragging. This broken body of yours is truly too fragile. Even with just 1/10,000th of the power of this exalted one, you wouldn't even be able to execute it. If not bound by the rules of this world, why would this exalted one ever need to rely on your mortal shell to make a move?" Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao immediately merged his soul with the Ice Phoenix, condensing all spiritual power to get ready to confront Fen Yanjun. Witnessing that scene, Fen Yanjun was jealous enough to see stars, howling madly. "Why must it be the ancient Holy Spirit Ice Phoenix? Where did you dig up such a massive goldmine of luck? My fortuitous encounters require me to scrape my skin and peel my scales to get, while that brat scooped it up so easily. I am not resigned." Hearing the complaints, the fire condor immediately flew out to scheme for Fen Yanjun. "Hey kid, don't forget this seat is also an ancient fierce beast. My power is no less than that Ice Phoenix. I smell that you possess the flying flame divine ability. Quickly use it to suck all the flames of this earth vein dry. This seat will help convert the origin power to help you break through your cultivation base." Catching the lifeline from the fire condor, Fen Yanjun glared at Ling Xiao, curling his lips into a smug smile as if he had already secured the victory. In a blink, he dived headfirst into the stream of blazing red magma surging below. His whole body submerged in the blood-red sea of magma, starting to madly circulate his cultivation technique to swallow the scorching flames. Ling Xiao stood way up high looking down, his face dumbfounded. Is this guy short-circuited? Everything is fine, and he suddenly thought it was a good idea to jump down there to boil himself. However, after just observing for a moment, he immediately saw through the enemy's ambition. This is bad. That ancient condor is lending a hand to help him absorb the earth vein fire. He is planning to swallow this area's entire fire pit whole. Seeing the earth-shattering scene, the group of Yao Rao, Hu Tai Sui, and Zui Ling Long also panicked. What the hell is going on? The flames of the Ice Flame Mountain Range haven't gone out in 10,000 years. I'm afraid a great upheaval is about to happen here. Not sure if the young master in the Phoenix domain will be caught in the crossfire. We have to quickly go there to scout it out. At this very moment, from deep within the mountain range, a thick cloud of smoke and dust rolled up, obscuring the entire space. Right after gulping down the flames cleanly, Fen Yanjun let out an ear-piercing roar and shot up into the sky, laughing with delight. "Ha ha ha, this source of energy is truly extremely refreshing. I feel my entire body burning with strength." Ling Xiao frowned, his eyes filled with vigilance as he looked towards Fen Yanjun. This is bad. He just swallowed the earth vein fire whole, so his cultivation base is skyrocketing dizzily. Ling Xiao hurriedly urged his origin chi, moving at lightning speed to execute a cultivation method to condense a domineering formation. The formation instantly crashed down on Fen Yanjun's head, bringing a terrifying pressure. "You plucked bird, 10,000 years have passed. Let this exalted one check how much of your current capability remains compared to the past." Fen Yanjun was suddenly tightly locked down inside Ling Xiao's formation barrier, making him momentarily startled. But just a blink later, his complexion shifted, displaying a sinister arrogance. "Ha ha ha, using this raggedy thing and you still fantastically dream of trapping this seat." Right after snapping, he tilted his head back and roared, exploding with all his firepower in an attempt to crush the barrier besieging him. Ling Xiao stood with his arms crossed watching, feeling restless inside. This is big trouble. This physical body is currently just lingering at the third level of the origin wheel realm, while he has already shot straight up to the sea-gathering realm after taking a mouthful of earth vein fire. Right while he was slightly distracted, a punch as heavy as Mount Tai from Fen Yanjun whipped past, grazing closely. Fen Yanjun put on a hideous face howling, continuously firing a series of thunderous punches at Ling Xiao's face. "Go to the grave, go down to the grave for me, you eyesore of a brat, just obediently become a stepping stone for me to climb up to the throne of a powerhouse. I am the sole main character of this world under heaven." Went crazy unleashing attacks, continuously raining down vicious kicks and punches straight onto Ling Xiao's body. The furious assault made him suffer flesh-tearing pain, his mouth incessantly coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Right at that moment, the group of Hu Tai Sui, Yu Fengzai, and Zui Ling Long arrived right at the scene. Yu Fengzai, you quickly step in and stop that monster who is throwing a rabid fit. Yu Fengzai immediately shot into the sky, charging straight at Fen Yanjun. HMPH, you're just a brat in the too high realm. Lying flat on the ground below, Ling Xiao endured the pain and shouted a warning. Yu Fengzai, watch out, this guy is no longer an ordinary too high realm cultivator. But before the warning could even finish, Fen Yanjun spun on his heel and unleashed a devastating punch straight at Lao Yu. The terrifying force sent the old man flying, crashing brutally into the ground in a miserable state. Hu Tai Sui took in the whole scene, shuddering in terror with his eyes wide open. What the hell is going on? Yu Fengzai is clearly a powerhouse in the Sudan realm. His cultivation suppresses that monster by a whole major realm. Bing Feng stood nearby with a solemn face, lowering her voice. Hidden deep within that guy's shell right now is the pure essence and power of the ancient fierce beast, Gu Dao. Not to mention, he just devoured the earth vein fire that had condensed for tens of thousands of years, so it's completely understandable that he can erupt with such might. While the group was still gaping in shock, Fen Yanjun dashed over, closing the distance in an instant. Fen Yanjun's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red, his lips curling into a wicked smile. Ha ha ha, begging me to let him go is fine. As long as you're willing to follow me and be my plaything for a few days, I guarantee I'll spare his pathetic life. All of you right now are worse than flies and mosquitoes, so save your breath and stop your useless resistance. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a razor as he secretly calculated. Since it's come to this, I'll just have to open the silk pouch and summon Auntie to get us out of this mess. Right at that moment, Bing Feng hastily turned to stop Ling Xiao. Your body is currently too weak. I can't force any more of my power into you, or your body will definitely shatter. Quickly unsheathe the 5 Dragons' holy sword. This weapon secretly harbors earth-shattering power. Try to figure out how to control it. Fen Yanjun instantly swung his claws, lunging straight at Zui Ling Long. Quick as lightning, Ling Xiao slashed his sword through the wind, carving a direct path toward him. The razor-sharp sword Kai instantly severed the enemy's arm, forcing him to let out a series of miserable shrieks. Ling Xiao gripped the 5 Dragons' holy sword tightly. His eyes fixed on Fen Yanjun, he had almost completely forgotten about this peerless holy artifact that once imprisoned the holy spirit of Bing Feng. Radiating an overwhelming aura, Ling Xiao strode majestically toward Fen Yanjun. Even if I can only force out 1 or 2/10 of its power, it's more than enough to send you to the afterlife. Ling Xiao's expression suddenly changed. He pointed the sword tip forward. In just a few breaths, this holy weapon has completely drained every last drop of origin energy in my body. Despite his spiritual energy being depleted, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last bit of his strength. I absolutely cannot fall here. During that tremendous pressure, Fen Yanjun trembled uncontrollably, his mouth constantly whining and begging Ling Xiao for mercy. Ling Xiao stepped forward with an icy face. You bastard, weren't you bragging earlier about taking someone as your plaything? Without bothering to waste words, Ling Xiao swung the divine sword fiercely, releasing a beam of sword Kai that cleaved straight into Fen Yanjun. The arrogant sword force swept through everything, the heaven-shaking slash easily tearing up a massive chunk of the terrain. After unleashing the strike that drained all his vitality, Ling Xiao staggered a few steps and fell flat on the ground. The holy weapon also immediately auto-retracted into his storage space. His body entirely empty of origin energy, Ling Xiao lay sprawled on the cold ground. This damn sword is too reckless, truly worthy of being a peerless holy weapon. A single strike, and it squeezed me dry, not leaving a single drop of origin energy. Suddenly, a raging sea of fire violently erupted, making Ling Xiao's group widen their eyes in astonishment. Sensing an ill omen, Bing Feng frantically shouted a warning. This is bad, everyone fall back. A fire bird immediately burst out from Fen Yanjun's corpse, roaring madly. Ha ha ha, thank you for helping this seat send that trash to hell, breaking this seat's 8 fierce blood curse. That piece of garbage thirsting for my power was ultimately just a small fry with overflowing ambition, but zero capability. In this critical life-or-death moment, Zui Ling Long scrambled forward in an attempt to block the enemy's path. Unfortunately, the gap in their realms was too extreme, and she was easily swatted far away by Gu Dao. The firebird compressed all of its spiritual energy, locking onto Ling Xiao's position and charging over to end his life. Just as it closed in, it opened its gaping maw, intending to swallow Ling Xiao's body in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao slid right into the beast's stomach. Witnessing the spine-chilling scene, Zui Ling Long cried out in terror, screaming Ling Xiao's name in despair. Hu Tai Sui was furious, roaring out in indignation, "You bastard bird!" He tightly gripped his spear shaft, his eyes bloodshot with rage, immediately awakening the power of his ancient demonic tiger bloodline. He continued to howl, gathering all of his fierce kai to surge violently into his right arm. Then he hurled the spear powerfully at the fire bird, with the momentum of moving mountains and filling seas. High up in the sky, the fire bird swooped around, focusing entirely on digesting Ling Xiao. It continuously intensified the raging flames inside its body, intending to burn everything to ashes. "You annoying brats, wait until I devour every single one of you. I will send you all down to the Yellow Springs to keep each other company." A fiery hurricane swept over, blasting Hu Tai Sui into a corner. However, at this very moment, Ling Xiao was still leisurely sitting cross-legged, as steady as Mount Tai, right inside its belly to slowly refine it. "The habit of eating whatever you see only brings disaster upon yourself. My 8 Desolates' holy body art was born precisely to refine the primal martial skills of the 8 fierce beasts. I was still scratching my head over how to carve your meat for refinement, who knew you would obediently deliver yourself right to my mouth." Ling Xiao remained perfectly calm, sitting in meditation right at the core of the fire bird, driving the 8 Desolates' holy body art to filter and absorb the precious fierce beast bloodline. A piercing pain striking straight to its core hit the fire bird, making it panic and scream, "You damn brat, what kind of trick are you playing inside my stomach?" Seeing the fire bird writhing in agony, Hu Tai Sui cheered joyfully. "Ha ha ha, young master truly has a tough life. The Gu Dao swallowed him but ended up failing to digest him." Right at this moment, a surging current of spiritual energy suddenly erupted around Ling Xiao, preparing to shatter his cultivation bottleneck. In a flash, the leveling up process drew forth a heavenly tribulation anomaly that covered the sky, leaving Zui Ling Long dumbfounded. "Look quickly, that's a heavenly tribulation anomaly." As the anomaly took shape, a terrifying lightning bolt struck straight down on the fire bird's back, causing it agonizing pain down to the marrow. "Little brat, you dare to suck this venerable one's essence blood to refine? Stop your hands right now." Inside, Ling Xiao maintained his highly focused attitude, forcing his cultivation to soar straight into the Yuan Ying realm. Ruthless lightning bolts continuously rained down on the fire bird's head, forcing it to tremble and wail. "Kid, what kind of freak are you exactly? How could you attract such a terrifying lightning tribulation?" Ling Xiao casually replied, "I'm completely clueless too. It's probably because the cultivation method I practice is too domineering, to the point that the heavens find it an eyesore and want to smash me with a tribulation. I'll have to trouble you this time. I am extremely grateful to you for taking the hits for me." Firebird's face was distorted right now, crying and begging in pain. "I know I was wrong, I've learned my lesson. Boss, please hurry up and get the hell out of my body." Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, his voice echoing from the stomach. "How can I do that? If I lack a famous meat shield like you, I fear I wouldn't even be able to endure a single bolt of this lightning tribulation. Besides, it was obviously your mouth that gobbled me up here in the first place, and now you're demanding to kick me out. Doesn't that sound grating to the ears?" The firebird went mad, roaring bitterly. "Damn dog, daring to force me into a corner, huh? It looks like I have no choice but to unleash my final life-saving secret art." Before the firebird could even recover its senses, another massive bolt of lightning slammed deafeningly into its body. Inside, Ling Xiao consecutively broke through his realm barriers, while layers of wondrous phantom clouds of his technique enveloped his body. Midst the roaring heavens and earth, Ling Xiao leisurely stood with his hands behind his back, enduring the heavens' wrath, leaving the panicked firebird to scramble frantically for an escape route. Ling Xiao smoothly shattered his bottleneck, taking a direct step into the 5th level of the Too High realm. After cleansing his marrow, purifying his bloodline, and successfully breaking through, he gently landed on the lush green grass. Zui Ling Long and Hu Tai Sui wore dumbstruck expressions, running toward Ling Xiao in shock. "Young master, is this the legendary heaven and earth anomaly?" "Young master is truly extraordinary. Even the remnant soul of an ancient Gu Dao had to bitterly run away." "Young master, was that roaring lightning just now and the blooming flowers here all caused by you? What kind of bizarre divine art are you actually cultivating?" Ling Xiao scratched his head, looking bewildered as he replied, It's already great that you guys are alive. As for this weird climate change, I don't get it either. I probably accidentally dragged it over while draining the fire bird's bloodline to level up. Bingfeng quickly raised her voice to instruct the crowd. Everyone, don't let your guard down, keep your eyes peeled and stay on high alert. She then grabbed Yu Feng's eye and Hu Tai Sui by the collar and soared straight into the sky. Ling Xiao also quickly wrapped his arm around Zui Linglong's waist and sprang high up, conveniently taking in the entire battlefield from above. Suddenly, countless flaming chains erupted from beneath the ground, tightly wrapping around his ankles. Thanks to the Dao Comprehension Seed planted in his body, Ling Xiao unintentionally gained enlightenment on the flaming iron death chain technique. The fire bird fled for its life, roaring and cursing as it went. Feng Yi and that little brat who squeezed my bloodline dry, I swear I'll carve this debt into my bones. The next time we meet, I will definitely tear you to pieces. From far away, Bingfeng's sharp eyes caught sight of the Gu Daio's tail as it hastily fled with its tail tucked between its legs. She wore an extremely tense expression, immediately issuing a warning. This is bad. Once that guy seizes the power of order, this myriad star's realm will sooner or later be swallowed whole by him. Seeing Ling Xiao's clueless face, Bingfeng immediately waved her hand. Right now, your fists are still too weak. It's not time to worry about these macro issues yet. Zui Linglong curiously peeked at Bingfeng, then whispered to Ling Xiao, "Young master, where did she come from? She looks so gorgeous." Ling Xiao flicked her forehead and explained, "That is Lord Bingfeng Huang, you'd better show some respect." Ling Xiao hastily led the team away. "All right, this place isn't suitable to camp in for long. Slipping away quickly is the best policy." Right at the moment he took a step, a man suddenly blocked the path, glaring at Ling Xiao with venomous eyes. His face darkened as he barked angrily, "Hey, was my subordinate Peng Yujai slaughtered by you lot?" Seeing Ling Xiao ignore him like he was invisible, he jumped up in even greater anger. "You dare look down on me? Which hole did you crawl out of anyway? Spit out your name right now." Yao Wu, who was loitering nearby, hurriedly intervened. "Zhu Yukai, give this prince some face. Young Master Ling isn't a thorn that you guys can pluck just because you want to." Zhu Yukai glared resentfully at Ling Xiao, muttering inwardly, "Even the prince has to stick his neck out for him. Could this guy's backing be insanely terrifying?" After weighing the pros and cons, Yukai could only click his tongue to salvage his pride. "Since Prince Yao Wu has personally pleaded for you, I will be magnanimous and give him face, sparing your life today." The lackey standing next to him whispered bitterly into his ear, "Boss, how can we swallow this anger? He had the guts to kill our brother. We absolutely must send him to the grave with his eyes wide open." Yukai smirked slightly, sketching a sinister smile. "Don't be hasty. The two highnesses are still on this land, so it's not convenient to cross the line. We'll just tail him to the royal palace. Waiting until no one is around to stab him in the back won't be too late." Some time passed at the royal palace of the Tian Yao kingdom. Ling Xiao and his entourage had smoothly returned to the palace. As soon as he stepped into the great hall, Ling Xiao clasped his hands and bowed to pay his respects to the old king. Ling Xiao greets the king. Yao Ru was also squirming with impatience, interrogating him about the whereabouts of the grass. "Brother Ling Xiao, did you manage to pluck the undying phoenix grass?" Ling Xiao casually pulled out the bunch of undying phoenix grass he had harvested. "I cleared out the whole nest, it's all right here. I had to get scraped and bruised, crawling back from the brink of death just to snatch these spirit herbs." Yao Ru coyly stepped forward, flirting, "Brother Ling Xiao, you made a grand promise to everyone that you would gift this stalk of undying phoenix grass to me." Hearing this, Ling Xiao let out a hearty laugh. "A gentleman's word is as good as gold. This whole pile is transferred to your name." Yao Ru happily snatched the undying phoenix grass with both hands. "Oh my, this is truly too wonderful." Sitting imperiously on the throne, the old king suddenly raised his voice in a demanding tone. "Did you only manage to pluck this single blade of undying grass?" Hearing that, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all, pulling out another batch of phoenix grass. As soon as he caught sight of the pile of supreme divine herbs, the old king's attitude flipped like a pancake. "Excellent, hurry up and offer all of that to this king." Ling Xiao frowned, looking at the old king with deep suspicion. "King, this is clearly the fruit of my blood, sweat, and tears. Why should I hand it all over to you?" The old king instantly went back on his word, displaying a greedy and arrogant face. "Haha, the Bingyan mountain range is on the deed of my Tian Yao kingdom. Any grass or tree you pluck from there is by default this king's property. Aren't you going to obediently spit it out?" Sensing something amiss, Ling Xiao quickly stuffed all the phoenix grass back into his bag, retorting, "You didn't breathe a single word of this at the beginning. You even thumped your chest and swore that any spoils I picked up in the Bingyan mountain range would be mine." The old king exposed his brazen face and chuckled darkly. "Haha, you are absolutely right, I did indeed promise that. But what if I feel like going back on my word now? If it weren't for you desperately trying to dig up that phoenix crown, why would my Tianyao kingdom have to lose a whole bunch of soldiers? Therefore, not just this phoenix grass, but anything valuable on you from head to toe must be vomited out for me." Yao Ru hypocritically stepped forward to persuade him. "Brother Ling Xiao, how about you submit and stay as the son-in-law of our Tianyao kingdom? If you behave a bit, royal father will definitely let you off the hook." Ling Xiao threw Yao Ru a look of contempt, replying curtly, "With those plain looks of yours, you're actually delusional enough to think you're a match for me." Slapped in the face so bluntly, Yao Ru's blood boiled as she screamed, "What a joke! This princess's beauty can topple nations, and you're saying I'm not a good match for you." The old king beside her also flew into a rage, slamming the table and roaring, "Men, tie this little thief up for me." Immediately, the imperial guards who had been lying in wait swarmed out from all four sides like a broken beehive, tightly closing the encirclement around Ling Xiao. Caught in an inescapable net, Ling Xiao still moved as light as a feather, weaving and dodging incredibly smoothly. "No wonder you dared to stick your noses in the air and speak so arrogantly. Turns out you had set up an ambush ages ago. But relying only on this trash and delusionally hoping to take me down." Ling Xiao gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand, coldly sweeping his gaze around. "Where exactly did you buy that blind confidence?" The moment the words left his mouth, Ling Xiao threw a punch as heavy as a mountain, instantly flooring the ringleader on the spot. The unlucky soldier, who took the full brunt of the punch, immediately foamed at the mouth and flew backward, crushing a bunch of his comrades into the horizon. Maintaining his calm and unhurried demeanor, Ling Xiao shot a razor-sharp gaze straight at the old king's face. He instantly unleashed the majestic aura of the Dong Tian realm. "All the remaining lackeys, come at me together. Today, I'm itching to stretch my muscles anyway." Feeling the suffocating pressure radiating from Ling Xiao, the royal father and daughter rolled their eyes back in shock, trembling as they hissed, "What the hell is this? How can a brat still wet behind the ears possess such terrifying cultivation? This is truly too demonic. If this thorn isn't pulled out soon, he will definitely become a nation-destroying disaster in the future." The old king frantically turned to signal Zhu Yukai. "Talisman Master Zhu, it's your turn to act. As long as you can bring me his head, this king swears to marry Yao Ru to you." Zhu Yukai flared with killing intent, casting a disdainful look at Ling Xiao. What the hell is there to brag about being in the Yuan Lun realm? He roused all his strength, charging like a moth to a flame at Ling Xiao. "I will force this little fry to kneel down and lick my boots begging for mercy." Facing that aggressive attack, Ling Xiao only needed to slightly shift his body to dodge it perfectly, looking incredibly relaxed. Closely following were a series of coordinated siege attacks from the lackeys. "The King of Hell has crossed out your name, obediently surrender your life. You dared to touch my people, today I swear I will skin you and rip out your tendons." Ling Xiao agilely did a somersault, lightly leaping into the air. "You haven't even touched the threshold of the Yuan Lun realm, yet you rats dare to talk so big." Ling Xiao calmly channeled his art, condensing a surging tide of origin Kai to face the enemies. What a bunch of walking punching bags, completely ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhu Yukai's lackeys immediately pulled out talismans and slapped them all over their bodies. One of them thumped his chest, showing off to his comrades, "Brothers, pull out all your trump cards and blind this little brat." Instantly, all the lackeys simultaneously erupted with the oppressive aura of the Yuan Lun realm. One of them laughed arrogantly. "Haha, you ragged peasant from Dongtang, open your eyes wide and admire this. We can easily break through straight to the Yuan Ying realm at the flip of a hand." Standing before the pack of smug villains, Ling Xiao remained as still as a lake, not dropping a single bead of sweat. He secretly cursed in his heart. What is there to be so proud and loud about? You're just a bunch of people abusing talismans to temporarily force your cultivation into the Yuan Lun realm. Glancing at the flies swarming eagerly around him, Ling Xiao calculated in his head. These fake goods can at most hold on for 15 minutes. Once the time is up, the whole lot will revert to their useless true forms. Waiting for the time to be ripe, Ling Xiao dashed forward and grabbed one of them by the collar, his voice cold. "You're trying to take my life with these full-of-holes cheap tricks. Don't you think you're confident to the point of being blind? The godlike agility and piercing mockery from Ling Xiao made that guy pee his pants, plunging him into absolute panic. Quick as a flash of lightning, Ling Xiao finished him off with a vicious strike, slamming the opponent to the ground on the spot. Another dog-like slave charged forward furiously to attack, snarling and biting. You little brat, your grave is guaranteed to be green today. Struggling is just a waste of sweat. We swear to hack you into 100 pieces to avenge our brothers. Facing several sword slashes whistling through the wind, Ling Xiao dodged gracefully as if dancing, dropping a mocking remark. Are your limbs as clumsy as a crawling turtle? After every high-speed counterslap, he would kick one guy flying out of bounds, muttering disdainfully, just a bunch of sissies. Relying on the worlds-apart gap in ability, Ling Xiao launched a flurry of kicks, sweeping away the shadows of those useless hired thugs. The few survivors who witnessed the tragedy went pale as a sheet, panicking and screaming, "This guy is too abnormal. He's being fiercely ganged up on, yet he brushes it off as easily as dusting off dirt." Xue Yan finally had to roll up his sleeves and personally enter the fray. He pasted talismans all over his body like a mummy to boost his power, then roared, "I don't care how tough you are, if you block my path, you'll become meat on the chopping block." Borrowing the might from the talismans, he charged aggressively like a mad bull straight at Ling Xiao. "Right at this moment, I will send you to the Yellow Springs." Facing the opponent's brutal collision, Ling Xiao merely crossed his arms leisurely to block the attack. Upon contact with the spiritual energy radiating from the talisman, thanks to the miraculous assistance of the Dao Comprehension Seed, he instantaneously and successfully copied the underlying principle of the 3-star origin gathering talisman. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent with delight, flashing a mocking smile. "Kudos to you for accidentally giving me a premium talisman drawing skill for free. It seems I can't let you close your eyes early just yet. I have to force you to spit out all your trump cards so I can secretly learn more secret techniques." On the other side, Xue Yan went crazy, burning talismans continuously in an attempt to back Ling Xiao into a corner. "You ragged commoner of Dongtang, just close your eyes and accept your death." However, facing those flimsy, scratching attacks, Ling Xiao still leisurely dodged without breaking a sweat. High above, the old king and his daughter were still comfortably eating melon seeds and watching the show. The old father nodded and commented, "Truly worthy of being a talisman master. Once the talismans are used, combat power skyrockets like a kite catching the wind. The only problem is that the current situation is still up in the air. That little fry Ling Xiao truly has some demonic tricks that shouldn't be underestimated." In the midst of the tension-filled battle, Yao Wu suddenly rushed in frantically from the door, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Xue Yan, pull back your hands immediately. Did you eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to dare lay a hand on young hero Ling? Step back this instant." Seeing this, the old king glared fiercely at Yao Wu, scolding him coldly. "Yao Wu, drag yourself over here right now. This matter isn't your place to butt into, just tuck your tail and stand still to watch the show." Seeing Yao Wu still standing his ground stubbornly, the old king flew into a rage and bellowed, "Shut your mouth right now, he is a citizen of Dongtang. If you still dare to poke your nose into other people's business, I'll kick you out by the neck immediately." Back to the arena, violent bursts of aura continued to explode. Ling Xiao casually deflected the attacks while roasting his opponent tirelessly. "So these talisman tricks of yours only amount to this much? That's pretty weak." Insulted to the point of humiliation, Xue Yan's lungs nearly exploded with rage. He screamed, harboring intense hatred, "Since you want to go down the hole early, this lord will take pity and see you out. Body-fixing talisman, tie this brat up tightly for me." As he spoke, he waved his hand, throwing out a dozen body-fixing talismans that whistled toward Ling Xiao, attempting to seal off every possible angle of his movement. Ling Xiao's face remained impassive. He leisurely glanced at Xue Yan and nodded in praise. My, you finally coughed up a 4-star talisman, huh? You've made some progress." Absolutely certain that he had securely locked Ling Xiao down, Xue Yan seized the opportunity to lunge forward and deliver the final blow. "Now you can rest in peace with your eyes closed." A fist wind-packed with all of his killing intent smashed squarely into Ling Xiao, echoing with an earth-shaking boom. Despite taking the full brunt of the hammer-like punch, Ling Xiao still stood completely unbothered without a single scratch on his skin. He stared at his opponent, clicking his tongue in mockery. "Are you scratching an itch for me? Even my fingernails scratch harder than that." Xue Yan was scared out of his wits and scrambled backward, his insides twisted in knots. "What the hell is this? How can this be possible? There must be a flaw somewhere. Ling Xiao remained rooted in place like a monument, ignoring the entire offensive, slowly tossing out a challenge. However much scrap paper and talismans you have hidden on you, just go all out and use them. Otherwise, you won't have time to open your mouth later. His formation crumbling, Zhu Yukai went berserk, pouring out every last ounce of his life's strength, raining down punches like a torrential downpour upon Ling Xiao to salvage the situation. Beating him until his hands were sore, yet seeing Ling Xiao still standing there brightly smiling, Yukai fell into absolute panic. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this baby-faced brat has hidden his profound skills to such an extent? Reaching this point, Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, seeing right through Yukai, and dropped an icy sentence. What a pity the golden hour is up. I gave you a chance, yet you couldn't make use of it at all. You truly are beyond saving. With that, Ling Xiao waved his hand, delivering a devastating slap that blew the opponent flying far away in agonizing pain. Looking down from above, Ling Xiao smirked, mocking the defeated general sprawled on the ground, truly too useless. Yukai could now only foam at the mouth, lying in a heap, his head buzzing and his strength to counterattack completely drained. After cleanly dealing with the opponent, Ling Xiao took a leisurely stroll closer, dropping a stinging remark. Being herded as a pawn yet still willingly sucking up to them, you are truly the ultimate bootlicker. Despite his humiliating defeat, Yukai still gritted his teeth and dragged himself up, drawing his precious sword and growling venomously. Ling Xiao, your grandpa here will engrave this debt in my bones. Today, if it's not you who dies, then it's me. Otherwise, I'm not a man. Facing the incoming sword tip, Ling Xiao nonchalantly let out a long sigh. Sigh, is your vision really that shallow? In that case, when you reach the yellow springs, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as the blade pierced through the wind and arrived, Ling Xiao gently used 2 fingers to tightly clamp the sharp tip, uttering coldly, "This dull play can drop its curtains now." Witnessing that bare-handed blade-catching scene, Zhu Yukai shrieked in terror. How can my 4-star sword be clamped by you like picking up ice? An illusion, this is absolutely impossible. Without wasting another word, Ling Xiao instantly activated the soul-shifting art, delivering a fatal strike that forced the enemy's soul completely out of his mortal shell. In a mere blink of an eye, the so-called natal origin soul of his was crushed to mush by Ling Xiao. Taking all of this in, Yao Ru and the old king were shocked to the point their jaws dropped. The old man trembled, muttering, "He can attack the soul directly. How could a brat still wet behind the ears do something so monstrous? No wonder his alchemy skills are so unbelievably godly. It turns out he is also a soul master." Standing beside him, Yao Ru frantically urged, "Royal father, it's come to this, we can't show any mercy. Send him to meet his ancestors immediately." The old king roared out, summoning his personal guards. A squad of fierce-looking soldiers burst straight in from outside, shouting like thunder, "The wolf guards await your command." With a face red with fury, the old man pointed a finger straight at Ling Xiao and bellowed, "All of you, jump in and chop him into mincemeat for me. Make sure he dies as miserably as possible." Hearing the command, the wolf guards, radiating murderous intent like wild beasts breaking out of their cages, charged forward menacingly. Seeing that the situation was about to blow up, Yao Wu frantically knelt down and pleaded, "Royal father, please quell your anger. I beg you to be lenient and leave Ling Xiao a way out." Furious that his child dared to beg for an enemy, the old king unleashed a kick that sent Yao Wu sprawling, cursing casually, "You useless piece of trash." Looking at the swarm of flies surrounding him, Ling Xiao stroked his chin and sneered, his demeanor still as flowing clouds and moving water. "Hey king, don't tell me these little brats are your trump card." After speaking, he threw a light punch. A wind as strong as a storm sent the wolf guards flying in all directions like falling leaves as he smiled faintly. "If this is all the capital you have, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Suddenly, a razor-sharp claw slashed through the space from behind, aiming straight to impale Ling Xiao, accompanied by a savage roar. "Arrogant brat, obediently hand over your dog life." Sensing the harsh wind at the back of his neck, Ling Xiao lightly launched himself into the air, dodging the razor-sharp sneak attack by a hair's breadth. The moment the tips of his toes touched the ground, he narrowed his eyes to evaluate the despicable person who just attacked, thinking to himself that the pressure radiating from this guy was indeed not ordinary. Glancing past the previous move, Ling Xiao had already gauged the opponent's true strength, muttering, My, so it's a Tong Chuan realm expert." The old king outside kept screaming out instructions. "Ling Shu, drop the cat-and-mouse game right now. take his life from me. Despite Ling Xiao frantically pressing the attack with lethal moves, Ling Xiao still glided and dodged the strikes as if he were taking a stroll in his own backyard. Seeing that this guy's muscles seemed quite sturdy, Ling Xiao stretched his body to relax, his voice turning cold. "That's enough playing. It seems I have to give you a genuine little gift." He stopped holding back, instantly unleashing a terrifying aura that dominated all directions, speaking with absolute authority. "Open your eyes wide and look at what true class is." Just as Ling Xiao roared and lunged forward, he froze, his face turning pale as he cried out in shock. "What? You actually reached the too high realm?" Right at that moment, the 6-star martial art green flame claw erupted in Ling Xiao's hands. He gave a wicked smirk. "Feeling your legs shake now? It's too late for that, Grandpa." His figure flashed past like exploding thunder, delivering a lethal blow that forced the opponent into a struggling retreat. The other guy roared in frustration. "Bastard, how do you possess such perverted strength?" At that very moment, the light of the flames from Ling Xiao's claw technique suddenly flared up. A strange fire carrying a raging fury scorched the atmosphere. The blazing, searing heat instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao, turning him into a living torch. He writhed on the ground, his agonizing, blood-curdling screams echoing everywhere. Seeing that barbaric scene, Yao Ru's limbs went weak. Crying, she clung to her father. "Royal father, what do we do now? If we let him run rampant like this, we'll be beaten to a pulp." Having defeated the opponent, Ling Xiao pointed his razor-sharp gaze at the old king, his voice as even as a grim reaper calling out names. "Well, it's you father and daughter's turn on the chopping block now." The bone-chilling killing intent radiating from him scared the royal father and daughter out of their wits, making them hug each other and tremble like leaves in the wind. With a defiant demeanor that feared neither heaven nor earth, Ling Xiao rode the wind and dashed straight toward the cowering father and daughter. The old king's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Grasping at the last shreds of his remaining dignity, he roared, "Insolent brat, have you forgotten whose land you're standing on?" The old man quickly activated an incredibly powerful killing array intended to trap Ling Xiao tightly, sneering, "Let's see how thoroughly my killing array entertains a VIP guest like you." Caught right in the center of the killing array, yet thanks to the Dao Comprehension Seed's assistance, Ling Xiao stripped bare the structure of this 5-star trap with just a glance. He raised an eyebrow in amusement, muttering under his breath, "So it's the Phoenix Dance killing array, you did put some investment into this." The old king threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha ha, caught in this super-grade Phoenix Dance killing array, even a Sudan realm expert would be crying out in terror. Today, the Grim Reaper has called your name, kid." Ling Xiao feigned surprise, crossing his arms with a smirk. "Oh, is it that fancy? I'm so scared." Relying on his tyrannical physical foundation, Ling Xiao unleashed the heaven-shaking technique. In the blink of an eye, the phantom of an ancient divine beast appeared, smashing the old man's proud array to pieces like a pile of scrap paper. Seeing his life's work destroyed in a split second, Lao Zhu collapsed, stammering incoherently. "Impossible, how could my most tyrannical killing array be blown away by this brat as easily as eating candy?" Ling Xiao bent his knees slightly, his heels stomping hard on the stone floor to create cracks, using the momentum to shoot forward. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning tearing through the wind, carrying a suffocating aura of death as he closed in on the opponent. Seeing the fist of death right in his face, the cowardly old king was scared witless and howled for mercy. "Ling Xiao, I'll give all those treasures to you, can you spare my dog life in exchange?" Ling Xiao's face darkened, his eyes sharp as daggers piercing straight into the old man. "Spare you? Take a good look at my face and see if I look like a saint who hands out mercy." A violent force erupted from Ling Xiao's hand, smashing straight toward Lao Zhu's chest. In a life-or-death moment, the old man gritted his teeth and pulled out the Ice Phoenix crown to use as a meat shield against the attack. Upon seeing the sparkling item, Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, muttering, "Oh, so it's the Ice Phoenix crown, good stuff." Lao Zhu glared with bloodshot eyes, roaring madly, "Since you've forced me into a corner, let's go to hell together." The berserk energy from the crown instantly exploded, creating a shockwave that tore through the surrounding space. Yao Wu, who had been watching the whole time, was scared silly, his lips trembling for a long time before he could squeeze out a few words. "Good heavens, what the hell is going on?" Ling Xiao dusted off his hands and smoothly pocketed the Ice Phoenix crown, his indifferent gaze glancing at the dying Lao Zhu. "Ruler, that was some deep acting, I was almost fooled." So you've been clinging onto this crown for a long time, but it's a pity your skills are too trash to digest its power. It seems the heavens still left a way out for Xue Yan, because if you had finished absorbing this thing, I would have actually had to break a sweat. Yao Wu only now dared to cautiously step forward, timidly probing. Young hero Ling, how do you plan to clean up this mess? Honestly, I admire you to the ground. You are truly a cultivation monster. I wouldn't dare make an enemy out of you in a million years, because I know my own strength doesn't stand a chance against you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, stepping up to pat Yao Wu's shoulder and offering a sweet deal. You're quite sensible. Now I'm tossing this ruler's throne to you. Do you dare to take it? Leaving the offer behind, he turned his back and strutted away. Think it through, give me a holler whenever you've made up your mind. Fixing his eyes on Ling Xiao's fading back, Yao Wu bit his lip and pondered for a moment, finally gathering all his courage to call out. Young hero Ling, please wait. Hearing his name called, Ling Xiao slowly came to a halt. Yao Wu took a deep breath, loudly sealing the deal. I accept, I will sit on the ruler's throne of Tian Yao Guo. Ling Xiao turned his head, his lips drawing an approving smile. Very decisive, then I'll leave this mess for you to clean up. Do it well, don't make me regret choosing the wrong person. Having resolved the trouble, Ling Xiao strode out of the palace to find Ling Long and Hu Tai Sui. The moment he showed his face, the other two were as overjoyed as if they had struck gold. Thank heavens the young master finally showed his face. If you had delayed any longer, we would have broken the door down. Is that old ruler of Tian Yao Guo tired of living, daring to send assassins to ambush us? Thankfully Ling Long has a sharp nose and smelled the danger, otherwise the grass on our graves would be green by now. Yufeng Zai also dragged two Void Core Realm experts by their necks and threw them to the ground to report his merit. Reporting to the young master, these two cowardly turtles tried to sneak attack, but I stripped them of their cultivation and turned them into cripples. Ling Xiao clasped his hands behind his back, glancing at the two lumps of dead weight on the ground. Spare their dog lives for now, keep them to use later. Yufeng Zai frowned in confusion, looking at his master. Why is the young master taking in this trash? If they try to take a secret bite at us, it will only bring trouble. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yao Wu also ran over as fast as his legs could carry him, panting heavily. Young hero Ling, wait. As soon as he hit the brakes, Yao Wu bowed deeply and clasped his hands to swear. I, Yao Wu, swear that from now on this life is entrusted to young hero Ling. I will do whatever you command. Ling Xiao lifted his chin in satisfaction. Good, the throne of Tian Yao Guo is now in your name. But remember carefully, once you sit on the king's seat, you must be cold-blooded and decisive in your actions. Saying so, Ling Xiao fished out two pills from his pocket and threw them toward the two crippled Void Core Realm cultivators. Swallow the Origin Sea Gathering Pill and the Rebirth Pill now, they will rebuild your crippled meridians. But let me warn you first, once you drink them and recover, you better work like horses and oxen with absolute loyalty to the new ruler, understood? The two cripples clutched the pills like they had found a lifesaver, kowtowing loudly against the ground. Thank you for your grace, we swear to do our utmost to assist the new ruler to the end. Boom, an ear-splitting sound exploded from the direction of the imperial palace, startling Ling Xiao. Smelling a burning scent, he looked around and muttered, what the hell is causing this chaos? This tyrannical aftershock came from the main hall, don't tell me someone tore the roof off. Ling Xiao bolted inside to see what exactly happened, feeling slightly worried if something had happened to that ice phoenix bird. The ice phoenix craned its neck, looking at Ling Xiao and casually replying, just now I snuck into the national treasury to rummage for some spirit herbs and pills and accidentally blew the place to pieces. Ling Xiao's face darkened as he interrogated, in short, how many mountains of medicine do you need to eat before you recover properly? The ice phoenix perched up high, glancing down disdainfully. These trashy weeds aren't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. My precious body requires a 9-star healing holy pill to recover. The problem is that top-tier stuff is too hard to find. Once I can drag myself around, I'll go find it myself. There's no need to stay in this rundown place anymore. Ling Xiao immediately seized the opportunity to coax. If I find a 9-star holy pill to feed you, in exchange, you'll obediently be my mount, right? The ice phoenix instantly transformed back into a great beauty, her face flushing red as she cursed. You suicidal hooligan, you actually have the guts to demand to ride this lady. Ling Xiao widened his eyes, looking up at the hot girl, smacking his lips. Oh my, your power is depleted, but you can still smoothly transform into a human. The ice phoenix casually threw a short blade at Ling Xiao, snorting. Looking at your face, you have zero prospects. Take this piece of junk I picked up from the treasury, it should at least help you pick your teeth. Hugging the blade and examining it closely, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Damn, the Void Soul blade. To think this little corner hid such a supreme item. Too bad it's so battered, I'll have to repair it before I can take it out to scare people. He joyfully stuffed the antique right into his storage ring. Free stuff goes in the pocket first, I'll tinker with it when I have free time back home. Ling Xiao turned around to instruct his followers. Listen up, I'm about to pull out of Tian Yao Guo, Yu Fengzai will tail me. Hu Tai Sui and Ling Long will plant your roots here to assist Yao Wu in cleaning up this debt. The martial world is treacherous, we will definitely have a chance to reunite in the future. Tossing back a badass line, Ling Xiao, along with Yu Fengzai and the Ice Phoenix, turned into streaks of light and shot through the wind. In the blink of an eye, a few days flew by, and Ling Xiao was already settled in his lair, the Grand Tutor's mansion. The Ice Phoenix curiously looked around, her face full of suspicion. Bullshit, this is your mansion? Why do I smell the aura of a god-tier residence around here? Or is my vision blurred because I'm sick? Ling Xiao smiled wickedly at her. Yeah, it must be blurred vision. I've set aside a room for you, go in there and nurse your wounds. Now I need to go into secluded cultivation to grind for a bit. Ending his sentence, he slipped away without a trace, leaving the Ice Phoenix standing there with a blank stare, blinking her eyes. Tightly shutting the door, Ling Xiao quickly sank into a state of cultivation. His power leveling up caused the Dao Comprehension Seed to sprout and grow, and his brain accordingly processed things much faster. He braced himself, activating the Good Fortune Divine Cauldron to head straight into Dao Comprehension. It's time to unbox the second layer of the Good Fortune Divine Cauldron. His eyes blazing with the fire of desire, Ling Xiao reached out to push the lid of the Divine Cauldron, silently praying in his heart for a burst of luck to drop a 10,000-year snow lotus. He focused his entire mind, throwing his divine sense deep inside to rummage for the life-saving herb for Xue Yan. Without fumbling for long, Ling Xiao successfully slipped into the magical space of the Divine Cauldron. He shrieked with joy, "Haha, caught you. It really is an authentic 10,000-year snow lotus. This is enough ingredients to cook up the Phoenix replenishing origin pill." Meanwhile, the camera quickly panned to the majestic main hall of the Imperial Palace. Below the hall, civil and military officials were running their mouths, surrounding and pressuring Xue Yan. Do you still have the face to sit stubbornly on this dragon throne? If you know what's good for you, roll down and abdicate. If the royal family is steered by you, we'll be exterminated sooner or later. All the bad luck falling on our heads was brought in by your trashy destiny. Yield the seat quickly. This Eastern Tang needs an enlightened ruler to shoulder the empire, not you. Xue Yan sat upon the throne, her phoenix eyes shooting fire as they swept across the rebels. Who pumped you full of bare gall that you dare to climb over my head and force this empress to abdicate? She pointed her finger straight at the smug old man below. Is it you, old thief, who's the director behind this cheap farce? An old woman with a face as wrinkled as a jujube standing below suddenly laughed shrilly. Ha, sharp eyes, to think you could see through my presence here. No wonder you reached the void core realm before the snot on your nose even dried. The little brats in the clan really have to call you their ancestor. Hearing the word clan, Xue Yan was startled. The clan? You are a hound personally unchained and sent here by the clan leader, aren't you? The old hag howled with smug laughter. Your mind is quite sharp. Spot on, I followed the clan leader's orders to come down and scoop up a few saplings from the branch families to nurture. Who would have thought that while wandering around, I'd pick up a precious gem at Tang Bei Song's place? Your blind guess was a bit off, but the result is still the same. The boy likes your dragon throne, so I might as well play the good guy and push you off for him to sit on. The man standing by eagerly stuck his beak in, shouting arrogantly, Xue Yan, if you know what's good for you, voluntarily write the abdication edict. Out of consideration for how you've worked your fingers to the bone for this empire all these years, the new emperor will throw you a lifeline to survive your days. Xue Yan angrily flicked her robe and stood up abruptly, roaring, You ungrateful wretches, for years I have nurtured snakes in my bosom. Now that you see the house leaking, you flock together to turn around and bite me. Shifting the gaze back to the Grand Tutor's mansion, Ling Xiao was racking his brains with intense concentration to draw talismans. This was a trick he had just scavenged from the unlucky Zhu Yukai. His 10 fingers danced, drawing talismans as masterfully as flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, flawless and precise. The moment the pen tip lifted, a blinding golden light instantly erupted, illuminating the entire room. In just the time it takes to chew a piece of candy, Ling Xiao had successfully rolled out a top-tier talisman. Turning the fresh talisman over and over to admire it, he smacked his lips in satisfaction. Hey, got it right on the first try. It seems this talisman drawing profession can be done with eyes closed. It's a piece of cake, not as hard as the rumors say. Right at that moment, Lao Yu kicked the door open like his pants were on fire, panting heavily. Young master, the imperial palace is done for. Xue Yan is being surrounded by a pack of wolves trying to pluck her clean and force her to abdicate. The situation is hanging by a thread. Hearing this bolt from the blue, Ling Xiao kicked his chair away in a rage and sprang up. What? Which lunatic ate a leopard's gut and bears gall to dare play the usurping trick? Lao Yu frantically continued reporting. The old madam standing behind it all still hasn't shown her face. I desperately sent a pigeon to call for help from Hu Tai Sui's imperial guards in the palace, but they've all vanished without a trace. Ling Xiao impatiently strode straight outside. Let's go, drag your ass and follow me into the palace to clean up. Whoever dares to make a single hair on Xue Yan fall, I'll castrate them all into eunuchs. But just as their feet poked out the mansion gate, the master and servant were tightly surrounded by a mob of grunt soldiers. The emperor has ordered. The Grand Tutor's mansion dared to conspire to bring foreign elephants to trample the ancestral tombs, drag them all by the neck into the grand dungeon, and lock down the mansion. Ling Xiao's face didn't change color as he stepped forward, glaring. Emperor, my ass. If you pawns know what's good for you, move your faces aside. If you piss me off, even Yama won't be able to save you. Ignoring the mob of soldiers brandishing weapons to intimidate him, Ling Xiao still flicked his robe and advanced. Is the new emperor so free that he wants to shut down my Grand Tutor's mansion? A bunch of clowns, this bullshit script is definitely pulled by some bastard behind the scenes. Before he finished his sentence, he stomped his heel hard on the ground. With a crack, the eager soldier at the front instantly froze into a giant popsicle. Seeing their buddy turned into a freezing block of ice, the small fries behind practically peed their pants, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. And in just the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao generously handed out cold air, turning the entire squad of guards into artistic ice sculptures. Lao Yu stood with his mouth agape watching the action movie, swallowing hard as he exclaimed, "Oh my God, our young master is overpowered way beyond the legal limit." Ling Xiao didn't even bother to look back, waving his hand to urge, "What are you still standing there with a dumb face for? Grab your sandals and follow me into the palace to smash things up." About an hour passed, and just as Ling Xiao reached the palace gates, he was once again blocked by a swarm of armored flies rushing out to ask for a beating. The cocky captain stepped up and barked loudly. "Which brat is that, daring to bring your dog face to cause trouble in front of the Eastern Tang Imperial Palace gates?" Ling Xiao was too lazy to bicker, directly waving his hand to blow away the stumbling blocks. "Whoever gets in my way, I'll delete them all." Inside the hall, the old dog thief was hastily putting on the dragon robe, stroking it and admiring himself in the mirror. "Oh my, the moment I put on the dragon robe, my aura goes through the roof, majestic and awe-inspiring instantly." While he was busy stroking his beard, a soldier crashed in as if chased by ghosts, screaming, "Emperor, it's over. That fierce god Ling Xiao from the Grand Tutor's mansion is smashing his way, carving a bloody path right into here." Upon hearing the bad news, the fake king jumped in fright, turning around and screeching, "Are you crazy? I just sent troops to paste talismans and seal off the Grand Tutor's mansion. How the hell did he drag his body all the way in here?" Just as his mouth closed, Ling Xiao kicked the door open with a bang and walked in, casually tossing aside a few lowly soldiers who were already lying sprawled on the ground. Glaring at Ling Xiao, the fake king still tried to flex and act superior. "How audacious of you, brat Ling Xiao, daring to bring weapons into the imperial hall. Won't you quickly kneel and beg for death?" Ling Xiao was furious, his eyes rolling back as he pinned a fiery glare on the old dog. "Where is my Xue Yan? Spit it out now, or I'll skin you alive." The old dog thief pulled out a puppet from his crotch area, laughing frivolously. "Oh, so you ran all the way here to play the hero saving the beauty Xue Yan. If you've got the skills, come and get it." Finishing his sentence, he threw the puppet straight at Ling Xiao to block his path. With a swoosh, the tiny toy expanded into a giant stone golem, standing tall and completely blocking the way. Glaring at the puppet, Ling Xiao flexed his arm, clenched his fist, and roared, "Stubbornly keeping your mouth shut, huh? Then I'll snap your old dog neck to save me the trouble." With a boom, Ling Xiao's ironclad punch pierced through the puppet, smashing it into fine dregs in a split second. Seeing that terrifying physical attack, the old dog thief was scared out of his wits, turning his butt and running for his life. Mother of God, what kind of ecstasy pill did this little brat take to be so overpowered? But Ling Xiao glided like a will-o'-the-wisp, grabbing the old man's nape in a flash. "Where are you trying to run? You think you can escape my grasp dragging that old body around?" He choked the old man and roared, "Spit it out now, where did you guys hide Xue Yan?" The dog emperor, scared to the point of wetting his pants, cried and begged, "Spare my life, I swear I'll confess everything I know, don't kill me." Blazing with towering anger, Ling Xiao emitted a wave of cold air that slowly froze the old man's body. "You dared to touch a single hair on Xue Yan, and you expect me to show mercy? Go to hell and keep dreaming." Just like that, the dog emperor was completely put on ice, then shattered into tiny fragments scattering all over the floor. Having dusted his hands off, Ling Xiao turned to Lao Yu, ordering him to pack up and rush to Lai Yangzong at lightning speed to launch a rescue. With calm footsteps but bursting with murderous intent, he turned his head and said, "But before we go tear down Lai Yangzong, I have to swing by the mansion first. I need to drag that ice phoenix bird along for the brawl. With her acting as muscle, the success rate of rescuing the person is guaranteed." In a flash, Ling Xiao arrived at the Grand Tutor's mansion, kicking the door and storming straight into the Ice Phoenix's room. Seeing the random guy barge straight into her room, the Ice Phoenix was furious and shouted, "You punk, this lady is applying medicine, what do you want? If you can't spit out a valid reason, I'll shave your head." Ling Xiao grinned, placing a pill bottle onto the table with a clack. "Hee hee, I've got some limited edition 8-star healing candies, do you have the mood to try some?" The Ice Phoenix's eyes almost popped out as she pounced on the pill bottle, stammering, "What? Authentic 8-star goods? You're not bullshitting me, right?" Ling Xiao nodded firmly, "Absolutely authentic stuff. If you don't believe me, just chew one and see if there are side effects. You'll know immediately." Without standing on ceremony, the Ice Phoenix directly tipped a pill into her mouth and swallowed it with a gulp to check the goods. As soon as the medicine slid down her esophagus, a surging wave of vitality like a flood instantly spread throughout her entire body. The Ice Phoenix let out a refreshing moan. "Oh wow, truly good medicine. The warm current running along my meridians makes my body feel like it's soaking in a hot spring. It feels absolutely amazing." Seeing the Ice Phoenix's face suddenly looking unusually ecstatic, Ling Xiao approached and touched her forehead, asking, "Little miss, you haven't gone into chi deviation, have you? Why does your face suddenly look so high?" The Ice Phoenix blushed beet red, harshly slapping Ling Xiao's hand away and pretending to cough lightly to change the subject. "Whose hands are touching what? Why did you suddenly sneak in here? If you have a fart to let it out quickly." Ling Xiao then laid his cards on the table. "I need you to act as muscle and follow me to break a jail and save someone." Hearing the scent of a brawl, the Ice Phoenix immediately stated her price. "Anywhere around this mortal realm, I can solo everything, but the tip must be 30 bottles of those 8-star pills from earlier." Seeing Ling Xiao frowning and calculating, the Ice Phoenix winked and added, "Just cough up exactly 30 bottles, not only will I fight for you, but after the fight, I'll even let you ride me to your heart's content." After her slip of the tongue, the Ice Phoenix shamefully turned her face to the wall to hide her embarrassment, thinking to herself, "Mother of God, the medicine is too damn good. Even if I have to sell my body, I have to trick this kid into spilling out more medicine." Hearing that, Ling Xiao's brain started running numbers, imagining the scene of riding the Ice Phoenix and flying around, rubbing his chin as he probed. Well, let me ride for real. Are you reliable on that, miss?" Seeing Ling Xiao's silly, dark expression, the Ice Phoenix's ears turned bright red as she screamed, "You pervert! Is your head full of tofu dregs? I meant transforming into a bird for you to sit on my back, not the human riding humankind." The camera sharply steered to the headquarters of Lai Yangzong, where the grunts were sweating heavily practicing martial arts and guarding the gates so tightly that not even a fly could pass through. Inside the VIP guest room, Elder Jai was brewing tea and flattering Tang old madam. "Sister Tang, it's rare for you to swing by this little temple of Lai Yangzong. How about staying for a few days to drink? Our sect master is about to come out of seclusion. If he shows his face and finds out I let a VIP slip away, he'll smash my head in." The Tang hag took a sip of tea and tactfully declined. Old man Jai, you sure know how to spin tales. This trip I carry the clan leader's orders on my shoulders. I must pack up and return to report immediately. Where is the time to lounge around here? Old Jai clicked his tongue and sighed deeply. How unlucky. If Sister Tang had arrived a few days earlier, you could have hitched a ride on our sect's teleportation array. The bad luck is that the array has been acting up lately and is undergoing maintenance. It can't be started yet. The Tang hag frowned and smacked her lips in annoyance. Oh my, traveling like this is too damn troublesome. At this time, a lowly disciple glued his lustful eyes on Xue Yan and joked frivolously. Hey there, miss, why have you been as mute as a clam this whole time? Or do you find our sect's tea and pastries too awful? Tang Jiajing, standing nearby, quickly retorted with a scoff. Drop it, this is my older sister, because she played stupid and messed around. She's being escorted back to the clan to kneel and take a beating. Upon hearing this, the little brat's perverted blood boiled. Ah, doing wrong means having to taste the whip. But seeing this face silently weeping is too pitiful. How about you toss her here for me? I promise to take a whip and teach her how to be a proper person. Tang Jiajing nodded like a chicken pecking rice, chiming in. Senior brother Chu spoke perfectly. Anyway, transport is delayed and we can't head back immediately. Might as well throw her to you to torture for a few days for amusement. I raise both hands in agreement. Tang Zuyan's blood boiled with rage, her eyes glaring as she cursed. You filthy dogs and pigs, you dare to play these despicable tricks to humiliate me. The man surnamed Chu stroked his chin with a sleazy smile, reaching out his claws to grope Tang Zuyan. Haha, this beauty has quite a fierce temper. But too bad for you, darling, this young master here has an intense passion for riding wild horses. Seeing the pervert extending his hand to caress her, Tang Zuyan directly delivered a resounding slap to his snout, shouting loudly, Filthy dog, who gave you the right to touch me? Eating a slap that made him see stars, the guy went mad, growling and cursing. You horsey bitch, I give you face and you reject it, you prefer to eat slaps to the mouth. Like a rabid dog, he lunged forward intending to pin Tang Zuyan down. Fine, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, let's see how I tear you apart to teach you a lesson. Right at this boiling point, a thunderous roar blasted down from the sky, making him jump. You damn ghost soldier, you dare to touch a single hair of my woman. Whoever dares to lay a hand, I'll twist his neck. Ling Xiao and the Ice Phoenix descended like total badasses, revving their engine and flying at breakneck speed straight into the stronghold of Lai Yangzong. The gate guards, seeing the strange flying object approaching, hastily pointed and yelled, Which suicidal bastard dares to drive recklessly and hover over the heads of Lai Yangzong, tired of breathing, huh? Oh hey, doesn't it look like a snow-white turkey? It's quite a premium demonic beast too. But so stupid, crashing headfirst into Lai Yangzong, there's nothing left but to pluck it and roast it in an oven. Ignoring the pack of dogs barking below, Ling Xiao and the Ice Phoenix plowed straight in. He muttered in annoyance, These blind fools, how the hell could they call my benefactor a turkey? The Ice Phoenix flying beside him coldly ordered, Hey, slap their teeth out for me, otherwise I'll be exhausted later and won't be able to fight the final bosses. Hearing the order, Ling Xiao banked sharply and dove head first, immediately unleashing a 4-star heavenly tiger punch to blow a hole in the middle of the arena as a warning. The shockwave from the punch fanned out, blowing the trashy disciples of Lai Yangzong scattering everywhere like chipped bowls. Having used a broom to sweep away the garbage and clear the obstacles, Ling Xiao and the Ice Phoenix strutted proudly straight into the back courtyard to demand the person. The moment she saw Ling Xiao's familiar face loom into view, Tang Zuyan kicked everything aside and tried to dart straight toward him. Unfortunately, that sissy Tang Jiajing clamped down on her arm in time, shrieking, Senior brother Chu, there's a crazy guy trying to snatch my sister away. If you want to keep playing, deal with that brat. The guy surnamed Chu cracked his knuckles with a pop and swaggered forward. Fine, let me send this punk to sell salt, then I'll come back and barbecue your precious sister later. Seeing a chaotic brawl about to break out, old Jai remained as steady as a mountain, coaxing the Tang hag. Sister Tang, take a sip of tea to warm your stomach. Just let the little brats bite each other with their cat tricks. The guy surnamed Chu aggressively activated his 4-star lightning claw, pouncing on Ling Xiao to eat him alive. You savage, daring to come stroke the tiger's beard at Lai Yangzong's temple, kowtow and apologize quickly, and I'll leave you an intact corpse. Facing this cheap cat-scratch trick, Ling Xiao dodged lightly like a dancer, his sly eyes instantly copying the copyright of the guy's martial skill into his brain. Gliding past a beat, Ling Xiao's hand was already choking the guy's neck like holding a puppy, sneering. You bring this trash martial art out to scare people. How thick is your face to not know shame? Ling Xiao's ghostly striking speed scared the soul right out of the guy surnamed Chu. Ling Xiao didn't say much, following up with a critical punch that sent him sprawling face first onto the floor to bite the dirt, his mouth screaming miserably. Not satisfied yet, he added a few thousand-pound kicks that smashed the guy's legs, cutting off any escape route for the old pervert. Having dealt with the trash, Ling Xiao stood up straight and dusted off his hands, his face brimming with a sharp, unchanging, murderous intent. The mob of lackey disciples standing by watching were dumbfounded in terror. Wait, how is this possible? How did the great senior brother Chu get beaten to a pulp as easily as flipping a hand? Witnessing this scene, Elder Jai was so furious that smoke came out of his ears, roaring loudly. This little brat's strikes are too vicious, daring to wreak havoc in my Lai Yang Zong. Are your eyes on the ceiling? Somebody beat him to a pulp and throw him in the dump for the dogs to chew on. Right at that moment, a majestic figure stepped out to volunteer. Elder Jai, let this disciple handle this matter. I promise to snap his head off to use as a soccer ball for entertainment. Seeing this expert show his face, the mob of disciples cheered as if they had hit the jackpot. Oh, it's senior brother Wu Ling. When did the boss make his comeback to the martial world? This time that brat is definitely going to the west to fetch scriptures. Exactly, senior brother is the #1 seed for the young sect master's seat. If he strikes, even gods will be helpless. Wu Ling swiftly drew his treasured sword and charged forward to do battle, his mouth running wildly. This young master is on a completely different level from those small fries. He dashed forward like flying, unleashing a gleaming sword strike aimed at Ling Xiao. I commend you, you are qualified to be my appetizer. But before he could get cocky, the target right under his nose suddenly evaporated as if he never existed, leaving the young man frozen for 5 seconds. Ling Xiao abruptly materialized right behind the opponent, leisurely replying, Your sword dancing is pretty nice to look at, but it's as slow as a turtle. Scared green by Ling Xiao's godlike speed, Wu Ling broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell, when did he dodge the blade? My sharp eyes couldn't even keep up. Taking a full counterattack, Wu Ling was blasted far away, but his arrogant nature remained unchanged, screaming at the top of his lungs. Not bad, I don't believe I can't send you to see Yama today. Ling Xiao didn't bother arguing, immediately launching a powerful move to crush his opponent. The prized disciple of Lai Yang Zong only has this level of showing off in front of an expert. Tusk, it seems I accidentally overestimated you guys a bit too much. Power capable of moving mountains and filling seas surged and gathered just like that, mobilized by Ling Xiao himself, creating an intimidating aura. Facing that mountain of pressure, Wu Ling was so scared his soul flew away, thinking to himself, This is bad, this monster's speed is too surreal, my legs are stiff, how am I supposed to dodge now? Seeing the sect's sapling about to perish, Elder Jai rushed out on all fours to take the bullet, struggling to salvage Wu Ling's little life from Ling Xiao's brutal punishment. Swallowing the bitter pill of defeat, Wu Ling lowered his head and apologized to Elder Jai, while the old man still tried to puff out his cheeks and stroke his beard to act dignified. Step back, let this elder snap his neck and teach him a lesson. The entire audience of disciples stood watching with their mouths forming an O and eyes shaped like an A. What the hell is this? Even an expert like senior brother Wu Ling got battered to pieces. Did that brat drink the wrong energy potion? Bearing the oppressive aura from Ling Xiao, Elder Jai began using his volume to overwhelm his fear. You snot-nosed brat, throwing a tantrum and acting recklessly here is going too far. Ling Xiao's face clearly showed his fury and a bone-chilling murderous intent. Cut the crap, I only came to take my woman back. Whoever dares to show their face and stand in the way, I'll send straight to the Yellow Springs. Elder Jai wasn't a pushover either, straining his neck to retort. You snot-nosed brat, trying to play daddy to the world. I don't know who pumped you with such a big liver, but today this old man will crush you, you little punk. Tang old madam hurriedly cut in to play the hero of mediation. Elder Jai, calm your anger. This messy bubble was originally brought by our clan. Just let us clean it up with our own hands. There will definitely be a proper explanation for you. Elder Jai found it pleasant to the ear and stroked his beard in agreement. Fine, I am also curious to see what level the Tang clan's disciple can dance to. Without further hesitation, the old lady waved her hand and ordered her clan's sapling. Tang Pan Li, you step up and deal with this guy cleanly for me. Tang Pan Li lifted her chin arrogantly and stepped out, with an attitude like she wanted to chew the world's head off. Heard the elder's words clearly? Obediently hand over your little life. On the other end, Ling Xiao merely stood silently with clasped hands, like he was watching a comedy play waiting to see what trick she would pull. Without saying much, Pan Li immediately channeled an insidious, highly toxic ultimate move, shooting straight toward Ling Xiao like a green viper. Facing that killer poison gas, Ling Xiao still leisurely dodged, his movements as smooth as dancing. The mob of Lai Yangzong disciples got another chance to clap and cheer. Oh mother, Pan Li's poison essence is too cruel. If a lowly martial artist inhales it, they will definitely go see their ancestors, charge in and butcher him. However, Ling Xiao suddenly changed his mind, standing still on the spot and taking the entire wave of toxic mist into his body as if he were taking a shower in the rain. He slowly revealed a faint smile full of contempt, looking straight into Pan Li's eyes. I heard rumors that your poison art shook the martial world. Is that true? With a swish, he glided over and swung his 1,000-pound fist straight into her dantian. You think these cheap, trashy poisons can make me drop a hair? Stop dreaming. Tang Pan Li cried out miserably, fresh blood constantly spilling from the corner of her mouth, stammering for a long time before she could speak. How can you be immune to my ancestral poison art? Seeing this scene, the mob of spectator disciples was once again scared until their hearts dropped into their pants. Good heavens, she failed again. This guy is not human. Where did this freak come from? Ling Xiao didn't even care, striding over to gently support Xue Yan. Xue Yan, we're done here. Let me take you home. Right as he turned around, both Tang Laoba and Lao Jai jumped out to block the door. You little brat, you think you can just beat people up and walk away? You dared to turn this Lai Yang sect upside down. Prepare to leave your life here today. Ling Xiao kept his cold expression, calmly taking another step forward and said, Sister Bing Feng, please slap the front teeth out of these roadblocks for me. Bing Feng dashed forward like a flash of lightning, slapping the two old geezers so hard their teeth flew everywhere, laughing smugly. This kind of petty task is right up my alley. The two majestic, veteran seniors instantly had their mouths mangled and blood streaming down, rolling on the ground, clutching their faces and wailing from the excruciating pain. In just the blink of an eye, Bing Feng had effortlessly knocked out two master martial artists, leaving the surrounding disciples in a state of shocked whispering. Suddenly, a deep voice carrying profound inner energy echoed from afar, making Ling Xiao slightly raise an eyebrow. Since you've traveled all the way to my humble abode, why are you in such a hurry to slip away? Lai Su Rai slowly descended into the courtyard, striding aggressively toward the center, barking in annoyance. Since when did this place turn into a noisy market? Do you have any idea you're ruining my closed-door cultivation? The old man's appearance brought along a mountain-crushing pressure, forcing everyone present to tremble uncontrollably, not even daring to breathe heavily. As soon as he showed his face, the sect master looked as mad as a hornet, his eyes bulging as if he wanted to devour the people in front of him alive. On the opposite side, Ling Xiao treated it like watching a play, secretly evaluating. This entrance is way too dramatic. Maybe next time I show up, I should also invent a fake flying dragon to dazzle the world. Gotta admit, it looks pretty flashy. Sensing his formidable cultivation, Bing Feng started sweating bullets. The foundation of this sect is no joke. I've only recovered a tiny bit. Handling a few small fries is fine, but clashing with this old sect master is a bit tough. How about I grab you too and we burr our way out of here first? Ling Xiao immediately patted her shoulder to reassure her. Calm down, sister. Even if we gave them 10 times the guts, they wouldn't dare touch a single hair of ours unless they have a death wish. Lai Su Rai stomped forward with immense power, standing tall like a god, emerging from the thick dust of a battlefield. Seeing the big boss show up, Lao Jai hastily scrambled over to snitch. Sect master, save us. That arrogant brat over there barged right into our home and crippled our disciples. Shaving his head and skinning him wouldn't be enough to pay for his crimes. Please send him to meet his maker. The sect master's face darkened. He glared at Lao Jai and coldly asked, Who is bold enough to throw dirt in the face of our Lai Yang sect? Which corner is he hiding in? Lao Jai gleefully pointed a straight finger right at Ling Xiao's face, smiling maliciously. It's that plague god over there. You little brat, today the sect master is personally taking action. You're absolutely dead meat. However, the moment Lai Su Rai's eyes landed on Ling Xiao's face, his eyeballs nearly dropped out of their sockets in pure terror. Good heavens, isn't this the grandson of that terrifying female demon? Knowing full well that Ling Xiao's backing was as massive as the sky, Lai Su Rai immediately spun on his heel and gifted Lao Jai a resounding slap that made him see stars. Have your blind eyes been fed to the dogs? How dare you speak so foolishly and disrespect young Master Ling Xiao? Lao Jai clutched his swollen cheek that was now the size of an apple, his head spinning as he looked at his boss in bewilderment. Sect Master, you hit the wrong person. What on earth is the script here? Ignoring his subordinate, Lai Su-rai scrambled over, standing subserviently beside Ling Xiao with a sycophantic smile. Oh my, this is truly the great flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, a family not recognizing its own members. How terribly disrespectful of me. Ling Xiao kept a poker face, cutting straight to the chase without beating around the bush. I stepped foot in here today because your people ate leopard guts and dared to kidnap my wife. You better see if your lives are tough enough to pay for it when she snaps. Moment these words hit his ears, Lai Su-rai panicked, turning around to roar at Lao Jai. Open your damn eyes and see what kind of disaster you just headbutted into. Get your ass over here and kowtow to apologize to young Master Ling Xiao right now. If he doesn't nod and let this go, you better prepare your coffin. Terrified out of his wits, Lao Jai turned pale and quickly pointed his finger at the Tang family group, passing the buck. I am wronged, my lord. I didn't want any part in this. All the sins were plotted by those Tang family people. Seeing Lai Su-rai's piercing glare shooting her way, Tang Laoba trembled as she explained. We actually just wanted to borrow the path to bring Tang Xue Yan home. Who knew that while passing through your land, some of your sect's disciples would have an itching for a beating and start teasing her, which led to this frustrating mess. Lai Su-rai frowned, shooting daggers at Tang Laoba. Are you implying that this old man is useless and doesn't know how to discipline his troops? Right after I finished my closed-door cultivation, my subordinates reported that the Tang family wanted to borrow the array to return home. How did it turn into this mess? That little punk Tang Jia-jing still refused to read the room, lifting his chin and barking. Sect Master Lai, Tang Laoba, why the hell are you two shrinking back from this brat? He has no backing, he's just a useless kid. Just finish him off and be done with it. Lai Su-rai threw Tang Jia-jing a glare as cold as thousand-year ice. When the elders are speaking, is it a snot-nosed brat's turn to bark? The terrifying background of young Master Ling Xiao is something small fries like you couldn't reach even in your wildest dreams. Hearing that warning, Tang Laoba was burning with rage. She swung her hand and slapped Tang Jia-jing with a loud smack. You rebellious son, are you blind enough to not know your place? She ruthlessly pressed her grandson's head down, forcing him to kneel on the wooden floor in front of young Master Ling to atone. Kneel down for this old lady, kowtow, until young Master Ling Xiao's anger subsides before you even think about standing up. Despite taking a slap that left a 5-finger mark, the stubborn Tang Jia-jing still craned his neck to argue. Tang Laoba, this nobody literally has no status whatsoever. Why does our family have to grovel before him? Ling Xiao was too lazy to argue, turning his head to gently consult Xue Yan. Xue Yan, how do you want to clean up this trash? Sect Master Lai has obediently joined our team now. Xue Yan shot a sharp, hateful glare at Tang Laoba. That old hag ruthlessly sealed all my spiritual power, nearly pushing me into a state of utter humiliation. I want her to pay with her life today. Hearing the verdict, all color drained from Tang Laoba's face as she frantically stammered. You can't act so recklessly. If you dare kill me, the main branch's patriarch swears he will chop you into 100 pieces. Ling Xiao leisurely tipped his chin to signal Lai Su-rai. Catching the big boss's hint, Lai Su-rai instantly turned into an afterimage, darting toward the old woman from the Tang family. Without any flashy moves, Sect Master Lai delivered a fatal blow, uprooting the old woman's life in the blink of an eye. Your fate is sealed. The King of Hell has called your name today. He unleashed his full, crushing pressure, flattening the old woman's body onto the cold ground, killing her on the spot. Xue Yan shifted her finger, pointing straight at the shivering Tang Jia-jing. We're not done, this little fry too, he must also go down to the grave with her. To save his pathetic life, this guy threw away all his dignity, crawling on the ground and kowtowing loudly while begging. Sister Xue Yan, please spare me. After all, we share the same blood. As long as you raise your hand high but strike softly, I swear I will be your loyal horse and ox to serve you for the rest of my life. Lai Su-rai didn't bother listening to his sob story, gliding over to deliver a straight punch to the heart, sending the little punk to meet his maker in a single note. After cleaning up the trash, Lai Su-rai happily jogged over, wagging his tail to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Does young Master Ling find my service satisfactory? Ling Xiao stood with his arms crossed, giving the veteran sect master a nonchalant glance. Sect Master Lai, today's mess sprouted from your backyard anyway. Your sincere attitude is acceptable, but it's a bit of a waste to expect me to write this off so easily. Bottom line, bring out a 10,000-year snow lotus to compensate for my mental damage." Hit with this exorbitant demand, Xue Yan scratched his head with a bitter smile. "A 10,000-year snow lotus? My small temple doesn't have such an incredibly expensive miracle drug. Young Master Ling, if you use this to blackmail this old man, I'm as good as dead." Ling Xiao slightly furrowed his brow, glancing sideways at the old man. "Just because you don't have it doesn't mean someone else hasn't hidden it in the corner of their closet. Turn this sect upside down. If you find the goods and offer them up, who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might reward you with a few top-tier toys." As luck would have it, Lao Zhou waddled out from nowhere, carrying a wooden treasure box. "Sect Master, don't worry, I just happen to have a 10,000-year snow lotus stashed away right here. Brother, hurry up and offer it to him, then quickly kick him out for me. My old bag of bones can't handle another minute of this monster's heart-stopping scare tactics." Xue Yan grabbed it like a lifeline, respectfully raising the snow lotus with both hands right to Ling Xiao's face. "Young Master Ling, please take a look. Is this exactly the divine herb you've been craving?" Ling Xiao's eyes lit up with joy, quickly snatching his loot. "Spot on, this is exactly the treasure I need." Caressing the snow lotus in his hands, Ling Xiao prepared to leave. "Consider this snow ginseng your ransom. Fair warning, if you let your nest of fire ants bite me like this next time, I will level this sect without leaving a single brick intact." Ling Xiao hopped onto Bing Feng's back, casually waving his hand. "We're out of here. As for that pile of battered scrap over there, you guys call someone to clean it up yourselves." And so, Ling Xiao leisurely carried Xue Yan away from the Lai Yang sect's headquarters, as if strolling through a park, with no one daring to breathe a word of objection. When the storm had faded into the distance, Xue Yan timidly spoke up to express her gratitude. "Thank you, brother Ling Xiao, you threw yourself into danger for my sake again. This favor is as vast as the sky. I'm afraid even if I pledge my life to you, it wouldn't be enough." Hearing these goosebump-inducing mushy words, Bing Feng, who was flapping her wings nearby, immediately pouted in disgust. Hey, we're fleeing from a battlefield here. Could you two-tone it down a bit? Don't force me to choke by stuffing me full of dog food." Ling Xiao leaned close to Bing Feng's ear, lowering his voice to scheme. "Sister Bing Feng, do you have any tricks to give me a temporary surge of spiritual power to reach the saint realm? I need to borrow some strength to refine a saint pill for an emergency." The thing was, Xue Yan's body was suffering a severe backlash from cold energy. If he didn't shove a pill into her mouth in time, she might actually meet her maker. "So do you have any viable magic tricks?" Bing Feng blinked in thought for a moment, staring straight ahead before lazily replying, "I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve." Catching Bing Feng's conclusive statement, Ling Xiao was as thrilled as if he had struck gold. "Sister Bing isn't just blowing smoke to give me false hope, right?" Bing Feng continued flapping her wings to part the clouds, arrogantly saying, "My word is gold. However, with your garbage body right now, the aftermath will be quite heavy." Ling Xiao immediately put on an innocent face. "I'll pay whatever the cost, and in return, I'll feed you 100 bottles of top-tier 8-star healing pills, plus a dozen enlightenment tea leaves to sip on. How's that for a deal?" Catching a glimpse of the sparkling enlightenment tea leaves in Ling Xiao's hand, Bing Feng was stunned. "Such premium goods, the spiritual energy is overflowing. If I consume this, my injuries will recover in no time. You had such great stuff and only brought it out now. Were you planning to take it to the grave?" Before Ling Xiao could digest that, Bing Feng aggressively shot forward like a rocket, leaving behind one sentence. "Hold on tight. Once we drag ourselves back to my lair, I'll solve this situation for you." After a grueling and distant journey, the group finally landed safely at the state preceptor's estate. Ling Xiao hastily dragged Bing Feng into the room. "Sister Bing, let's get down to business right now. No more delays." Bing Feng formed hand seals, casting a thick barrier to shield the surroundings. "Done. Sit down in front of me quickly. I am going to pump my spiritual energy into you for temporary use. Fair warning, if your trashy meridians can't hold it, you will absolutely explode like a firecracker. Are you mentally prepared? I'll use a power transferring trick now, but the effect fades super fast. You'd better seize the moment. If you mess up, don't come crying to me." Ling Xiao obediently absorbed the rushing aura, nodding firmly. "I understand." Thanks to the enlightenment seed, Ling Xiao smoothly digested the 10-star heaven-borrowing grand magic manual. "My God, the power being pumped in is terrifying. My veins are bulging and about to snap." Seeing the young man sweating profusely, Bing Feng anxiously yelled, "What are you spacing out for? Activate the saint body art right now, or you'll seriously go boom and turn into fireworks." Obediently following the manual, Ling Xiao activated the creation divine cauldron, and a tyrannical pressure instantly spread, suffocating the entire room space. As the cauldron's lid popped open, Ling Xiao dumped all the priceless spiritual herbs inside. "The time is ripe, let's start refining the saint pill." Overflowing spiritual energy rushed in, swirling into a storm under Ling Xiao's masterful kneading hands. Standing guard outside the door, Lao Yu dropped his jaw watching the crackling phenomena in the sky, his heart filled with absolute worship. The young master is truly a super-tier monster, causing heaven and earth-shaking commotions wherever he goes. I have to cling tightly to this golden thigh, even if it costs my life. Despite being the director of this show, Ling Xiao also broke a sweat seeing the terrifying phenomena. This is bad. When a saint pill is born, heavenly lightning will definitely strike down to say hello. Taking a direct hit from this saint-tier lightning bolt would spell the end for all of us. Wait, I can't just accept this. Thank goodness, maybe the pocket dimension created by the Enlightenment Tree can be used as a shield to block the lightning. Ling Xiao hurriedly clasped his hands and focused his mind, diving deep into the Enlightenment Seed. Outside, dark clouds were rolling in aggressively, and jagged lightning tore through the pitch-black sky. In a flash, the Enlightenment Seed burst forth with a blinding halo, erecting a solid fortress to protect Ling Xiao from being charred to a crisp. Right at this moment, the glossy saint pill bounced out of the furnace. Ling Xiao immediately snatched it, grinning from ear to ear. "Fantastic! I finally managed to grind out the legendary saint pill." With everything settled, Ling Xiao ran as fast as his legs could carry him to shove this sugar-coated pill into Xue Yan's hand. "Bite into this quickly, swallow it, and it will patch up all your innate flaws. You won't have to worry about that godforsaken cold energy acting up again." Hearing this, Xue Yan's eyes widened in shock. "You aren't joking with me, are you, brother?" Ling Xiao gave a reassuring smile, gently caressing his girl. "Silly, as if I have the free time to joke with your life. Trust me, swallow it now." Obeying her brother, Xue Yan popped the pill into her throat, closing her eyes to channel her energy and absorb that massive layer of medicinal power. A moment later, witnessing a series of bizarre transformations erupting from the girl, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow in astonishment, unable to look away. Tyrannical streams of spiritual energy suddenly blazed around Xue Yan's body, and the network of meridians on her skin bulged out, glowing fiercely like a torch. Those glittering veins surged with power, circulating it in a continuous loop to nourish every inch of her flesh and blood. An earth-shattering explosion of energy burst out, shaking the entire room. Bing Feng stood watching and was startled, rubbing her chin as she deduced, "This bloodline resonance phenomenon. Don't tell me this brat carried this physique straight from her mother's womb." Right after that magical explosion, Xue Yan's cultivation realm skyrocketed like a kite catching the wind. But the price she had to pay was a boiling temperature like lava cooking her body alive, causing Xue Yan to grimace in agonizing pain. Unable to bear this bone-tearing, flesh-ripping agony, she could only open her mouth and let out ear-piercing screams. A split second later, her rank continuously broke through, piercing right past the active origin bridge realm. The instantaneous breakthrough left Bing Feng speechless from shock. What the hell is this? A physique leaping so fast means she must be a reincarnated monster. Seeing Xue Yan drain her energy, her body going limp like a wet noodle, as she fell toward the floor, Ling Xiao frantically dashed over like a gust of wind to catch the beauty. He wrapped his arms around Xue Yan, lifting her up, sweat pouring down his face out of deep concern. "Xue Yan, are you okay? Don't scare me." Just as she groggily opened her eyes, Xue Yan suddenly threw Ling Xiao far away, roaring with an icy tone, "Get away from me," leaving the young man completely petrified. She retreated a few steps, her whole body radiating the fierce, murderous aura of a queen. "A filthy mole cricket like you actually has the right to touch this emperor's dragon body." "Go to hell," taking the full brunt of his wife's disdainful expression, Ling Xiao started scratching his head in confusion. What kind of bad weather caused this? Or did the pill I just refined have a defect? But less than 3 seconds later, Xue Yan's fierce expression melted like rice paper dipped in water as she frantically apologized. "Brother Ling Xiao, I am 1,000 times sorry, I truly didn't mean it. This new energy is making my head spin. Could you step outside for a moment and give me some space to get used to it?" Though his stomach was still full of question marks, Ling Xiao could only click his tongue and turn toward the door. Then you take your time to adjust. Sister Bing Feng and I will wait for you on the porch. He gently pulled the wooden door shut, sealing the room tight to return the dead silence to Xue Yan. Inside, Xue Yan began wrestling with the ghostly consciousness taking root in her head. What kind of evil spirit are you? Why did you barge into my house? Get out immediately. A completely unfamiliar voice echoed back mockingly. This fierce attitude is exactly like this venerable one. Little girl, you are merely my vessel in this life, and I am your grand previous incarnation. Xue Yan gritted her teeth and shot back. I don't care if you're my past or future life. If you don't have an invitation, get the hell out of my body. The entity sneered. If you're so capable, let's see you kick me out. We share the same root. Only by merging into one can we be invincible in this world. Obediently hand over your body to me. Xue Yan snapped. In your dreams, my house, my rules, I am the true master of this body. Standing around in the hallway with her arms crossed, Bing Feng casually demanded her payment from Ling Xiao. Hey kid, do you have any more of those heavy-duty candies in stock? Oh, and remember to fully pay off those items you promised me earlier. Ling Xiao sighed, pulling a basket of dazzling 8-star pills and a stack of enlightenment tea leaves from his storage ring. Here, money on the table, goods in hand, I won't shortchange you a single copper. Take it quickly. Bing Feng's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled brightly, happily hugging the pile of rewards. That's a good boy, I'll consider you a fair player. Bam! A blood-curdling shriek shattered through the crack of the door, making the two of them jump out of their skin. Sensing something terrible had happened, Ling Xiao kicked the door open, charging straight in like a gust of wind. The moment he got inside, Ling Xiao hovered around Xue Yan, patting her down to check. Xue Yan, are you hurt anywhere? Xue Yan looked at him with an awkward gaze, secretly sighing in relief inwardly. Thank God, luckily I managed to silence that crazy soul. Then she looked up with a radiant smile. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm perfectly fine, stop worrying so much. After dropping those words, Xue Yan hurriedly walked to the door, leaving Ling Xiao standing bewildered in the middle of the room. I just remembered there's an urgent matter in the royal palace. I must go back and handle it immediately. Watching her briskly walk away, and recalling her bizarre expressions earlier, Ling Xiao's mind was brewing with suspicion. While later, the Du Hu Tai Sui and Ling Long sprinted over to report. Oh young master, we've been looking everywhere for you. Rumor in the martial world says Longfeng Palace's selection tournament is about to open, and we also want to sign up and compete. We'd like to ask for the boss's opinion. Ling Xiao replied seriously. It's good to be ambitious. Only by entering Longfeng Palace will your talents have a place to shine. At the same time, in the sky neighboring Dongtang, a flying ship was cutting through the clouds, speeding toward the royal palace. Discussions echoed from the deck. I wonder if we'll salvage any high-quality seedlings in this recruitment drive. An older sister on the flying ship haughtily flipped her hair and replied, Our Longfeng Palace is extremely picky, trash can go somewhere else. The rest of the journey just depends on our eye for talent. While chatting, the two caught a whiff of something unusual and curiously peered down. Looks like there's some commotion on the ground, but we've been away for quite a while, and our mission isn't done yet. It's best we don't meddle in other people's business. The female senior stroked her blue locks and hinted, Don't be so quick to ignore it. Who knows, we might just fish up a few brilliant disciples to bring back for some merit points. After a few seconds of thought, the two beautiful sisters decided to land the flying ship to check out the situation. Down in an empty field, a young man named Dongfang Wu Hui was frowning and biting his lip, channeling 100% of his energy to draw some talismans. He smirked despicably, quickly hiding a talisman in his sleeve as he calculated inwardly. Well, this young master's sharp eyes have already locked onto the signal of Longfeng Palace's flying ship hovering around here. Now all I need to do is act a bit dramatic, deliberately releasing a tyrannical surge of soul power, and those two geese will definitely take the bait and come right to me. No sooner said than done, he immediately pushed himself to detonate his cultivation aura, successfully baiting the two beauties in the clouds. Look, check down below and see what's there. The two sisters descended gracefully, scrutinizing and evaluating. Not bad at all, he's a 4-star talisman master, but still wet behind the ears. Bringing back an aptitude like this will easily max out our merit points. Although his cultivation isn't high yet, let's go down and test him anyway. Seeing the fish bite, Dongfang Wu Hui stroked his chin and laughed inwardly. They actually came. Unless these two hags are half-blind, they will definitely escort me into Longfeng Palace. Seeing the fish bite, Dongfang Wu Hui stroked his chin and laughed inwardly. They actually came. Unless these two hags are half-blind, they will definitely escort me into Longfeng Palace. Dongfang Wu Hui started his pantomime, opening his mouth wide in a show of weakness. Oh my God, which divine beings are you to fall from the sky? The beauty in the red dress stepped forward and introduced herself gently. We are from the prestigious Longfeng Palace. We accidentally caught you doing such a brilliant job crafting 4-star talismans, so this sister decided to grant you a chance to take the entrance exam for our sect. The actor Wu Hui continued his comedy act. Oh, this lowly one is just a nameless vagabond wandering the streets. How could I dare to climb high and compete with you noble ones? The Longfeng Palace woman waved her hand, smiling sweetly. We don't judge by background here, we take in all talents. She pulled out a sparkling token and stuffed it into his hand. Hold on to this preliminary token tightly. If you drop it, you're out of the exam. Seeing as you have some smart and flexible bones, how about you hop on the ship with us two sisters? I'll cover you for a special pass. Dongfang Wu Hui smiled so wide his eyes squinted shut, bowing 90 degrees as he accepted the token with both hands. Thank you for the grace of the two senior sisters. He happily hopped onto the flying ship, trailing after the two beauties. This little brother is Dongfang Wu Hui. May I ask for the precious names of these two peach blossoms? The two women stated their names in unison. Jia Ying Nan, Wu Dang Yao. Turning the car back to the state preceptor's estate, Ling Xiao was pacing back and forth like a headless chicken, his mouth constantly venting his anxiety about Xue Yan to Hu Tai Sui. Her unusual behavior the other day felt really wrong. I just can't shake this uneasy feeling in my heart. Waiting is a virtue, but I've lost my patience now. I won't be able to eat or sleep well until I drag myself to the royal palace and check things out personally. At that very moment, Xue Yan was still struggling and fighting with the eyesore of a soul in her brain. You ghost, get out of my body right now. The ghostly entity started ramping up the pressure. Wake up from your dream, sweetie. How can your paper-thin soul resist this supreme remnant soul? Seizing your body is just a snap of the fingers. Obediently surrender this vessel for me to use. Saying that, Xue Yan coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, but the expression on her face suddenly flipped, freezing over like a 1,000-year glacier. In the next blink, the corner of her lips curled into a sneer of contempt, accompanied by a cold snort that would send chills down anyone's spine. For a little brat, you sure are stubborn, but against the 100,000 years of accumulated cultivation of this old lady, do you think you have the power to stop me? Pack up and make room. Right at the climax, roars echoed from outside. Where did the Emperor of Dongtang run off to? Come out and pay respects to the representatives of Longfeng Palace immediately. Shouting until our throats are sore, and not a single ghost shows up to welcome us. Did you eat leopard guts to look down on everyone like this? Xue Yan strolled out slowly to intercept them, her voice dull. Distinguished guests visiting from afar, what business do you have at my home today that requires you to be so loud? But deep down in her heart, she was secretly pouting and cursing. What a joke! A tiny, ragged Longfeng Palace actually dares to try and ride on my head. HMPH, I'll just borrow this land to heal for now, and when the day comes for me to restore my peak strength, I'll show you all. Dang Yao frowned in displeasure, raising her chin to question back. So you're that arrogant female emperor of Dongtang from the legends. Dongfang Wu Hui, with his sharp beak, stood nearby and immediately meddled. That's her, Sister Dang Yao. This Tang Xue Yan is known as a talented woman who made it to the top of the human phoenix ranking, so it's no wonder her attitude reaches the heavens. Coincidentally, Ling Xiao kicked the door and walked in just then, frowning and muttering. How strange, is the royal palace throwing a festival or something today? Why is it so noisy? Could Xue Yan have run into some trouble? As soon as he arrived, Ling Xiao's eyes went wide as saucers when he spotted Dongfang Wu Hui's figure. Seeing his nemesis, Wu Hui instantly jumped, his face clearly showing fear. Catching Wu Hui's anxious expression in front of Ling Xiao, Dang Yao couldn't help but feel curious. Wu Hui immediately capitalized on the situation, adding fuel to the fire. That's him, Sister Dang Yao. Not only does that bastard know me, but he's a good friend. So good that he stripped me clean of all my treasures and forced me to kneel and call him daddy right here. Hearing her little brother whine, Dang Yao looked down her nose at Ling Xiao with half an eye. Oh, is that so? The big sister Jia Ying Nan standing next to her also lifted her chin to insult Ling Xiao. You little brat, this lady is too lazy to dirty her hands with the likes of you. If you know what's good for you, strip off all the good items on you to compensate Wu Hui right now, then kowtow and kneel to apologize to him for me." Ling Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, his face clearly showing disgust as he nonchalantly asked who on earth she thought she was to him. Jia Yingnan arrogantly raised her chin, speaking in a highly condescending tone that he wasn't qualified to know who she was, and if he knew what was good for him, he'd better apologize right away. Otherwise, he could forget about ever looking at the entrance to Long Feng Palace's selection. Ling Xiao's eyes evaluated the woman throwing a tantrum in front of him, thinking to himself, "Ah, so she's from Long Feng Palace." Carrying an indifferent attitude, Ling Xiao slowly walked toward Xue Yan, casually stating that if the dignified Long Feng Palace actually tolerated frogs at the bottom of the well like this, then he genuinely had no interest in the prestige of joining them. Dang Yao immediately turned to Xue Yan, using an oppressive tone to threaten the female emperor of Dongtang to listen closely. If this snot-nosed brat refuses to bow his head and admit his mistake, consider all of Dongtang's participation slots forfeit, and from now on, Long Feng Palace will blacklist you people, so don't even dream of receiving any more tokens. Upon hearing this, Xue Yan flew into a thunderous rage, glaring and shouting loudly at Ling Xiao, asking what he was still standing there for, and demanding he apologize quickly, while in her heart she was burning with anxiety, secretly cursing where this damn bastard crawled out from, suddenly jumping out to get in the way of this old lady's grand cause of restoring her power. Ling Xiao flinched slightly, looking at Xue Yan in astonishment, wondering to himself what the hell he had just heard. Xue Yan was still resentful, pointing straight at his face and snarling that she ordered him to quickly bow his head and apologize, asking if he was planning to drag this entire Dongtang dynasty down to the grave with his stubbornness. Dang Yao stood nearby with her face turned to the sky, sneering provocatively, asking if the words had pierced his ears yet, pointing out that even his female emperor was forcing him to kneel and apologize to her little brother, and telling him to drag his body over to kowtow and atone for his sins. Ling Xiao immediately stiffened his neck and fired back with absolute decisiveness that they should keep dreaming if they thought he would apologize, and that even if the sky fell and crushed everything today, he would never admit he was wrong. Seeing that the situation was about to blow up in their faces, Wu Hui, afraid of bringing trouble upon himself, hastily spoke up to appease the two sisters to calm their anger, saying that stripping Ling Xiao of the chance to get Long Feng Palace's token was already a heavy enough punishment, so they should be magnanimous and let this matter go. Jia Yingnan was extremely pleased, looking at Wu Hui with an admiring gaze. "Wu Hui, with a bodhisattva's heart like yours, you will surely become an outstanding talent renowned throughout the world in the future." Wu Hui, standing beside her, felt his heart bloom with joy upon hearing this and hurriedly smiled to return the courtesy. Right after that, he shot a sideways glance at Ling Xiao with eyes full of sheer malice, smugly calculating in his gut. "Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, without the ticket into Long Feng Palace, you will only be a piece of trash for your entire life. Just wait until I succeed in my cultivation and return, crushing you to death will be as easy as squashing an ant." At the same time, Dang Yao pulled out 5 assessment tokens, using an awe-inspiring voice to tell Tang Xue Yan to open her eyes wide and watch. These were 5 registration quotas. As the ruler of Dongtang, she had the right to open her own arena to find those worthy of receiving them. Right after finishing his sentence, he rudely threw the bunch of tokens toward Tang Xue Yan. The Empress reached out her hand, catching them flawlessly without missing a single one. Jia Yingnan approached, patted Dongfang Wu Hui lightly on the shoulder, and gently said, "All right, this official business is considered complete. Wu Hui, come follow us, sisters." Having said that, those 3 hurriedly climbed onto the flying ship, and in the blink of an eye, they flew completely out of sight, leaving Ling Xiao standing there watching them leave. Ling Xiao stood there scratching his head, his mind full of confusion, not understanding when that guy Dongfang Wu Hui had secretly used the backdoor with Dragon Phoenix Palace. Tang Xue Yan stood nearby, finding Ling Xiao's blank stare at the departing ship to be an eyesore, so she roared out, "What kind of attitude is that? Get out of my sight right now." After dropping those harsh words, she abruptly turned and walked into the room, following up with an earth-shattering door slam. This erratic temperament made Ling Xiao frown in thought. Tang Xue Yan had been acting incredibly suspicious lately, definitely brewing some sort of scheme. This time, he had to find someone to uncover the truth to feel at ease. He clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. The only person capable enough to dig up the truth right now was probably just Sister Ice. Anyway, he should slip back first, as a mountain of tasks was still waiting for him to resolve. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had walked all the way back to the entrance of the state preceptor's manor. Immediately, he went to find Ice Phoenix to ask for a favor. Ever since she applied the medicine to treat the illness, I've noticed Xue Yan acting like she's possessed, her personality changing drastically. I need your help, sister, to investigate where the root cause of this matter actually comes from. As long as Sister Ice handles this smoothly, I pat my chest and guarantee to gift you a Phoenix replenishing origin pill as a reward. Hearing about good stuff, Ice Phoenix's eyes lit up brightly, and she gleefully asked, "You're not bluffing, are you?" Ling Xiao instantly dropped his joking demeanor, nodding firmly. A real man's word is his bond, even 4 horses cannot chase it back. Ice Phoenix nodded approvingly, casting a sharp look at him to seal the deal. However, I have to enter secluded cultivation today to clean up this mess of injuries on my body first. Just go home, cross your legs, and wait for the good news. Hearing that, Ling Xiao turned on his heel to slip away quickly. It's a deal then, I'll be eagerly waiting for your performance, sister. Right after stepping out of Ice Phoenix's room, Ling Xiao hurriedly ran to summon Hu Tai Sui and Zui Ling Long. Wearing a serious expression, Ling Xiao spoke to the two in a deep voice. The envoys of Dragon Phoenix Palace have shown their faces, and the martial arts tournament is about to beat the gongs and sound the drums. Calling you two here is to discuss major matters. Absolutely no carelessness is allowed. First, immediately dispatch the Tiger Guards to rush over to the Tian Yao Kingdom to snatch an entry ticket back here at all costs. After that, you two drag yourselves out there to fight for the remaining quotas. Receiving the secret order, Hu Tai Sui and Zui Ling Long simultaneously cupped their fists and bowed. "We obey your command, young master. We will fulfill our duties without a single mistake." Just as the two were about to turn their backs, Ling Xiao immediately called them back. "Hold on, wait a bit before leaving. I still have this gift." With lightning speed, he waved his hand and tapped directly on his 2 subordinates' foreheads to pour in true qi. "To ensure you guys don't get beaten to a pulp in the competition, I have no choice but to stuff some secret martial arts into your heads." Very quickly, Hu Tai Sui and Zui Ling Long digested all the profound mysteries of the ultimate skills they had just been stuffed with. Having scored a massive windfall, the two of them smiled as brightly as spring flowers. Ling Xiao waved his hand, instructing, "Now that it's done, quickly put your legs to work and go do your missions. Once it's resolved smoothly, just naturally show your faces at the arena. I won't interfere anymore." A few days passed. At the Shifang Arena, the atmosphere was boiling like a cauldron of fire. Martial artists from all over the world flocked in, and the murmuring gossip was as loud as a broken beehive. The preliminary round of the Dragon Phoenix Palace finally opened. Rumors in the martial world said that the Dongtang region was stingy this time, only spitting out 5 seats, and 1 seat was already kept by the Empress for her own. The remaining 4 spots would definitely be a spectacular bloodbath. Amidst the boiling oil and burning fire, an old arena manager stepped out, cupped his hands, and greeted. "Greetings, good heroes. This old man follows Her Majesty's decree to personally come here and act as the referee for this important selection tournament. The rules are super easy. The last 4 people standing will take all the tokens. If no one has any objections, then please step onto the arena to compete." As soon as the old man's words fell to the ground, a muscular brute dashed onto the arena like a bloodthirsty mad bull. The guy clenched his fists, murderous intent radiating menacingly, pointing at all the youngsters below and roaring. "Among you juniors, I am the final boss. Whoever finds me an eyesore, step up here and speak with your fists." The burly guy stood arrogantly in the middle of the ring, waving his limbs around, merely to show off his brute strength. Hu Tai Sui, lurking below the stands, found this an absolute eyesore, so he gathered momentum and leaped right onto the competition floor. As soon as his feet touched the boards, he immediately splashed a bucket of cold water on his opponent's face. "Curb your arrogance when you're out on the streets, son, or watch out for a smashed mouth." The audience below saw Hu Tai Sui show his face and burst into an uproar. Which nursing home did this old uncle escape from? With a face this wrinkled, he still wants to compete for a plate with the kids. Kick this old geezer down right now. He looks familiar, seems like General Hu Tai Sui from the state preceptor's manor. Even if he is the Jade Emperor, he's over the age limit, so step down, don't be sneaky. Hearing the idle crowd making sarcastic remarks, Hu Tai Sui was so angry he wanted to cough up blood. He put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly, "Shut all your crow mouths for me. Although this old man is a bit sunbaked, my birth certificate hasn't crossed the age of 30 yet. Taking advantage of the old uncle being busy arguing with public opinion, the young man on the stage immediately launched a godly sneak attack. No matter how many years this old geezer has lived, since he dragged himself onto the stage, today is his last day. Facing the fist brushing past his face, Xue only needed to do a light, basic dodge to smoothly evade it, not forgetting to mock him. Throwing a punch as slow as a crawling turtle, and you dare to thump your chest claiming to be the #1 youth in the world. Suddenly, he realized this brat was as stubbornly sticky as a leech, launching a flurry of continuous attacks that made even him widen his eyes. Strange, what kind of demonic martial art is this that makes his counterattack speed so fast? But no matter how beautifully you wave your limbs, in front of the premium martial arts manual imparted by the young master, everything is just a mosquito. This is what you call the pinnacle of power. After muttering that, Xue tensed his body and immediately unleashed a heavenly fox punch, blasting the brat 8 meters away. If this were a trash-talking competition, you'd definitely take the championship trophy. Seeing the match end so swiftly after just a wave of a hand, the audience below opened their mouths as wide as goose eggs. What the hell is that? Finishing it with one punch, as expected of the real deal from the state preceptor's manner. Zui Ling Long, standing at the corner below the arena, was internally overjoyed, analyzing. Thanks to the ultimate martial skill taught by the young master, old Hu and I definitely have a firm grip on advancing this time. Meanwhile, at the state preceptor's manor, the precious golden token of the Dragon Phoenix Palace was sitting proudly on the stone table. Ling Xiao frowned in thought, tightly squeezing the token, smirking as he calculated. How could those brats like Dongfang Wu Hui guess that I would snatch a token from the Tian Yao Kingdom right under their noses? Just sharpen your teeth and wait for the official tournament day. I will let every single one of you taste suffering. Ice Phoenix just happened to drop by, pushing the door open to slip into the study, happily reporting. Ling Xiao, that tangled mess you threw at me to dig up, I've uprooted it entirely now. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up brightly, leaning forward and pouncing as he repeatedly asked, Really? Tell me quickly. Has Xue Yan been possessed by a ghost lately or what? Why is she so weird? Ice Phoenix took a sip of tea and slowly recounted. Lately, that girl has been acting totally isolated, muttering to herself as if arguing with a ghost. According to my experience, this illness is exactly the legendary dual soul in one body syndrome. Hearing the conclusion, Ling Xiao let out a heavy breath, his face wrinkling with deep concern. Wow, so it's this dual soul in one body trope again. Understood. For this matter, even if an outsider grew 3 heads and 6 arms, they'd be helpless. Now all we can do is hope that the lady's willpower is tough enough to shoulder it. However, I firmly believe she will overcome this tribulation safely on her own. Just then, Xue and Zui Ling Long came running back, their faces as joyful as if they had struck gold. Before he could even catch his breath, Xue held up the token, loudly boasting of his achievement. Not wasting the young master's expectations, we subordinates have successfully snatched this selection ticket and brought it back to present to you. Ling Xiao stroked the card in his hand, his mind working rapidly. If so, then the parking lot round is considered closed. The real decisive battle will probably be on the chopping block in a day or two. Unpredictably, the token suddenly vibrated violently, emitting a bizarre energy. That lifeless object suddenly released a demonic suction force, like a cosmic black hole intent on swallowing him into a bottomless void. The sudden awakening of this unorthodox magic power made Ling Xiao jump in fright. In the blink of an eye, a halo of light appeared, grabbed Ling Xiao, and vanished without a trace, leaving the people in the house staring at each other in dumbfounded shock. When he opened his eyes, the scenery had completely flipped, revealing a battered battlefield as desolate as a graveyard. Dozens of ticket holders had been gathered there for ages, their noisy chatter echoing. What kind of ghost gate is this? Could the token have pushed us straight into the arena? How bizarre, looking around feels like standing in the middle of 1,000-year-old ancient battlefield ruins. Ling Xiao frowned, his hair standing on end as he vigilantly checked every corner. This place is guided by ghosts and led by demons. It's best to walk properly and investigate carefully, lest I lose my life. Somehow wandering around, those people picked up nothing but premium goods. Hey guys, I found this top-tier martial arts manual. I picked up a razor-sharp sword. This wasteland is quite magical, treasures dropping everywhere like this. My hands are getting tired from picking them up. Right at this moment, from deep within the Dao Comprehension Seed, a guiding voice echoed. Master, turn east quickly. There is an extremely strong spiritual energy source over there. If we get this, I will upgrade like a kite meeting the wind. The sudden guidance from the Dao Comprehension Seed made Ling Xiao freeze for a few seconds. Without another word, he hit the gas to the max, dashing straight east to see what the fuss was about. While running head down, a giant leaderboard suddenly floated in the sky, clearly projecting the rules of the game and the live scores of each person. Ling Xiao glanced at the God-ranking board while zooming past, silently marveling. The race just started, and the rankings are updated this fast. It seems these guys have all been grinding day and night to prepare for this desperate bloodbath. Ling Xiao stomped his heel hard, pumping more true qi to blast straight eastward. Whatever happens, first I gotta show my face in the east to see if there are any sweet deals. In another corner, a whole flock of heroes was swarming around a dense net entirely made of swords, bickering noisily. As Ling Xiao poked his head in to spectate, a spectacularly grand scene struck his eyes. In the eye of the storm, thousands of flying swords danced chaotically at dizzying speeds, weaving into a shield so solid that not even a fly could slip through. Surrounding crowd held their breath, their eyes glued wide open at the terrifying sword net. So intimidating. If one could comprehend a bit of sword intent from this, dominating the martial world would definitely be within reach. Lucky for our lives that great hero Yi Jianzin of the Yi family is here today. This guy was born with a sword heart silver spoon in his mouth. With his protection, we can be completely at ease. Speak of the devil and the devil arrives. Yi Jianzin walked out with an arrogant face, waving his hand to clear the path, heading straight into the center of the formation. Move aside. That precious sword was born to rest in this young master's hands. Ling Xiao stood cross-armed atop a high rock, casually watching the good show. Well, this angle seems quite lively indeed. He rubbed his chin, a terribly greedy idea popping into his head. How about I launch a sneak attack and strip all the tokens from these noobs first while it's hot? While he was busy plotting, over on the other side, a few burly guys gritted their teeth and endured the beating to dive into the trap. I don't believe these broken swords can stop my footsteps. That precious sword is mine. Get out of the way. This ancient sword obviously belongs to me. But life is not a dream. The two fools had barely moved 3 steps before they were slashed to ribbons by the sword storm, their tragic screams echoing across the area. Ling Xiao watched the bloody scene, yet his mouth curled up in delight, thinking to himself, that ancient sword planted amidst that riot seems to have a destiny with me. Whatever, I'll just roll up my sleeves, jump in, snatch it, and figure things out later. Saying is doing. Ling Xiao channeled power into his legs and dashed straight into the death trap full of sharp swords to swipe the treasure. Seeing a suicidal youth dive headfirst into the trap, the nosy crowd foamed at the mouth again. Look, another one not afraid of death crawling into danger. He just got lucky for the first few steps. Drag himself a bit deeper and the pressure will crush his guts. He definitely won't be able to take another step. Yi Jianzin, standing on the side, almost had his eyes pop out because of Ling Xiao's recklessness. Seeing that, his hands itched, and he immediately pulled out his ultimate sect guarding move, gritting his teeth to tear open his very own sword domain space. The crowd was spooked once again, holding their breath as they watched. How formidable! Yi Jianzin actually unlocked a sword domain. This coercion is too powerful. Only those king-tier bosses can achieve this level. Don't tell me he has already touched the lesser vehicle king realm. Borrowing the power of the sword domain, Yi Jianzin strained his neck, forcing his way step by step, hoping to lay his hands on the precious sword. The catch was, even if he flexed until his veins popped, he remained stuck in place because the backlash from that sword chi barrier was too harsh. His face twisted, he gritted his teeth bitterly and cursed. Damn it, drained all my strength and I only managed to advance 12 inches deep. This sword net is pushing it too far. Meanwhile, on Ling Xiao's side, he was strolling as if taking a walk in the park, savoring the flavor of the sword intent as he walked. In the blink of an eye, he saw through all the mysteries of this formation. With a beaming face, Ling Xiao leisurely walked up to the sword pedestal. This trip is turning out to be quite profitable. Bagging this thing will bring endless benefits. Those big-mouthed guys outside kept rambling incessantly. Even a genius like Yi Jianzin stumbled on the very first meter, yet that unknown immature brat demands to carry the ancient sword away. Truly someone who overestimates his own capabilities. Right amidst the crowd, 2 petty men put their heads together, brewing a vile and dirty scheme. That brat is an eyesore. Let's team up and take him down first. After sealing the deal, the two guys sneaked up from behind Ling Xiao. It's decided then. Join forces to attack, and once we snatch the ancient sword and bring it back to the sect, we'll get a huge reward. Sensing the fierce, murderous intent aiming at his back, Ling Xiao didn't even bother to turn his head. He instantly activated his ultimate sword domain to counterattack. A wild surge of energy exploded, crushing the entire surrounding space within a single musical note's time. Yan, standing nearby, almost dropped his jaw in shock. Unbelievable, how could that wet-behind-the-ears brat open a sword domain as easily as eating candy? Crushed by the might of the sword domain, the two petty men who specialized in sneak attacks were wiped out by Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye before they could even react. Before they collapsed, he didn't forget to clean up, stripping them completely of the selection tokens on their bodies. Patting the stack of newly robbed cards, Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes with a sinister smile. Didn't expect there to be so many kind-hearted people giving out gifts in this place. Sincerely thank you for the tokens, you two. However, that glowing antique sword seems more appealing. Let me prioritize taking it first. After his rambling, Ling Xiao let out a roar, pulling out all the strength in his body to fly towards the target. Getting close to the ancient sword, he reached out and grabbed the hilt firmly, gritting his teeth and flexing his muscles to uproot it from its long-standing seal. With eyes full of determination, Ling Xiao used the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers to pull the precious sword upwards. The moment the blade popped up a bit, the surrounding sky immediately broke into violent, flashing thunderstorms. Yan, watching from outside, found it unbearably irritating and roared with jealousy. That good stuff belongs to this young master. A brat like you, move your hands away right now. Seeing Ling Xiao stuck while pulling the sword, the despicable guy immediately charged in, intending to play a game of blatant robbery right under his nose. Ling Xiao wasn't the least bit flustered. He simply shot him a sharp glare as a warning. Instantly, a blinding golden light erupted, forcing Yan to back off, struggling wildly to block the strike. Yan broke out in a cold sweat facing this terrifying might, bitterly muttering, "Damn it, how can he still unleash sword chi in this demonic place?" Knowing that standing still and taking the hits in this sword net meant certain death, Yan scrambled to calculate an escape route. A one-on-one fight is impossible in this situation. I have no choice but to slip away temporarily to preserve my life first. The sword chi network continued its frenzied sweep, shredding the entire area into pieces and creating continuous tremors. Having just escaped the damage zone, Yan had already drawn up a malicious plot. This brat only repelled me by borrowing the might of the sword net. Wait until he pokes his face out, I'll use one sword strike to send him to the Western Paradise. Finalizing his scheme, Yan clasped his hands behind his back, pretending to be majestic, and shouted in, "Hey brat, if you really have skills, then crawl out of that turtle shell. Come out here and fight me for a round, let's see what you've got." Ling Xiao, from the inside, blasted straight out, bringing along a terrifying aura that crushed the opponent, and replied flatly, "I wonder who pumped gall into you to make you so loud-mouthed." As soon as he flew out of the net, Ling Xiao pinned his cold gaze on the guy's face. "With your trash tier skills, you still dare to thump your chest and provoke me." At the same time, Yan danced out a few 6-star sword techniques, draining his strength in an attempt to strike Ling Xiao down. Completely unfazed, Ling Xiao immediately pulled out the ultimate sword-drawing art he had just comprehended to use. Facing the opponent's incoming sword path, he lightly flicked his hand, slashing out a sharp stream of sword chi to intercept the attack. Seeing the familiar move, Yan once again widened his eyes in astonishment. "This is absurd. How can you also use the 6-star sword-drawing art?" Ling Xiao charged straight forward like a tank, his lips curling into a smile. "The things this old master knows go far beyond your imagination. Open your eyes wide and admire it." Realizing he had fallen into a disadvantage, Yan immediately turned tail and ran for his life, but Ling Xiao stuck right to his back. Chased and hunted relentlessly by Ling Xiao, Yan's face turned pale, panicked and frightened to the extreme. Ling Xiao zoomed up as fast as lightning, delivering a clean slash right into the fleeing back. Swinging his sword wasn't enough. Ling Xiao executed a sharp spin, adding an earth-shattering kick that stomped straight into the opponent's chest. The horrific kicking force smashed directly into the guy's dantian, shattering it and causing a brain-piercing pain that reached deep into his bone marrow. Taking the fatal combo in full, Yi Jianzin plunged headfirst, plowing through a patch of dirt and carving out a deep crater amid blinding dust and smoke. Lifting his head from the rubble, Yi Jianzin struggled to get up in excruciating pain, muttering bitterly. This is too absurd. He's only a rookie in the sea-gathering realm. How could he unleash the power of the Void Core realm? I'll engrave this grudge. Absolutely cannot let him off the hook so easily. While at death's door, he immediately resorted to vile tricks, inciting the spectating crowd. Everyone, are you really going to just fold your arms and watch the ancient sword fall into someone else's hands? Charge in together and annihilate that little brat. I promise to bring out my treasures as a heavy reward. Hearing the attractive offer, the crowd immediately revealed their true colors as insatiably greedy fools. Yi Jianzin is right. He can't do anything alone, but if we gang up, that kid will definitely be taken down. Having finished their discussion, the whole pack aggressively charged straight at Ling Xiao, seething with murderous intent. Ling Xiao slowly turned his head, throwing a razor-sharp glare at the clamoring mob rushing toward him. Right after that, he pushed the heaven-shaking technique to open his sword domain, multiplying his power 20-fold, instantly condensing tens of thousands of sharp sword blades ready to see the guests off. Seeing Ling Xiao's terrifying might, the martial artists who were aggressive just a moment ago instantly panicked and retreated. Damn it, the legendary 100-jang sword domain, we're doomed. This guy turns out to be such a terrifying monster. Ling Xiao cast a cold, sidelong glance over the weak crowd in front of him. It is you who shoved your own heads into death's door. Once you get down there, don't blame me for being heartless. Ling Xiao gently waved his hand, controlling tens of thousands of sword intent streams to rain down a massive area of effect attack. The merciless rain of sword chi minced the panicked martial artists who were crowding and trampling each other to flee. Yi Jianzin could no longer hide his horror, staring blankly at Ling Xiao. Can this little brat really be terrifying to such an extent? Knowing there was no chance of winning, he scrambled in panic to find an escape route. I can't stay in this place and keep fighting. I gotta slip away quickly to save my life first. Exactly at this moment, Ling Xiao had locked his sights straight onto Yi Jianzin's face, smiling coldly. It has already come to this, and you still plan to run. Have you asked for my permission before deciding to slip away? Seeing Ling Xiao determined to pull him up by the roots, Yi Jianzin, in utter terror, pulled out his natal divine ability to fight to the death, roaring as he attacked. Don't push people into a dead end. Ling Xiao dodged nimbly, taking advantage of the opportunity to completely comprehend the guy's natal divine ability. In the next second, he used the exact same natal divine ability he had just learned on the fly, delivering a fatal blow that sent Yi Jianzin to the Western Paradise. Feeling an icy pressure blowing into his back, Yi Jianzin trembled and looked over his shoulder. Before he could react, he was pierced right through by Ling Xiao's ultimate move, dying with unclosed eyes. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Having cleaned up the trash, Ling Xiao leisurely went around collecting every single token scattered on the ground, patting his belly and saying, "Thank you all for your contributions. This ancient sword and this pile of tokens, I'll kindly pocket them." In another sector of the battlefield, the leaderboard suddenly popped Ling Xiao's name squarely into the 30th position. Jia Yingnan and Dang Yao were incredibly shocked when they saw it. Ling Xiao? Could it be someone with the exact same name? It's possible, but I don't think this coincidence is that simple. Who knows, he might be junior brother Wu Hui's enemy. But no matter who he is, our Wu Hui is a 4-star talisman master. As long as he obtains the talisman fortune here, trampling on him will be as easy as flipping a hand. Shifting the scene to Ling Xiao's location, this young man accidentally and very unexpectedly comprehended the Po Shan Finger secret manual. Ling Xiao bent down, looking at the manual by his feet, his face full of curiosity as he muttered, "Don't tell me this is a 6-star martial skill." The crowd lurking far away whispered to each other, "It's over, another victim has fallen into the hands of this bandit. Yeah, earlier he stripped us bare of everything. What's bitter is that even if we wanted to fight back, there is no chance of beating him. It's truly hateful." Ling Xiao was just about to reach out and grab the martial arts manual when an arrogant voice rang out. "Hey, you little brat, I found that thing first. If you dare to touch it, I'll break your arm immediately." A man stepped out with a haughty attitude, yelling loudly, "Furthermore, if you're smart, hand over all your tokens, and this granddaddy will consider sparing you a path to survival." Ling Xiao treated the guy like air, nonchalantly picking up the secret manual and flipping through a few pages. Wow, this is indeed a premium item. Being completely ignored in front of the public, the man went mad with anger, his face turning bright red as he roared. You little brat, where did you borrow a bear's gall to dare look down on me like this? After roaring, he loudly ordered the subordinates behind him to charge. Brothers, jump in and butcher him for me. Ling Xiao quickly circulated his true qi, flicking his finger to unleash the Po Jun finger he had just learned to clean up the people in front of him. With just a single move, Ling Xiao swept away the entire squad of subordinates who were madly rushing at him. Ling Xiao looked at his finger with slight surprise, nodding in evaluation. This martial skill is quite magical. The damage is indeed not to be underestimated. The fierce man, seeing all his lackeys lying flat on the ground, gritted his teeth aggressively. Little brat, you hid your skills well. I didn't expect you to have some capabilities. Right after speaking, he ruthlessly trampled over the bodies of his own comrades and quickly transformed into a ferocious wolf, howling with a tremor. You dare to injure me. Carrying a wild demonic aura, the crazy wolf lunged towards Ling Xiao. I won't let you die too comfortably. Facing the beast lunging to tear him apart, Ling Xiao maintained a calm expression, stuffing his hands in his pockets and standing still on the spot to observe the situation. Waiting for the attack to arrive, Ling Xiao lightly jumped into the air to dodge the strike, muttering, "This world really has everything, to think shape-shifting could be this smooth. I wonder if that brute bloodline of old Hu Tai Sui back home can pull off this magical transformation trick." The beast also grew wings and leaped into the air, frantically pursuing Ling Xiao. You little brat, where do you think you can hide? Ling Xiao took this opportunity to smirk, immediately unleashing his sword in tent space to form a sturdy shield that slammed right into the opponent's face. Smashing its face against the stinging sword chi shield, the wolf immediately panicked, trembling and asking itself, Is this truly the legendary sword domain? Ling Xiao wrapped himself in an icy murderous intent, throwing a razor-sharp glare at the monster. I admit you're quite strong, but unfortunately, you provoked the very fire ant nest that is me. Hope you draw a luckier box when you reincarnate in your next life. As soon as he finished his comedic line, Ling Xiao swung a razor-sharp sword strike, cleaving vertically through the air. The terrifying pressure fell, leaving the guy with nothing to do but scream like a pig being slaughtered. The domineering aftershock from the attack forced the opponent to shed his disguise, revealing his true form as a human. His whole body plummeted from the sky, plowing into the ground and creating a dusty sinkhole. Plastered to the ground in a battered state, the guy groaned noisily while bitterly muttering, "So frustrating. What in the world did that brat eat to level up so fast? With fighting like this, who can beat him?" Not missing the chance, Ling Xiao dashed right next to the target, dropping a teasing remark. Well, your life is as tough as a leech. Ate a smash like that and you're still breathing. Then let this young master follow up with a complimentary sword strike. Seeing the Grim Reaper waving, the guy panicked and threw away all his dignity, clasping his hands and crying pitifully. Brother, I surrender. I'm waving the white flag. Please be magnanimous, treat me like a fart, and let me go. Ling Xiao's gleaming sword slammed the brakes instantly, stopping exactly one finger joint away from the opponent's chest. Sweating profusely, the man shivered and stole a glance at Ling Xiao, pleading, "As long as you leave me a glimmer of hope to survive, I promise to vomit out every single selection token as tribute right away." Ling Xiao frowned slightly, casting a deep, calculating look. You want me to spare your miserable life? Fine by me. Obediently tell your lackeys to spit out all their tokens to save your life, and once that's done, pack up and disappear from my sight immediately. Hearing that, the defeated guy hurriedly bowed like worshipping a star at Ling Xiao's feet. Yes, I understand. I will do exactly as brother instructed. Without delay, he spun around, straining his neck to scold his lackeys. Are you mobs all deaf? Hurry up and bring out all your tokens to offer them, otherwise we'll all be eating dirt. Emptying his pockets, the guy offered several spatial rings to Ling Xiao with trembling hands, smiling flatteringly. Reporting to brother, absolutely all the tokens are safely stored inside these rings, not a single one is missing. Ling Xiao gleefully snatched the pile of loot, his face radiating satisfaction. Quite good, seems like your head contains a brain and not tofu dregs, you know how to read the situation. Ojun then pretended to fawn and tactfully asked for Ling Xiao's name. Reporting to sir, may I ask what your honorable name is? I ask so I can tell my lackeys to lock their brains in the closet and automatically steer clear whenever they see you, for safety's sake. Ling Xiao had more than enough ability to read this thug's fake intellectual game, so he went with the flow, throwing a stone and hiding his hand. I don't change my name whether walking or sitting. I am Dongfang Wu Hui. Just put it on the tab. Whenever you want to eat more beatings, just come find me. Glaring at the smug back of his departing enemy, Po Jun was so angry he wanted to cough up blood, crushing the stone in his hand. He scrambled to pull out a voice transmission talisman to tattle to his boss. Young master, save me. My side just got completely wrecked over here. On the other end of the line, the young master frowned in confusion and pressed, Is that Po Jun? What kind of debt is making you cry out so loudly? Po Jun, sobbing, recounted his humiliation. Young master, there's a brat calling himself Dongfang Wu Hui who dared to stroke the tiger's beard and beat us to a pulp. What's more wicked is that he stripped us completely of every single token and then vanished without a trace. Taking that thunderous news in full, the young master felt his hot blood rush to his brain, growling, What, Dongfang Wu Hui? Damn his grandmother, did this suicidal punk eat a tiger's gall to dare snatch this young master's belongings? You hide well, if I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces. Wandering around a nearby corner of the forest, the real Dongfang Wu Hui suddenly started sneezing uncontrollably. What the hell? What kind of moody weather gives me such a random cold? The current camera lens relocated straight to the Changxin Lake area, located deep within the battle map. Thanks to the premium navigation tool from the Dao Comprehension Seed, Ling Xiao had tracked down these coordinates where spiritual energy was radiating brilliantly. This is definitely the fairyland that I've been painstakingly searching for all this time. Ling Xiao scanned the scene with his eyes glued to it, muttering to himself, We've hit the jackpot. You must have sniffed out what kind of toy is lying around here, huh? The Dao Enlightenment Seed didn't hesitate to spit out the analysis result. If I'm not wrong, that blindingly glowing rock over there is 100% a blood essence crystal. Ling Xiao's jaw almost dropped upon hearing that. Huh, are you kidding me? The blood essence crystal is an ultra-rare item used for marrow cleansing and power leveling the Danshan Origin C. Take a closer look and make sure you aren't seeing things. Without another word, Ling Xiao went full throttle, tearing through the wind straight toward the target. Since the premium good is confirmed, why not feast? Let's rush out and snatch the loot. Hovering around the location of the blood essence crystal right now was a chaotic mess of gathered guilds, brawling fiercely to grab the lion's share. An arrogant punk pushed his way to the front, jerking his chin and shouting, I laid my eyes on this blood essence crystal first. If you know what's good for you, pack up and scram, don't get in my way. A haughty beauty glared at him, bluntly exposing reality. Resources on the map belong to everyone, bro. Jungle law applies here. Whoever has the biggest fists gets the loot in their pockets, so stop being delusional. In a flash, that young man stepped on the wind and vaulted into the air. Whoever strikes fastest is king. This sweet prize is definitely falling into this young master's hands. Ha ha ha. Seeing that guy playing dirty and trying to swallow the juicy bait whole, the mob below was blinded by rage, cursing loudly. You shameless coward, trying to snatch it right under our noses in broad daylight. The beauty wasn't one to back down either, waving her hand to rally her troops. Brothers, form a perimeter and lock this down. Even if a fly passes by, catch it, don't let anyone slip through the net. The eager guy reached out, ready to pounce on the loot, grinning foolishly. Piece of cake. I just need to stamp my bloodline mark on this blood essence crystal and it will officially change owners. Before his smile could fade, an invisible sledgehammer from the void smashed right into his face, making him let out a muffled groan. Due to his momentary impulse, he was blasted by a repulsive force, crashing flat onto the ground with his bones feeling shattered, lying dead still like a stale fish. Ling Xiao casually manifested, striking a badass pose with his foot on the blood essence crystal, shrugging playfully. Oh my bad, this rock has officially been labeled as my property, sweeties. There's no room for daydreaming here. Whoever dares to swipe stuff from my hands can get ready to meet their maker. Boiling with indignation, the alliance of factions swarmed up like a broken beehive, completely surrounding Ling Xiao. What kind of random punk just parachuted in here? A piece of trash wanting a slice of the blood essence crystal? Brothers, charge in, chop him to pieces, and we'll split the loot later. With skills being thrown at his face nonstop, Ling Xiao smoothly glided back and leaped high into the air, escaping the encirclement as slippery as an eel. Seeing his ridiculously unreal and agile movements, the hostile martial artists stared wide-eyed, their mouths hanging open, unable to close. Ling Xiao flashed his trademark provocative smile, lifting his chin and declaring, You bunch of small fries actually think you can take my life? Go home, drink some milk, and train harder so you don't embarrass yourselves." The moment he shut his mouth, Ling Xiao erupted with an energy storm carrying earth-shattering pressure, wiping out all the surrounding lackeys and sending them tumbling. A hardcore old-timer in the guild immediately realized this was a tough matchup, grinding his teeth in assessment. "Damn, this brat is no joke. Letting the tiger return to the mountain will cost us dearly. We must push him to his death at all costs." Plotting to end things, the old man threw a god-tier strike, launching a sword full of murderous intent straight at Ling Xiao's position. Like magic, the whizzing blade suddenly sprouted shiny golden snake scales, blinding an entire area of space. Following that, the weapon completely mutated into a gigantic, blazing golden python, opening its maw reeking of death to intimidate. Witnessing this rather high-end transformation, Ling Xiao couldn't help but let out an "oh" of amusement. In the blink of an eye, the Snake King had already snapped Ling Xiao whole into its massive stomach. The punks below patted their chests in relief, laughing gleefully. "Swallowed whole, we thought some heavenly master had descended, turns out he was just tasty snake bait, scared the crap out of us." Supernatural stuff is no joke. Suddenly a cluster of flashing lightning blasted out from the snake's belly, causing one guy to scream in panic. Wait, it looks like that little brat hasn't clocked out to the underworld yet, guys." The golden python let out agonizing shrieks, writhing and twisting, because a massive hole had been blown right through its midsection. Seeing Ling Xiao break out of the cocoon and charge forward like a god, the old man was scared shitless, stammering. "Unbelievable. I poured all my power into my ultimate move and he still swam out. How is that possible?" Quick as lightning, Ling Xiao closed in on the target, treating the old man to a heavenly punch that left a 5-finger imprint right in the middle of his face. Seeing their senior getting utterly demolished, the remnants of the other two factions shivered uncontrollably, their eyeballs glued to Ling Xiao's figure as if fixed by superglue. "Holy crap, it's a monster." He flattened Wu Heng in a single note. "We're at the same skill level, a snap of his fingers and we'll all be logged out of life. What do we do? I don't want to claim my early pension yet." In the ultimate display of cowardice, the guy slammed his face to the dirt, clasping his hands and begging. "The blood essence crystal is yours, sir. Please take it home. I'm too busy with my own stuff. I swear I won't utter a single peep of complaint, boss." Ling Xiao shot a burning glare at the beauty who was rooted to the spot nearby, his voice monotone. "One smart guy down. What about you, little lady? Which option are you picking?" Cold sweat drenched her forehead as she stammered. "I've learned my lesson. My greedy nerve is snapped. The blood essence crystal is out of my league. I just beg you to spare my miserable life so I can scrape by." Ling Xiao sneered, waving his hand as if shooing away evil spirits, acting incredibly arrogant. "Why so easy? You think a word or two will get you a pardon from me? Not gonna fly. You do wrong, you pay the fine. That's the rule of life, honey." Hearing his highly threatening tone, the pair's faces went completely pale, their limbs curling up in sheer terror. Ling Xiao bared his teeth in a very villainous smile, finalizing his demand. "Now rummage through your stuff and see if you have anything worth trading for your lives. Dig it out. If it pleases me, I'll let you go." Picking up on the towering killing intent radiating from Ling Xiao, the old man sweated profusely, muttering to himself. "It's totally over. This kid is too ruthless. He's planning to strip us clean and leave no way out." The woman next to him slowly peeled off her armor, acting melancholic. "I'm dirt poor. There's absolutely nothing of value left on my body to offer as tribute to you. Why don't you take a look and see if this jade-like body can make up for it?" She flirtatiously stripped while edging closer to Ling Xiao, secretly plotting and waiting for the chance to launch a fatal strike. Bam! She lunged at Ling Xiao and hugged him tightly, making the young man somewhat flustered and awkward. She blew hot air right near Ling Xiao's ear, whispering sweetly like pouring honey. "If you don't mind, I'm willing to do anything to serve you." Ling Xiao pursed his lips and chuckled, his eyes full of mockery as he replied, Well, little sister, are you just blowing smoke or speaking from the bottom of your heart?" Waiting exactly for this moment, she instantly whipped out a well-hidden dagger, channeling 10 parts of her power, ready for a sneak stab on the target. The dagger thrust hilt deep toward Ling Xiao, accompanied by a foul curse. "Here is your dedication, trying to eat me? In your dreams, sweetie, you're still too young and green." But Ling Xiao already knew this playbook by heart. He pulled his leg back and delivered a powerful kick, sending the woman flying off into the void to the side. Pulling out his sword to strike, he indifferently added a comment. Trying to use a honey trap to lead me by the nose, huh? What a trashy script. Go take an acting class before you step into the martial world. As soon as the dialogue ended, a lethal sword strike from Ling Xiao pierced straight through her chest, neat and clean. Seeing his teammate die in a split second, the sole survivor went weak in the knees and begged, "I'm totally screwed. My luck is so bad this time, I'm really going to kick the bucket." Ling Xiao whipped around to look at the guy, jerking his chin and asking, "Hey bro, how much longer are you planning to camp there and play the victim?" Being called out, the old man turned as pale as a banana leaf, shrieking and scrambling aimlessly in sheer panic. Ling Xiao infused his blood body seal into the giant blood essence crystal, commanding, "This rock is too massive for me to carry alone. Hurry up and get your lackeys to bring shovels here and scoop it up for me." Having just received his death exemption badge, he clumsily yelled torrents of abuse at his underlings. "What are you useless idiots still staring at? Grab your tools and start digging fast. Do you all want to become fertilizer?" Ling Xiao nonchalantly added a threat. "Mine it carefully, no sticky fingers. If I blink and see you trying any funny business, I'll send your whole crew straight to the grave." The whole crew of reluctant miners swarmed in, toiling away digging and picking up blood essence crystals, not daring to rest their hands while serving Ling Xiao. After waiting for a bit, Ling Xiao beckoned the old foreman. "Hurry up and drag all the blood essence crystals you've dug out and present them here for me to see." Hearing the death call, the guy shivered with goosebumps, frantically diving headfirst into digging the dirt twice as crazy as before. About 30 minutes passed, Ling Xiao was chilling and posing on top of the hill-sized blood essence crystal pile, nodding in evaluation. "Approved. This batch is of reputable quality, purely unadulterated without a doubt." Next, he crushed the crystal to dust to start the grinding process. "Sweet. Now I just have to slurp up all this spiritual energy and my cultivation will automatically tick up and level up." Fragments of the blood crystal rose into countless intensely fluctuating energy particles, swirling into a cocoon that tightly wrapped around Ling Xiao. In an instant, with his spiritual energy tank full, Ling Xiao broke his own limits, unleashing a mighty aftershock that swept away all surrounding obstacles like a bomb explosion. Meanwhile, the old geezer miner was still biting his lip, furiously clawing at the dirt to dig up crystals to meet Ling Xiao's quota. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of power surged straight up from the bottom of the pit, making him jump out of his skin. An illusion, or is this the legendary Holy Blood Spring? The underground spring gushed up, immediately causing a minor earthquake. The tyrannical spiritual energy tore the earth's crust into a messy battlefield of rubble and dirt. Wu Heng, who was snooping nearby, had his eyes lit up like car headlights when he spotted the holy spring, making his old buddy sweat bullets. "Oh my god, I didn't expect to dig up such premium loot. It's a sure bet that Brat hasn't caught the scent of money yet." With hands faster than his brain, he immediately whipped out a small vial and sneaked over. "Opportunity strikes too fast to block. I gotta scoop this last haul to make all that effort worth it." The old man standing nearby nearly dropped his heart watching this suicidal move, snapping, "Are you high? Are you tired of living, daring to snatch things right from under his nose?" Wu Heng tossed the warning right out the window, determined to go big and scoop up the holy spring. Finders keepers, only an idiot would let him swallow such premium stuff all by himself. Just as he was about to reach out and steal it, an iron grip named Ling Xiao shot forward and clamped tightly onto his wrist. Ling Xiao glared at Wu Heng with fiery eyes, growling, "I gave strict orders forbidding any sneaky tricks. Since you love playing with the Grim Reaper, hand over your dog life right here, right now." Caught red-handed, Wu Heng bristled like a porcupine and instantly used his bottom-of-the-box ultimate move, shouting, "You arrogant little brat, you think I'm scared of you? This puddle of holy blood spring has my name plastered on it. No one can stop me." As soon as the trash talk ended, he unleashed a mysterious power from his two glowing eyes to attack the opponent in front of him. Ling Xiao swerved in a circle, dodging the strike with style, taking the chance to glance at whichever unlucky guy took the full brunt of that last move. The observing crowd noticed the commotion and gathered around to point and dissect. "So hype, what kind of sick move is that? It looks like the legendary Blood Eye, that soul-manipulating talent." The nameless young guy who took the hit earlier was completely brainwashed, his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent as he charged straight at Ling Xiao. With a vacant, emotionless look, he brought down a club, viciously smashing it toward his head to vent his anger. Ling Xiao calmly stood as still as a stone statue, throwing a valiant punch that shattered the guy's attack like snapping a twig. He narrowed his eyes at Wu Heng's face, sneering. "No wonder you had the guts to covet my holy blood spring, turns out you were hiding this trump card all along." Seeing his proudest ultimate move snapped so effortlessly, Wu Heng was in utter panic, his limbs starting to tremble like jelly. Pushed to the brink, he went totally reckless, turning up the power to the max and roaring in anger. "I'm pissed. In this match, either you die or I die. Today I'm bleeding out and putting my life on the line against you." Fellow cultivators standing nearby smelled the danger and quickly sprinted out of the combat zone, scolding. "Wu Heng, are you crazy? You planning to hypnotize me too?" Wu Heng widened his eyes in shock, staring at Ling Xiao's normal state, his brain failing to process it. "What? My blood-eye-soul extraction is useless against you." Ling Xiao stood opposite him, looking at him coldly, mocking. "Exhausted all your trump card capital, huh? These amateur soul-extracting tricks of yours are still way too green. If you want to take me down, go lock yourself up and cultivate for another 10 years. Wu Heng was so angry he could vomit blood, his face burning red as he shrieked. "Stop being so damn arrogant. Today I'm definitely going to skin you alive." Throwing out his final curse, he waved his hand to activate his crooked sorcery, pulling a horde of surrounding zombies to simultaneously rush up and attack Ling Xiao. Facing the wave of aggressive enemies rushing at him, Ling Xiao still nonchalantly kept his feet planted, remaining incredibly calm. Waiting for the crowd to close in to just the right range, he instantly condensed his power, sweeping his gaze across the mob in front of him to fire back with the 7-star soul extraction art. Hit by this berserk presence, the hostile lackeys immediately lost their minds, their souls shaken as they staggered and entirely switched their attack targets. Dozens of eerily white eyes synchronized their drift, locking their sights dead onto Wu Heng's face. The squadron of mindless zombies suddenly went mad, charging straight ahead to pummel their own master Wu Heng to a pulp. Wu Heng rolled his eyes back, his face twisted in ultimate panic at Ling Xiao's god-tier outplay. The mind-controlled puppets dogpiled in, holding the opponent down without slipping a single inch. But in just a few seconds of countdown, Wu Heng flexed his engine to the max and detonated his lifeblood, blasting everyone away. Using all his remaining strength, he roared, "I won't accept defeat." With blood-soaked eyes pinned in Ling Xiao's direction, he shouted indignantly, "You are not allowed to look down on me." Ling Xiao also swiftly condensed his true qi, enveloping his entire body in a halo of blinding golden light. Chaining the combo, he unleashed a martial technique carrying an extremely violent pressure. The critical hit landed and directly sent the opponent to meet the King of Hell, his body exploding and shattering into countless tiny pieces. With razor-sharp eyes, Ling Xiao cast a sweeping glance forward. "Bringing that tiny bit of skill and daring to clash with me, you really are tired of living." The old man snooping on the sidelines had his eyes bug out at this part, his teeth chattering in terror. "What kind of horrifying monster is this?" Ling Xiao aggressively and coldly shut the old man down. "What are you standing there looking dumb for? Grab your hoe and clear the blood essence crystal mine, chop chop. Remember to zip your lips. If even half a word about this holy blood spring leaks out, I'll end your old life too." Seeing how badass the boss was, the old man's knees went weak, collapsing to the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. "Big boss, please take me in as your underling. I'm willing to work like a horse or an ox, bearing the burden and serving you for my entire life." Ling Xiao kept his expression, pouting and rejecting him mercilessly. "Who gave you the delusion that it's easy to be my lackey? If you don't want to ascend to heaven early, get lost right now. I don't need your service here anymore." Ling Xiao strolled step by step closer to the holy blood spring, pondering. "So the source of power that the Dao Enlightenment Seed sensed is from this very spring, huh? I wonder which ceiling my level will shoot up to if I chug this entire puddle of holy water into my body." Ling Xiao leaned right up to the edge of the holy blood spring in front of him. "Gotta test out the effects of this item." The camera quickly panned to a vast forest nearby, where Dongfang Wuhui was running for his life with his pants hauled up, being hunted down. "Dongfang Wuhui, stop right there and accept your death. You can't even run to the district today. You dared to stick your hand out to steal young Master Wei's token and thought you could slip away. You really are tired of living." Dongfang Wuhui ran his butt off, so angry his head was steaming as he growled. "Which son of a bitch borrowed my name to spread bad karma? This is the third guild chasing me with knives like a duck today." The unlucky guy flexed every muscle, going all out to run this marathon, leaving the pack of hunting dogs fiercely pursuing him far behind. Cutting to a nearby corner, a muscular dark shadow was slowly creeping up on Hu Tai Sui, whispering, "Your bloodline is extremely pure. As long as we toss you into the ancestral pool for a marrow cleansing ritual, I guarantee your bloodline power will be buffed through the roof." Hu Tai Sui's face remained unchanged, as stiff as a wooden log as he coldly fired back. "Just wait until I finish this cultivation session, then I'll carry you guys out of this cave to check out the outside world." Hu Tai Sui secretly mumbled to himself, "It's been quite a while since I got teleported into this selection battlefield map. I'm absolutely sure it won't be long before I reunite with my young master." Screen continued to zoom in on Xue Yan, who was bristling like a porcupine, chewing out Tang Xue Yan. "Hey Xue Yan, stop right there. I originally didn't care to stick my nose into the business between you and my young master, but you've disappointed my young master way too much. My young master sacrificed so much capital for you, and you flip your face to be so heartless and ungrateful. If you don't spit out a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving." Tang Xue Yan cast a disdainful sideways glance at Xue Yan, throwing her a look as sharp as a knife. "Look here, little girl, if it's none of your business, don't go poking your stick into the wheels. Or are you planning to?" Before she could finish, Xue Yan raised her voice and cut her off instantly. "You bet your ass. I've been nursing a crush on my young master since 8 lifetimes ago. I absolutely cannot stand by and watch a peerless talent like my young master get delayed on his path to immortality just because he's tangled up in worrying about you." Tang Xue Yan waved her hand like swatting a mosquito, bursting into sarcastic laughter. "Oh boy, stop acting like a clown, sis. In this playground, only the ones who can climb the leaderboards are worthy of the title of peerless talent. I've had the top spot on the leaderboard locked down since the day the server launched. A nameless nobody who doesn't even have a place for their nickname has 0 qualifications to catch my eye. Now be smart, shut your trap and scram somewhere else. If you keep whining and provoking me, don't blame me for being downright ruthless." Gagged by that barrage of toxic words, Xue Yan was boiling with anger but momentarily tongue-tied, choking on her words, her brain failing to generate a comeback. Rolling the camera back to this side of the bridge, Ling Xiao was in the final sprint, approaching the last step of refining the holy blood spring. Suddenly, Ling Xiao threw his eyes wide open, shooting a fiery gaze straight through the empty space ahead. Immediately after, a surge of power brimming with blinding destiny shattered all limits, exploding and enveloping the entire area around his location. Having successfully digested the pile of loot, Ling Xiao cracked his joints, stretching his muscles and bones, nodding. "This holy blood spring is indeed the real deal. Its power is not ordinary in the slightest. This young master's 8 desolations holy body just successfully evolved by another 3 tiers of power." Not stopping there, the Dao Enlightenment Seed sitting in his inventory even auto-built an incredibly miraculous extra space. Just as he finished his grinding session, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned in surprise, picking up a sound broadcasting from afar. Hello, this ear-piercing voice sounds familiar. Isn't that Yao Wu's voice?" Cutting to the scene, Po Junlang was using his body to block Yao Wu's path, acting all threatening. "You stinky brat, if you know what's good for you, strip off all your selection tokens and offer them up. If you hesitate, don't blame me for viciously wringing your neck." Yao Wu pouted, lifting his chin in contempt as he glared back. "Trying to rob my tokens like a thug? There's no way it's that easy. Bust out your scrub skills and show me a few moves to see if you're even qualified first." As soon as Yao Wu finished speaking, Po Junlang flew straight in, biting and tearing like a rabid dog. "Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you're bringing disaster upon yourself." Yao Wu sidestepped to dodge smoothly, looping behind to counterattack. However, the opponent seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, spinning around just in time to launch a move that snapped his weapon in a split second. Witnessing his toy ruined, Yao Wu froze with crossed eyes. Holy crap, is he hacking the game? How the hell could this even happen? Po Junlang, carrying a gloomy palm force, charged in to close the gap with Yao Wu, sneering. "You think your skinny arms can even scratch my skin? Boo-hoo, for this hunting trip, I borrowed a whole basket of defensive treasures from young Master Wei. I opened a path of survival for you earlier, and you didn't take it. Since you drove yourself into a dead end, get ready to taste some ruthlessness, boy." Finishing his sentence, he pumped his berserk energy to full and rushed in to attack. Yao Wu turned pale in horror, thinking to himself, "Crap, with a heavy hitter like this, all my doors for defense are completely shut." Yao Wu closed his eyes, dropping his hands helplessly to take the hit, watching the terrifying stream of attack whizzing down straight toward his head. Right at the hair's breadth moment, when he thought he was logging out, a flurry of familiar footsteps rushed in frantically. Ling Xiao dropped from the sky just in time, swatting away the attack and breaking the siege, saving Yao Wu's life by an inch. Seeing his protective umbrella descend from heaven, Yao Wu was surprised and overjoyed to tears. Ling Xiao also quickly turned around to check on his lackey's condition. Po Jun Lang's eyes bugged out in terror when he saw his narrow-path enemy show his face. What the hell? Why did this cursed freak pop out here? Are these two on the same team? Ling Xiao glared fiercely, shooting daggers at Po Jun Lang opposite him, snapping. You backstabbing Po Jun Lang. Last time I showed mercy and spared your life, now you dare to drag your carcass here and bully my disciple. What kind of consequences do you want to face? Po Jun Lang also turned purple with rage, yelling loudly. You little brat, you're as clingy as a starving leech. You hauling yourself here to hand over your life is exactly according to script. Today I borrowed a bunch of Dharma treasures from young Master Wei. I'm going to liquidate both the principal and the interest with you right now. He flipped the switch, activating the treasure in his hand, launching a stream of power hoping to suppress Ling Xiao. You bastard who made your daddy lose all his face last time, today your daddy is going to reclaim his street cred. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Xiao swung his ox-cleaving ancient sword, splitting his high-end Dharma treasure into two halves like chopping wood. The mob of underlings standing by watching dropped their jaws, turning pale in horror. So damn unreal, that's an authentic 5-star tower issued by young Master Wei, and he smashed it to pieces with one sword strike. How in the world? Po Jun Lang's face was drained of blood, his body rooted to the spot, trembling and immobilized. Son of a bitch, is the game bugged? Don't tell me I'm about to taste defeat by his hands for a second time. Yao Wu dragged himself forward, scratching his head and speaking sincerely. I owe you my life, young Master Ling, but this debt started with me. Let me personally dry my blood out and settle things with this punk in a proper match. Ling Xiao crossed his arms, smiling excitedly at his lackey's determination. Makes sense. Bro, just charge in and beat him up. Your big boss will stand on the side and casually buff you with some training skills. Po Jun Lang bit his teeth to dust as he glared at Yao Wu. You're already a defeated general under my hands, and you still talk tough, huh? If you like logging out early, I'll send you off first, then I'll come back and settle the score with your bastard master. Yao Wu now also exploded with aura, pulling himself together and flying fiercely toward Po Jun Lang. Getting the perfect running start, he flexed out every drop of his power, swinging his sword in an arc that tore through the void, crashing down on the target. The moment he engaged the enemy in close combat, he unleashed a sharp sword aura combo aiming to crush Po Jun Lang to pulp. The catch was that the skill gap was too wide. That bunch of flashy, flowery moves were dodged cleanly by Po Jun Lang twisting his body like a fan dance. In a flash, he closed the distance, stiffly locking down Yao Wu's movements, mocking. You total noob, you're just a smelly ant and you dare to show off and swing an axe in front of the master. Tacking on an insanely powerful and violent kick hooking straight into the opponent's gut, he shouted, Log out, kid. Yao Wu was sent flying backward toward Ling Xiao like he'd been hit by a car, clutching his stomach and rolling around in excruciating pain. Swallowing his humiliation and suppressing his pain, Yao Wu looked helplessly at Ling Xiao. Young Master Ling, the level gap between him and me is just too huge. Ling Xiao swiftly waved his hands, chanting spells and forming hand seals, smiling smugly. Why so tense? Be good and let me pass you some self-defense secret arts. I guarantee you'll send him on his way quick and clean. The moment he finished speaking, a stream of supreme martial arts was pushed straight into Yao Wu's body by Ling Xiao, instantly yanking his power rage bar through the roof. Absorbing the pile of secret techniques, Yao Wu threw his head back and activated his berserk mode, roaring with a rage that tore the blue sky apart, his eyes glowing red like burning coals. Po Jun Lang by now had also stepped on the wind, vaulting high into the clouds to take aim. He dove headfirst with a terrifying murderous aura wrapping his entire body. Try tanking this fly-swatting hammer compressed with 10 years of my youth and see how you resist, kid. Yao Wu instantly popped his Vajra body armor, putting his toughened body out to eat the opponent's direct attack entirely without changing his expression. Seeing his full-power skill act like punching a cotton bag and getting easily nullified, Po Jun Lang couldn't help but freeze with his jaw dropped. Yao Wu grabbed straight onto his opponent's skull as quick as lightning, taunting. If we're gonna fight, Let's drag each other out and throw hands fairly. What's there to be proud of with this cowardly sneak attack habit? Po Jun Lang struggled like a beached fish trying to activate his remaining Dharma weapons to resist, screaming in panic. Did you hack your brain out? How did your power suddenly rank up and explode like this? Yao Wu compressed his kinetic force into his finger, using the army-breaking finger move to pierce a hole right in the middle of the opponent's forehead. You trashy scum, stop whining and howling in front of my face. The fatal poke ended the match, stripping away his life on the spot, blowing his head into complete oblivion. The mob of underlings standing by watching peed their pants when they saw their boss lose his head, their souls flying and spirits scattering. Holy Mother, it's over, the boss is dead. That guy just waved his hand and buffed someone else's power that fast, absolutely terrifying. Smelling the disadvantageous situation, the whole gang frantically panicked, shoving each other to scram quickly. Are you waiting for a ticket to the police station? What are you standing dumb for? Pick up your legs and run right now, bros. Having finished cleaning up the trash, Yao Wu whipped around and bowed to Ling Xiao as reverently as worshipping a god. Thanks to young Master Ling for pumping me with god-tier martial arts. I engrave this favor in my bones and heart. Please accept my kowtow. Reporting to young Master Ling, to be completely honest, that top dog Po Jun Lang relentlessly hunted me down not just for some trivial tokens. The crucial point is that he lusted after the secret realm key I'm keeping on my person. Yao Wu hurriedly dug out the key and reverently handed it right to Ling Xiao. It's exactly this tool. I picked it up the moment I dropped into the map. It's a sure bet that it's the key to unlock the secret realm in this zone. Ling Xiao was briefly surprised, quickly grabbing the toy and clicking his tongue. Wow, getting hit on the head by a pot of gold and actually grabbing such a premium item. As if responding to a calling, the secret realm key suddenly lit up brightly and shot a radiant laser beam piercing the blue clouds to mark the spot. The accompanying consequence was a terrifying earthquake that made the floor shake violently, leaving both master and disciple, Ling Xiao and Yao Wu, staring in shocked disbelief with their mouths hanging open. The dirt and sand split open to form several abyssal trenches, rumbling as if some monstrous beast was about to rise from the bottom of its grave. Whoosh, an ancient tower pierced through the earth's crust and shot up majestically. Ling Xiao, with quick eyes, grabbed Yao Wu by the collar and jumped back to dodge the falling bricks and stones. The gigantic pillar had barely shown itself when it attracted a whole swarm of gossips, crowding around in a dense pack stalking the prey. Bros, get in here and look. The secret realm has actually opened for a jackpot pull. Young Master Wei was currently fanning himself, booming loudly to rally the flies and mosquitoes following him. With a secret realm this fat and juicy, the inside must be overflowing with top-tier loot. You lot prick up your ears and listen closely. Whoever snatches even a single hair of a treasure and brings it back here, this young master will give out extremely generous on-the-spot cash rewards. The entire choir of underlings simultaneously shouted, "Yes, sir," loud and clear, bowing their backs to receive the order and pay their respects. Dongfang Wu Hui stood hiding in a corner, sneering with a heavy villainous vibe. I was rotting with worry being hard stuck in rank and unable to hit 5-star array master. If I go in and gank this lucky chance, the world better get ready to eat dirt. Don't blame this seat for a massacre. While Yao Wu was panicking his butt off because the opponents were swarming like ants, the backup squad Zui Ling Long and Hu Tai Sui also hurriedly dragged their bodies over. Ling Xiao spotted his trusted lackeys and turned around to nod. Well, look at that. What scent did Ling Long and Tai Sui sniff that made the two of you run here so fast? Zui Ling Long and Hu Tai Sui crossed their arms and bowed to Ling Xiao, grinning foolishly. Boss, your secret realm unboxing is absolute fire. But you just let loose and don't worry, boss. Let us handle sweeping away those snitches outside clean. We'll roll out the red carpet for you to enter without anyone daring to block your way. Ling Xiao put away his smile, solemnly instructing, Tai Sui, ignore that crowd. I have a massive business deal for you guys later. Just wait for the right moment and sweep up all their selection tokens to bring back. Hearing this, Tai Sui and Ling Long's eyes immediately lit up brightly. So their young master had already set up a trap. He truly is wise and martially divine. Shaking down other people's tokens is indeed the fastest path to getting rich. Before long, the spatial door leading into the secret realm finally began to slowly open. Seeing this, the crowd of martial artists immediately swarmed like bees from a broken hive, shouting over one another. The door is open, brothers. What are you just standing there for? Let's charge in and grab all the treasures. Dozens of figures, burning with fighting spirit, pushed and shoved each other as they flew straight inside like moths darting into flames. Seeing Tai Sui also itching to dash forward, Ling Xiao quickly grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. "Take it easy. Are you rushing to get reincarnated? We can just leisurely play the mantis stalking the cicada. Remember, the three of you are strictly forbidden from splitting up once inside." Ling Long blinked her big, round eyes and asked curiously, "Then where are you going, young master?" Ling Xiao smirked with a profound expression, his gaze looking into the distance. "I'm busy catching up with a familiar old friend." Having said that, Ling Xiao leaped and glided lightly into the spatial portal, leaving behind a single sentence. "Let's split up and act. We'll meet up at the top floor of the Black Tower later." In the space on the first floor of the Black Tower, the group that entered earliest was dazzled by dozens of sparkling treasures. Someone shouted in ecstasy, "These are all top-tier goods. We've struck it rich this time. It was truly worth scaling mountains and crossing streams to get here." In a hidden dark corner, Ling Xiao also landed quietly, arms crossed, casually standing there to watch a good show. A cultivator, relying on his meager skills, eagerly rushed forward to grab a treasure chest. "Haha, the early bird gets the worm. Apologies everyone, but I'll be taking this jackpot first." Unfortunately, the moment his 5 fingers touched the chest's lid, a disgusting rotting arm shot out from inside and clamped down tightly on his wrist. When he snapped back to his senses and took a look, his face turned pale as a sheet of paper, his pupils twitching violently as he faced the disgustingly deformed face of a monstrous beast coiled inside the chest. A bone-chilling cracking sound echoed. The head of that unlucky martial artist was already entirely inside the monster's bloody red mouth, getting chewed up and swallowed clean. The crowd looting nearby froze for 3 seconds upon seeing the bloody scene, then wildly screamed, "Good heavens, what crack did this hideous creature crawl out of?" Instantly, the scene turned into an Asura hellscape, soaked in the stench of blood, the tragic screams of the cultivators continuously tearing through the enclosed space. Ling Xiao remained standing with his legs crossed in the safe zone, shaking his thigh as he evaluated. "This game is designed pretty well, tasty bait accompanied by deadly traps, not bad at all." Right while he was engrossed in watching the show, a hideous dark shadow suddenly lunged at him from behind, attempting an ambush. Facing a maw full of razor-sharp jagged teeth ready to tear into him, Ling Xiao didn't even blink, merely shifting his shoulder slightly to evade the attack. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, his iron fist swinging up without a hint of mercy. "A filthy beast, yet you dare dream of eating swan meat." The fist energy carried mountain-toppling power, instantly punching a massive hole straight through the monster's sturdy flesh. Ling Xiao dusted off his clothes and strolled on unhurriedly. "Of all the people you could mess with, you had to mess with me. You really think your life is too long." At the same time, the vast majority of the greedy fools blinded by the treasures had already become breakfast for the pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Sweeping his gaze around and seeing that the items on the first floor were nothing but trash and scrap, Ling Xiao didn't bother to linger. "It's all useless junk. I might as well head upstairs for some fresh air." His graceful footsteps tread upon the stone stairs, and in just the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's silhouette firmly appeared on the second floor of the tower. Without wasting time hesitating, Ling Xiao directly strode straight toward the central core. But just as his front foot touched down, an icy gleaming blade tore through the wind and slashed straight at him, grazing past his face. Ling Xiao instantly composed his expression, his eyes turning extremely sharp, cautiously scanning around to lock onto the enemy's position. Relying on his godlike reflexes, he took a slight step back, effortlessly neutralizing that fatal sneak attack. The aftermath of the mist blade strike slammed violently into the giant stone wall behind, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Having just narrowly escaped danger, Ling Xiao grumbled in annoyance. "Which cowardly turtle has the free time to play sneak attacks around here?" Suppressing his irritation, he assessed his surroundings, saying to himself, "Doesn't like fighting fair and square, but prefers stabbing in the back. What a thick-skinned bastard." After looking around for half a day without seeing a single ghost, Ling Xiao scratched his head and clicked his tongue. "Strange, have I been fighting with the air this whole time?" The words had barely left his mouth when a rain of talismans suddenly surged from the shadows, crazily pouring down onto his position. It took exactly a tenth of a second for tens of thousands of talismans to weave into an invisible cage, blocking off all of his escape routes. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao let out a low growl, circulating his mighty true chi to blast all that waste paper out of his safe zone. He narrowed his eyes to evaluate the battlefield, silently coming to a conclusion. Tossing talismans like throwing scrap paper, I've definitely been targeted by some talisman master. The pile of talismans that was just swatted away immediately exploded like fireworks, engulfing Ling Xiao in a thick, scorched cloud of smoke and dust. The truth was, Dongfang Wuhui was hiding in some dark corner, his hands continuously forming seals to control the talisman array. He smirked extremely despicably, his eyes pinned on Ling Xiao's hazy silhouette, viciously muttering, "Oh Ling Xiao, let's see which way of ascending to heaven you choose to make it less painful." Ling Xiao slipped out of the thick smoke like a gust of wind, his demeanor casual as he brushed a few specks of dust off his robes. Following that, he started putting on a show, feigning a panicked, sweaty face. That was dangerous, how careless, who would have thought I'd bump into a 4-star talisman master. At that very moment, layers of new talismans emerged from the ground and hovered before him, planning to play the numbers game again. In a flash, that cluster of talismans gathered together, condensing into a ferocious demonic general looming right in front of Ling Xiao. The demon had barely taken form when it swung a punch carrying blinding lightning, smashing straight down at Ling Xiao's head for a preemptive strike. Facing the killer blow, Ling Xiao nonchalantly stroked his chin and analyzed. Just a 4-star talisman, yet you can already summon a spirit general. That bushcamper doesn't seem to be completely useless after all. To dodge the terrifying destructive force, Ling Xiao immediately retreated 10 jang, extending the distance. If you're in the mood to play summoning games, then I'll entertain you to the end. Without needing to think much, Ling Xiao instantly pulled out his own talismans and threw them forcefully forward to counter the move. A blinding light erupted, a majestic war god stepped out from the talisman, standing steady as a rock to block the enemy's spearhead. His war god didn't waste a single word upon entering the field, instantly charging forward to grab the opposing spirit general by the neck and pummel it. Immediately, Ling Xiao's spirit general channeled its power and swung a brutal punch that tore through the air. That destructive power easily smashed the defensive light ring of the opposing demonic spirit to pieces, like crushing tofu. That fatal finishing blow completely blew the talisman master's artificial creature back to dust. Seeing the script go off the rails, Dongfang Wuhui stood trembling, stammering as he yelled, "What the hell is this? Don't tell me that brat is a 5-star talisman master." Ling Xiao popped his head out right behind his neck like a ghost, scaring him so much his heart almost jumped out of his chest. "Dongfang Wuhui, I was wondering who it was, so the one who likes playing these dirty tricks is actually you." Not bothering to waste words, Ling Xiao directly swung his hand and smacked him with a heaven-shattering punch, sending him flying dozens of meters away, rolling around and rubbing his aching bones. Clutching his agonizingly painful chest, Dongfang Wuhui shrieked tragically with tears streaming down his face, pale-faced from terror. Ling Xiao casually pinched a new talisman between his 2 fingers, looking at Dongfang Wuhui with a gaze as sharp as a butcher's knife. "Trying to compete in talisman-throwing skills with me? You really have a death wish." With a light flick of his fingers, the slaughtering talisman instantly turned into a blinding streak of light tearing through space, aiming straight for Dongfang Wuhui's head. Seeing the Grim Reaper waving, Dongfang Wuhui was scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled as fast as his legs could carry him, cursing internally. "This pisses me off to death. Since when did this brat sneakily learn talismans to such a perverted level?" As he tumbled and dodged the booming explosions right next to his ears, he yelled bitterly, "It's all because of my carelessness that you got the chance to show off." But legs couldn't outrun flying talismans. The explosive true chi from the talisman pierced through his defenses, causing his physical form to gradually become hazy like mist. Ling Xiao shoved his hands into his pockets, indifferently watching that fading shadow and curling his lips. "Hit and run, think it's that easy? You think this is a marketplace? Did you even ask for my permission?" Dropping that sentence, Ling Xiao's killing intent erupted, his feet treading on the wind as he chased closely behind. "Taking such a vicious hit head-on, let me open my eyes and see how long your life can last." The scene shifted back to the entrance area of the first floor, where Zui Ling Long's group of 3 had just leisurely stepped through the portal to survey the terrain. Zui Ling Long and Yao Wu gaped in astonishment as they gazed at the completely wrecked battlefield. "It's only been the time it takes an incense stick to burn. What kind of brutal event happened here? It seems the contestants just had a life-and-death melee with a pack of monster beasts," Corpses from both sides are littered everywhere. Tai Xue, while bending down to pick up a blood-soaked token, grinned mischievously. Our young master is truly a master strategist. Him scheming for us to sneak in last was precisely to pull off this trick of gathering these lucrative spoils of war. Hearing this, Zui Ling Long slapped her thigh in sudden realization. So it was all in the young master's palm. As expected, his calculations are spot-on, absolutely flawless. Yao Wu, standing nearby, hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and urged his companions. If that's the case, why hold back? Split up and sweep the area, clean out every last one of those scattered tokens quickly. Returning to the main character, Ling Xiao was sweeping through like a tornado, enthusiastically wiping out every trace of the demonic beasts hiding in this pitch-black tower. With a resolute glint in his eyes, Ling Xiao took long strides deeper into the next floor. The further I go, the stranger it feels. The path is way too clear. Don't tell me some fast-footed bastard has already snatched my prey. Looking up at the stairs leading upward, he stroked his chin in thought. One more step up, and it's the top of the tower. Let's see what kind of divine being is running ahead of me to be so cunning. As soon as he popped his head up to the top, he immediately caught sight of a crowd huddled together, muttering and discussing. We've hit the roof, brothers. Does anyone have directions for the next step? Facing the bizarre layout of the tower's peak, the cultivators strained their eyes, scrutinizing every corner to find a way out. Look closely. There are 9 artifact forging paintings stuck on the stone wall. This game forces us to decipher and light up all 9 for the treasure room door to open. An arrogant-faced young man carrying a saber squeezed to the front of the line, shouting overbearingly, "Light up my ass, what a hassle. These trivial tricks can only scare kids. Letting our fists do the talking is the fastest way." Just as he aggressively charged forward, the stone pedestal trembled, and the iron-armored statues standing guard on both sides suddenly opened their eyes in unison. In less than a breath, the statues swung axe blades as big as woks and smashed them straight down onto his head, creating an explosion that shook the entire floor of the tower. The crowd witnessing the blood-splattering scene cringed, their mouths shaped like O's and eyes like A's. Good heavens, look at their shells. They're cast from profound silver iron. Power at this level must at least be on par with Moon Realm cultivation. Playing the brute force door-breaking game with these iron men standing guard is pure stupidity. Yuan Taiju stood with his hands clasped behind his back, glancing over to signal his trusted aide beside him. Fang Kun, out of this bunch, only you are proficient in artifact forging. Step up quickly and decipher it to collect that inheritance for this young master. Fang Kun stroked his chest and confidently stepped out of the ranks, patting his chest in assurance. Young Master Ryuan, rest assured and leave it to me. Your subordinate will definitely decipher it easily and bring glory back to you. However, after only tentatively advancing a few steps, Fang Kun's legs suddenly rooted firmly to the floor as if his acupoints had been struck. He tilted his chin up, putting on a triumphant smile to show off. The key to this stage is to see through the essence of the 9 paintings. As long as one comprehends them all, the paintings will naturally light up. After speaking, he braced himself and circulated his spiritual energy, radiating intensely, looking highly confident. These trivial drawings are nothing but child's play in my hands. The moment the first painting flickered with a faint light, the pressure from the statue behind him immediately dissipated. Open your eyes wide and learn how I clear this stage. But his overbearing posture couldn't be maintained for long. His legs halted again, beads of sweat pouring down like a shower. Damn it, something's wrong. Why is the third painting still pitch black no matter how long I look? Right while he was still scratching his head and tugging his ears, the iron golem statue swung its scythe of death straight down onto the top of his head. A loud explosion rang out, sending crushed stones flying everywhere as an explosive shockwave swept across the hall. Seeing Fang Kun collapse, the crowd shuddered with cold chills running down their spines. My God, failing to pass the stage gets your life taken instantly. Who would dare to step up and throw their lives away playing this kind of death game? Yuan Taiju's face darkened, grinding his teeth in anger. It seems this challenge isn't meant for ordinary people to pass. Seeing that he had to give up on the bait of the inheritance, he sharply changed his attitude, ordering his subordinates to act recklessly. Since we can't snatch anything, I don't need to waste my effort either. Along, lead our men to weed out these useless trashes and strip them of all their tokens for this young master. Receiving the order, the pack of lackeys immediately bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged straight into the crowd. The fierce servants swung their blades wildly, instantly turning the scene into a chaotic mess. Curses echoed endlessly. Ryuan Taiju, do you think this cruel behavior of yours is acceptable? Ryuan Taiju coldly stood watching with his arms crossed, his lips twitching into a disdainful smile. A bunch of weak bugs actually dare to speak up here. By some coincidence, one of the lackeys bumped right into Ling Xiao while searching. He tilted his chin and barked, "You little brat, if you know what's good for you, cough up all the tokens on you right now." His mouth had just opened before it had to shut forever. Ling Xiao shot forward like an arrow, launching a wind-wrapped kick straight into the middle of his face. Ling Xiao retracted his leg, pointing right at the group's faces and scolding them mercilessly. "Looking at how smoothly you act like bandits, you must be used to playing robbers at home, huh? Lacking the ability to break the stage, so you turn around to pick on the weak. You lot are truly a pitiful bunch of failures." In less than half a quarter of an hour, Ryuan Taiju's entire crew of lackeys had been beaten black and blue by Ling Xiao, then conveniently tossed into a heap right at their master's feet. Ryuan Taiju was furious to the point of his guts turning upside down, glaring with bloodshot eyes straight at Ling Xiao. "Where did you crawl out from, you little brat, to dare be so bold as to humiliate me? State your name at once." Ling Xiao stood with his back straight, cleared his throat, and loudly declared with immense pride, "Your daddy never changes his name when traveling, nor his surname when sitting down. Remember the words Dong Fang Wu Hui well." Hearing the name, Ryuan Taiju looked as if he had been driven mad, roaring furiously, "Ah, so you are Dong Fang Wu Hui. Hey, surnamed Dong Fang, daring to injure my men and uttering words of insult. If I don't take your life today, then I am no longer human." Unfortunately, the real Dong Fang Wu Hui was hiding in a dark corner. Upon hearing this, his face turned ghastly pale, cursing internally. "This bastard, he actually dares to carry my name around to invite disaster everywhere." Seeing his opponent preparing to fight to the death, Ling Xiao quickly raised both hands to signal a pause. "Hold on a second. If you want to hack and kill, just wait there. Wait until this young master finishes clearing this stage, and then we'll play to the end." Ryuan Taiju was stunned for a few seconds, frowning as he asked back, "Someone of your sort actually has the delusion to challenge this stage?" The gossiping cultivators all around immediately held their bellies and laughed uproariously. "Ha ha ha, is this guy still half asleep, relying on a bit of strength, and he demands to decipher the challenge by himself? Looking at that appearance and calling himself an artifact-forging master is truly laughable." Hearing that, Ryuan Taiju lowered his sword and snorted coldly. "Since you're tired of living and want to dive headfirst to your death, I'll gladly make way. It'll save me from dirtying my hands anyway." He took a step back, waving his hand full of mockery. "Come on, go ahead. Let me wash my eyes and see what posture you used to get your skull cracked." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to care about the sarcasm, stepping proudly alone onto the stone platform. With just a few nimble actions, the artifact-forging paintings on the wall lit up consecutively one by one. While leisurely strolling, Ling Xiao raised a clear voice to slap the faces of the crowd belittling him. "Since you have the desire to broaden your horizons, then pry open your dog eyes and watch carefully." Before his words even faded, the tip of Ling Xiao's foot tapped hard against the floor, his figure shooting forward like a wind-tearing arrow at terrifying speed. In just the blink of an eye, he easily saw through the rules of the entire array diagram, successfully activating the heavy stone door leading into the final challenge. The crowd outside stared at each other wide-eyed, shocked to the extreme. He actually went right in. How can anyone believe this godlike comprehension speed? Ryuan Taiju was so furious that green veins bulged all over his forehead, his two hands clenching tightly and cracking. "That damn brat, I didn't expect him to hide such formidable strength." Inside, Ling Xiao casually strolled into the space of the final challenge. He glanced around the empty room, defeated the 9 paintings out there, and yet all this place shoves at me is this bare forge. How truly interesting. Inside the core of the stone pedestal, a brilliantly colored flame was frantically twisting, radiating a heat wave that overwhelmed the entire space. Staring blankly at that enchanting flame, Ling Xiao couldn't hide his astonishment. Is this the legendary strange fire? He immediately swept his gaze to observe the adjacent stone pedestal, his look stopping on a weapon. "Oh my, it even comes attached with a holy hammer right here." Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together and walked over, intending to lift the hammer and inspect it. Is the challenge of this final stage forcing me to play the role of a blacksmith and hammer out a holy weapon with my own hands? He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, his 2 hands tightly gripping the hammer's handle. "Get up for me." Ironically, despite possessing an extraordinary physique, Ling Xiao could only barely manage to budge the item up by a few inches. The terrifying weight, like an entire mountain pressing down, made his arms tremble in exhaustion, and the sledgehammer immediately slammed back down into its original position. Ling Xiao wiped his sweat, panting heavily as he muttered, "This weight is too horrifying, even a bull's strength couldn't lift it. Ah, wait. It seems among the 9 artifact forging diagrams out there was a movement guiding how to lift the hammer." Adjusting his posture, Ling Xiao circulated his spiritual qi, his razor-sharp gaze locking onto the weapon. This time applying the correct formula, I must try again and see. On the outside, Ryuan Taiju was grinding his teeth, instructing his henchmen. Everyone listen clearly. The moment that brat shows his face, rush in and plunder immediately. There must be absolutely no delay. A guy standing near Ling Long's group excitedly exclaimed, "That teenager from earlier is truly a freak of nature. Just taking a stroll and he smashed the code system they set up. He's definitely a genius from some major family. His luck is too hot. The reward inside is undoubtedly a massive stroke of fortune." At that very moment, a dazzling ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky above the tower, dyeing the entire space in color. Brothers, look quickly, an anomaly has descended. The whole hall boiled over, everyone's eyes turning red with greed. An anomaly born of heaven, it must be that a holy weapon is about to be forged. What kind of earth-shattering treasure did that guy ultimately seize? Ryuan Taiju stood silently with his arms crossed, his eyes sparking with extreme greed. No matter what gold mine you've dug up, what qualifications does a lowly peasant like you have to keep a holy object? Dongfang Wuhui, hiding in a dark corner, was also gnawing on his resentment, silently calculating. "Ling Xiao, I will absolutely not let you leave alive. Just wait, I will settle both the new grudges and old debts all at once later." Amidst that, a team of cultivators riding swords and soaring on the wind suddenly appeared from the horizon, their majestic presence leaving the entire crowd astounded. The young man leading the group had barely touched down when his eyes immediately cast a visual technique sweeping across the tower. Then he frowned and blurted out, "What? Has someone already acted fast and swooped in, entering this stage? Letting someone else snatch away such a wonderful opportunity is truly infuriating enough to kill." The crowd below began to discuss the new figure in an uproar again. "Zhang Zai Chen has appeared. Rumor has it he is the crown prince of a great imperial dynasty, accompanied by 8 peerless beauties wherever he goes. The pressure radiating from his body is too terrifying. It wouldn't be surprising if this guy has already broken through to the divine star realm." Before they could fully digest their surprise, another explosive aura rushed over, attracting all eyes. Everyone look over at that corner quickly. The icy goddess Xue Yan walked over step by step, radiating a cold temperament that chilled to the bone. Even the top one on the rankings, Xue Yan, has dragged herself here to join the fun. As soon as Xue Yan stood firmly, she recognized an extremely familiar aura. This breath, don't tell me that troublesome brat has already gotten inside. The crowd was in an uproar again. Seeing Xue Yan, they automatically parted to both sides to make way. Even if that brat managed to get inside, I'm afraid he'll be plucked clean when he comes out. With so many experts surrounding the place, he wouldn't even be able to escape to the heavens. Seeing this, Ryuan Taiju's face darkened. Even they smelled it and came over. Making a move to rob him this time will be as hard as ascending to the heavens. But his devious nature immediately birthed a venomous scheme. Why bother lifting a finger and getting tired? I'll just light the fuse and let them beat each other's brains out. By then this young master will simply reap the spoils as the fisherman. Having calculated everything flawlessly, he eagerly ran over pretending to greet them. "Greetings, Fairy Xue Yan. Greetings, Prince Zhang Zai Chen." The holy object that just emerged was snatched away by a cunning bastard. We absolutely cannot let him escape with the item. Yao Wu, Tai Sui, and Ling Long heard this, and hot blood rushed to their brains. Who exactly is the brat he's talking about? The aura radiating from inside is clearly our young master's. Is this little punk tired of living that he dares to incite others to confront the young master? Tai Sui was so furious that his eyeballs turned blood red, roaring deafeningly. "I absolutely will not allow it." The young lad aggressively charged forward, slamming his hand heavily onto Ryuan Taiju's shoulder. "You bastard, you dare to play dirty and pick a fight with our young master, huh? Are you tired of living?" Ryuan Taiju swatted the hand away, his face full of contempt, glaring as he channeled his true chi. "Ah, so that little shit also has servants following him. You came at the perfect time. I'll use your blood to atone for your master." Saying so, he gathered all his strength and delivered a straight strike toward Tai Xue. Go to your grave. The brutal force knocked Tai Xue flying, rolling away to the side and bringing agonizing pain. Yuan Taiju smirked triumphantly as he walked over. Quite a tough life you have, to still not be dead yet. He stomped the ground and lunged forward again, continuing to compress his true chi. Then I'll give you a little more strength as a bonus. Tai Xue gritted his teeth and crawled up, his face full of resentment as he erupted with might. It doesn't matter who you are, daring to touch our young master means I definitely won't let you off. Ending his roar, Tai Xue unleashed his ultimate technique, crazily sweeping straight toward Yuan Taiju. Facing the desperate strike, Yuan Taiju gently waved his hand to neutralize it, the corner of his lips curling into a malicious smile, truly showing off one's meager skills before an expert. Using the momentum to charge forward, he smashed another thunderous punch into Tai Xue's face. You think that much is enough to stop me? Too naive. Your young master caused me so much trouble, now I'll claim it all back from you. Yao Wu and Ling Long felt their hearts ache and immediately rushed in to the rescue. Daring to hit my little brother, are you tired of living? Yuan Taiju laughed wildly and arrogantly, unleashing a barrage of moves to corner Tai Xue. Just lie still obediently and be a punching bag for your daddy to vent his anger on behalf of your master. Sensing auras approaching from two sides, he slightly turned his head back and snorted coldly. Two more coming to throw their lives away. He quickly condensed his true chi to form a lotus flower. Coming up together all at once is even better, saves me the time of cleaning you up one by one. In a split second, the energy lotus flower exploded brilliantly, illuminating his twisted face. All of you go die for me. Yao Wu and Ling Long, standing before the fatal surge of power, couldn't help but exclaim, we're really done for this time. On the boundary between life and death, Ling Xiao appeared in the nick of time, directly using the holy hammer to block the entire attack. Yuan Taiju, you've got quite a lot of guts. Ling Xiao stood there stylishly, carrying the holy hammer on his shoulder and laughing faintly. Daring to touch this young master's people, I truly have to admire your suicidal courage. The words had just been dropped when the sledgehammer carrying the aura of a holy weapon in his hand slammed straight down with devastating might. As the dust settled, the teenager stood tall, his majestic and valiant figure overwhelming the entire field. Yuan Taiju and his lackeys stared at the weapon in his hands, dropping their jaws in shock. Is that a holy hammer? Unbelievable. How could that brat carry that item out? His luck is truly too heaven-defying. Zhang Zichen, standing nearby, frowned in apprehension. The pressure radiating from this brat is no joke. It seems this prince has bumped into a worthy rival. Ling Xiao hoisted the hammer and charged straight forward, aiming to smash Yuan Taiju. Earlier you were loudly demanding to destroy me. Come at me and I will personally finish you off. Yuan Taiju clumsily backed away, joining his hands to create a shield. Don't get cocky so soon, it's just a holy artifact. I, Yuan Taiju, am not afraid at all. While closing in, Ling Xiao nimbly dodged like a loach, gently evading all of the opponent's attacks. With just one beat of momentum, he had advanced right into his opponent's face, dropping a sarcastic remark. Oh my, acting that tough, huh? Just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's toes pushed off hard, his feather-light body soaring into the air. Ling Xiao raised the holy hammer high, gathering all his strength. Then try using your life to block this hammer. Yuan Taiju felt the pressure of death crashing down and paled in terror. This isn't good. Seeing stars flashing above his head, Yuan Taiju frantically grabbed his lackeys to use as meat shields. Are you still standing there like idiots? Use your lives to block him from me. Under the terrifying power, the two unlucky scapegoats were instantly crushed flat under Ling Xiao's holy hammer. Even with the meat shields, the shockwave from the smash still sent Yuan Taiju flying backward into the distance. He tumbled onto the barren stone floor, his bones shattered to pieces, only able to groan and roll around in agony before hundreds of mocking eyes. Ling Xiao slowly walked over, his icy gaze pointed straight at the victim. Now go to hell for me. Yuan Taiju grimaced, full of resentment but powerless to do anything. Truly hateful, the power of this item is too horrifying, I concede this round. His mouth had just spat out the words, when he immediately faced a heaven-shaking blow from Ling Xiao's holy hammer crashing down. Shocked to realize his opponent had no intention of holding back, he scrambled up and ran for dear life, sprinting away headfirst. While fleeing, he dodged wildly, aggressively shoving the crowd blocking his way. Everyone get out of your daddy's way. Ling Xiao rested the hammer's handle on the ground, sternly watching that fleeing figure, scolding. Thick-skinned coward, opening your mouth to talk tough and now running for your life like that. He waved his hand to store the holy hammer back into his spatial ring. Forget it, consider it this young master sparing your life today. Next time you linger in front of me, you better start finding a place to be buried. Ling Long's group hurriedly ran over. Thank goodness you're all right, young master. You even managed to bring this holy hammer out from inside. This trip has truly hit the jackpot. Right at that moment, a frivolous and snarky voice rang out from the crowd. Well, Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you would also have a day looking so majestic and imposing. Wei Junlang fanned his fan and stepped into the light. Your luck is truly like a blind cat finding a dead mouse to seize this item. Unfortunately, what qualifications does your sort have to own it? If you know what's good for you, offer that holy object over to this young master with both hands. Ling Xiao held his stomach and laughed loudly, mocking. Separated for over a year and your mouth still reeks just like the old days. Lusting after this holy hammer, aren't you? If you're so tough, drag yourself over here and take it yourself. Wei Junlang snapped his fan shut, his spiritual chi surging and exploding. Very well, that was my intention too. The grudges from a year ago will be personally ended by my own hands today. From the holy object down to your life, I will take it all. Prepare your spirit to go meet the king of hell. The surrounding crowd, feeling this terrifying wave of pressure, were immediately frightened out of their wits. Good heavens, this guy's pressure is too brutal, oppressing to the point I'm about to suffocate to death. Ling Xiao quickly urged his inner strength, erupting with the power of the yellow dragon true chi that illuminated a corner of the sky, intending to clash fairly and squarely with Wei Junlang. The two domineering energies slammed into each other, sparking an earth-shattering explosion. The heavens and earth around them seemed like they wanted to crack open, laid to waste under the suffocating energy shockwaves. The yellow dragon true chi emitted by Ling Xiao just roared furiously, revealing all of its inherent majestic might. Ling Xiao remained standing proudly, directly meeting the enemy in battle, affirming a robust physique that could not be shaken. Wei Junlang immediately unleashed his Lai Yang palm straight at the enemy, sneering mockingly. So he was just an empty vessel making a lot of noise, all flash and no substance. Facing this stance, Ling Xiao was slightly surprised, his eyes instantly locking onto every single move of his opponent. A barrage of palm strikes with terrifying destructive power rained down upon the ground, causing frantic tremors across the surroundings. Ling Xiao shifted his steps nimbly, his movements light as a feather, effortlessly dodging even the sharpest attacks. The surrounding crowd seized the chance to gossip about the gap between the two. Has Wei Junlang already touched the threshold of the Hu Yuan realm? A mere brat at the too high realm daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers, that kid is definitely a goner this time. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared, his demeanor completely nonchalant. Your little parlor tricks are somewhat passable, but unfortunately, they aren't even enough to scratch my itch. Seeing Ling Xiao completely unharmed, Wei Junlang widened his eyes in terror. How bizarre, how is it that you didn't even lose a single hair? Crossing his arms amidst a blinding golden aura, Ling Xiao casually remarked. This young master originally intended to let you show off a few more moves, but it seems you don't know how to use this opportunity. The next second, Ling Xiao frantically broke through the too high Quan Kaio, his eyes flashing with a cold golden light. Don't blame me for bullying you too much. The crowd of martial artists watching screamed in disbelief. This is absurd, is that guy leveling up right in the middle of a battle? Too high transforming into Quan Kaio, shaking Tong Xuan. His realm soared rapidly, exuding a heaven-shaking pressure. His true essence condensed and flowed back into his internal organs, bringing vitality to miraculously nourish his body. The commoners nearby stared with their mouths agape. Is this freak cheating? How can he level up as lightly as a feather? At this rate, he might just shoot straight up to the Sudan realm. Or is this just an illusion he created to bluff people? There is no way a normal person can level up so furiously from the too high realm. Wei Junlang turned purple with rage, glaring fiercely at Ling Xiao as he retorted. So what if you're at the 9th stage of the Sudan realm? Are you ridiculous enough to think you can turn the tables on me when there is a gap of 1 major realm and 9 minor realms? Ling Xiao smirked with disdain. This young master has stuffed his stomach with so much blood holy spring and blood yuan stone. Of course, the energy to break through is more than I can use. At the same time, Ling Xiao frantically unleashed his inner strength, pushing his cultivation to skyrocket, piercing straight to the peak of the ninth stage of the Sudan realm. The surging shockwave combined with the suffocating pressure radiating from him was so intense that it threatened to blow away all the martial artists standing on the sidelines. Ling Xiao swept his arrogant gaze over Wei Junlang. Tusk, not bad. I still have plenty of energy to keep leveling up, but this young master has to force himself to hit the brakes. Slipping into the Hu Yuan realm right now would be bad timing. Standing on the other side, Wei Junlang roared in fury. You bastard, even if you grow 3 heads and 6 arms, you'll still be stuck at that pathetic Sudan realm threshold. Ling Xiao slowly raised his hand, cracking his knuckles, and replied with a cold face. Your little game of comparing levels is nothing but a dull joke in my eyes. Having said that, Ling Xiao turned into a fierce gust of wind, charging straight forward. Carrying a sky-high killing intent, he closed in on the enemy. Let this young master open your eyes today and teach you what it truly means to fight above one's level. Upon closing the distance, Ling Xiao's ghostly movements placed him right behind his opponent's neck, ready to launch a sneak attack before he could even blink. An earth-shattering punch slammed down, sending Wei Junlang plunging headfirst. The terrifying recoil sent him flying far away, causing agonizing pain. The crowd of martial artists watching could only cross their eyes at the lightning flashing back and forth, completely powerless to track Ling Xiao's shadow. The scene left the crowd trembling. This guy's movements are too eerie. Just what kind of immortal magic is he using? Even Wei Junlang couldn't catch a whiff of him. It seems his title of 9th stage Hu Yuan realm is just all bark and no bite. Ling Xiao refused to let his enemy catch a breath. He unleashed a torrential rain of attacks, beating Wei Junlang until he saw stars. A mountain-cracking strike slammed down, forcing the enemy neck-deep into the mud. Its overbearing power shattered the ground into large chunks. Ling Xiao didn't seem satisfied yet. Gathering all his might into his fist, he sneered. It's not that he is useless, but rather that I, Ling Xiao, am too formidable. I was born with a heaven-defying destiny. Embracing an aura capable of overturning heaven and earth, Ling Xiao compressed an unprecedentedly violent surge of energy. A majestic and awe-inspiring palm strike instantly bombarded the area, creating a shockwave that swept in all directions. So, how is it? Was my little warm-up to your liking? Wei Junlang scrambled to his feet, gripping Ling Xiao's arm tightly, and sneered. So your abilities are only at this pathetic level. Your meager strength feels like a mosquito biting wood to me, yet you still have the thick skin to ask me how it was. With that said, he frantically channeled his sun fist to strike back at Ling Xiao. Today I will teach you how the word strength is spelled. His surging fists, accompanied by fiercely burning, violent flames, forcefully pushed Ling Xiao back. Ling Xiao seized the moment to observe and instantly read the enemy's trick, his mind quickly formulating a plan to break the technique. Taking in this strange turn of events, Wei Junlang froze in astonishment. Ling Xiao took a stance in the corner, calmly exuding a hair-raising pressure. Is this cat-scratch martial art all you have? Open your eyes wide and admire my true fist technique. Watching his own family's ultimate technique being flawlessly executed by Ling Xiao, Wei Junlang was absolutely horrified. Is this an illusion? How on earth is he so well versed in my fist technique? Realizing he shouldn't play with fire any longer, he furiously burned every drop of lifeblood in his body. His facial features twisted in rage, his sharp eyes pinning Ling Xiao down. Damn it, I cannot afford to be careless for even another second. Wei Junlang gathered enough blood qi and instantly swung his snow sword, sweeping out a fatal arc. In the next blink of an eye, he immediately unleashed his sword domain, betting his old life to go all out against Ling Xiao. Sun's sword domain, open. You had better prepare to meet the king of hell. Bathing in the blinding radiant light, Ling Xiao burst into a hearty laugh. This childish trick of yours has the audacity to call itself a sword domain. Ling Xiao immediately unleashed his own sword domain. Open your dog eyes wide and look closely. This is the true level of a sword domain. Taking the full brunt of the terrifying power from Ling Xiao's sword domain, Wei Junlang shrieked miserably. In less than a blink of an eye, his physical body suffered a severe blow. His bones and tendons gave out as he collapsed heavily onto the ground. A pair of experts lingering nearby were also scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao's overbearing demeanor. Unbelievable, it's absolutely absurd. How the hell could he unleash such brutal sword domain power? This combat strength is like a demon's, even we might be crushed. Ling Xiao leisurely strolled closer to Wei Junlang and spoke. If you have any capital left at the bottom of your chest, spit it all out. Otherwise, you won't make it in time to see your ancestors. Wei Junlang, covered in blood, gritted his teeth and squeezed out his last remnants of strength. Filled with endless resentment, he thought, I absolutely cannot fall here. Without a second word, Ling Xiao ruthlessly thrust his ancient sword straight through his opponent's chest. The heart-piercing stab made him groan in agony, his eyes bulging as if they were going to pop out of their sockets from utter terror. He trembled as he pushed himself up, both hands gripping Ling Xiao's sword blade tightly, growling resentfully. This enmity is irreconcilable. I refuse to accept being a loser at your hands. Disregarding life and death, Wei Junlang expelled all his pure essence, burning the flame of his life force. I absolutely will not yield to you. While burning his innate divine ability, the flame, he strained his neck and screamed Ling Xiao's name in the most venomous tone. Ling Xiao frowned in annoyance and scolded sharply, so deafening, shut your rambling mouth. Before he even finished speaking, Ling Xiao swung his razor-sharp sword, sweeping out an apocalyptic slash. That fatal sword strike decisively cleaved Wei Junlang's body in two. Ling Xiao smoothed out the creases on his clothes, looked ahead majestically, and clicked his tongue. If you want to fight to the death, just bring it on. What the hell is the point of screaming and howling? It makes my skull ring, the noise is unbearable. Witnessing this cold-blooded slaughter, the crowd of martial artists was terrified out of their minds and fled for their lives. What is there left to fight over? The holy mace is 100% in his pocket now. Let's run for our lives, I don't want to reincarnate early. Yao Wu hastily approached, cupping his hands in flattery. Young Master Ling is majestic and awe-inspiring, invincible under the heavens. This little brother here bows down to you in utmost admiration. Ling Xiao chuckled, raising his hand to lightly tap Yao Wu's forehead. We are all family here, cut out the nonsensical flattery. Then he strolled over to help Hu Tai Sui up, asking, how are you? Are your injuries serious? Oh, that reminds me. Have any of you caught a glimpse of that guy Dong Fang Wu Hui hiding anywhere around here? Zui Ling Long, standing close by, quickly shook her head. On our way wading through here, we absolutely found no trace of him. While everyone was chatting, Tang Xue Yan suddenly appeared, her sweet voice calling out, Brother Ling Xiao. She rushed over in a panic, checking on him and asking, Brother Ling Xiao, are you safe? Earlier, I really wanted to lend a hand, but my body was taken over. Thank goodness you won. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly asked Xue Yan, do you feel any better now? Xue Yan leaned her head sorrowfully against Ling Xiao's chest, murmuring, Brother Ling Xiao, if one day I forget who you are, please erase me from your memory as well. If I accidentally harm you, please end my life, absolutely do not be soft-hearted. Just as she finished speaking, Xue Yan's body was manipulated again. This is bad, that monster is trying to surface again. Xue Yan fiercely reached out to strangle Ling Xiao, hissing, You death-courting brat, how dare you touch this Empress's physical body? Get out of my sight right now. Having said that, she squeezed every ounce of her strength into her hands, summoning a bone-chilling, freezing aura. Next, she unleashed the freezing ice, lunging forward with lightning speed to tear at Ling Xiao. The domineering power pierced through the wind, instantly freezing a large portion of the surrounding terrain solid. Catching sight of this horrifying scene, Zui Ling Long and Yao Wu panicked and dashed forward. Young master, are you all right? Ling Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He casually fixed his gaze forward and replied, Ignore me, I won't die yet. You guys quickly spread out and seal off every corner for me. I need a moment to sort out this mess. Zui Ling Long narrowed her eyes, confused, and asked, Seal off the escape routes. Ling Xiao immediately erupted with a sky-high pressure, turning into a flash of lightning as he charged forward. I don't care if you're a ghost or a demon, but as long as you've stolen Xue Yan's body, you are my mortal enemy. The surging kinetic energy radiating from Ling Xiao's figure quickly condensed into a giant hand, slamming straight down to crush her. Xue Yan hastily used the hand Bing technique to counter with formidable force, taunting, Your skills are decent, but sadly, you've messed with the wrong person. In a flash, Ling Xiao was trapped solid inside a giant ice dungeon created entirely by Xue Yan's technique. Stuck in this dire situation, Ling Xiao didn't pale in the slightest, calmly seeing through every one of his enemy's tricks. A frantic storm of razor-sharp ice arrows shot towards him, yet Ling Xiao still had plenty of time to nimbly dodge every single pincer attack cleanly. Wasting no time, he unleashed the power of the Sun Sword domain to burn all of his opponent's tricks to ashes. Xue Yan stood watching, her jaw dropping, staring straight ahead with terrified eyes. While she was still busy being dazzled by the feint, Ling Xiao had already landed like a phantom right behind Xue Yan's neck. Ling Xiao slapped his palm right onto Xue Yan's forehead, channeling his power to draw out the evil soul, calling out loudly, "Xue Yan, endure it for a bit, I will drive this disgusting thing out for you." The demonic spirit was dragged out forcefully by Ling Xiao. It thrashed and roared madly. "Bastard, stop daydreaming, this body is destined to be mine." Ling Xiao, red in the face with anger, yelled, "Come out if you know what's good for you, otherwise, I'll beat your soul to pieces right now." Thanks to his profound inner strength, Ling Xiao effortlessly yanked the evil spirit out of Xue Yan's body. Xue Yan, withered and weak, collapsed completely onto the ground, looking like a fading autumn leaf. After a long while, she weakly opened her eyes to a slit and whispered, "Brother Ling Xiao, I really got my body back." Ling Xiao ran over sympathetically and helped her up. "Xue Yan, you are safe, everything is fine now." The two held each other tightly with tears in their eyes. "Thank goodness, you finally returned to me safe and sound." Watching this emotional scene, Hu Tai-sui, Yao Wu, and Zui Ling-long gaped in surprise. What kind of script is this? How did her attitude towards young Master Ling flip as fast as flipping a pancake? Ling Xiao chuckled and spoke up to clear their doubts. "Earlier, Xue Yan was suffering from having two souls in one body. I just conveniently destroyed the extra soul. With the trouble cleared up, this match has also come to an end. Now, everyone take out all the tokens you've collected so far and let's have a look." The trio eagerly presented the tokens to him. "Young Master, we looted quite a pile of tokens earlier. If you pool them all together, you will surely step into the Long Feng Palace with ease." Ling Xiao grinned widely, accepting the massive spoils of war from his companions. But immediately, he divided them evenly among everyone. "You guys contributed a lot this time. I'll distribute them back to you all. I just need enough points to pass the test, that's enough." Zui Ling-long scratched her head in embarrassment. "How can the young master do this? If you yield them, you'll definitely fall out of the top 3. Ling Xiao waved his hand, laughing heartily. "It doesn't matter, as long as I get a ticket to enter the Long Feng Palace. I don't care at all if my ranking is a bit low." Right at that moment, the whistle signaling the end of the match blew, and the ground beneath their feet suddenly glowed brightly with teleportation arrays, lifting them all up. "Oh, it's over. Get ready, everyone. We are being sent straight to the Long Feng Palace now." At the Grand Hall of the Long Feng Palace, a series of arrays flashed rapidly, bringing all the candidates together here. Ling Xiao puffed out his chest and walked beside Xue Yan. "Look, we have actually set foot on the grounds of the Long Feng Palace." The leaderboard quickly appeared before the crowd of heroes. The order from top to bottom was: first place Tang Xue Yan, runner-up Zui Ling-long, third place Zhang Zai-chen, fourth place Wei Tai-ju, while Ling Xiao stood modestly at the 30th position. The crowd applauded enthusiastically. At that moment, 2 figures stepped out from the high platform and announced clearly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the exam concludes here. Congratulations to the 30 candidates who have earned the honor of joining the Long Feng Palace." The talents below eagerly searched for their names. "Fantastic, I finally secured a spot in the Long Feng Palace. My ancestors will be so proud of this trip." Jia Yingnan stepped forward, clearing his throat to assert his authority. "Although our Long Feng Palace values talent, we still scrutinize moral character. Those with terrible personalities will be kicked out, exactly like that guy Ling Xiao over there." Zui Ling-long, Hu Tai-sui, and Yao Wu immediately jumped up in protest. "What? You dare strip our young master of his qualifications? Then I, Zui Ling-long, will also discard my qualification to enter your Long Feng Palace." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's jaws dropped, and lively whispers broke out. What's wrong with Zui Ling-long? Sitting comfortably in second place, yet she's suddenly giving up her spot in the Long Feng Palace. Are they planning to protest? But I've heard rumors that Ling Xiao's character isn't that rotten. There must be some hidden agenda behind this. Dang Yao and Jia Yingnan's faces darkened. They pointed and scolded. "Are you guys crazy? I'm only clearing out Ling Xiao. By following him and trashing your own futures, do you understand what a stupid mistake this is?" Zui Ling-long glared and argued stubbornly. "We swore to share both hardships and joys, to advance and retreat together with our young master." Dang Yao furiously pointed and cursed. "Fine, if you're tired of breathing, then prepare to face the consequences. Our Long Feng Palace has always had countless geniuses. The market is still crowded without you. Losing a few stubborn fools like you won't affect us the slightest bit." Dongfeng Wuhui stood hidden in the corner, covering his mouth in a sinister smile. "Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I have decreed that you will never have the chance to enter the Long Feng Palace. Are your eyes opened now? I already convinced the two senior sisters beforehand. With me here, you are nothing but a puppet putting on a clown show." Ling Xiao stepped forward, questioning coldly. "What right do you have to judge my morals as problematic and strip me of my qualifications? Has the Long Feng Palace always judged things so muddle-headedly? I have obeyed your rules, but if you arbitrarily change them, then you must spit out a proper explanation today." Jia Yingnan and Dang Yao lifted their chins and retorted insolently. "If my mouth says you are unqualified, then you are unqualified. Do you dare to question it? I am tired of seeing arrogant young upstarts like you, thinking you're the center of the universe just because you have a little bit of skill. Get out of your Long Feng Palace dream right now. In fact, in this entire Guizhou, I bet no sect would dare harbor your kind. The world is vast, but there is no place for you to fit in." Just when the situation was reaching a boiling point, an elder stepped out to intervene. "Hold on. Little guy over there, is your name Ling Xiao? If you want to warm the benches in the Long Feng Palace, then show off your skills to open this old man's eyes. If you make me applaud and praise you, I will make an exception and stuff you into the palace." Ling Xiao clasped his hands behind his back, stared straight at the old man, and replied, "Adults must keep their word. You are strictly forbidden from going back on it." Ling Xiao immediately activated the surging true qi within his body. "Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully." In just the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao summoned the anomaly of a golden dragon entwined in a sky-high sea of fire. The first anomaly, bearing the majestic name Blood-Red Heaven-Locking Golden Dragon, appeared. Not stopping there, he unleashed the second anomaly, presenting the anomaly auspicious clouds filling the hall, heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Seeing this scene, the overseeing elder's jaw dropped. Good heavens, aren't these the heaven and earth anomalies from the legends? The surrounding heroes were also terrified. My God, what kind of demonic trick is Ling Xiao playing? This monster actually managed to pull out two heaven and earth anomalies at the same time. The overseeing elder immediately turned to point at Dang Yao and Jia Yingnan, questioning them. "Speak quickly. For what reason did you suppress Ling Xiao? If you cannot squeeze out a reasonable excuse, then pack your bags and get the hell out of the Long Feng Palace immediately." Jia Yingnan sweat profusely, stuttering a defense. "Elder, please calm down. This brat's character is truly extremely terrible. We recruited an extremely outstanding sapling, and it was from his own mouth that Ling Xiao's bad habits and vices were exposed. For that reason, we straightforwardly stripped him of his position." The overseeing elder's face darkened, casting a sharp gaze that pinned Jia Yingnan. Just because of those few fragmented words. Jia Yingnan trembled like a leaf, panicking as he bowed deeply to confirm. Reporting to the elder, "It is absolutely true." Jia Yingnan then pulled Dongfeng Wuhui out to point him out. "Sir, the one who exposed him is that guy Dongfeng Wuhui standing over there. He's about to achieve the Dao and become a 5-star talisman master." Overseeing elder frowned, scrutinizing Wuhui. "You are planning to climb to the rank of a 5-star talisman master. With this level of skill, no wonder they were willing to step up and deal with Ling Xiao for you. However, Ling Xiao is unconvinced. Drag yourself up to the arena and compete with him for a round. If you win, you will officially enter the Long Feng Palace, saving us from this messy hassle." Forced into this wager by the elder and urged on by Dang Yao and Jia Yingnan, Wuhui broke out in a cold sweat. Goosebumps covered his skin at the thought of engaging in close combat with that monster, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao delightfully jumped out to respond. "The overseeing elder has made a very reasonable wager. As long as your face can punch me down, I, Ling Xiao, swear I will obediently withdraw, and at the same time, take all my people with me, abandoning the dream of entering the Long Feng Palace." Dongfeng Wuhui was scared out of his wits and hastily explained. "Reporting to the elder, I bear the identity of a talisman master, so my skills in actual hand-to-hand combat are somewhat lacking." The elder frowned and scolded Wu Hui. "Stop being so modest. For someone at the Hua Yuan realm like you, crushing a Su Dan realm kid should be as easy as flipping your hand. What's so difficult about it?" Dongfeng Wu Hui was completely at a loss and had to swallow his resentment and accept it. He calculated in his mind, "Damn it, I will probably have to beg the old ancestor to lend a hand for this to go smoothly." He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, pointing at Ling Xiao and roaring. Ling Xiao, let's settle our blood debt fair and square today. You stole my fortuitous encounter in the past. Today, I swear I won't repeat the same mistake. Give me your life. Just as he finished his sentence, Wu Hui instantly threw out dozens of talismans filled with soul-shattering power. Facing the rain of talismans, Ling Xiao analyzed it in the blink of an eye and counterattacked immediately. This boring talisman trick, did you think you were the only one who could use it? Ling Xiao did not hesitate to use the exact same trade to smash his enemy. 4-star fire body talisman, 4-star array breaking talisman. Stacks of talismans exploded with a boom as they clashed. The deafening sounds echoed in all directions, pushing the intensity of the match to its peak. The overseeing elder stood watching, stroking his beard in delight. Using talismans to counter talismans, excellent, this game is captivating. Dongfang Wu Hui went all out, throwing out every single talisman he had hidden. Ling Xiao, if you're so good, break the rest of these. Let's see how many of my talismans you can block. Ling Xiao laughed heartily and disdainfully. He immediately pulled out his own talismans to meet the challenge. You want to compete in talismans with this young master? Go home and drink your mother's milk, kid. With those words, Ling Xiao immediately threw his talismans at his opponent to give him a taste of his own medicine. Smoothly cleaning up the battlefield, Ling Xiao shot forward like an arrow to close the distance, scaring the other guy pale. As soon as he closed in, he generously gave him a slap that made him see stars. What is so great about a 5-star talisman master? A 6-star talisman master like me hasn't even bothered to look up to the sky like you do. I, Ling Xiao, don't just hold the title of a 6-star talisman master. I also hold the titles of 6-star artifact refiner and 6-star alchemist. But have you ever seen me bragging arrogantly? The crowd of experts watching were wide-eyed in astonishment. This guy boasts with his smooth talking, no wonder people rumor his character is terrible. To spew such nonsense, it's truly a blatant scam. Dongfang Wu Hui was boiling with anger, his face turning bright red as he widened his eyes and roared. Ling Xiao, shut your mouth right now. Facing his opponent's blazing killing intent, Ling Xiao also nimbly urged his true essence to surge furiously. He smiled gleefully, quickly drawing his ancient sword. Well, is the capability of a second-stage Xue Yan realm only this much? Are you all out? In less than a moment, Ling Xiao had unleashed tens of thousands of sharp sword intents, aiming straight for Wu Hui's head as they shot forward. Even if you gather all your meager skills, you are far from having the qualifications to take me down. Before the words even hit the ground, Ling Xiao detonated the sword intent, sweeping towards Dongfang Wu Hui. Go down to the yellow springs. Taking the full brunt of Ling Xiao's overwhelming power, Dongfang Wu Hui was terrified to the extreme, muttering bitterly. Damn it, how the hell is this guy so powerful? Beaten black and blue by Ling Xiao, he frantically threw out talismans in order to find an escape route. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had seen right through him long ago. With a wave of his hand, he steered the sword intent to completely block his prey's retreat. In the blink of an eye, he had heavily injured him. Oh my, is a Xue Yan realm 5-star talisman master really this pathetic? Mad with humiliation, Dongfang Wu Hui shrieked loudly. Ling Xiao, you have truly angered me. Today, I will make you taste ultimate regret. He decisively pressed his finger firmly against his glabella, roaring loudly, respectfully requesting the old ancestor to manifest. An evil energy flared up, emitting a pressure so furious that it sent the surrounding martial artists flying. In a flash, the spiritual body of the old ancestor appeared, his voice reminding him, Wu Hui, this power of mine can only be maintained for about half an hour, you must quickly finish him off. Receiving this added power from the ancestor, Wu Hui was as confident as if he had hit the jackpot. He flew up into the air. Half an hour is more than enough. Closing in, he immediately fired off an earth-shattering punch. Ling Xiao, your luck has run out today. Facing that brutal punch, Ling Xiao swiftly crossed his arms to block it. Strangely, Ling Xiao's face displayed extreme excitement. Commendable, in just a blink, you've jumped to the Shen Xing realm. Wu Hui wildly threw a flurry of punches, lifting his chin triumphantly as he shouted, Ling Xiao, what do you think you are? Daring to act so arrogant in front of me, huh? Now taste my true capabilities. With that said, he thrust a vicious blow that landed squarely on Ling Xiao. Earlier I was just going easy on you to let you show off a bit, now I will cripple you. Taking the full force of a punch overflowing with damage, Ling Xiao staggered unsteadily and coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. The surrounding martial artists once again engaged in lively discussions. How terrifying, this trump card is too overbearing, it will be hard for Ling Xiao to keep his life this time. Not necessarily, I see this Ling Xiao as unfathomably deep, his true strength is hard to gauge. Who knows, he might still have a hidden card he hasn't revealed. Ling Xiao now lifted his face arrogantly, looking straight at his enemy. These tricks of borrowing power from the outside are just parlor tricks. Get lost. Resembling a meat grinder, he frantically ignited a domineering aura to reclaim the game. Wu Hui furiously pulled out his weapon. Damn it, since a fistfight can't take you down, taste my 7-star war god spear. He pointed the spearhead, hurtling towards Ling Xiao like a wind-piercing arrow. Slaughter spear strike, die. The brutal energy clumped together, forming the shape of a dragon beast radiating intense killing intent. Ling Xiao didn't even blink. He activated a 100-fold strength buff to block the spear's path. Stop it for me. His ultimate desolate dragon technique shot out, opening its massive jaws to clamp down hard on the other guy's dragon beast. Breathtaking clash that made hearts pound and legs shake ensued. In the end, Wu Hui's dragon beast was reduced to a snack, chewed to pulp by Ling Xiao's desolate dragon. Seeing this, Dongfang Wu Hui was completely stunned. This is crazy, how could something so absurd happen? Ling Xiao's desolate dragon was carrying the momentum to finish off the enemy, but at that life-and-death second, the overseeing elder jumped out from nowhere to interfere. As soon as he appeared, he threw a palm strike, cleanly breaking Ling Xiao's destructive move. Then he hastily announced the result. Ling Xiao, this old man has seen through your talent. You have won this match. According to the agreement, you are granted a special exception to enter the Long Feng Palace. Noticing Dang Yao and Jai Yingnan about to open their mouths to argue, he immediately turned around and shouted loudly, "Shut up! Is it your turn to speak here?" Having picked his meager life back up, Dongfang Wu Hui hurriedly cupped his hands in a salute. I, Dongfang Wu Hui, have no complaints. I ask to absolutely obey your judgment. Overseeing elder began to question. Ling Xiao, earlier you boasted about being a 6-star talisman master, an artifact refiner, and an alchemist. This old man wants you to show off a bit. Otherwise, I will convict you of the crime of fraud, proving your rotten character. Hearing this, Ling Xiao pulled a long face and retorted angrily. What does it matter to you whether I'm boasting or not? Your mouth preaches fairness, but your gut clearly shows blatant favoritism towards Dongfang Wu Hui. The old man frowned, irritated by this insolent attitude. How bold, do you dare mock me? Ling Xiao waved his hand, casually continuing. I'm just spitting out the truth. Whether you want to kick me out or invite me into this palace is up to you. It will be a long time before I, Ling Xiao, bow down and bend my knees like you lot. Dance however you like, I couldn't care less. I'm just making one thing clear to you all. That piece of trash you are flocking around to protect, in my eyes, can be crushed to death like a flea. If you're addicted to playing the saint, then go ahead and protect him. Being slapped in the face in public, the old dog elder was furious to the core. A brat like you dares to be so arrogant and domineering in front of this old man. Either put on a proper display of your strength and crawl into the Long Feng Palace to live, or prepare to die. Seeing the old man intend to go all out against Ling Xiao, the companions behind him immediately rushed forward in formation to shield him. If you have the guts, touch a single hair on our young master. Doing so means challenging us. If you dare try, don't blame us for being ruthless. The elder gathered his power and launched a vicious attack straight at Ling Xiao, smiling ominously. Since you have so much free time that you want to mess with the Long Feng Palace, then let me buy you a one-way ticket to reincarnate. Seeing the situation hanging by a thread, Ling Xiao's group of friends simultaneously drew their weapons and charged forward to meet the attack. This arrogant bunch is tired of living. Unfortunately, the power from the old man's strike was too overwhelming. With just one move, it wiped out Ling Xiao's entire group, sending them all crashing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Xue Yan hastily rushed forward, using her body as a shield for Ling Xiao, causing his heart to skip a beat in panic. With an unwavering gaze, Xue Yan stood tall to protect Ling Xiao, smiling as she said, "You have shielded me from the storm so many times before." Right after, Xue Yan channeled all the bone-piercing cold qi in her body to deflect the incoming attack. Today is my turn to protect you. The two frenzied auras clashed, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The old man on the other side was infuriated, pumping in more power to suppress them. Did you greenhorns eat a leopard's gall to dare run your mouths in front of me? Gathering his spiritual energy for a finishing blow, he scoffed coldly. In the matters of our Long Feng Palace, bugs like you have no right to interfere. The elder's full-force killing strike easily shattered Xue Yan's ice wall like breaking a piece of glass. The terrifying shockwave crushed Xue Yan, causing her to cough up blood and collapse limply to the ground. The sight made Ling Xiao's heart stop, his eyes turning bloodshot. Fury rushing to his head, Ling Xiao roared like a wild beast. "You shameless bastards dared to make my woman bleed. Today, either you all go to your graves, or your Long Feng Palace will be razed to the ground." Seeing Ling Xiao's surging killing intent, the spectating crowd shivered in fear. Daring to poke the tiger and provoke the inspecting elder, his guts are truly massive. The elder is at least a 7-star soul refining existence. Are these kids trying to smash a boulder with a quail egg? Ling Xiao channeled every ounce of spiritual energy in his body, ready to exact a blood debt. "Xue Yan, everyone, just step back, have some tea and cakes. Leave taking out the trash to me." As soon as his voice fell, Ling Xiao instantly awakened his holy body's power, transforming into the flaming war god, the blazing demon ape. In the depths of his eyes, only raging flames remained, carrying an absolute, bone-chilling killing intent. Unleashing a coercion as heavy as Mount Tai, Ling Xiao hissed every word sharply. "I absolutely will not allow anyone who touches my people to leave in one piece." His silhouette tore through the wind, throwing explosive punches aimed straight at the arrogant old man's face. Witnessing that war godlike demeanor, the elder jolted in terror. "You freakish brat, hand over your life. Just how many hidden cards is this guy packing to possess such a heaven-defying holy body?" While the old man was still busy dropping his jaw, Ling Xiao's 1,000-pound mallet shadow crashed down. "You stubborn old geezer, it's time to take your meds and go to bed." Relying on his profound cultivation realm, the old man swiftly leaped aside to dodge Ling Xiao's lightning-fast mallet strike. Ling Xiao wouldn't let him off so easily. He pushed his spiritual energy to the absolute limit, elevating his battle intent to its most berserk state. He swung his hand, slashing down a streak of power that tore through space and shot straight at the old man. Holy weapon god-destroying slash. The terrifyingly destructive storm smashed all obstacles to pieces, causing the entire Long Feng Palace headquarters to tremble violently like an earthquake. Engulfed in suffocating pressure, the elder gritted his teeth and launched a defensive palm strike. "Well, you aren't completely useless after all, boy." With that said, he summoned his origin cultivation base to crush Ling Xiao's shockwave. "Too bad, your little parlor tricks end right here." Having just broken the offensive, he turned into an afterimage and darted forward to close in on Ling Xiao. "If I don't finish you off today, my Long Feng Palace's signboard might as well be chopped up for firewood." A highly venomous palm strike from the old man tore through the wind and smashed directly into Ling Xiao's holy body defense. "Sleep tight, kiddo." Taking the full brunt of the killing move, Ling Xiao's defense lines shattered completely. He cursed bitterly in his heart. "Damn it, is my life going to wrap up right here? I can't even protect the beloved person beside me, I'm too useless." Having knocked down Ling Xiao, the old man slowly drew a gleaming sword and approached, intending to give him a final coup de grace. Stepping right beside him, the old man smirked and decisively brought the sword down. "Close your eyes. Being sent to the underworld by my Long Feng Palace is a blessing from your ancestors." Right at that hair-raising, critical moment, a gust of astral wind carrying a primordial aura suddenly struck, swatting the blade away. Immediately after, Bing Feng condensed her silhouette, her face filled with icy rage. "You suicidal old fool dare to lay a hand on him. He is my little darling." The moment her figure appeared, she blasted a stream of cold cheese straight into the old man's face. "Trash like you aren't qualified to even touch a single hair on his head." She relentlessly unleashed a torrential rain of killing strikes aimed at the one who dared to hurt Ling Xiao. The razor-sharp, piercing ice soles continuously impaled his body, making the old man scream in freezing agony. Covered in countless lacerations, the elder was sent tumbling far away. Witnessing their leader being beaten to pulp, Wu Dangyao and Jia Yingnan panicked and screamed, "Elder, are you all right?" Despite taking a massive beating, the old man still forced out a spine-chilling, sinister smile, truly eye-opening. "It turns out the rumors weren't just boasting. I recognize you now, you are definitely the Bing Feng." Bingya frowned slightly in surprise. "You know my origins? Then what the hell are you?" The elder tilted his face to the sky and laughed triumphantly. "Of course, I am the core of the Long Feng Palace. Someone once whispered to us that the Eastern Hall was raising an ice phoenix. Sure enough, it is you. My taking the trouble to make things difficult today was mainly to bait a big fish like you to the surface." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was startled. "What the hell? What kind of cat-and-mouse game are you scheming old geezer playing?" The old fox opposite them suddenly changed his expression and roared a command. "Quickly cast down the heavenly net and capture it for me." In just the blink of an eye, countless dark silhouettes lying in ambush from all directions rushed out, tightly sealing off Bing Yi's escape routes and catching her off guard. Trapped in the heavily layered encirclement, Bing Yi showed visible tension. "Crap, this ambush is undoubtedly the handiwork of that hateful Gu Dao." Bing Yi snapped with blazing fury. To think that cunning bastard dared to borrow the hands of this rotten Long Feng palace. Did he think setting up these little tricks would make this seat panic? The elder leisurely tossed out an 8-star body-locking talisman to seal her spiritual energy. "How could I bear to let such a rare and hard-to-find phoenix treasure slip away? You'd better obediently pack your bags and follow me to settle down in the Long Feng Palace." Stuck on the outside and burning with anxiety, Ling Xiao had to shout a warning. "Bing Yi, be careful and dodge those talismans." However, the incantation talisman had already shot forward like a shooting star, sticking tightly and sealing away all her auras, leaving Bing Yi grimacing as she was completely bound. Seeing that the grand scheme was settled, Wu Dang Yao and Jai Yingnan smiled smugly. The elder waved his hand and ordered, "Enough, pack up this precious bird and take it back to report our merit." Ling Xiao struggled to crawl up, pointing a finger to the sky and shouting, "Lai Su Rai, I know damn well you're hiding out there somewhere. If you still refuse to show your face, then prepare yourself to have your sect leveled by my aunt." Hearing the heavily weighted threat, Lai Su Rai and the squad of elders from the Lai Yang sect broke out in cold sweat, hurriedly riding the wind to reveal themselves. "Young Master Ling, please calm down, I am here." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and snorted, "Sect Master Lai, you've hid and watched the tigers fight long enough to understand the whole story, right? Lend a hand and save my life today, and I will owe you a favor." Hearing this much, Lai Su Rai joyfully patted his chest and laughed. "Young Master Ling is too polite. What favor are we talking about at this point? Today, at all costs, I must safely escort you." Turning toward the opposing group, he cupped his fists. "Looking at this demeanor, your excellency must be an expert from the Long Feng Palace. I wonder if you could give this old man Lai Su Rai some face and release young Master Ling." The sect master continued to try and mediate. "I only have a small wish to bring young Master Ling home. Let's just wipe the slate clean on the recent grudges. Making a friend instead of an enemy is mutually beneficial and much better, after all." In response, Elder Gu raised his chin and arrogantly spat out every word. "But what if this seat feels like saying the word no? What are you going to do about it?" Lai Su Rai's face darkened with annoyance. "If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then I honestly advise you, the umbrella protecting young Master Ling's back is not something to joke about. The likes of your Long Feng Palace wouldn't be able to bear the consequences even if you had 10 lives." Elder Gu remained stubborn, refusing to listen. "Save the nonsense threats. Regardless of what big-shot family he belongs to, I am sealing the deal on both of these preys today. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way, or else bring disaster upon yourselves." Seeing that reasoning was impossible, Lai Su Rai waved his hand to call his squad of elders. "Since it's come to this, there's no need to waste breath. You 3 elders, charge in and snatch them back. Life or death, you absolutely must not let anyone take young Master Ling's people away." Facing the Lai Yang sect's formation, a member of the Long Feng Palace sneered mockingly. "Oh my, a snot-sized sect like the Lai Yang sect actually dares to bring sticks and clubs to show off in front of the Long Feng Palace." Ending his taunts, that guy kicked off the ground and flew up to meet the battle. "Let me teach you what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well." The Lai Yang sect elder rushed in, gripping the opponent's wrist tightly and scolding loudly. "Opening your mouth only reeks of boasting. You punks who mess with young Master Ling won't even know where your graves are once you're beaten to a pulp." Taking advantage of his complacency, the several sect elders ganged up and closed in to ambush the enemy. His reinforcements flooded in to back him up in the nick of time, making his smug face even more detestably arrogant. Unfortunately, he only managed to laugh for half a second before a lightning-fast blade strike from a Lai Yang sect disciple skewered his guts, punching a hole through their encirclement. At the exact same moment, Lai Su Rai drew his sect-guarding treasure, glaring threateningly at the Long Feng Palace. "Do you uneducated bastards think my Lai Yang sect is a soft ball of dough that you can knead however you please?" Raising the high-tier plaything to his brow, Lai Su Rai gathered his spiritual energy and shouted, beseeching the sect guarding supreme treasure, the blazing sun holy wheel. Elder Gu flinched, his eyes unable to hide a chill of fear. Lai Su Rai, are you crazy? Just to protect some greenhorn brat, you're willing to burn your entire foundation. Lai Su Rai bristled his beard and roared back. If it were any random nobody, I wouldn't give a damn. But since it's young Master Ling and his people, this old man will give it his all to protect them today, even if it means going bankrupt. Finishing his sentence, Lai Su Rai waved his hand, commanding the magical artifact to radiate a blinding light that crushed the blockers. Go reincarnate together. Bitter and angry, Elder Gu reached out to pull out his own treasure to meet the attack. Very well, you brought this disaster upon yourselves. Acting as if only your house has the good stuff, taste the wrath of the Long Feng Palace. As soon as he spoke, he chucked his weapon straight toward Lai Su Rai to intercept the incoming coercion. The two heavy-duty spiritual artifacts clashed harshly in midair, grinding against each other to produce countless blinding sparks. The shockwave from the explosion blasted sand and gravel into a blinding cloud, shaking the very foundations of the entire Long Feng Palace. Suffering a fearsome backlash, Lai Su Rai gradually stepped back, his limbs trembling as he bore the weight. Bastards, their raw strength is too monstrous. The inspecting elder watching the show clapped and sneered. Just a puny speck of a Lai Yang sect, yet you dare to show your face and challenge me. You truly are digging your own graves. Right after, he waved his hand and hollered, where are the brothers of the Jiao Long Squadron? Step up and clean up the battlefield for me. Before one could even blink, the entire armored troop of the Jiao Long Squadron swarmed out like a broken anthill. The commander of the intimidating army clicked his heels and stepped forward to report. Reporting, the Jiao Long Squadron, along with 1,800 soldiers, await your orders. The inspecting elder pointed a finger straight at Lai Su Rai's face and mocked. You small fries from the Lai Yang sect still refuse to kowtow and surrender. Let me open my eyes and see what you're going to use to chew through my Jiao Long Squadron. Wu Dang Yao sidled up to flatter him. It turns out the elder has already got them by the short hairs, even bringing the Jiao Long Squadron here. Why not take the opportunity to level the Lai Yang sect entirely to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Seeing the formidable legion appear, the martial artist crowd below began to murmur again. Rumor has it this squad is full of monsters that can fight 1 against 100. Getting to wash our eyes by seeing it in person makes the trip totally worth it. But at this rate, Ling Xiao and the Lai Yang sect are definitely going to swallow the whole package of disaster. Dongfang Wu Hui, hiding in a corner, grinned ear to ear. Haha, Ling Xiao, your guts must be churning with regret right now, huh? Going to pluck the tiger's whiskers at the Long Feng Palace, that's truly throwing meat to the wolves. Friends on Ling Xiao's side, their backs drenched in sweat, hurriedly whispered, Young master, in this situation, do we still have any chance to turn the tables? That guy Gu Dao must be eating at the same table as the Long Feng Palace for them to bring a whole army out to hunt like this. Sorry, my bad luck has dragged everyone into this mess. Ling Xiao's face was rigid, staring intently at the enemy as he consoled. No need to panic, just wait until they all line up nicely, then we'll scoop them all up at once for convenience. Panting heavily and sweating bullets, Lai Su Rai thought to himself, bringing a whole bunch of butchers out here, could their real intention be to uproot my Lai Yang sect? Damn it, I've swallowed a massive trap this time. Pushed to the brink, Lai Su Rai craned his neck and yelled toward Ling Xiao, Young Master Ling, where on earth is your powerful aunt sipping tea right now? Hurry up and invite her down to the rescue, this old man's bones are about to break. The opposing elder heard this and rolled around clutching his belly in laughter. Haha, Lai Su Rai, did you get your brain knocked out? Instead of calling your disciples to take the blows, you're begging a little brat for help. Don't you find this too comical? Infuriated by the mockery, Lai Su Rai's anger soared to the heavens, squeezing out the very last drops of his cultivation to stall the opponent. Seeing this, the Long Feng Palace elder waved his hand, urging the Jiao Long Squadron to swarm up and mow down the opposition. Daring to talk back to the Long Feng Palace, today we'll have to trouble the Jiao Long Squadron to teach them a lesson they'll remember for a lifetime. Receiving the signal, the Jiao Long commander aggressively drew his sword and shouted, Attention everyone, form the dragon scale array, chop them to pieces for me. Lai Su Rai also roared hoarsely to call his disciples, Are the people of the Lai Yang sect all asleep? Get off your asses and block the enemy. Hearing the sect master's howl, the flock of disciples obediently grabbed their weapons and rushed out to hold the line. Hang in there, sect master, we're coming out to take the bullets for you. From the other side, The Jiao Long army had already unleashed a barrage of killing moves aimed at surrounding and crushing the Lai Yang sect's defenses. Pressured to the point of suffocation, the old sect master still gritted his teeth and tightly hugged his magical artifact, making his subordinates whine in distress. "Sect master, the barricade is about to break. Just grab your sandals and run first for your own good." A storm of skills from Jiao Long swept through, devastating the area and leaving a heap of Lai Yang sect disciples lying completely knocked out left and right. The Longfeng Palace elder walked over triumphantly and taunted, "Lai Su Rai, if you're willing to kowtow and apologize now, I will still open up a path of survival for you." The sect master, bleeding from his head, still stubbornly argued back, "The chess game isn't over yet, so we don't know who will win or lose. Stop deluding yourself, old man." Dongfeng Wu Hui, acting as if he was pumped with new blood, bounced around and pointed at Ling Xiao. "Elder, that brat Ling Xiao and his friends are still standing there watching. Absolutely do not let them slip away." Busy transferring spiritual energy to give first aid to Xue Yan, Ling Xiao heard the dog barking and growled, "Dongfeng Wu Hui, has your life passed its expiration date?" Wu Dangyao also chimed in, rolling up her sleeves and gesturing wildly. "Who was the one with the big mouth demanding to leave the Long Feng Palace earlier? Now crawl over here on your knees and lick our boots. Maybe our elder will be in a good mood and let you live." Ling Xiao suppressed his anger to the point his teeth ground audibly, roaring softly, "Just try touching a corner of my people's clothes. I swear I will make you understand what the most tragic death looks like." Seeing Ling Xiao talk tough, the shrew immediately charged straight into Hu Tai Sui's squad to provoke them. "Already in the trap, yet you still bark so loudly. Let this lady tie you all up and shatter your dantians. Let's see what you'll use to act arrogant then." With his hands full, Ling Xiao had to holler for help. "Sect Master Lai, slap the teeth out of this crazy bitch for me." Lai Su Rai, carrying a body full of hostility, turned and glared fiercely at Wu Dangyao. "Leave it to this old man. I absolutely will not spare a single person from the Long Feng Palace." He quickly activated his aura, pouring it all into the blinding magical artifact in his hand. Hit in the face by the intense heat of the technique, Dangyao cowed and screamed in terror, "Elder, save me." The hammer-like might instantly crushed her, sending her falling flat on her back, leaving Elder Gu staring with his eyes bulging wide. The old man's blood boiled with rage, activating a tyrannical surge of energy. "You're on the verge of death, yet you still obediently serve that little brat. Then pack your bags and go down to the underworld together." A highly destructive palm force tore through the wind and shot straight at Lai Su Rai, making him roll his eyes back in panic. The raw power was so monstrous that he knew he had no chance of blocking it, so he was forced to twist his body and dodge like an eel. The tragic part was that the surrounding shockwave was more than enough to blow his body away, slamming him repeatedly against the cliff face like a bouncing ball. Having dealt with Lai Su Rai, the old man tilted his head to the sky and laughed sinisterly. "Lai Su Rai's wings are broken. Let me keep my eyes peeled to see what other lifeboys you little brats have hidden." The Lai Yang sect disciples cried as they ran over to hoist Lai Su Rai up, gritting their teeth and cursing. "You uneducated bastards dared to punch our sect master's face swollen. Today we'll fight to the death. Hastily send the pigeons to call the sect's secluded ancestors out here to slap their teeth out." On this side, the Jiaolong squadron had no time to wait. The whole pack charged forward, setting up a razor-sharp formation intended to peel the Lai Yang sect's formation completely clean. The moment they entered close combat, the blades chopped down ruthlessly, claiming the lives of countless Lai Yang sect disciples. Ling Xiao furrowed his brow in thought, reaching in to pull out a tightly hidden brocade pouch from his chest. Pushed to the point of torn pants, I have no choice but to bust out the heavy artillery left by my father. Honestly, it hurts a lot. Opening one of these pouches costs a human life. It's no small price. Seeing the item in Ling Xiao's hand, Jia Yingnan burst into disdainful laughter. "What kind of messy thing are you holding in your hand? A brocade pouch. Haha, what year is it that you're still using such childish tricks? Planning to use that rag to turn the tables. Truly a laughingstock for the whole world." Elder Gu stood with crossed arms, clearing his throat to direct. "Playtime is over. Peel them clean for me, and conveniently clean up the Lai Yang sect trash dump while you're at it. Whoever acts stubborn, send them all to the underworld." Ling Xiao took a long stride to block the front, exuding a chilling aura. "I'm warning you in advance. If you dare to sever a single hair on them, I will absolutely make you regret it to the extreme." Provoked by the arrogant words, Elder Gu pointed a finger and screamed, Slap that guy's mouth broken for me, beat him until all his teeth fall out and he can't utter a single word. Jia Ying Nan rolled up her sleeves and eagerly volunteered. Just leave it to me, let me pull out the entire row of teeth from this foul-mouthed brat. Before she could even touch him, an ice-cold voice pierced straight into her eardrums, turning her to stone on the spot. Is my young master someone you trash can casually lay hands on? Dongfang Wu Hui, completely clueless on the outside, was still dancing around and cheering. Big sister Ying Nan, smash his face to a pulp, use your consecutive palm strike ultimate move. Jia Ying Nan's back was soaked in sweat, her face completely drained of blood. A ghost is blocking the way. Why have all my limbs gone on strike like this? Heavy coercion like a mountain smashed flat into her face, making even Ling Xiao stare in shock. Seeing the bizarre situation, Elder Gu yelled and cursed wildly. Which lunatic dares to throw stones and hide their hands against the Long Feng Palace? Have you lived long enough and come out here to find a burial spot? Fei Ying's silhouette appeared, twisting like a phantom, hurriedly kneeling down and bowing before Ling Xiao. Young master, Fei Ying has arrived late, causing you to suffer grievances. Having a beauty suddenly dropped to her knees at his feet, being all yes and amen out of nowhere, Ling Xiao was baffled and scratched his head. Is this big sister lost? Why don't I have this visage anywhere in my memories? Fei Ying respectfully bowed her head and cleared up the confusion. I am a subordinate of Madam, the very person you call aunt. She dispatched me down here to act as a bodyguard for you, young master. Now, even if you tell me to jump into a boiling pit of oil, I absolutely wouldn't dare argue half a word. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, Lai Su Rai jumped up and celebrated. Oh la la, reinforcements have arrived. This time those dogs are all going to bite the dust. Young Master Ling, you truly did not disappoint me. An old man on the opponent's side flew into a rage and scolded torrentially. Does this little wench treat this old man like air? Daring to slap a person of the Long Feng Palace right in the face in broad daylight like this. Walking the talk, he launched a palm force that whistled through the air, intending to send Fei Ying into the past. Go attain enlightenment, you brat. Facing the incoming palm strike, Fei Ying merely flicked her sleeve in sheer boredom. A mere insect trying to show off an axe before the master carpenter. Waving her hand as gently as dusting off dirt, she blew away all his lethal force into a blurry mist. Seeing the skill that shattered a palm technique with a snap of fingers, the old man bulged his eyes like a croaking frog. What kind of heretical sorcery is this? The explosive residual force kicked him flying, tumbling 300 meters away and smashing face first into the ground, grinding his teeth till they burned. The gossiping spectators dropped their jaws to the floor, and that's a plasticity realm elder of the Long Feng Palace. Getting his teeth broken in less than a musical note. Just how terrifying is that assassin girl's realm? She must have mistakenly eaten some exotic heavenly herbs. Elder Gu was so furious that smoke rose from the top of his head. He slammed the table and stomped his feet. What the hell? My Long Feng Palace's signboard has never been used to mop the floor like this. I must collect this mountain of debt, no matter what. Losing his mind to rage, he waved for the entire flock of Jiao Long soldiers to dive in all out and reclaim their face. He bellowed loudly like a megaphone. Brothers of the Jiao Long squadron, listen up, carry your blades and rush up to shave their heads for me. Fei Ying remained as nonchalant as a fairy dusting her clothes, turning back to ask Ling Xiao for instructions. Young master, a swarm of flies and mosquitoes is flying over. Do you want to pull them out by the roots or just spray some repellent to chase them away? Astutely noticing that Ling Xiao was still apprehensively counting the enemy's numbers, Fei Ying covered her mouth and giggled. Don't worry, if we weigh and measure the numbers, those little troublemakers aren't even fit to carry our shoes. She assertively waved her hand and let out a resounding call, brothers, march to war. In merely half a blink, from the clouds in the sky, tens of thousands of iron cavalries descended like a flock of divine generals, crushing the atmosphere. Up in the sky, a fleet riding flying eagles spread their wings and soared, sweeping over and covering the sky before thudding to the ground, kowtowing and begging for orders. And that wasn't all. From the ground echoed the thundering stomps of an armored brigade riding heavenly tigers, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they advanced. The scoreboard flipped 180 degrees. Over 100,000 fierce gods simultaneously dropped to their knees at Ling Xiao's feet and roared, freezing the air solid from visual shock. Seeing the forces as numerous as a locust plague covering the entire mountain, Elder Gu's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. What the hell is this? Where did this whole basket of soldiers popping out like festival goers come from? The tough youths of the Jiaolong squad also pissed their pants in fear, swarming like ants like this. Even if the Long Feng Palace squeezed its vaults dry, it couldn't dish out a fraction of them. We've stepped on a dragon's tail this time. This guy Ling Xiao is definitely a crown prince traveling incognito. Let's scram quickly, brothers. Ling Xiao was overwhelmed by the massive army, scratching his chin and whispering to Fei Ying, "Hey Fei Ying, is this bunch really my soldiers? If I tell them to carry knives and go chop people up, will they listen?" Fei Ying grinned widely, bowing her head radiantly. "They are all our homegrown folks. Their life tags are all in your hands. Even if you tell them to smash their heads against tofu, they will absolutely follow through to the very end." Holding the military tally in his hands, Ling Xiao gleefully raised his brows, glaring at the Long Feng Palace small fries on the other side. "Approved. If that's the case, then drag that Long Feng Palace bunch out to serve as martial arts punching bags for me." Catching the signal, Fei Ying waved the flag and rallied. "The young master has spoken. Brothers, bulldoze the Long Feng Palace headquarters flat for me." The moment the order was issued, all the soldiers went into a frenzy like beasts breaking out of their cages, surging forward to make mincemeat of the entire Long Feng Palace formation. The fierce wind sweeping past scared the souls right out of Dong Feng, Wu Hui, and Jia Ying Nan. "We're doomed. Who would have expected this guy to hide a whole empire behind his back? We foolishly teased and provoked him enough these past days. It'll be a miracle if he doesn't skin us and boil us into paste this time." Extinguishing their delusions, those two took to their heels, plotting an invisibility trick to slip through the cracks and keep their worthless lives. The harsh reality was, Ling Xiao and Fei Ying had already swiftly sprinted over to set up a checkpoint and block their path. "The debt bill hasn't even been paid yet. Where are you two planning to run off to?" Bumping into Ling Xiao, the two of them stumbled backward, their mouths stammering. "Ling Xiao, you'd better not do anything reckless." Too lazy to spout more nonsense, Ling Xiao stepped forward and swung his hand, slapping a few of Dong Feng Wu Hui's teeth out. "Reckless my foot, I want to roast you guys into barbecue." Jia Ying Nan beside him bit her lip and pointed a violently trembling finger in threat. "Ling Xiao, you better tone it down. I have the Long Feng Palace label stamped on me. If you touch me even once, your whole business goes bust." That moronic provocation directly poured another batch of gasoline onto the fire. Radiating murderous intent, Ling Xiao pulled out his sword and sliced her in two. "You talk so much it gives me a headache. Take a number and go reincarnate first, out of my sight." Seeing his accomplice wiped out in half a musical note, Dong Feng Wu Hui soiled his pants, his legs tangling together as he backed into a tight corner. Throwing away all his dignity, he lunged forward, hugging Ling Xiao's thigh tightly and crying his eyes out. "Big boss Ling Xiao, I was young and impulsive, so I foolishly strayed down the wrong path. Please, be magnanimous, just treat me like a thorn and pluck me out. Please spare this dog's life." Ling Xiao looked straight down with eyes as sharp as butcher knives. "Opening your mouth just to beg for mercy. Back when you pushed me onto the chopping block, did you ask yourself if you should let me go, you clown?" With the freezing sword tip pressing close to his opponent's throat, Ling Xiao smiled viciously. "Draft up your script. Whether you prefer to be roasted or stir-fried, I will cook the exact dish and serve you on a platter." Seeing that begging was useless, Dong Feng Wu Hui flipped his face faster than rice paper. "You bastard, I kneeled down and begged so much, yet you are still so utterly heartless." From inside his sleeve, he suddenly drew a hidden cleaver, thrusting it toward Ling Xiao's vital spots. "Let's go all the way then. Today if it's not you then it's me. We'll hold hands and go down to the Yellow Springs together." Without even bothering to blink, Ling Xiao swung his hand and cleanly drew a silver line across his throat, putting an end to the ridiculous farce. Glancing at the cold corpse rolling on the ground, Ling Xiao snorted coldly in mockery. "Bringing out a few petty tricks to try and ambush me, bring more brains with you in your next life." After taking out the trash, he turned and strode away. "Fei Ying, let's take a stroll over to that inspecting elder to see what kind of trick he's performing." Right at that moment, a blurry, smoky silhouette, the dilapidated soul of the old ancestor, struggled and crawled out from Wu Hui's corpse. Spotting the old ancestor turned into a ghost whistling through the air to bite Ling Xiao from behind, Fei Ying was startled and shouted loudly, "Young master, there's a spirit tailing you." Having just closed in on his back, the vengeful spirit unleashed an extremely toxic killing move to sneak attack Ling Xiao, but he had eyes in the back of his head, so he fully grasped the intention. In just the blink of an eye, He hit the button to activate a 5-star teleportation talisman, smoothly flicking himself to another coordinate. The old ancestor's spirit hit thin air, cold sweat breaking out on his spine. Missed the mark. My backstab of a lifetime ended up eating dirt like this. Fei Ying's face blazed with murderous intent, flying over like a rocket to intercept the remnant soul. How incredibly audacious to sneak attack our young master. You don't even want to keep this dilapidated soul anymore, do you? Her steel-plated punch carrying earth-shattering might crash down, blowing the old spirit away, tumbling into the far distance. Just as he landed and plowed his face into the ground, he was scared out of his wits, scrambling backward like a crab with broken claws. Ling Xiao dragged out the menacing holy mallet and approached the ghost. I was originally too lazy to smash your crippled scrap of a soul, yet you dared to use your seniority to act tough and even planned to eat me alive. It's time to send you down to play chess with your good grandson. Seeing the terrifying sledgehammer crashing down, the old ghost shrieked miserably. Ling Xiao, wait, can you give this old man a few minutes for last words? Ling Xiao didn't even bother to listen, slamming the hammer to smash the fragile spiritual body into dust. If your mouth is itchy, go down to the Book of Life and Death and confess to King Yama. Fei Ying stared wide-eyed at the violent scene and silently praised. The young master is truly amazing, actually taming the holy mallet all on his own. Ling Xiao hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder and issued an order with a stern face. Fei Ying, drag that eyesore of an inspecting elder back here by his neck. He's paraded his arrogance time and time again. Absolutely do not let him buy a consolation ticket to escape. Acting immediately upon receiving the order, Fei Ying replied crisply, Understood, young master, leave it to me. Panning the lens over to the fiery battlefield, the inspecting elder and his subordinates were sweating bullets, struggling to hold on against the overwhelming sea of soldiers. The more he fought, the more exhausted he felt. The old man trembled in fear and muttered, What the hell? What hole did this whole pack of vicious fiends crawl out from to be this monstrously strong? Just as he was flailing around frantically, Fei Ying's freezing voice blew straight into his ear, making his heart jump. The girl reached out, grabbed the back of his neck, and smashed his face hard into the mud, scaring the wits out of the awe-inspiring inspecting elder. Her heavy, pincer-like hand kept the old man pinned tightly to the ground, unable to budge even half an inch. Our young master is waiting to have tea with you. Stand up and follow this lady. Twisting his arms and flipping his legs with agility, Fei Ying packaged the old man as tightly as a cylindrical sticky rice cake, then dragged him by the collar right in front of Ling Xiao. Throwing the grimacing package down at Ling Xiao's feet with a thud, Fei Ying dusted off her hands and reported, Young master, the prey has been delivered to your mouth. Whether you grill it or boil it is entirely up to you. Sitting slumped in front of Ling Xiao, even though his insides were trembling, the old man still tried to salvage a shred of dignity, straining his neck and shouting, Ling Xiao, what kind of joke are you trying to play here? Ling Xiao raised his foot and stomped directly on his back, sneering, Your life is in my hands, so I can do whatever I want, right? But crushing you to death right now is too boring. How about we play a big game? I'll let you send a pigeon back to the Long Feng Palace to call for backup to come and pick you up. Does this sweet deal sound good to you? Hearing the tempting offer, the old man's eyes lit up as he retorted, You wet behind the ears brat, you said it yourself, don't cry when you regret it. Ling Xiao smirked disdainfully. A gentleman's word is a gentleman's word, feel free to call them. Killing this old fossil is nothing. I'll use this chance to pull them up by the roots and smash the Long Feng Palace so they learn their lesson once and for all. Once loosened, a lackey from his side frantically ran for his life, sprinting back to cry to the palace master. Palace master, we're doomed. Elder Li Mu and over 1,000 brothers of the Jiao Long battle squad were captured like stray dogs. Upon receiving the bad news, the master of the Long Feng Palace was so enraged that he fumed and spat in fury. How can something this ridiculous even happen? Which suicidal fool has the guts to stroke the tiger's beard, openly causing trouble and laying hands on our Long Feng Palace's people? Subordinate kneeling on the floor hurriedly reported the background, stating that the brat hailed from the small Dongtang dynasty. The surrounding elders immediately whispered among themselves, How strange, isn't that backward Dongtang just a tiny dynasty right next to the Lai Yang sect? Where did those mere ants get such heaven-defying courage? Unless the Lai Yang sect is pulling the strings behind the scenes. But that's impossible. How could the petty martial arts of the Lai Yang sect ever compete with our Jiao Long battle squad? Who knows, maybe some hidden factions are secretly digging a pit for us to jump into. Li Mu and his men are no amateurs. Catching a half-dead phoenix should have been a piece of cake. Or did the soldiers of the Feng clan swarm in and ambush them? Are you crazy? The roots of the Feng clan were completely eradicated ages ago. The way I see it, maybe old Li Mu is just being paranoid and jumping at shadows. Sitting imposingly on his throne, the palace master slammed the table loudly to silence the commotion. Shut your mouths. Stop making useless wild guesses. The most urgent matter right now is to get off our asses and send reinforcements. Let the leaders of the Jiaolong battle squad handle the mess they and Li Mu created. I will dispatch 2 more king elders to accompany them as muscle. Even if you have to dig up the earth, you must drag that brat back here for me. The flock of elders prostrating below hastily clasped their hands and bowed low to accept the order, even though their insides were tied in knots. As you command, Palace Master. The Palace Master's stomach was also doing flips by now. He calculated in his head that the mission to capture the Phoenix was originally a decree passed down by Lord Ancient Saint. No matter what, this botched job had to be reported to him so he could grasp the situation. Deep inside a nearby stone cave, a sound-transmitting spirit stone suddenly flashed continuously to download the breaking news that had just been sent. Gudaio, who was huddling deep in a dark corner, immediately picked up the urgent secret report transmitted from the Palace Master. What the hell is going on? An inescapable net was cast to catch Bingyi, yet they still managed to poke a hole in it. Back on this side, Ling Xiao was still as leisurely as taking a stroll, completely crushing the battered squad of the Long Feng Palace. I already showed mercy by giving you time, so why have I been craning my neck waiting and still haven't seen anyone come to collect your corpse? Although old Li Mu was being stomped flat, his mouth was still very stubborn. Stop being so arrogant, the Palace Master will definitely ship over experts to fish us out. If you kneel down, cry, and surrender right now, you might just keep your dog life, otherwise, you better prepare a coffin. Ling Xiao found it so jarring to his ears that his blood boiled. He stepped forward and slapped him so hard he saw stars. Who gave you permission to bark before I ordered you to, you worse-than-beast trash? Right at that moment, the heavy footsteps of the rescue team echoed over like a festival crowd. Catching the sound, Ling Xiao leisurely turned his head to watch the show. Oh my, has the ordered package finally been delivered? The lineup of Wang Realm experts dispatched by the Palace Master simultaneously materialized, their faces all brimming with murderous intent. Which one of you is named Ling Xiao? If you know what's good for you, drag your carcass out here to face me. Seeing the rescue team appear, Li Mu cried tears of joy, laughing uproariously as if he had hit the jackpot. Ha! The commander personally took action. This time we're saved from disaster. Our commander's fists are #1 in the world. He alone is enough to smash them to a pulp. Later, I have to keep my eyes wide open to watch them grovel and lick our boots begging for mercy. Only then will I be satisfied. Ling Xiao kept his hands clasped behind his back, standing perfectly straight facing the group. Is this face-to-the-sky arrogance the attitude the Long Feng Palace brings when rescuing people? If you want to fish someone out, you better drag your faces down here for me. The commander glared wide-eyed at Ling Xiao, thrusting his chin out and shouting, "What kind of nobody are you to dare talk big here?" Ling Xiao immediately tilted his face toward the sky, dropping an arrogant line that infuriated his opponent. Your granddaddy here is exactly Ling Xiao, the great-grandfather of your whole gang. Upon hearing that name, the commanders nearly coughed up blood in anger, unleashing a heavy oppressive pressure. You are Ling Xiao? Excellent. Then let me ask you, on what grounds do you dare kidnap people from the Long Feng Palace? If you don't spit out a reasonable excuse today, don't even think about leaving in peace. Vomit the people out now, otherwise, don't blame us for playing dirty. Ling Xiao snapped his head to the side, indifferently tossing a line to Fei Ying. One look at your faces, and I know you have absolutely no sincerity in saving anyone. Fei Ying, I'll let you handle the rest of the trash-sweeping dance. Treated like thin air by Ling Xiao, the commander was so furious his facial muscles twitched, waving his hand to unleash a ferocious surge of power. You little brat, trying to tuck your tail and run before coughing up the people, you are digging your own grave. Fei Ying didn't bother saying much, shooting forward like an arrow to block the attack. Whoever dares to be insolent to my young master, I'll send you all to see the king of hell. Seeing Fei Ying charge right into striking distance, the commander still stubbornly rushed forward blindly, exhausting his lifelong strength to defend himself. Unfortunately, Fei Ying's 1,000-pound punch landed dead-on, putting him into thermal shock and making him feel a numbing sensation running from head to toe. Seeing Zhen Ziu being completely thrashed, the 2 accompanying guys immediately jumped in to gang up on her. daring to act arrogant and preach right on the turf of the Long Feng Palace. It's high time you light some incense and call your ancestors to pick you up." Fei Ying immediately waved her hand, calling her underlings forward to crush them with sheer numbers. "Brothers, grab every single one of this bunch alive for me." Smelling danger from the crowd, the three commanders hastily huddled closely together, erecting a solid turtle-shell defense. Ling Xiao's entire army under his command took turns firing skills like hail, smashing the opponent's defensive shell until it trembled like a wet dog. The devastating waves of energy kept raining down, locking the prey tightly into a cage with no possible escape. Ling Xiao stood in a corner with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the drama extremely leisurely. I wondered what they were, but they're just a few small fry Wang realm nobodies, not even worth my effort. Ling Xiao smirked triumphantly when he saw his side crushing the opponents. The team sent by my aunt is simply impeccable. Squadrons of elite soldiers surged forward like a hurricane, fiercely pounding away in an attempt to drill through the protective wall of the Long Feng Palace commanders. Squeezed to the point of suffocation, the ones hiding in their shell began sweating bullets. Damn it all, with their sides swarming like locusts, we're about to drop dead. But even if we die, we just have to grit our teeth and hold on. After just a few fierce rounds of clashing, the turtle shell protection of that group finally cracked and shattered into pieces. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ling Xiao's soldiers took advantage of the momentum and charged forward to sweep the battlefield clean. In just the blink of an eye, the previously majestic and awe-inspiring commanders had been beaten until their faces were swollen, coughing up mouthfuls of blood continuously. Immediately after, the entire squad fanned out to weave an iron encirclement, deadlocking all escape routes and leaving the prey with nowhere to hide. Looking at this completely wrecked scene, Li Mu and the lackeys of the Jiaolong battle squad were so terrified their hearts shrank. It's over. Is it really over? If even the commanders got beaten to pulp like this life is pretty much thrown away. Ling Xiao strolled over unhurriedly, his face still smug all the way to the clouds. Standing close by, Fei Ying immediately gave a quick report on the 7th Realm soul refining. She stated that although those three guys carried the labels of Human King and Earth Emperor experts and had a bit of skill in their pockets, when clashing with the young master's main force, they could only tuck their tails and run. Back at the focal point in the Great Hall of the Long Feng Palace, a messenger panicked and stumbled in to report the bad news. Big trouble. The three kings have been smashed to pieces and tied up completely by Ling Xiao's people. This bombshell of news caused the flock of elders to panic, putting them all in an uproar. What the hell? The three kings actually fell from their horses. With the three kings being so tyrannical in skill, how could they be led by the nose so easily? This bunch daring to poke the fire ant nest of our Long Feng Palace must definitely be trying to extort us. My opinion is to ransom our people back first. Knowing their bones to dust later won't be too late. Vice Palace Master Luo slowly stood up to offer a plan to salvage the situation. Palace Master, please entrust me to go fish our people out. Their firepower is currently too intense. If we bash our heads against a rock now, we'll only bust our heads. It's best to endure and play along with their demands for now to see what happens. Hearing this, the palace master frowned and racked his brain. On one hand, he pitied the lives of his subordinates. On the other hand, he feared the sect losing face, so he kept hesitating like a chicken caught in its own hair, not daring to make a final call. After weighing it back and forth for a while, he let out a long sigh and reluctantly nodded to approve the vice palace master's plan. Go, our three kings must not lose a single hair. Having obtained the directive, the vice palace master immediately turned on her heel and glided swiftly out of the great hall. Speaking again of Ling Xiao's side, both Ling Long and Yao Wu scratched their heads and ears in confusion. Young master, why on earth don't you just slit their throats to save trouble instead of sitting here waiting for the Long Feng Palace's people to bring ransom money? Exactly, if we fight we should pull up the roots. Sending them all to the Western Paradise would wrap this up. Ling Xiao smirked wickedly, his eyes glancing far away. Slaughtering them would feel good right now, but it would ruin the big catch. The thing I want to swallow into my belly is the entire establishment of the Long Feng Palace. After hearing Ling Xiao's sky-high ambitions, both Yao Wu and Ling Long dropped their jaws in horror. The entire Long Feng Palace. Speak of the devil and the devil appears. A fiery phoenix was aggressively pulling a palanquin, zooming right toward them. The scorching pressure it gave off made him raise an eyebrow slightly, immediately straining his eyes to look. What kind of VIP guest is coming to pay a visit now? The vice palace master gracefully stepped down from the palanquin, her flowing robes fluttering elegantly as she walked straight to Ling Xiao to greet him. Catching sight of their lifesaver, Li Mu and the entire Jiaolong battle squad went crazy with joy. The Vice Palace Master has arrived. The Vice Palace Master personally showed up. We're saved, brothers. As soon as she approached Ling Xiao's group, Vice Palace Master Luo immediately pitched her voice sweetly. Excuse me, may I know which one is young Master Ling? Ling Xiao took a step forward, his face as cool as a cucumber. I am exactly Ling Xiao. Your Longfeng Palace brought a dozen people along but didn't show the slightest bit of sincerity. I hope you won't become another eyesore to me. Vice Palace Master Luo then bowed in a humble greeting. This time, on behalf of the Longfeng Palace, this little lady has brought a bellyful of sincerity here to beg to ransom our people's lives. No matter how bitter the conditions are, please feel free to name your price, young master. Watching their boss grovel in front of someone else, the three kings immediately hollered. Vice Palace Master, why must you grovel before that little brat? Just send him to see his ancestors with a single palm strike. Ling Xiao waved his hand, making a stop gesture. The price to fish them out is as light as a feather. First, you make this whole noisy bunch open their mouths and apologize to me. Second, I want to fully contract the ownership rights to your ancient battlefield. Eavesdropping nearby, Li Mu cursed furiously. I spit on you, standing in front of the Vice Palace Master, and you still dare to stick your snout up and bargain? This little brat really took a stupid pill. To extinguish the burning fire, Vice Palace Master Luo didn't say a word, waving her hand to gift Li Mu a face-turning slap. Then she glared and hissed, whoever doesn't drop to their knees and grovel in apology, I will personally tear them limb from limb. Eating that razor-sharp threat whole, both the Three Kings Club and Li Mu could only stare wide-eyed in stunned silence, their souls flying into the clouds. Seeing the big boss turn on gangster mode, the lackeys below immediately went weak in the knees, burying their faces in the dirt to beg Ling Xiao. Sorry, young Master Ling, we have eyes but are blind, we were wrong. Ling Xiao smirked smugly as he admired this scenic picture. If you knew you'd have to kneel sooner or later, wouldn't it have been better to stop acting like clowns from the very beginning? Next, Vice Palace Master Luo clumsily dug out the VIP ticket to the ancient battlefield from her pocket. Young Master Ling, this is the scratch card to unlock the ancient battlefield. With this in hand, you can freely swim and cultivate in there. Attached is the Longfeng token. Consider it a bonus gift for the sake of peace. In the future, if you have free time and need a favor, just bring yourself to find our Longfeng Palace. Ling Xiao snatched up the few jade tokens and then turned his back, preparing to slip away. Approved. You sure know how to do business reasonably, lady. You can just sweep up your pile of trash and take them back. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, shooting dagger-like glares at Li Mu. However, this old man dared to get handsy and injure my core person. Therefore, there's no need for him to go back. Let him stay here and smell the dirt. Hearing this, Li Mu jolted in shock, angrily springing up, pointing his finger and yelling, Ling Xiao, you thing that spits and licks it back up, how dare you go back on your word? Fei Ying morphed like a ghost in the wind, taking action to see the guest off in just a single beat. Daring to twist my young master's words, go down to the underworld and ask the king of hell. Facing that deafening storm of power, the three kings were so terrified their livers shrank. They stood still as wooden statues, not a single one daring to make a peep. Using that excuse, Vice Palace Master Luo scolded them thoroughly. Why are you still standing there with blank faces? Are you waiting for a feast? Drag your asses back to the Longfeng Palace right now. The moment the holy decree dropped, the three kings sprinted as fast as their legs could carry them, slipping away while sticking closely to the Vice Palace Master's tail. On their stormy journey back, their mouths babbled incessantly as they interrogated. Vice Palace Master, why did you have to cower before those little brats so much? The face of the Longfeng Palace has completely washed down the drain this time. Could it be that their skills are so tough that even you couldn't wring their necks? Vice Palace Master's face wrinkled with dread as she slightly craned her neck to look behind. I can take on tens of thousands of grunts, but it's a sure bet I can't withstand the murderous intent of that masked woman. The umbrella shielding Ling Xiao is absolutely not something ordinary. When we get home, I'll report from A to Z for the Palace Master to hear. This messy business is best cut off right here. You guys should stop dreaming about revenge for me. Drifting back to this side, Ling Xiao was also acting as a kind boss reminding his staff. Ling Long, this trip Xue Yan and Bingyi both took hits. Hurry up and carry them home to lie down and sip porridge to nurse their wounds. Fei Ying then sidled up close and shoved a spatial ring into Ling Xiao's hand, making him flinch slightly. "Young master, this is the spatial ring that your aunt forced me to press right into your hands at all costs. Keep it safe, there's a whole mountain of tools for cultivation inside. Your aunt instructed that once you've pumped yourself up enough, remember to drag your carcass over to find her." Ling Xiao gleefully snatched the ring and peeked inside. "Good heavens, it's all designer goods. My aunt is truly a hidden tycoon, she walks the talk." Standing around catching the breeze, Lai Su-rai suddenly got goosebumps, having a premonition that something bad was happening. He panicked and fumbled for the life token hidden carefully on his body to inspect it closely. The moment he saw the life token cracked in half, he turned pale with fright and screamed, "We're doomed! This is the name tag of my precious treasure. If it's smashed to bits like this, my darling daughter is definitely taking a beating somewhere." He immediately bolted, sprinting madly toward the sect. "Whoever ate a tiger's gall to dare touch my daughter, I swear I'll risk this old life to fight them to the bitter end." Seeing old Lai scrambling away as if chased by ghosts, Ling Xiao frowned in confusion. Fei Ying, standing nearby, immediately caught the wavelength and reported, "It seems his daughter just stepped on a nail." Hearing that, Ling Xiao widened his eyes in surprise. "This is tense, it looks like his house is catching a huge fire this time." Ling Xiao hurriedly sped off to chase old Lai's shadow. "Fei Ying, you cruise along with me too and see if there's any lively action." Old Lai flew like the wind and landed right at a stone cave close to the sect's flank. "This cave really reeks of my daughter, but why is the scent fading so fast?" At the very bottom of the dark cave, Lai Su-rai's beloved daughter was being imprisoned by Wei Junlang. Ignoring the girl's whining and crying, Wei Junlang was still frantically draining the life force from her like a madman. "Lai Yu, I am deeply grateful to you for dragging my rotting corpse into this training ground. Thanks to that, my crippled life managed to gasp for air. If you're going to act like a Buddha, go all the way. Offer up your battered body right here to help me transcend my tribulation." Right as he was channeling his inner energy to weave dark magic, a roar echoing from the cave entrance bounced in, scaring him so much he almost popped a blood vessel. Lai Su-rai dramatically barged right in like a ticking time bomb. "Get your dog claws off my daughter right now." The moment his feet touched the ground, old Lai immediately launched a super-massive kick, punting Wei Junlang's remnant soul so hard it stuck to the cave wall. The suffocating downward pressure made Junlang ache so sharply he could only howl out god-awful sounds. Seeing his precious nugget stuck tight within the dark magic encirclement, old Lai felt boundless heartache. "Are you chipped or dented anywhere?" From inside the encirclement, Lai Yu screamed in panic when she saw Wei Junlang clumsily crawling back up and aiming his barrel at her father. "Father, dodge it, that cockroach still refuses to die." At that exact moment, Wei Junlang boiled with rage and cursed his opponent's name. "Lai Su-rai, did you eat a tiger's gall to dare barge in and ruin my rice bowl?" He foamed at the mouth as he screamed, simultaneously draining his gas tank to channel all his strength into his hands. "You're really dying to go meet your maker, aren't you?" Having said that, he lunged forward, biting and tearing madly, and unleashed an extremely treacherous fatal blow aimed straight at old Lai's ribs. An evil flame erupted, roasting his flesh and skin, causing him gut-wrenching pain as he rolled onto the ground writhing. Just in time, Ling Xiao and Fei Ying also screeched to a halt right at the cave's mouth. Inhaling the heavy scent of gunpowder inside, Ling Xiao's face turned pale as he yelled, "This is bad, the house is truly burning and flushing the rats out in there." The two didn't hesitate, revving the throttle to max speed as they zoomed into the darkness hoping to pull old Lai away from death's door. Inside, Wei Junlang had successfully sent old Lai to heaven. "Daring to poke a stick in my wheel, this is just the bitter end you brought upon yourself." Lai Yu sat nearby, struggling to clutch her father's corpse, weeping like a broken dam. "Father, you absolutely cannot leave Yu alone like this." His front foot barely inside the cave, Ling Xiao got hot-blooded and cursed loudly at his enemy. "You beast, Wei Junlang." Catching that familiar booming voice, Wei Junlang jolted in sheer dumbfoundment when he saw Ling Xiao's mug appear. Ling Xiao also stared with frog eyes back at Wei Junlang. "How magical, aren't you already pushing up daisies?" Wei Junlang roared with delighted laughter. "For this happy event, I must thank Yu. She dragged my stinking corpse into this training ground. It's also thanks to scavenging a bit of the leftover Jin Wu remnant soul that I managed to cling to this crippled life through the days." Lai Yu clawed at her own guts, hugging her father's corpse and crying in utter remorse. "I am millions of times sorry. It's all because I was stupid. I was the one who brought disaster home and made father pay with his life. Fei Ying quickly stepped over and whispered to Ling Xiao, "Young master, Lai Su Rai has logged off." Catching that sentence, Ling Xiao's face instantly darkened, his eyes sharp as daggers piercing straight into the target ahead. Wei Junlang laughed obnoxiously as he bragged, "Ling Xiao, last time you beat me breathless, I swore a toxic oath to hack you to pieces. Who knew I'd hit the jackpot? Today you dragged your own carcass into the cage." This is the VIP Fire Cave area. The fire here is strong enough to roast any stubborn powerhouse alive. Today, I will dig your grave and bury you right on this spot. Fei Ying immediately stepped in front to clear the mess. Claiming you'll send my young master off, you truly are a blind fool who doesn't know how high the sky is or how thick the earth is. Wei Junlang, feeling bitter, fanned his hand to pull out a massive blazing fire reeking of murderous intent. Let your grandpa here see exactly which one of us is the empty barrel making the most noise. With a flick of her fingers, Fei Ying shattered the enemy's attack. Can a despicable beast like you only flail around with a few petty cat tricks like this? After throwing cold water in the opponent's face, Fei Ying dashed forward as fast as a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the girl had circled behind Wei Junlang, thrusting a dazzling palm strike. You made me think this forbidden ground had something super scary to frighten people. Squeezed to the point of suffocation, Wei Junlang screamed like his house was on fire. How could this script happen? How could the Forbidden Ground's renowned Jin Wu flame be snuffed out as easily as blowing a candle? Fei Ying's 1,000-pound weight pounded straight into his remnant soul, making him evaporate without leaving a single speck of dust behind. Wei Junlang's corpse was smashed into bran amid his desperate screams under Fei Ying's horrifying beatdown. Lai Yu stood frozen on the side, witnessing with her own eyes the butcher who killed her father being blown away into blinding smoke. Ling Xiao slowly approached Lai Yu, offering words of comfort. "Stop tensing up, take a deep breath, the storm has completely passed." He reached out a hand to fish the girl out of her puddle of grief. "Now lift your skirt and follow me back to the Lai Yang sect." Ling Xiao gripped Lai Yu's hand tightly, pulling her to lean toward him. "Time to rest, let's go home together." The screen shifted to the Lai Yang sect base, situated right next door to the Dong Tang dynasty. At that exact moment, old Lai Su Rai's life token suddenly cracked and shattered into tiny fragments. This earth-shattering event made the flock of sect elders panic and run around in chaos. Well, the movie is over, the big boss's life token is mashed like paste. How could this horrific script play out? Don't tell me our sect master really went to meet his ancestors. Right at that time, Lai Yu dragged herself in from the door, tears streaming down her face. "Elders, my father." He really closed his eyes and let go. The entire hall fell backward upon hearing this, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. You absolutely must not joke around with these life-and-death matters. Sect Master Lai is still eating full and sleeping soundly. How can he just leave so quickly like that?" Lai Yu collapsed to her knees on the floor, sobbing in agonizing spurts. "My father suffered this disaster because he risked his life to fish me out. I am truly 1,000,000 times guilty toward the sect." Once the source of the tragedy was clear, the entire lineup of elders and disciples squeezed their foreheads and groaned. How the hell did it end up this miserable? The sect master has passed away. How is this Lai Yang sect any different from a bunch of headless snakes? This is a huge mess. We have to hurriedly draw lots to pick a new sect master to take the helm of everything. Midst the chaos, an old man stroking his beard stepped forward to offer a plan. "You is the only flesh and blood of the late sect master. I propose we just carry the girl straight into the hot seat. What do you brothers think of this move?" Lai Yu waved her hands and shook her head rapidly upon hearing this. "No way, 1,000 times no. I can't shoulder this oversized shirt. I know myself that I am still too green and tender. My martial arts are just like showing off an axe before a master carpenter." Ling Xiao stepped closer to inject some heart-supporting medicine into her. "Pump some confidence into yourself. I bet 10 to 1 that you have more than enough strength to steer this ship. This time I will personally pad the cushion so you can sit super comfortably in the sect master's chair of the Lai Yang sect." The council of elders around them also eagerly chimed in to pump her up. You can definitely do it. A tiger father doesn't sire a dog child. You will carry this heavy burden one way or another." Getting her faith buffed straight to the roof, lowered her face, racking her brain to calculate the decision. Moment later, she snapped her head up and sealed the deal. "If you all force me, then I beg your pardon to accept it right now. Young Master Ling, I thank you 1,000 times over. I swear I will sell my life to carry on my father's sect lineage." Ling Xiao chuckled, nodding, and extended his hand forward to welcome the intent. "Just keep your heart in your belly. I swear I will carry you to level up in a flash. In just the blink of an eye, you'll be calling the wind and summoning the rain, becoming the most powerful final boss in this Guizhou region. Do you dare to place a bet on me? But before sprouting wings, we have to grind over your mortal body and upgrade your spirit root first. I wonder if there's any sweet cultivation spot in this Lai Yang sect." An old man immediately waddled up to show off his wealth. "Young Master Ling, in our house we have a hidden tempering pool left behind by the first-generation ancestor. That place is fundamentally a top-tier spirit vein mine bestowed by nature." Catching the wave immediately, Yu grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and dragged him out of the main hall. "I have the exact coordinates of that place. Let's pick up our butts and go right now." The camera shifted immediately to the tempering pool site, a spirit vein mine rooted in a hidden corner of the sect. Yu quickly narrated the background of the spirit vein pit. "This cultivation pit is originally a natural goodie that my ancestor dug into. After that, we built an extra array around it to suck in spirit energy. We pickled it for years just to condense this pond of holy water." Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, scanning the area before nodding and delivering his verdict. "This pond really knows how to ride the trend of combining with nature. The feng shui here is super smooth, plus the supporting array makes cultivating here a piece of cake. The only catch was, the level of this spirit-sucking array was way too trashy." Yu looked up at Ling Xiao with O-shaped eyes and an A-shaped mouth. "Young Master Ling is so versatile, you even know this array drawing stuff." A flock of elders standing on the sidelines hastily offered their advice. "Young Master Ling, this array trickery is as tangled as chive soup. It's a huge headache. You shouldn't dive headfirst into it and give yourself unnecessary trouble." Ling Xiao and Yu immediately turned their heads in question. "So you elders are going to press the start button for this array yourselves?" A fossil-like old man stepped closer to explain. "This array is the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors who spent countless generations building it. It has already hit the 8-star mark. Why did it turn into scrap metal in your mouth?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly, looking at the senile old men. "It carries the title of an 8-star product, but in reality, it's torn up everywhere with massive loopholes. I can absolutely step in and upgrade this junk for you guys for once." The elder's face turned ashen as he grumpily lectured. "Young Master Ling, the array diagram is as deep as a well. A mortal with vulgar eyes can't possibly look at it with fly eyes. Stop bragging your head off here." Yu found it too jarring to her ears and immediately jumped in to fiercely defend him. "Elder, who gave you the right to use that tone to act arrogant with young Master Ling?" The village elder still refused to let it go, grumbling and arguing. "Sect Master, this stuff is really tricky. It's not like the illusions you two have. If he messes around and fixes it blindly, if this array misfires, we'll be eating dirt. By then, even if you cry to the heavens, nobody will be able to fix this pile of debt." Ling Xiao didn't bother having a battle of words, silently raising his hand to gather energy and execute his cultivation method. "The level of this 8-star product is quite fierce, I'll give you that. To you small fries, it's an expensive designer good, but to me, it's as cheap and ragged as a bunch of veggies in the market." Having tossed out his braggart line, Ling Xiao got to work resetting the entire system of the spirit vein mine. Just a moment later, a magnificent scene struck their eyes, making the flock of elders fall backward. "Wait a minute, what the hell is this ghostly phenomenon? Could this possibly be the saint-tier array text from the Red Book?" Another old man trembled like a wet dog, rubbing his eyes continuously. "How could this absurd thing sprout up here? Did young Master Ling just give birth to a saint-tier array with a single wave of his hand?" Ling Xiao still unhurriedly drew the final curves around the water pond. "Your grandpa here originally planned to bestow a bit of experience on you guys, but since you complained and whined, don't moan and blame me later." The moment the machine revved up, the tyrant-level spirit energy exploded in all directions. With just a snap of the fingers from deep beneath the earth's vein, an ancient jinn long broke out of its grave, twisting, soaring, and roaring, shaking the entire sky. This suffocating pressure scared the flock of Lai Yang sect elders so badly their hearts almost dropped out. Absolutely terrifying. Living to this age, I've never seen such a ferocious monster. What corner did this demonic array path originate from? Yu watched this scene with her eyes rolling back. Young Master Ling is actually this well-versed in talisman drawing. This has truly crossed the limits of human imagination. Ling Xiao smiled with satisfaction, waving his hands to shoo them away like flies. It's all done. I'm busy shedding my skin. You old guys buzz off and play somewhere else. The elders obediently bowed their backs and dimmed their headlights. Understood, young Master Ling. We were practically blind just now. We hope young Master Ling will raise his hand high, but strike softly and not stoop to our level. Liu blinked and asked Ling Xiao tentatively, Young Master Ling, are we going into secluded cultivation to grind right in this pit? Ling Xiao eagerly grabbed Liu's hand and pulled her forward. Mom's home cooking spot on, right at this landing zone. The two hurriedly waded into the spirit stream to kick off the body tempering performance. Ling Xiao plopped his butt down and sat in the lotus position in the middle of the stream, his face as stern as a proctor giving instructions. Sit tight, I'm going to knead and mold your framework over. Saying that, Ling Xiao poked his finger lightly into the girl's forehead. A tornado of power was stuffed inside, making Yu feel a flesh-tearing pain, her body convulsing wildly and continuously as she let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the cave. Ling Xiao took out his space ring and calculated. In this vault my aunt entrusted to me, there is a whole bunch of pills and cultivation gear. It's the perfect time to bring them out and use them. He quickly grabbed a violently glowing red pill. Once I digest this candy, my 8 desolates holy body will be upgraded once again. He immediately tossed it into his mouth, absorbing and draining its spiritual energy to pump more power into his 8 desolates holy body. A fierce surge of internal energy slammed into him, causing Ling Xiao excruciating pain. Why is this pill so full of violence? From the bottom of his primordial energy sea, the blurry shadow of the ancient beast Ningzheng began to surface, exhaling waves of wild energy that fiercely erupted from Ling Xiao's body. As soon as it appeared, the wild beast Ningzheng roared and cursed. A mere mortal dares to be so delusional as to swallow my body. Ling Xiao flinched and stepped back to observe the monster, thinking to himself, catching Xue Yan and Gu Dao was already a huge jackpot. Who would have thought my aunt would throw in such a bloody heavy burden? The vicious beast Ning Zheng roared loud enough to shatter the surroundings, opening its jaws and pouncing straight at Ling Xiao. Time to pick your bones, human brat. Taking in this terrifying sight, Liu frantically cried out, Young Master Ling, watch out. Facing the extreme ferocity of the beast Ning Zheng, Ling Xiao hurriedly activated his protective true qi to fiercely defend himself. He exhausted all his strength to push his surging magical power. My Hu Yuan holy body has already swallowed 2 great fierce beasts whole. Having you as an extra dessert is nothing. In a flash, Ling Xiao's body completely absorbed and neatly digested the vicious beast Ning Zheng right down to the marrow. The moment the fusion process ended, the power within him exploded violently, and his cultivation realm skyrocketed straight to the 3rd layer of the Hu Yuan realm. Liu, standing not too far away, was also pressed out of breath by the heavy spiritual pressure. Young Master Ling's internal energy is truly terrifying. I can barely hold it in. It seems I've caught a free ride to a breakthrough this time. The massive suppressive power made Liu's body feel like it was being crushed, and she screamed miserably in pain. By this time, Ningzheng's body had completely and obediently merged into his brand new holy body. This unique phenomenon immediately triggered a roaring earthquake that shook the entire Lai Yang sect. The disciples and the old elders were startled, frantically running out to see what was going on. Look at that. What the hell is that phenomenon? It seems to be coming from the spirit quenching pool. Don't tell me our new sect master has leveled up. Having just stepped into a new realm, Liu went weak in the knees and fell right into Ling Xiao's arms. Are you all right? Liu's face flushed red as she shyly looked up at Ling Xiao and explained, I'm perfectly fine. Earlier the aura overflowing from your meridians casually cleansed my marrow. Thanks to that my cultivation leaped to the void core realm. It's just that my body hasn't adapted, yet so I feel a bit weak. Ling Xiao quickly interrupted her. Just be a good girl and soak in this spirit spring to continue your cultivation. I guarantee you'll solidify your void core realm in no time. Right at that critical moment, Hu Taisui, Zui Ling Long, and a group of demon tiger subordinates arrived sweating profusely, roaring in joy, Young Master, the heavens have eyes, we finally caught you. Ling Xiao blinked in surprise at their appearance, raising an eyebrow and asking, Taisui, Ling Long, you two came here together. Before their feet even touched the ground, both of them immediately reported the situation. Young Master, there's a huge event. The top-ranking battle on the Dragon Phoenix board has begun. The 10 longest survivors will represent Gui Province and proudly march into Yan Province. Those people will throw themselves into fighting for opportunities against monster-level geniuses from all over, young Master Ling. The rewards from the Dragon Phoenix board are incredibly juicy. Rumors in the martial world say this time a bunch of Holy Realm spirits will drop. Whoever gets a piece of that will have their path to the Holy Realm paved with roses. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, secretly calculating in his mind, I absolutely cannot miss this mission to climb the Dragon Phoenix board. There's no doubt that place is hoarding treasures that can help me level up. Muttering his calculations for a few seconds, Ling Xiao made his decision with a firm gaze. If the bait is that good, then I have no choice but to pack my bags and go. Hu Tai Sui, quickly prepare the luggage. We will set sail tomorrow at dawn. Hu Tai Sui turned around, patting his chest and introducing the brothers standing behind him. Young Master, these subordinates are all top-tier picks from the Demon Tiger clan that I brought back from the ancient battlefield. They are all willing to sell their lives to serve you. Ling Xiao nodded his head, his face showing satisfaction. Oh, so they are brothers from the Demon Tiger clan. Talk about finding a pillow when you're sleepy. I was just craving a group of alien race bodyguards. They look quite decent. Ling Xiao cast a glance at Hu Tai Sui and finalized, Hu Tai Sui, from now on I give you full authority to train this army. Ling Xiao waved his hand and added, once that's settled, everyone quickly disperse and pack up to leave tomorrow. I have to go invite Fei Ying to accompany us on this trip. With a swish, Fei Ying's figure abruptly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and bowed, Young Master, my time wandering outside of Yan Province has expired. Now I am forced to pack my bags and return home. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Are you kidding me? The seat isn't even warm yet and you want to leave. Fei Ying smiled gently and replied smoothly, I received orders to come down here for business. Now that the mission is complete, I must quickly trek back to Yan Province to report the results to your aunt. I bet 10 parts of my faith that with the young master's abilities, you have more than enough strength to crawl your way to Yan Province. I will plant my roots there and wait for you. Ling Xiao chuckled and nodded. All right then, see you again in that faraway land. After finishing his farewell, Fei Ying evaporated from Gui Province in a flash. Farewell, young master. Ling Xiao looked up at the distant sky, his eyes shining with excitement. Yan Province, huh? This young master has already pinned this name in my head. In the blink of an eye, the moon set, and the sun rose. The next morning at dawn, the entire Demon Tiger Syndicate marched with thundering footsteps straight toward the Dragon Phoenix board arena. Ling Xiao sprawled lazily in the carriage, casually instructing, the Dragon Phoenix board ranking tournament is right around the corner. I hope all the brothers here can snatch the gold board and return home in glory. He fumbled around and pulled out some enlightenment tea leaves he had kept safely for ages. I stashed a bit of this enlightenment tea. This good stuff will definitely pump a lot of strength into you guys. Lai Yuer's eyes widened, her mouth agape in shock as she stammered, is that really enlightenment tea? This kind of treasure that only drops once in 1,000 years. How did brother Ling Xiao pick up a whole bunch of it like vegetables in the market? Right at this moment, a convoy of carriages revved up and dashed in from out of nowhere, accompanied by an ear-piercing shout. Get out of the way. The entire fleet, branded with the Wu Shuang sect logo, aggressively bulldozed straight toward Ling Xiao's carriage. The Demon Tiger bodyguards yanked their reins, commanding their tiger mounts to let out an earth-shattering roar to brake suddenly, avoiding a disastrous collision. The heaven-shaking and earth-shattering roars scared the souls out of the Wu Shuang sect's draft horses, causing them to panic and thrash about wildly. The terrifying aftershock flipped their carriage's belly up on the road, and the unlucky horses were so frightened they snapped their reins and bolted for their lives. Ling Xiao, who was lying comfortably, noticed it was as noisy as a market outside, irritably pulling back the curtain and poking his head out. What's with all the racket? An arrogant-looking disciple of the Wu Shuang sect jumped out and cursed wildly. Who is tired of living and dares to block the path of our Wu Shuang sect? Roll out here and kowtow to apologize right now. Hu Tai Sui was no pushover, immediately stepping up and shouting back, you drove your carriages like a bunch of blind fools and almost crashed into us. Yet you still have the thick skin to demand an apology from us. Speak such nonsense again, and I'll slap your teeth out. The lackeys hiding behind the guest elder started whispering, Guest elder, these nobodies seem to be from the Lai Yang sect. A trashy sect dares to pull the whiskers of our Wu Shuang sect. They truly ate bare hearts and leopard gallbladders. The guest elder found this pleasing to the ear, his face tilting even higher toward the sky as he yelled, "I will grant you all one last chance to bow your heads and apologize. Otherwise, don't blame your grandpa here for chopping you to pieces." Hu Tai Sui was furious, scolding right into the guest elder's face, "Apologize my foot. Our young master is merciful enough not to make you kneel and lick his shoes. That's already 3 lifetimes of fortune for you, yet you stand there acting like a clown." Cursed so hard he couldn't even save face. The guest elder trembled with rage, breathing fire. "You want to go see the king of hell, huh, brothers? Charge in and make mincemeat out of all of them for me." Hu Tai Sui's fighting spirit boiled over, gathering his strength and taking a stance to face the enemy. "If you got the guts, then come on in. Today I will give you Wu Shuang's sect punks a free lesson on what a real festival looks like." Hu Tai Sui unleashed a rapid barrage of lightning-coated punches that tore through the wind, every single hit landing perfectly on their faces, beating those small fries black and blue in a single note. Seeing his underlings knocked out cold, the guest elder snorted coldly, gathering a towering aura and mocking, "Is that all the flailing you can do? It seems your grandpa here has to personally take action to kick you down to the underworld." Seeing the opponent radiating killing intent, Hu Tai Sui didn't care one bit, charging straight ahead to meet him. In a flash, he was right in the guest elder's face, slamming down a heaven-shattering critical strike. "I'm actually curious what exactly you're going to pull out to finish me off." Smelling the danger from this brutally raw internal energy, the guest elder turned pale, crying out internally, "How is this guy's strength so absurdly monstrous?" The sparking fist landed with pinpoint accuracy, sinking deep into the center of the unlucky guest elder's chest. The terrifying force sent him flying like a kite with a broken string, his facial features scrunched up from bone-piercing pain, and blood spewed from his mouth like rain. The lackeys panicked and swarmed over to help their boss up, asking with twisted expressions, "Elder, are you still all right?" Getting utterly humiliated in front of his underlings, the guest elder went mad from shame, roaring, "You bastard! I swear I'll peel his skin and pull his tendons." At that exact moment, a man emerged from nowhere and shouted loudly to stop him. "Drop this circus act right now. You've been slapped out of all your dignity, and you're still not tired of it. Drag yourself back here right now." Hearing the big boss's voice, the guest elder quickly shrank his neck and bowed, scuttling back obediently without daring to utter a single word. After scolding them, the man turned his back and ducked right into the carriage, giving the order to continue smoothly on their journey. Inside the carriage cabin, a bald old man who was meditating faintly opened his eyes and reported, "Young master, among the people out there is a guy named Ling Xiao. His talisman aptitude seems to be on a monster's level." The young master heard this clearly, his face immediately hardening with curiosity. "If that's the case, it's a 10 out of 10 guarantee he has Dao platform talismans stashed on him. Just wait until we land in Heaven Burial City and regroup with the Dan sect faction. I will personally hunt down that Ling Xiao and see for myself." Hu Tai Sui dusted off his hands after taking out the trash and eagerly ran back to report, "Young master, those Wu Shuang sect punks have been kicked to oblivion by me. The carriage can roll again." Ling Xiao smiled and nodded in praise, "Excellent work. Just step on the gas to Heaven Burial City first." After a long and exhausting journey on the road, the whole team finally made it to Heaven Burial City. The desolate and deserted scenery here released a gloomy killing intent that sent shivers down the spine. Liu trotted happily by his side, pointing eagerly, "Young Master Ling, the resort estate of our Lai Yang sect here in Heaven Burial City is right this way." Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he peered at the gate. "Then what are we waiting for? Brothers, let's charge in." The massive gate of the manor was immediately pushed wide open with absolute decisiveness. But life is not a dream. What hit their retinas straight on was a bunch of rugged bandits staring out with bug-eyed expressions. The arrogant boss stepped out, tilting his chin up and shouting loudly, "Who are you people? Did you eat tiger galls to dare come here and smash the door, disturbing the precious sleep of our demon-subduing gang?" Seeing her home blatantly robbed, Liu went into a furious rage and scolded, "Shut your mouth. This clearly has the Lai Yang sect's name on the deed. On what grounds do you dare break the door down and occupy our house?" An elder who guarded the house dragged his bruised and battered body out, crying buckets of tears and wailing, "Sect master, our home has been stripped clean by the demon-subduing gang. It's my fault for being so useless and failing to guard the doors." Liu felt her heart ache and ran over to lift him up, choking back sobs as she comforted him. "Elder, The fault is mine, causing you to suffer such an unjust beating." The leader of the demon-subduing gang pushed his luck, puffing out his chest and glaring aggressively. "If you already know this den has changed owners, then be smart. Tuck your tails and get out of my sight." Ling Xiao's hot blood rushed to his brain, shooting forward like an arrow and delivering a face-crushing punch right into him. "You bastard, do you think the people of the Lai Yang sect are straw scarecrows for you to pluck feathers from?" The leader clutched his swollen face, rolling his eyes back in resentment at Ling Xiao and howling, You dare slap me." Ling Xiao didn't say much, casually kicking him again and sending him flying into the wall, sneering as he dropped the words, "Who dies if I hit you? If you got the guts, then drag your body over here and fight to the death." The gang of underlings saw their big bro get kicked like a ball and froze for 5 seconds, then frantically swarmed over to help him crawl up. The next second, their eyes turned bloodshot, carrying swords and sabers as they hacked madly toward Ling Xiao while screaming, "Chop their skulls to pieces. You dare pull the whiskers of our demon-subduing gang." Mince him up facing the wave of incoming attacks, Ling Xiao leisurely drew his sword, smirking disdainfully. "A bunch of trash trying to show off. Today your grandpa here will open a class to reteach you some morals." Ling Xiao turned into a blurry shadow, executing the 5 dragons' holy sword art to unleash an earth-shattering strike that swept away all obstacles. The domineering aura of the golden dragon exploded, blowing away the entire demon-subduing gang like a hurricane sweeping up trash, leaving not a single one behind. Seeing his underlings fall like wheat, the leader of the demon-subduing gang lost his soul to the clouds, stammering incoherently, "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" A tick later, Ling Xiao had locked onto him like a target practice dummy, lunging straight at his vital spots to deliver a soul-sending blow. With just a single razor-sharp move, he instantly logged him out of the earth, trampling the people of the Lai Yang sect. This is the red-stamped invoice you must personally pay." Enjoying Ling Xiao's visually satisfying slaughter, Lai Yu and the disciples shuddered without being cold. In the blink of an eye, young Master Ling cleared the entire battlefield. He's truly so strong it could scare someone into a heart attack. Ling Xiao dusted off his hands and beckoned Hu Tai Sui over with instructions. "Hu Tai Sui, take some men to hose down and clean up this garbage dump, make it spotless and fresh." Yu slowly edged closer to Ling Xiao in curiosity. "Young master, we're still stuck with half a month before we reach Heaven Burial City. What's your plan for the next schedule? I heard through the grapevine that whenever the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion opens up, those Heavens Chosen will definitely hold bragging and preaching sessions. The top-tier folks of the Dragon Phoenix Palace will also bring out their premium goods for auction. How about we brothers take a stroll over there to wash our eyes a bit?" Ling Xiao immediately shook his head vigorously in refusal. He then scanned Lai Yu from head to toe, while the girl just awkwardly twisted and turned in shyness. He dropped a sentence that made Yu jump in shock. "Fess up now, you dragging me along to sit on the sidelines is just to borrow the Lai Yang sect's name to pull some trick, isn't it?" Yu fidgeted and crumpled her clothes, explaining awkwardly, "The news of my father logging out has spread everywhere. Now everyone in the world thinks the Lai Yang sect is a soft persimmon easy to squeeze. I was planning to tempt young Master Ling to show your face and flex some muscles to rattle their cages a bit." Ling Xiao smiled, reaching out and patting Lai Yu heavily on the shoulder to soothe her. He lowered his voice and advised her gently, "Let me tell you a secret. With your current strength, you have more than enough power to direct and act in your own play against those lackeys out there. I still have a few stacks of high-level talismans to spare here. Keep them on you for backup. Go use your own fists to smack them in the face. Let them know the Lai Yang sect is not a marketplace where anyone can just come and go as they please." Xue Yan naturally popped her head out from the room. "Brother Ling Xiao, it's my first time on the streets, so I have too much free time on my hands. Can I tag along behind her?" Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Xue Yan with deep concern. "Xue Yan, your HP bar isn't even full yet." Xue Yan immediately jumped up in protest. "My tiny scratch evaporated ages ago. Don't overreact like that." Ling Xiao found her words convincing and let out an easygoing laugh. "All right, approved. You two grab your skirts and drag each other out for a stroll." Xue Yan happily pulled Lai Yu's arm and took a big stride. "Hurry up. Let sisters go out there and catch some gossip." The camera panned straight to the Holy Imperial Court perched over in Yan Province. Striking the eyes was the magnificent and grand mansion of Ling Xiao's aunt. Fei Ying bowed deeply and obediently cupped his hands. Master, all the young master's troubles have been wiped clean. He has stepped into the Dragon Phoenix arena. No matter what, he will land in Yan province in half a month or so. Ling Xiao's face darkened with thick killing intent. That ragged Dragon Phoenix palace dares to climb on my nephew's head. Do they think just because they cower in there no one can catch their tails? If not out of consideration to leave them as punching bags for my nephew's training, I would have smashed them into mush long ago. Oh, by the way, him wandering around all alone makes my stomach uneasy. Did you plant anyone behind to act as bodyguards? Fei Ying sweated profusely and hurriedly reported, "Please examine this, master. Out of fear of causing a big scene, your subordinate only dared to toss down 100 dragon generals to secretly tail and protect him." Ling Xiao shot a sharp glance at the corner of the room and clicked her tongue. 100 dragon generals is barely acceptable. From this moment on, you prick up your ears and listen to the situation in Gui province for me. If the Dragon Phoenix Palace still dares to play dirty, then just mercilessly send their entire nest to see their ancestors. Fei Ying bowed low and gave a resounding hum. Understood, master. In another development, the Holy Prince's errand boy was bending over reporting, Holy Prince, that hag Ling Xiao making a fuss all boils down to protecting her precious nephew. How do you figure we should set up our next move? The Holy Prince smirked with a cunning smile, issuing a cold order. You immediately find assassins to reap that Ling Xiao's life for me. His underlings sweated bullets and hurriedly tried to stop him. Holy Prince, please reconsider. If this dirty and cowardly plot is exposed, the consequences will be extremely bitter. But the Holy Prince remained entirely stubborn, pointing his finger and scolding directly, Tofu brains, don't you know how to borrow a knife to kill someone? Toss this bomb to the Dragon Phoenix Palace to handle. Why the hell should we dirty our own hands with blood? Catching his boss's brainwave, the subordinate immediately curled his lips into a despicable smile. This lowly one has fully understood your brilliant plan. Back in the main hall, Ling Xiao had just finished grinding out a long sleep and stretched his body with cracking sounds. Once the battery is fully charged, life looks so much brighter. Suddenly, Zui Ling Long barged straight in from the door panting heavily. Young master, the house is practically on fire. Young master, you see, earlier I was strolling the market in Heaven Burial City and saw it was packed with customers. So I dragged the brothers from the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce out to lay down a tarp and sell pills and weapons. Who would have thought another group would come and smash our rice bowl? Hearing this, Ling Xiao's blood boiled to his brain. Who is bold enough to dare come kick over our family's rice pot? Zui Ling Long snorted coldly in frustration. It's those Wu Shuang sect punks. Ling Xiao's face darkened and radiated killing intent, grinding his teeth. It's that nuisance Wu Shuang sect again. It seems those slaps to the face the other day weren't strong enough to knock sense into them. He kicked the door open and stomped out. Let's go. We brothers are carrying our tools out there to clean up this mess. Outside the stall of the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce, a bunch of jumpy Wu Shuang sect thugs ganged up and bullied. You merchants, pack up your stuff and get out. This piece of land is protected by our Wu Shuang sect. Bullied too far, the old merchant swallowed his anger and argued back. You Wu Shuang sect people are abusing your power to oppress others too much, which rule clearly states that this is your land. Seeing the old man dare to talk back, the Wu Shuang sect disciple raised his leg and delivered a violent kick. Your whining gives me a headache. When your grandpa tells you to screw off, you better lift your legs and disappear immediately. After asserting dominance through violence, he tilted his chin up and stood in the middle of the market yelling, all you folks open your blind eyes and listen well. Whoever doesn't clear their stall today better not blame this hammer in my hand for having no eyes. Ling Xiao suddenly manifested like a ghost, standing right behind the perpetrator. If you have the guts, then bark out that sentence one more time for me to hear. Getting his whiskers pulled by a stranger, that guy jumped up in a furious rage. But before he could swing his arm, his shoulder was tightly locked by Ling Xiao and crushed to the bone, making him howl tragically in pain. Not finished with his turn, he gifted an extra critical kick that shattered the opponent's organs. An errand dog of the Wu Shuang sect dares to show its face in my street to roar. Do you think your life is too long? Seeing their boss knocked out face down, the lackeys lost all color in their faces and swarmed over to lift him up. Boss, are you missing any pieces? The red-haired guy clutched his vital spots and rolled around, grinding his teeth and glaring at Ling Xiao so hard his face burned. You little brat, who exactly are you to dare stick your snout into our business? Ling Xiao clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his chin and replying with a faint smile. Your grandpa here is Ling Xiao, the ultimate boss of the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce, so what, are you salty? As soon as he heard the name Ling Xiao, his legs trembled violently, hurriedly grabbing his pants and running for his life with his underlings. Ling Xiao, right. You just stand there and wait for me. Ling Xiao frowned in contempt at the rooted troops running with their tails between their legs, a bunch of cowards relying on their pack of dogs to bully the gentle, pathetic beyond words. Zui Ling Long only now trotted over to tip him off. Young master, the Wu Shuang sect also set up stalls selling pills and weapons in this corner. Having their rice bowls kicked over, they will definitely call their gang to come bite wildly again. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin with a sinister smile. Ah, so it's a fellow competitor in business. No wonder they were bold enough to wreck my shop. If they like playing standout so much, then I will play till they bleed out and kneel begging for mercy, scared totally off from ever showing their faces around here again. Zui Ling Long scratched her head in confusion. Young master, are you planning to carry a machete and level their shop? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, looking aristocratic. What's the point of killing and dirtying our hands for business competition? Just set up an arena to compare skills and settle it fair and square. Send people to hand out flyers all over the streets for me. Spread the news that anyone who needs weapons forged or pills refined from 7-star downwards, just bring one set of ingredients and I'll cover the whole package, strictly free of charge and only valid for today. I will slap their eyes wide open to see what true elite alchemy is. This hit has to sink the Wu Shuang sect straight to the bottom. Hearing her boss's decree, Zui Ling Long's brain calculated rapidly, excitedly lifting her skirt and running off to do the task. I get the gist now. I'll go paste the notices right away. About half an incense stick later, the banners of the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce were plastered all over the walls. Curious martial artists gathered around as crowded as a festival. A dozen mouths whispering and chatting at once. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Doing it completely for free, and they guarantee success with just one batch of ingredients. If they fail, they'll compensate 3 times over. Has this Ling Long Chamber of Commerce gone mad from hunger? Boasting this big, aren't they afraid of getting their skulls smashed? Even those monsters from the Wu Shuang sect wouldn't dare crow this loud. Did these guys eat tiger galls or something to brag so insanely hard? Right at this perfect timing, the young master of the Wu Shuang sect was leading his junior sister by the hand, strolling over to the bulletin board, the flyer smacking right in their faces. Junior sister Dan Zai Xiang, this brat Ling Xiao has publicly torn the ticket to slap our faces. What do you think? Dan Zai Xiang smirked in delight. A sweet deal. I've been getting moldy for a long time without finding a decent opponent. Dan Zai Xiang snapped her fingers and bloomed a deep purple strange fire, tilting her chin up and swaggering forward. Let me head over there and consult them to see where their level is at. She aggressively dashed straight in front of Ling Xiao to interrogate him. You are that alchemist from the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce putting on a show out there, right? Ling Xiao stroked his chin and casually replied, yes, so what? Do you want to hire me to cook some pills? Dan Zai Xiang sneered provocatively, pointing her finger to declare war. I am an alchemist of the Wu Shuang sect. How about the 2 of us step into the ring for a round of exchange? If you lose, you obediently act as my attendant for a day. If I lose, I will serve you tea and pour water for a day. How about it? Ling Xiao was laughing his guts out internally. The bait just threw itself into the trap. He waved his hand and locked in the bet. Let's roll. You can draw up the rules of the game however you like. Dan Zai Xiang set the rules with an arrogant attitude. Easy peasy. Any audience member down there who has a request can toss 1 batch of ingredients up here for each of us. We will cook for free on the spot. Whoever's furnace pops out the superior pill takes all the glory. Ling Xiao chuckled heartily and nodded to seal the deal immediately. Soon as the interesting bet opened, the gathering crowd enthusiastically dissected the situation. That kid is really tired of living. Dan Zai Xiang is the #1 fire-dancing superstar right now. Rubbing heat with her is just begging for humiliation. Totally right. This time the kid is guaranteed to taste steamed bran. Amidst the commotion, an extremely mysterious veiled woman popped out from a corner of the market, capturing every gaze around her. She leisurely dropped 2 sets of medicinal ingredients in front of Ling Xiao and Dan Zai Xiang. I happen to have 2 sets of ingredients for cooking 5-star realm-breaking pills. You 2 show me your refining talents. Dan Zai Xiang stared at the medicine bag with half belief and half doubt, frowning as she asked, You're risking your neck handing this stuff over to us. These 5-star goods are as precious as gold. If the pot burns, you'll lose both the bait and the line. The woman smiled cunningly, If you fail a pot, then you compensate me 3 pots. Isn't that massive signboard of the Grandmaster from the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce promising such credibility? Ling Xiao snatched the bag of medicinal ingredients, patting his chest with a thud and confirming, totally credible, the words I swear will definitely be fulfilled. Danzai Xiang narrowed her fox-like eyes, glaring at Ling Xiao as if she wanted to eat him alive. She dragged out her pill cauldron pots and pans, secretly cursing in her mind, what a crazy lunatic. She yanked the lid off, tossing the whole pile of ingredients inside. I'll keep my eyes wide open to see what kind of basket you're going to pull out to afford a 3-fold compensation. Ling Xiao didn't yield an inch either, hauling out his divine cauldron to stuff the ingredients in for cooking. Just keep your eyes peeled and admire it. Danzai Xiang resentfully channeled her true qi into the pill furnace, blowing up the flames to force the pills to cook faster. The commoners below inhaled the blast of hot air rising from her and gasped in admiration. Danzai Xiang truly lives up to her name as a 6-star alchemist. Her fire-dancing skills are absolutely top-notch. Shifting their eyes over to Ling Xiao, the whole crowd pointed and whispered again, "Hey, look at that grandpa representing the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce. Why is he standing there planted like a tree? He's probably so scared seeing her fire dancing that he died on his feet. Later, when he has to bend his back to pay 3 for 1, he'll probably go bankrupt." Zui Ling Long put her hands on her hips, tilting her face and cursing wildly, "You blind fools, later your eyes will pop out watching our young master feed her onions." A cup of tea later, Danzai Xiang pushed the firepower to incinerate the last bunch of leaves, paving the way for a dazzling pill emergence. The moment the lid flew off, a pill shone as brightly as a blinding headlight, confirming this product had reached absolute purity standards. The melon-eating crowd gaped and dropped their jaws. How terrifying is that? Danzai Xiang cooked it right on the first try. It only took 1 set of ingredients to forge a premium item. This level is truly monstrous. Fondling the piping hot pill, Danzai Xiang grinned with arrogance, bet closed. I've won a resounding victory. She raised the pill like a treasure, smirking sarcastically at Ling Xiao. How about it, honey? Is it time to crack open that clay pot of yours yet? Ling Xiao maintained his nonchalant, fly-like face, leisurely placing his hand on the lid of the divine cauldron. He smirked and lightly popped the lid, waving his hand and replying concisely, "Let's play then, who's scared?" The moment the lid cracked open, a nest of eye-blinding pills sprayed out sparkling light, accompanied by a sky full of anomalous phenomena crashing down with a roar. This sudden fireworks display slapped right into Danzai Xiang's face, leaving her dumbfounded, her chin dropping to her navel. What the hell is that? Are these legendary anomalous phenomena? The surrounding martial artists were shocked to their cores by Ling Xiao's magic trick, gasping loudly, "Oh mother, he hit the jackpot and forged anomalous phenomena. This batch of pills will definitely blow the roof off the rankings. Folks, peel your eyes wide and look. 1 furnace popped out a whole 3 pills." Ling Xiao wore a smug and cocky face, tossing the 3 pills that still gave off the scorching scent of anomalies to juggle in his hand. This young master's goods are also just in time to be served on the plate right here. He casually strolled over, dropping the 3 pills right into Danzai Xiang's palm. "Peel your own eyes open and inspect whose candy is more premium." Witnessing Ling Xiao's magical batch of pills with their own eyes, the crowd buzzed with chatter, spitting everywhere. Pills that drag down anomalous phenomena don't even need to be scrutinized. Look at how juicy and perfectly round those pills are. The smell is intoxicating. They're guaranteed to crush Danzai Xiang's pill straight to the bottom of the abyss. Danzai Xiang's eyes rolled white as she stared at Ling Xiao like an alien, stammering and trembling. "You? What kind of demon are you, and where did you come from?" Ling Xiao puffed out his chest and loudly crowed. "I don't change my name when walking, and I don't change my surname when crawling. I, Ling Xiao, am the hidden boss of the Ling Long Chamber of Commerce." Danzai Xiang's face twisted as she swallowed her bitterness to admit this humiliation. "I, Danzai Xiang, admit defeat today. Your goods truly bite mine to death." Seeing this, Ling Xiao clapped his hands to gently remind her. "The books are closed then. According to the betting rules, you should obediently carry a basket and run errands for me for a day." After hearing the debt collection, Danzai Xiang flushed bright red in extreme embarrassment, as awkward as a chicken tangled in hair, not knowing which crack to crawl into to escape the humiliation. Suddenly, the buff bodyguards behind her swarmed up like a broken beehive, pointing fingers and yelling, "What kind of rusty nail are you to dare make our 6-star furnace god carry your chamber pot? Your skin is itching for a scratch right. Dare to bark 1 more sentence, and will rip your mouth wide open right now. Ling Xiao put on a cheeky face, sniffing haughtily to welcome the fight. Oh, you want to stitch my mouth shut? If you got the guts, then step in here and try to tear it. Driven mad by Ling Xiao's mocking attitude, Danzai Xiang's guards collectively pulled out their hardware and aggressively charged up to surround and attack him. Looking at those punches showing off axes in front of a master carpenter, Ling Xiao leisurely twisted and dodged the attacks as if taking a stroll, his cold eyes glancing directly at the guy lunging forward. Gathering a violent surge of killing intent, Ling Xiao smirked maliciously. I plan to leave you all a path to live, but you just love sticking your heads into the trap. You really invited each other to the graveyard. Catching the frequency of Ling Xiao's brutally raw, oppressive aura, the guard who charged up first turned pale in the face, sweating bullets that poured down like rain. Grabbing him easily with just a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao gently slammed him headfirst straight into the ground, smashing him to a pulp. The accompanying lackeys were scared out of their wits, but their beaks still crowed very loudly. Bastard, you dare break ground on the head of our Wu Shuang sect. You little brat, today your grave will grow green grass. The whole gang immediately huddled together to patch up an array formation, pooling a massive wave of oppressive aura, intending to crush Ling Xiao into a pile of minced meat. They surrounded Ling Xiao like they were trapping a beast, roaring in shrill voices. Today not only will we take your life, but we will also drain your soul and melt it down. Facing the intimidating array formation that these small fries just drew up, Ling Xiao managed to pretend to be surprised for about 3 seconds. But in less than a blink of an eye, he was already grinning and mocking the flock of stupid lackeys. You bunch of frogs sitting at the bottom of a well actually dare to dance with array formations against me. Ling Xiao braced himself, condensing his true qi until it radiated brilliantly, ready to see which unlucky fool dared to poke the fire ant nest today. Gathering momentum, with a heavy stomp that cracked the earth, Ling Xiao shot up like a rocket to the top of the formation. He reached out and snatched the energy core right, while the underlings below were still struggling to gather their qi. Ling Xiao unleashed a devastating barrage of damage, tearing their formation to shreds. Seeing this destructive force, the mob of lackeys cried out for help in terror. It was over. This monster had just crushed their weapon-sealing array like a crispy rice cracker. A tornado born from the explosive force swept them away one by one, sending them flying into the horizon, while the whole gang squealed in agony like pigs being slaughtered. Ling Xiao landed gracefully like a god, dusting off his hands while exuding the domineering aura of an absolute master. Witnessing Ling Xiao's capabilities with his own eyes, Danzai Xiang broke out in a cold sweat from sheer terror. It was one thing for this guy to be a master pill concoctor, but now he was also an expert in formations. Just what kind of monstrous freak was he? Just then, Danzai Xiang's senior brother aggressively stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger. Ling Xiao, you ruthlessly murdered the disciples of the Wu Shuang sect. Do you not live in constant fear of the day you'll have to pay with your life? Seeing that Ling Xiao seemed curious about his background, he confidently thumped his chest and declared his name. I am Zai Feng, the noble young sect master of the Wu Shuang sect. Ling Xiao maintained his arrogant attitude, lazily raising a hand to ask, Oh, so the young sect master wants to settle a score with me? Zai Feng didn't beat around the bush either. Indeed, I want to compete, but absolutely not with crude physical violence. Finishing his sentence, he quickly pulled out his forging hammer to show off. What I intend to use to compete against you is the supreme art of weapon forging. Zai Feng tilted his chin up, looking at Ling Xiao with sheer arrogance. I know full well you aren't some divine being, so I'll make a special exception and let the folks from the Commerce Guild step up to help you. However, if you lose, you all better kneel and bow at my feet. Ling Xiao stood with his arms crossed, the corners of his lips curving into an incredibly amused and profound smirk. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed his beloved holy hammer to accept the challenge. Save your breath, I don't need anyone's help, I can crush you all by myself. Seeing Ling Xiao casually pull out that treasure, Zai Feng's eyes rolled back in shock as he stammered. Is that the legendary holy hammer? Zai Feng gripped his hammer tightly, trying to salvage the rules of the game. The core of weapon forging lies in inner qi. The holy hammer is just an add-on toy, so don't dream of an automatic win just by holding it. Then he laid out a pile of forging materials in front of him, acting like an expert. The materials are all set. Each of us will forge one item, let's see who creates the superior good. Ling Xiao casually finalized, piece of cake. Very well, then you better prepare to kneel and beg for mercy. After his big talk, Feng immediately threw himself into the intense work of molding his weapon. At breakneck speed, he swung his hammer continuously like a sewing machine to push the forging process to its peak. Surrounding crowd of martial artists began to whisper among themselves, "Wow, this is definitely the exclusive heavy hammer technique of the Wu Shuang sect. Every strike is calculated to the millimeter. The young sect master's forging skills are truly no joke. I wonder what Ling Xiao will use to counter this." Ling Xiao naturally wasn't going to sit still and be a background character. He stomped his foot heavily onto the ground and dove straight into the iron forging process. He raised his heavy hammer with absolute decisiveness, declaring boldly, "From forging skills and strength to innate talent, I will show you of the Wu Shuang sect what it means to be utterly crushed in every aspect." The hammer strike descended with the earth-shattering power to split mountains and fill seas, condensing into the terrifyingly vivid phantom of a fierce tiger. The surrounding onlookers watched in awe, their jaws dropping as they asked each other in a commotion, "What kind of bizarre martial art is this? I've never heard rumors of it in the martial world. Or is this guy just trying to show off but accidentally overacted?" Sweating profusely as he hammered away, Feng didn't forget to mutter sarcastically, "Daring to use forging skills to intimidate me. What a foolish man tired of living who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Blinded by his own confidence, he roared, "Open your eyes wide and learn what true, top-tier artifact forging looks like." After a grueling session of sweating bullets, a blade glowing with a deep red light finally took shape. Feng hoisted his newly minted treasure high into the air, his face bursting with immense satisfaction as he cheered joyfully. "It's done, the masterpiece is complete." The audience was once again amazed. "Mother of God, it's the Dragon Cloud Blade. This weapon imbued with the breath of a dragon is a rare find. Who would have thought Feng could forge it as effortlessly as waving a hand?" Praised by the crowd, Feng was thrilled to the core, thinking to himself, "Oh Ling Xiao, let's see what toy you can pull out to match my premium gear." But life isn't a dream. A sudden, ear-splitting explosion echoed out, making him flinch in shock, and he hastily turned his head, panicked. What the hell was that piercing sound? On the other side of the battlefield, Ling Xiao's fierce tiger phantom was vigorously assisting in molding its master's weapon. Ling Xiao nimbly launched himself into the air, reaching out to grab the freshly forged divine weapon. He tightly gripped the blindingly radiant sword and arrogantly yelled, "Ladies and gentlemen, wash your eyes and feast them on my ultimate masterpiece." Both Feng and the gossiping crowd stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping, as they stammered and shouted in trembling voices, Is that a quasi-azure artifact?" He stared fixedly at the divine artifact, the flames of jealousy burning intensely in his gut. "Damn it, this is absurd. How could he forge a quasi-azure artifact? Even my massive Wu Shuang sect can't produce a single one." Ling Xiao leisurely strolled over to Feng, asking lightly, "Hey young sect master Feng, who won and who lost this round? Care to make the final call?" Hearing this, his opponent became as flustered as a tangled chicken, stuttering for a long time before squeezing out, "This. Well, Feng stood there dumbfounded, his teeth grinding together as his brain worked in overdrive. This guy is definitely an all-around monster. Messing with him will only invite disaster. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, he quickly cupped his hands and shrank his neck, sheepishly admitting, "I, Feng, sincerely swallow the bitter pill of defeat this round." Seeing his opponent do a complete 180 so fast, Ling Xiao laughed in surprise. "Huh, where did that foul mouth of yours from earlier fly off to? Why are you suddenly so obedient?" Feng clumsily tried to explain himself just to extinguish the flames of embarrassment. "Ling Xiao, earlier it was because this lowly one was blind and couldn't recognize Mount Tai. I beg your magnanimous self to let me off. To make up for my nasty behavior, I'll pay out of my own pocket to buy out all the goods in this Ling Long shop. What do you say?" Hearing this sweet deal, he scratched his chin, pretending to think it over, about that. "But I prefer charging double the price." Despite finding Ling Xiao's extortion absolutely outrageous and feeling his insides boiling with rage, Feng had to bite the bullet on the surface and make a hollow promise. "Done, piece of cake. Consider this money thrown out to buy your brotherhood." With the deal smoothly closed, Ling Xiao turned to leave, tossing back one last instruction. "It's settled then, you take your time picking the goods. This young master has 1,000 things to do, so I'll be slipping away first." Feng had no choice but to bow respectfully and see him off. Yes, please take your time rolling out, sir." Zui Ling Long, who had been watching the whole time, frantically scrambled after him, calling out incessantly, "Young master, wait for me to tag along." At the same time, let the camera of our story shift to the territory of the Dragon Gate Phoenix Pavilion. Looking at the terrain ahead, Lai Yu acted as the tour guide for the group. Look ahead, that is the Dragon Gate territory. As long as we safely pass through those gates, our team will secure a ticket to proceed. Tang Xue Yan, standing nearby, also chipped in with a warning. The killing intent in this area is extremely thick. Brothers, better safe than sorry. Suddenly, the lake's surface that was as calm as a mirror began to tremble violently, accompanied by a deafening roar. From both sides of Lai Yu's group's boat, several strange warships loomed, tearing through the water and rushing toward them like lightning. These ships closed in within the blink of an eye, forming a formation that surrounded them on all sides, completely blocking all escape routes for the group. A fierce-looking scarred man carrying a massive broadsword stepped out onto the bow of the ship, clearing his throat and bellowing at his targets. "You brats from the Lai Yang sect, your granddaddy here has finally ambushed you." Smelling danger from these martial world thugs, Lai Yu jumped up and questioned loudly, "You lot, which crack in the ground did you crawl out of?" Hearing her question, he roared furiously, pointing his blade right at her face and cursing. "Last time it was your gang who murdered the brothers of the Fu Yao gang. Do you have the memory of a goldfish to forget so quickly?" Lai Yu finally woke up to the impending storm, breaking into a cold sweat as she whispered, "We're screwed. The death gods of the Fu Yao gang are here to collect their blood debt." Hu Tai Sui majestically stepped up to act as a human shield, confidently thumping his chest. "This handful of puny Fu Yao gang runts isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Sect Master Lai, step back and let me personally send them to the Yellow Springs." The scarred man's blood boiled at the mockery. He twirled his blade and lunged forward for a life-or-death struggle, roaring, "How dare you look down on the Fu Yao gang? I'll show you what a real slaughter looks like." In the blink of an eye, a bone-chilling blade strike tore through the air, hacking down toward the top of Hu Tai Sui's head in an attempt to take his life. Hu Tai Sui's eyes shone like stars. With godly reflexes, he channeled his chi and launched a thunderous palm strike, sending the scarred man flying out of sight. Seeing their boss get thrashed, the small fries of the Fu Yao gang scrambled to hoist him up, crying and asking, "He de gee, boss, you haven't gone to see your ancestors yet, have you?" The scarred man staggered to his feet, wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared like a madman, "Motherfucker, this brat has some skills. All brothers, pile on and eat him alive." Chop them into mincemeat. Receiving the order, the pack of lackeys blindly followed their scarred boss, their eyes red as they charged forward like moths to a flame, unleashing their moves. Unfortunately, Hu Tai Sui remained as casual as a stroll in the park, gracefully weaving and dodging entirely through all the fatal group attacks. Hu Tai Sui smirked coldly, casually dropping a sarcastic remark, "A bunch of jumping clowns trying to show off your parlor tricks in front of this Grand Duke." Saying this, Hu Tai Sui valiantly dove straight into enemy lines, letting out an awe-inspiring battle cry, "Surrender your lives to me." His ultimate lightning technique swept away the entire Fu Yao gang formation, making them all plummet into the lake like falling figs. Brushing off his hands after clearing the battlefield, Hu Tai Sui stood majestically at the bow with his hands behind his back, softly growling a taunt. "HMPH, it's no pity for trash to die." Just as he was floating on Cloud 9 and lowering his guard, a fatal wave of killing intent shot up from the deep bottom of the water. Luckily, Hu Tai Sui was agile enough to twist his body and narrowly escape. The moment Hu Tai Sui turned to look down, he saw dozens of insidious attacks bursting through the water like a rainstorm, enveloping him completely. He hurriedly pulled back to defend against the torrential rain of attacks, shouting a warning to his team. "We're screwed, guys, there's a rat playing dirty tricks." Yet, as bad luck would have it, a vicious burst of energy still pierced into Hu Tai Sui's shoulder, forcing a gut-wrenching howl of pain from him. Smelling that the bait was taken, the assassin who had been lurking underwater instantly shot up into the air, pointing his weapon straight at Hu Tai Sui to deliver the final blow. He ruthlessly plunged his blade deep into Hu Tai Sui's shoulder, dropping a cold threat. "Tickle the tiger's whiskers of the Fu Yao gang, and your only fate is to sell salt in the underworld, kid." Witnessing this bloody scene, Zui Ling Long and Tang Xue Yan turned pale with fright, screaming in unison, "Hu Tai Sui." Instantly, the assassin slowly landed in the middle of the enemy's deck. Unbridled arrogance was clearly written on his face as he tilted his chin to the sky and sneered. Tusk, sect master Lai, has your Lai Yang sect really fallen this low? Why don't you be smart and pack your bags to be my servant girls? Sounds like a sweet deal, right? The melon-eating crowd on the neighboring boats immediately convened a round-table discussion. Hey guys, look at who that fierce-looking guy is. Oh my god, isn't that the Fuyao gang's trump card, Liu Yi? Heavens and earth, I never thought a big shot like him would drag himself out here to fight. Ayu went mad with anger, pointing straight at Liu Yi and shouting at the top of her lungs. You Fuyao gang scumbags need to quit your habit of bullying the weak. The man heard her scolding but kept a thick skin, shrugging his shoulders and replying insolently. There's no logic in this world, it's just big fish eating little fish, sweetheart. The weak should just tuck their tails and obey. Be good and come serve this young master, you wouldn't be losing out on anything. Boiling with rage and letting out a resentful cry, Lai Yu was about to lunge forward in a suicidal attack, but Xue Yan quickly held her back tightly, advising, calm down, sister, don't throw eggs at a rock. Your current level is no match for him. Liu Yi took a mile after being given an inch, showing off his shameless face to tease. Oh my, this little beauty seems to know her place quite well. Why don't you take that girl by the hand and come over here to warm my bed together? It's an incredibly smooth deal, isn't it? In the midst of this boiling tension, a tirade tore through the space, making Liu Yi flinch and turn to find the source. Which bastard with guts as big as the sky dares to drag his carcass over here to hit on my women? It turned out to be none other than Ling Xiao, planted on the shore, his face brimming with murderous aura. You're really itching to eat incense and smell smoke, aren't you? Seeing his familiar silhouette descending like a savior, both Zui Ling Long and Xue Yan were as overjoyed as if they had struck gold, happily screaming, Brother Ling Xiao. Liu Yi's face immediately darkened. He ground his teeth together and hissed words that made one's hair stand on end. You snot-nosed brat, you dare use that tone to curse me out? You're really in a rush to reincarnate, aren't you? Ling Xiao yelled back, instantly tearing through the wind and flying straight toward the boat of Lai Yu and Xue Yan. Damn right, I'm impatient to send you to see the king of hell. As soon as he secured his footing on the deck, he deployed a barrier to protect the two beauties, boldly comforting them. You Zhu Yan, brush your fears aside, your brother is here to back you up. Liu Yi took a step back, leisurely yanking his dagger out of Hu Tai Sui's chest and back into his hand, his mouth not forgetting to drop a mocking remark. Ridiculous, a nobody like you thinks he can interfere here. The moment that cold weapon nestled into the palm of Liu Yi's hand, a look of utmost villainy clearly etched itself onto his face. Without even half a second's delay, Liu Yi slithered into the lake like a ghost, vanishing completely from Ling Xiao's line of sight. In less than a blink of an eye, he surfaced again from a blind spot, wielding his dagger to slash wildly at Ling Xiao, his mouth howling madly. Hand over your life, kid. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao remained as still as a stone statue, swiftly throwing out a talisman that erected an impenetrable iron wall, easily shattering Liu Yi's sinister sneak attack. Seeing his signature move being blocked like child's play, Liu Yi rolled his eyes in panic, helplessly shrieking, Hey, what kind of demonic trick is this? Ling Xiao lazily waved the talisman, casually revealing, This is a 5-star defensive talisman, are you blind that you can't recognize it? Hearing this, Liu Yi's heart pounded and his legs shook, a surge of utter terror rising in him as he stuttered to question, Absurd, how is that possible? Where did a filthy stray like you get such a premium talisman? What a frog at the bottom of the well. Tossing back an insult, Ling Xiao immediately focused his firepower into his fists, frantically raining a barrage of kicks and punches right onto Liu Yi's face. I can wholesale as many of these crappy talismans as I want. In just a blink of an eye, Liu Yi was pounded relentlessly by Ling Xiao's powerful punches, not missing a single hit. Beaten to a pulp, his body flew away like a torn sack, violently crashing into the side of an innocent neighboring boat with an earth-shattering thud. Liu Yi, battered and bruised, clung onto the edge of the boat with the last of his strength, trying to salvage his body from sinking into the freezing currents. As soon as he dragged his exhausted mortal shell onto the deck, Liu Yi was so aggrieved he practically coughed up blood, muttering profanities. Motherfucker, you rely on premium talismans to play dirty on me, and yet you dare to thump your chest in pride. Catching the insult in his ears, Ling Xiao whipped out the holy hammer, bursting forward like a shooting star, and firmly dumped a bucket of cold water to extinguish the man's arrogance. You need to stop having illusions about your own power, kid. He brought down a strike of the holy hammer carrying the weight of Mount Tai straight onto Liu Yi's head, arrogantly roaring. To take your worthless life, I have no time to play hide and seek or backstab. Facing the earth-shattering power of Ling Xiao's hammer strike, Liu Yi had no choice but to brace himself, gritting his teeth and raising his dagger to block in desperation. But a nightmare struck. The terrifying destruction of the holy hammer smashed the toy in Liu Yi's hand to smithereens. Without stopping, the ton-heavy smash of the holy hammer struck true, directly onto the top of his head. Taking the full brunt of Ling Xiao's thunderous blow, the entire boat instantly shattered into hundreds of drifting splinters. At the same time, Liu Yi's battered and broken body slowly sank to the bottom of the freezing water. Hu Tai-sui stood proudly at the bow of the boat, peering down into the lake with a cold smirk. Deaf and unafraid of guns, daring to talk back to the young master, you just brought this foolish end upon yourself. The gossiping squad around them dropped their jaws in horror, shouting frantically, "My eyes aren't crossed, right? Liu Yi has been wiped out. Holy hell, the trump card of the Fuyao gang got snuffed out in a single note." Liu Yi's corpse bobbed up and down like dry wood on the water's surface, making the crowd's whispers even more intense. If this gets out in the martial world, the Fuyao gang will have to buy pants to wear on their heads to hide their faces. The disciples of the Fuyao gang stared wide-eyed, unable to believe reality. Senior brother Liu is dead. Are we just going to stand here and watch like frogs? The female genius of the Fuyao gang retorted with a stone-cold face. Of course not. Liu Yi's blood debt must absolutely be repaid. She stroked her chin, her brain racing with calculations. But the catch is that brat is too insanely tough. We'll have to hatch a plot and play a different hand. She threw a sharp glare towards the distant dragon gate, firmly finalizing her plan. Suppress yourselves and wait until he gets to the dragon gate. It won't be too late for us to jump him then. Having cleared the trash that was Liu Yi, Ling Xiao nimbly leaped onto an adjacent warship. Afterward, he waved his hand, signaling Lai Yu-er's group on the other side. All the annoying third wheels have been kicked out. You guys just set sail and head straight for the dragon gate. Seeing he had no intention of jumping in the same boat, Hu Tai-sui hurriedly asked, "Young master, aren't you going to group up?" Ling Xiao nonchalantly replied, "You guys go ahead and ride the wind. My hands are itching to toy with those brats over there for a bit longer." Catching those words, the trio of Xue Yan, Hu Tai-sui, and Lai Yu-er were all stunned in unison. Playing with which ghosts? Ling Xiao jerked his chin toward the Fuyao gang's warship, a wicked smirk on his lips. Just wash your eyes and watch how things unfold in a bit. Obedient as a puppy, Hu Tai-sui immediately cupped his hands to accept the order. Since the boss has spoken, we subordinates will obey to the letter. Hu Tai-sui shouted to start the engines, and the boat immediately sliced through the waves, rushing madly toward their destination, the Dragon Gate. At this time, the area right in front of the Dragon Gate was packed tight with large and small boats, bustling to the point of suffocation. Suddenly, from a boat bordering Hu Tai-sui's group, a crude man barked loudly, "Hey, there's a quota for admission tickets this time." Stumbling over his words came a loud crash as he rammed his boat into Hu Tai-sui's, the man still shamelessly spitting out insults. "You bunch of weak, fragile women better get lost. Are you squeezing your way in here just to embarrass yourselves?" That filthy mouth sent the blood rushing to Xue Yan's brain. She whipped out her sword and shouted, "You lowly peasants dare to speak nonsense to this young lady. You're begging for a beating." Saying this, she stomped hard and lunged like a moth to a flame onto the other boat to demand a blood debt. The bastard hurriedly raised his weapon to parry Xue Yan's wrath, but she just sneered contemptuously, "You think you're qualified to stop me?" Before Xue Yan's bamboo-splitting sword strike, his ragged sword was instantly smashed to pieces. A razor-sharp blade sliced past like the wind, carving a deadly line close to his face in a fraction of a second. The merciless slash cleanly severed an arm, making the man howl and scream tragically like a slaughtered pig. Xue Yan furiously cursed right in the victim's face. "Since you dared to open your mouth to mock women, this young lady will let you know what kind of trash you are." The mob of underlings, seeing their boss lose an arm, scrambled in a frenzy to pile on. "Oh wow, this brat bites pretty hard, brothers, surround her and wring her neck for me." Xue Yan's face remained as cold as ice, dancing with fatal sword strokes that reaped the scattered trash away, sending them all down to meet the king of hell. After mopping up the annoying roadblocks, she brushed off her hands and leaped back to her own warship, patting her chest proudly. "Just a few pieces of trash, I cleaned them all up." Xue Yan raised her sword tip toward the horizon, spiritedly issuing an order. "Weigh anchor and head straight for the Dragon Gate." With just a slight jolt, the team's boat dropped its anchor right before the boundary of the Dragon Gate. Liu was thrilled to the bone, cheering wildly, "Sweet, our team arrived safely." In another turn of events, Ling Xiao attentively helped Zui Ling Long onto the boat, his voice as sweet as sugarcane. "Ling Long, the Dragon Gate is quite lively this time. Let's hold hands and go join the festival, all right?" The girl bashfully lowered her head obediently. "I'll leave everything to the young master's decision. I will follow your orders perfectly." He pointed straight toward the Dragon Gate, yelling excitedly, "Excellent, let's depart." The female genius of the Fuyao gang widened her eyes, locking onto Ling Xiao's boat as her target, spitting out cold words. "That brat is here, brothers, get geared up." The lackeys behind her chanted obediently, "Yes, senior sister." The crowd, seeing Ling Xiao's boat approaching, turned pale with fear, screeching like hens laying eggs. Clear the way quickly. The guy standing on that boat is the evil god who chopped up Liu Yi." Taking in the whole load of murmurs, Ling Xiao scratched his head in confusion. "Does this young master look that scary?" Zui Ling Long covered her mouth, giggling gracefully to bail him out. "Young master, earlier you acted with overwhelmingly dominant aura. It's perfectly normal for those small fries to lose their nerve." Finding it reasonable, he nodded. "Yeah, that makes sense." Without another word, Ling Xiao unleashed a burst of spiritual energy that blasted the swarm of small fries hovering and blocking the way into oblivion. Catching this once-in-a-millennium window of vulnerability, the female genius of the Fuyao gang roared. "The perfect timing and location are right here. Everyone ambush him." Just as she dropped the final word, she and her horde aggressively charged straight at Ling Xiao, armed with their weapons, determined to take his head at all costs. Ling Xiao's face remained unchanged. He stood with arms crossed, sporting a wicked smirk. Well, you couldn't hold it in and finally had to show your fox tail, huh?" The vicious woman slashed a sinister sword arc straight at Ling Xiao's body, but he merely tilted himself and slipped smoothly through the narrow gap. The tag-along lackeys also synchronized their wild slashes, swarming in and howling like rabid wolves. "Hand over your life, boy." All those sharp swords slammed down with horrifyingly destructive power, but unfortunately, they only pierced Ling Xiao's fading afterimage. The Fuyao gang lackeys wet their pants in fear, panicking and screaming. "We're screwed, guys, we only stabbed his shadow." At that exact moment, a supermassive fireball suddenly descended from the gloomy sky. Ling Xiao stood imperiously on top of the fireball, looking down with utmost contempt. "You trash are so weak, even if I knocked you on the head, it wouldn't be satisfying enough." After cursing them out, Ling Xiao immediately hurled the massive fireball straight down onto the crowd, entirely engulfing the nest of Fuyao gang lackeys and turning them to ash in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this classic action movie scene, the gossiping crowd completely lost control, screaming, "Look closely, everyone, isn't that ragged pile over there the lineup of geniuses from the Fuyao gang? A whole cluster of elite talents ganging up, and they couldn't even withstand a flick of his finger. Mother of God, this is terrifying to the point of goosebumps." The female genius of the Fuyao gang remained stubborn even in the face of death. She writhed and crawled up, pointing her sword in provocation. "I respect your skills, but so what? My Fuyao gang isn't some vegetable market for you to easily smash up." Ling Xiao hoisted up the holy hammer, sneering contemptuously. Well, it seems there's still a dying shrimp left from this catch." Before he even finished his sentence, he swung the heavy holy hammer right into her face, dead stopping her ambush attempt. Retracting his godly weapon, Ling Xiao flexed his arm and delivered another heaven-shaking hammer blow, roaring loudly. "The title of Fuyao Gang's genius rings across the world, and your level is only fit to carry shoes. Throw you out on the street, and you're no different from regular trash." As fast as lightning, Ling Xiao's steel-clad holy hammer smashed directly onto the top of the female genius's head. The brutal firepower of the mighty blow instantly sent her flying endlessly into the distance. Her body crashed violently into the side of a fragile wooden boat, sending a massive geyser of white water shooting into the air. She tragically gripped the edge of the boat tightly to avoid being swallowed by the river god, grinding her teeth in hateful resentment. "Damn it, I was just a tiny bit away. I swear I'll never submit." After hissing this, she burned her very last drop of fuel to shoot up, pointing her spearhead straight towards the Dragon Gate. Smelling that she was planning to sneak away, Ling Xiao chased right after her heels like an arrow, roaring a threat, planning to slip away and run. "Did I nod my head and give you permission to leave?" Determined to grab her by the neck at all costs, he hit the gas, shot forward to cut her off and shouted fiercely in her ear, "If you know what's good for you, plant yourself right here for me." Feeling a suffocating wave of death breathing down her neck, the vicious woman surprisingly wasn't panicked. Instead, her face lit up brightly as she calculated in her head. This is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right here. A fierce, sweeping blast of chi slammed straight into her body, forcing her to squeeze out a tragic shriek from the bone-chilling pain. Ironically, Ling Xiao's fatal hammer blow accidentally smashed a portion of the Dragon Gate's pillar, creating a deafening explosion that shook the earth and sky. The dragon's spirit, resting peacefully inside the pillar, went mad with rage upon hearing the disturbance, immediately bursting out to find the troublemaker. Her body plummeted freely in pieces, but tragically, her heart swelled with triumphant joy. The bait has been taken, the Dragon Gate's defense mechanism is awake. It's definitely going to smash that cursed bastard into the ground. Seeing the brutal dragon spirit opening its jaws to swallow Ling Xiao alive, she sluggishly mumbled in triumph. Since the creation of heaven and earth and this Dragon Gate, not a single soul has left alive after daring to piss off the dragon spirit kid. Ling Xiao didn't break a single sweat, casually waving a hand to brush away the dragon spirit's wind-tearing strike, leisurely commenting, "Quite interesting, so playing the runaway was just to wake up this mascot, huh?" He nimbly dismantled every trick the dragon spirit threw at him while praising in admiration. "Gotta say, your brain moves pretty fast." The gossip squad scattered across the boats turned on their broadcasting machines again, so that Brat risked his life to disturb the dragon spirit's sleep. In this case, it's guaranteed he'll get a good boy sticker and be sent down to the Yellow Springs. Meanwhile, on this side of the battlefield, Ling Xiao still had plenty of gas in the tank to unleash moves, parry, and deal counterdamage straight to the face of every attack from the dragon's spirit. Provoked to the point of exploding with rage, the dragon's spirit let out an ear-splitting roar that shook the entire space. Ling Xiao gripped his holy sword tightly, channeled his inner chi, and dominantly roared, "Get out, beast, I am the true dragon here." In a flash, he activated the desolate dragon power buff, carrying a surging aura of death as he crashed right into the dragon's spirit. "I'll send you to the 9 Springs." With just one decisive slash, Ling Xiao cleaved the bull-headed, horse-faced dragon spirit that was hailed as invincible wide open. The moment his hands were free, Ling Xiao immediately circulated his chi to completely absorb every last drop of the towering dragon chi from the lifeless corpse of the dragon's spirit. Witnessing this classic action movie scene, the gossiping crowd once again screamed out of control, "Mother of God, that guy is sucking up all the dragon chi. This is terribly disgusting. The layer of dragon chi wrapping around his body is getting more fierce and brutal by the second." The female genius, gasping for her last breath on the boat's floor, saw this and almost wet her pants in fear. How is this logical? Dear God, even a dragon spirit was crushed by him as easily as lifting a feather. After completely devouring the entire treasure trove of dragon chi, Ling Xiao's level skyrocketed through the roof. He smirked in satisfaction. "Sweet, the taste of this dragon chi is quite juicy. I'll just let it turn into fertilizer to nourish this young master's 8 desolates holy body." Pointing his sword at the panicked eyes of the female genius, he shot forward to face her, smiling maliciously. "Oh my, I must thank you and your gang 1,000,000 times for offering such a fat gift." After dropping his sarcasm, Ling Xiao pressed his freezing sword tip straight against her chest, fully intent on taking her life. "I guess this young master will just have to swallow it whole. You better hurry up and drag yourself down to the Yellow Springs to massage your friend's feet." Trapped in a dead end, the female genius quickly tucked her tail and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "I beg you, I've learned my lesson. I implore you, my lord, to be magnanimous and grant this lowly dog a ticket to live. As long as you spare my life, whatever condition you throw at me, I'm even willing to bite the bullet and sell my body as compensation." Hearing this, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity as he prodded and asked, "Oh really, you'll accept whatever price I set?" Seeing him take the bait, she frantically dragged herself over to cling tightly to his legs, bowing and yammering on. Exactly, whatever you want to make me do, I will obediently serve you right to your bed." Then she twisted her body to show off a seductive, flirtatious posture. "Even right now, if you're in the mood to devour this precious figure of mine, I will welcome you with open arms." It was still the same old torn script. On the outside, acting frail and gently offering everything, but in reality, her claws were already gripping a short blade hidden behind her back, just waiting for him to drop his guard to land a sneak stab. Unfortunately, Before the female genius's bastardly scheme could take shape, Ling Xiao brutally sent her to her grave with a lightning-fast, fatal slash. Having swept away the scum of the Fu Yao gang entirely, Ling Xiao stood tall like a statue at the bow of the boat, glaring at the crowd and roaring loudly. If there are any other bastards hiding around who refuse to accept this, drag yourselves out here all at once. Stop wasting this young master's precious time. Taking the full brunt of that iron-blooded threat, the crowd of onlookers had their souls scared out of their bodies, shoving each other to run away. Run away, people, this evil god is hacking the game. Is there anyone left in this world who can stop his footsteps, who has the energy to go pick a fight and hand over their lives? Seeing the cowardly looks of those nobodies, he frowned and sneered. TSH, what a bunch of noisy trash. Zui Ling Long, who had been peeking from the cabin, stepped out, bowed deeply, and reported, "Young Master, Longman is right ahead of us. Once we slip through this pass, we will set foot on the Earth Dragon ranking." Ling Xiao nodded slightly, instantly channeling his power to make the boat tear through the wind. He didn't forget to warn her, "Yeah, then hold on tight. We're stepping on the gas and speeding to the finish line." Like an arrow piercing the wind, his boat shot straight through the Longman Gate in the blink of an eye. In that critical, hair-raising moment, Ling Xiao swiftly wrapped his arm around Zui Ling Long's slender waist, pulling her along as he leaped off the shattered deck. Seeing the duel land perfectly safely, Lai Yu rushed over, chirping with anxiety. "Ling Xiao, you didn't get a single scratch from that brawl just now, did you?" He stepped closer to her, his voice warm and reassuring. "I'm fine. How could a bunch of floating trash ever hope to leave a scar on me?" Xue Yan immediately pointed at a nearby cave entrance, urging them frantically, "Snap out of it and stop dallying. Look over there, it's the Lotus Terrace. Run for your lives and grab a spot, quick." Hearing this completely foreign name, Ling Xiao perked up his ears and asked, "What the heck is a Lotus Terrace?" The group quickly hurried deep into the cave. Unfolding before their eyes was a scene of dozens of cultivators sitting cross-legged on lotus platforms in deep meditation and cultivation. Xue Yan cleverly claimed a prime spot for herself, sat down to meditate, and casually dropped some knowledge for the crew. This lotus terrace at the Longmen border is bizarre. It specifically gathers all the spiritual energy from every corner into one focal point. No wonder those big and small factions out there in the martial world fight tooth and nail, bashing each other's heads in to claim it. Sweeping his gaze around, Ling Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. It was hard to believe that such a desolate place hid such an absolutely marvelous feng shui treasure. With that said, driven by curiosity, he strolled over to find a spacious spot, obediently sat cross-legged, and prepared to channel his energy. He had to be his own guinea pig to see how high quality the stuff here really was. Right after, Ling Xiao sat firmly on the ground, relaxing his body to gather every bit of pure spiritual energy into himself. Eyes half closed, he immersed himself in the surging torrent of energy from the Lotus Terrace. This place truly lived up to its reputation with its godly rate of energy gathering. No wonder the whole world would tear each other apart just to snatch it. Suddenly, a piercing, shrill voice echoed from afar. "Hey, you over there, you're Ling Xiao, right?" Having his name called out, he raised an eyebrow to see which audacious fool had come to ruin the mood. A smug-looking young man, leading a large entourage, aggressively strutted over. Tilting his chin up, he declared, "I am Zhao Jai of the Fu sect. I saw you showing off just now and you're not half bad, so wanna carry my shoes and be my lackey." Seeing his master being belittled, Hu Tai Sui's blood boiled. He immediately jumped out to block the way and roared, "What kind of garlic or onion do you think you are to bark at my young master?" Zhao Jai grimaced as if he had chewed on a fly, waving his hand and snapping, "This is adults' business, kids shouldn't butt in. Get lost if you know what's good for you." His expression unchanging, Ling Xiao wasn't bothered in the slightest. He simply bared his teeth in a faint smile and offered a deal. "You want to take me in? Beat the living daylights out of my underling first, then we can negotiate." Zhao Jai tilted his head and sealed the deal. "You better remember those words." This was followed by a wave of slick flattery from a lackey. "Our master is a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Fu sect. Cleaning up a brat like you is as easy as flipping his hand." Hu Tai Sui pushed with all his might to activate his true chi, forcing out a sparkling golden phantom of a fierce tiger. He then patted his chest and promised, "Young master, just sleep with a high pillow. I swear I won't make you lose face." With a sly grin like an old fox, Zhao Jai whipped out a thick stack of talismans, nodding as he said, "Let this young master feed you misery for you to slowly enjoy." Not bothering to listen to the speech, Hu Tai Sui threw a brutal punch straight at the enemy, straining his neck and roaring, "Cut the tough talk, if you've got the guts, come and get me." Zhao Jai scrambled to gather his spiritual energy, hastily throwing out the 5-star sword intent talisman to block that heaven-shattering punch. With just a single counterattack, he utterly shattered Hu Tai Sui's move, then turned up his nose with a disdainful laugh. "Tusk, tusk. If you're bold enough to pull the tiger's whiskers, you'll just end up pushing up daisies early, kid." Determined to push things to the brink, Zhao Jai launched his gleaming sword forward, aiming to pluck his opponent clean like a chicken. The wind-tearing blade flew over, making Hu Tai Sui's eyes bulge, but he was lightning fast, using his bare, fleshy hands to tightly clamp the weapon. Gritting his teeth in resistance, he growled, "I'd rather meet my maker than let my young master be a coolie for trash like you." In that boiling, do-or-die moment, Hu Tai Sui frantically dug out the enlightenment tea leaf that Ling Xiao had bestowed upon him earlier and smacked it right onto his forehead. An overbearing surge of inner energy from the enlightenment tea leaf pumped massively into his body, allowing Hu Tai Sui to crush the razor-sharp sword to pieces as if crumpling a piece of scrap paper. Witnessing this magical turn of events, Zhao Jai's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. He screamed in panic, "Mother, what kind of demonic sorcery is this?" Seizing the momentum, Hu Tai Sui smashed a 1,000-pound punch straight into Zhao Jai's stomach. Knocked out cold, Zhao Jai rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning pitifully as if he were mourning his dead father. Seeing their boss go down, the lackeys went pale as ghosts. They scrambled over to hoist him up, wailing in panic, "Oh, our master." Hu Tai Sui stood with his hands on his hips, majestic and imposing. He waved his fist threateningly and sneered, "PSH, showing off with just those 3-legged cat skills. You blew it way out of proportion, punk." The crowd of cultivators breathing nearby panicked at the sudden violence and huddled together, gossiping. What kind of monster descending to earth is this Ling Xiao? Even the servant tagging along fights like a demon. Better stay far away from him, guys. Mess with him and you'll end up with crushed bones. Liu, who had been hiding and watching the whole time, couldn't hide her excitement either, exclaiming, "Good heavens, I didn't expect the enlightenment tea leaf that Ling Xiao gave out to be so overwhelmingly powerful. All this time, I was truly blind as a bat." Ling Xiao casually strolled over, gave Hu Tai Sui a solid pat on the shoulder and praised him, "Good boy. From now on, whenever you see these arrogant brain-dead fools on the street, send them packing one by one for me." Hu Tai Sui hastily bowed in deep respect. "Yes, young master." At that very moment, a waiter from the Lotus Terrace rushed over with a feast, bowing subserviently and announcing loudly, "Dear guests, here are the specialties, dragon liver and phoenix marrow, along with a top-tier gourd of lightning nectar. Enjoy your meal." As soon as the words were spoken, the serving crew swiftly arranged the plates brimming with exotic delicacies onto the massive table. One cultivator's eyes lit up the moment he saw the feast, roaring with pure joy. "Oh my God, dragon liver and phoenix marrow, and lightning nectar too. Those are once-in-a-millennium godly snacks." The surrounding crowd also went nuts with excitement, whispering eagerly, "If we can just get a sip of this, leveling up our cultivation is only a matter of time." Haha, the ticket price for this trip paid off big time. Ling Xiao strolled over leisurely, glanced over the dish of dragon liver and phoenix marrow and the jar of lightning nectar, and secretly curled his lip. "The presentation looks flashy enough, but compared to the stash in my auntie's vault, it's just trash next to solid gold." Catching his look of disgust, a beauty standing nearby found it offensive and threw a sarcastic jab. Well, listen to that tone. I bet this brother here thinks these exotic delicacies are just garbage." Hearing someone take a cheap shot, Ling Xiao lazily turned his head to see who was barking. She puffed out her chest and marched up, bluntly laying down the law with her background check. "This lady is Zai Yao Ran, a core disciple of the Dragon Phoenix Palace." After hearing her roll call, Ling Xiao curled his lips into a wicked smirk. "Ah, so you're the disciple of the guy I once beat to a bloody pulp." Taking that mental slap to the face, Zai Yao Ran rolled her eyes in fury and roared, "You bastard, what the hell are you insinuating?" Ling Xiao casually tossed out a dismissive remark. "I don't mean anything. I just hope you have some self-respect, pack up your heels, and go play somewhere else so the air stays clear." But Zai Yao Ran wasn't going to let it slide so easily. She lunged forward, slapped his shoulder, and taunted him, "Stand right there. Your mouth is pretty venomous, huh? If you've got the guts, step out here and let's settle this in a match to see who eats who." Ling Xiao didn't panic at all, coolly asking back, "So how do you want to fight? She eagerly snapped back in an instant. I'll wager my entire platter of dragon liver and phoenix marrow. If you win, you take the whole lot. But if you croak, you cancel your ticket and leave your head right here for me. He glanced at the feast on the table, calculating in his head. Tossing this grub into my own mouth would be a bit of a waste, but snatching it to nourish Tang Xue Yan and Lai Yu would actually be pretty sweet. Having run the numbers, Ling Xiao cracked his knuckles to warm up and cheerfully locked in the bet. If we're doing this, we're doing this. I'm just afraid you'll cry so hard you'll soak your dress later. The nosy crowd found another reason to buzz. I heard Zai Yao Ran is the third-ranked prodigy of the Dragon Phoenix Palace. How the hell is this guy Ling Xiao supposed to block that? Even if her sect isn't the absolute top tier in the world, their disciples' martial arts are brutally overpowered. Looks like this bro is about to bite the dust. Catching those sarcastic taunts, Zui Ling Long flared up with rage. She stood up abruptly and cursed fiercely, "You bunch of frogs in a well. Our young master will definitely slap her face swollen, just you wait." However, the crowd still wore expressions of doubt, competing to sneer and mock, PSH, more like delusions of grandeur. Zui Ling Long, utterly savage and refusing to hold back, yanked out a whole sack of spirit stones tucked in her waist and slammed it onto the table, challenging them. "If you're not convinced, let's open the betting pool right here, right now." The gambling-addicted cultivators caught the scent of a bet and swarmed in like flies to honey, noisily scrambling to throw down their cash. "Bet it is. I'm throwing 30 spirit stones on Zai Yao Ran to win. I'll drop 50 on Ling Xiao kicking the bucket. Let me in on this too. I'm also betting on Ling Xiao falling flat on his face." The bloodthirsty martial world crowd gathered thicker and thicker, causing the betting pool to swell into a mountain in the blink of an eye. Zui Ling Long swaggered as if she had hit the jackpot, arrogantly shouting at the crowd. "Haha, then you all better keep your eyes peeled and wait to see who ends up sleeping on the streets." Back in the arena, Zai Yao Ran swiftly pumped her true power to the max, summoning a badass phantom wolf behind her back, then shrieked a threat. "Ling Xiao, did you eat a tiger's gall to dare look down on my Dragon Phoenix Palace? And go meet your maker." The last word barely left her mouth before she drained her strength to unleash a ferocious palm wind that tore up the grass, charging violently toward Ling Xiao. However, facing that stormy wrath, the guy merely waved his hand lazily as if swatting a fly, instantly shattering all of his opponent's efforts into the void. Immediately, Ling Xiao rolled his wrists and voiced his blatant disdain. "Oh, is your skill really this cheap?" Zai Yao Ran froze for 5 seconds in the face of this adversity, screaming in panic. "Lies. How could you crush my ultimate move by just fanning your hand like you're swatting mosquitoes?" Hearing her screech, Ling Xiao just gave a contemptuous smirk, held up 3 fingers in front of him, and loudly proclaimed, "This young master will give you a 3-move handicap. If you finish 3 rounds without making me lose a single hair, don't blame me for being cruel." Zai Yao Ran saw stars from sheer fury. Gritting her teeth audibly, she roared, "Good on you, you bastard, for daring to look down on me. To send you down to drink tea with the king of hell, 1 move from me is more than enough." After cursing, she hoisted a massive broadsword and charged at Ling Xiao like a mad bull, out for his life. Immediately following that, Zai Yao Ran wildly hacked down with a barrage of critical strikes aimed right at his head. Despite that, Ling Xiao's face remained cold as stone. He lightly swiped his arm, instantly extinguishing all her sword trajectories with a snap, then casually reminded her, 2 rounds down. You've only got 1 last chance to salvage your life." Zai Yao Ran frantically unleashed every sword technique in her arsenal, her guts churning as she thought to herself, "This guy is tough as nails. If I don't drain every ounce of my strength this time, I'm packing my bags for good." In just a blink, thousands of jagged, thorny blades of sword chi materialized all around her figure. Right after, Zai Yao Ran violently dumped that entire sky-covering platter of sword chi straight at Ling Xiao, howling like a maniac. "Taste the heirloom secret technique of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, kid. Let's see what the hell you're going to use to block this time." Seeing that her toys looked pretty hardcore, Ling Xiao leisurely pulled out his holy mace, carefully sized it up, and silently critiqued, "Looks pretty decent. It'll definitely feel great to smash." Just as his inner voice faded, he slammed down a majestic thunder king mace strike from the heavens, completely pulverizing all of Zai Yao Ran's firepower. He then dropped a sarcastic remark, "Turns out you're just small fry washed ashore. What ultimate move? Total garbage." The intense backlash made Zai Yao Ran vomit a river of blood from her mouth, her whole body curling up from the gut-wrenching pain. She hastily clutched her convulsing chest, her brain flooded with extreme panic as she questioned herself. This is absurd. I couldn't even scratch his armor scales. What the hell is the point of fighting anymore? Ignoring her final gasps, Ling Xiao hoisted his holy mace and surfed the wind, closing the distance in an instant. However, right at the split second when that massive iron weight was about to flatten Zai Yaoran's face, Ling Xiao hit the brakes, halting the force with a snap. Ling Xiao's nature had never really favored forcing people into dead ends. He tucked away his holy mace and dropped a freezing tone. You've lost completely. Cough up the bets. Choking on her frustration, Zai Yaoran gritted her teeth and silently cursed. I'm no gentlewoman if I don't avenge this. How bitter, how could I be fed such humiliating defeat by him? Finishing her thought, she grumpily shoved the entire platter of dragon liver and phoenix marrow and the jar of lightning nectar into his hands. I can play and I can pay. Take it all and get off my back. Ling Xiao happily scooped up the pile of food from Zai Yaoran, smiling slyly as he preached. Those who like to stick their snouts up and look down on others always have to pay a heavy price. Consider this a free lesson from your big bro on how to be a decent human being. The tables turning made the surrounding gambling crowd turn pale green, crying buckets for their now flat wallets. Oh my god, Ling Xiao actually scooped the whole pot. My 30 spirit stones. My 50 stones. Alas, a whole month's worth of resources is gone. Zui Linglong gleefully raked the entire pile of winning spirit stones into her pockets, patting her chest in triumph. Today, this young lady is cleansing the eyes of you vulgar mortals so you can finally see the light. Ling Xiao lugged the top-tier grub and lightning nectar over, handing them directly to the two beauties, showing off with a grin. Lai Yu Tang Xue Yan, this low-grade stuff isn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. I looted it just to nourish the two of you. Lai Yu was in total shock, and Tang Xue Yan was also dumbfounded, both dropping their jaws as they asked in unison, Wait, are you serious or joking? He nodded firmly, 100% genuine. These items are incredibly good for nourishing cultivation. You two better grab them quick. Lai Yu was thrilled to the core, stepping forward to accept the gift, bowing respectfully and whispering, Thank you, big bro. Zai Yaoran was still incredibly salty, twisting her neck to bitterly throw shade. Ling Xiao, this is Longman territory. The big shots on the Earth Dragon ranking are all monsters. What are you getting cocky for over one tiny win? If you're unlucky enough to bump into Long Tiangui, he'll skin you alive to vent my bad luck, just you wait. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity as he asked, Who is this random nobody? The moment that name reached their ears, the gossipers started whispering again. Long Tiangui is the #1 genius of their Dragon Phoenix Palace. Is he such a country bumpkin that he's never heard of that guy's wicked reputation? Ling Xiao shrugged, completely uncaring about worldly affairs, and fired back with a truckload of contempt. PSH, at the end of the day, he's still just the disciple of the guy I once beat face down into the dirt. I don't have the time to fanboy over that kind of trash. Right on cue, a slick, well-groomed man strutted over with his lackeys, his mouth booming. You've got a sharp beak, kid. This young master is starting to like your insolent attitude. He loomed menacingly close to Ling Xiao, dropping a voice as cold as ice. But that's just flattery. I actually couldn't care less about you. Saying that, he pointed his finger straight at Tang Xue Yan and brazenly stated his price. If you're smart, offer that woman to me, and this young master will be magnanimous enough to pardon your earlier insolence. Blatantly insulted, Tang Xue Yan flew into a rage and snapped loudly, You escaped, mental patient. The lackey hovering on the sidelines heard that and lunged forward like a dog off its leash, barking loudly, How dare you insult our young palace master? Are you tired of breathing, punk? Before finishing his sentence, he extended his claws to grab the hem of her clothes, speaking arrogantly. In this territory, any beauty who catches the eye of our young palace master is destined to become his concubine, kid. At that exact moment, a razor-sharp beam of sword light tore through the space, cleanly slicing off the filthy hand of that dog servant. Ling Xiao pressed the freezing tip of his sword against the man's cheek, growling an order. You piece of trash, if you know what's good for you, apologize to Tang Xue Yan right now. The lackey clutched his bleeding stump, howling miserably, his bloodshot, resentful eyes glaring at him as if wanting to eat him alive. Pushing past the pain, he used his remaining dangling arm to throw a 1,000-pound punch at Ling Xiao, screaming in fury, Tired of living to dare play dirty with your grandpa? Today, this seat will chop you into minced meat. Ling Xiao's reflexes were as swift as a squirrel's. He flicked his sword, ready to welcome the attack. The lapdog bulged his snail-like eyes in a stupor. his brain failing to process what was about to smack him in the face. The next second, a brutal streak of sword chi grazed past, slicing off his only remaining arm. Ling Xiao threw in a free lightning-fast flying kick that stomped the lackey face-first into the hard dirt, then growled with majestic authority, "On your knees now." Right in front of Xue Yan, he planted his boot heel straight onto his back and spat fire. "Kowtow and apologized to me immediately." Powerless to resist, the wretched bastard had no choice but to obediently bang his forehead against the bricks, whining and weeping from the flesh-tearing pain. The entire pack of comrades witnessing their boss being humiliated caught fire, frantically tattling. "Young palace master, this brat is too insolent for his own good. He actually dared to chop your man up like a meatball. You have to send him to see the king of hell so he knows the Dragon Phoenix Palace isn't a place for him to mess around." Ling Xiao didn't hesitate, swiveling his sword point straight at Long Tiangui's face, spitting out cold words. "And as for you, drag your carcass over here and kowtow an apology to Xue Yan, quick." Hearing that violently flavored order, the gossipers chuckled in contempt. "Haha, a brat whose nose isn't even dry yet trying to show off in front of an expert. He even dares to shove words into the mouth of the young master of the Dragon Phoenix Palace. The top of the Earth Dragon ranking isn't just for display. Let's line up and watch the good show, folks." Long Tiangui leisurely channeled power into his internal organs, arrogantly uttering, "Out of pity, I was going to leave you a way out. But since you're so thirsty for a reincarnation ticket, I guess I'll just have to send you on your way." Ling Xiao didn't wither in the slightest. With his sword still pointed dead straight at the enemy's face, he barked, "Bend your knees and apologize quickly. Defy me and you'll only end up bathing in blood." Long Tiangui tilted his head, smiling with arrogant disdain. "You bastard, open your ox eyes wide and see exactly what kind of character this seat is." Unfortunately, before he could even gather momentum to hack down Ling Xiao, the entire cave suddenly began to dance and shake like an earthquake. The soul-shattering tremor sent the present crowd tumbling over in confusion, clamoring to ask each other, "What the hell is going on?" At that very moment, a fellow cultivator shrieked, pointing out the door, "Oh my God, folks, quickly look over there." Everyone whipped their heads around to look, immediately witnessing an incredibly massive gate floating ethereally among the 9 heavens. Seeing that heavenly scene, the whole crowd jumped up and cheered as if they had hit the jackpot. "That's it. That's the entrance to Tianjing. Absolutely badass." After waiting till our sandals wore out, it finally decided to open its doors. Long Tiangui glanced over and his face lit up with glee. He turned his head and tossed a final remark at him. "Kid, Tianjing has officially opened. Today, I'll grant you some charity and let your dog life drag on a little longer. Just drag your carcass into Tianjing and find me." Having dropped his boastful words, he kicked the wind and shot up into the blue clouds, disappearing from sight. Right at that moment, the outer perimeter of the Tianjing gate was besieged by layers of terrifying flashing lightning. The steward immediately stepped out to take charge, loudly announcing, "Talents belonging to the heaven ranking have the privilege of unlimited early entry. Only after this group has slipped in will it be the turn for the Earth ranking and human ranking members." Catching the order, the masses surged forward like a broken dam, roaring clamorously. "The treasures in Tianjing are boundless, and the tombs of senior powerhouses are all in there. It's bound to drop a few saint-tier fortuitous encounters. Just watch." Just squeezing into the top 10 prodigies grants the right to rub shoulders with the elites of Yanzhou and 10,000 nations. Charge, brothers. I've been camping here all day till my heels blistered. Tragically, the moment they showed their faces near it, streaks of lightning whipped straight down onto their heads, making the rowdy bunch yelp in ear-piercing pain. One cultivator bit his lip tightly, bitterly muttering, "Damn it, how the hell did my journey get cut short in such a lame way?" Taking in the entire tragic scene, Ling Xiao hurriedly instructed his sworn brothers, "This black hole of Tianjing is full of thorns. You comrades better protect your lives carefully." The steward continued to megaphone his lungs out, "Earth-ranking teams, quickly hand in your tickets and charge in, you're dawdling too much." Ling Xiao shot off like a rocket, not forgetting to look back and drop some advice. "It's our turn. Everyone prioritize your safety. If it's too much, let it go. Whatever you do, don't bite off more than you can chew." The crew of sworn friends loudly assented, "Roger that, boss." The guy accelerated aggressively. In a blink, he was riding right on the edge of the entrance. Aiming to parry the array of lightning crashing down like sledgehammers, Ling Xiao instantly activated his indestructible golden body mode, armoring his body for self-defense. Getting electrocuted through the roof, he frowned slightly and muttered an assessment. The firepower of this lightning strike is no joke, damn. Getting stuck here would mean being smashed to bits. I have to pump up the speed to scoop this whole pot. Ling Xiao poured out all his true qi, burying his head and charging straight into the core. He gritted his teeth, taking the beatings to reap the rewards, contorting his body to push through the obnoxiously sweeping lightning storm. After struggling for a bit, Ling Xiao finally slipped through the narrow gap of Tianjinggang, officially setting foot onto the secret realm's map. A storm of spiritual energy slammed straight into his face, making Ling Xiao's eyes bulge in surprise. Oh wow, a spiritual energy storm. Instantly, he smelled something fishy and muttered to himself. How bizarre, how the hell did I eat a storm the moment I poked my face in? Just as he was zoning out, his brain inadvertently comprehended the complete version of the 8-star stealth assassination technique, thoroughly enlightening him to this godly backstabbing skill. Right in the murky eye of the storm, a black-clad assassin suddenly lunged over, intending to ambush Ling Xiao, nearly catching him off guard. The backstabbing assassin gleefully thought to himself, "Gotcha, kid." Unexpectedly, the moment the evildoer's sword tip touched him, it was blocked dead by Ling Xiao's invisible armor, without nicking a single piece of skin. The assassin jolted in shock, blurting out, "Indestructible golden body art." Grumpy, Ling Xiao instantly threw a mortal punch, roaring in passing, "What kind of nobody are you to dare claim my life?" Unfortunately, the opponent smoothly dodged. Caught in Ling Xiao's relentless combo of punches and kicks, the assassin resentfully grumbled, "Son of a bitch, I hid so perfectly in the spiritual energy storm. How the hell did this guy still tune into my frequency?" He stealthily retreated far away, roaring loudly, "Fall back." Ling Xiao flew in fierce pursuit, shouting fiercely, "Where do you think you're tunneling off to, sweetheart?" Being tailgated closely, the guy suddenly made a U-turn, thrusting his backstabbing sword straight at Ling Xiao in a bid to turn the tables. His reflexes were no joke. He instantly countered with a punch planted deep into the assassin's stomach, smirking as he said, "Trying to pull a back-thrusting spear trick on this young master, you're tired of breathing." The moment the prey was sent flying, an escape technique immediately lit up. The assassin executed a flawless getaway, leaving behind nothing but a battered scapegoat paper doll in his original spot. Ling Xiao picked up the crumpled wad of paper, marveling in awe. Well, it's the stealth technique. Racking his brains to deduce, he smelled something extremely fishy around here. A random nobody at the Divine Star Realm who was an absolute master of the stealth assassination technique. Could it be a lackey of the Qian Ying gang? But he and the Qian Ying gang minded their own business, so what the hell was their problem, coming out to ask for his blood? Scratching his head to no avail, Ling Xiao tossed the whole mess of trouble aside. Whatever. Why fry my brain thinking about it right now? The most urgent matter is to sniff out the coordinates of the Enlightenment Tree. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from afar, reeling in all his curiosity. Turning towards the Kai Yan ore mine, a mob of aliens were burying their faces, diligently grinding away to mine Kai stone. The warden standing way up high was running his mouth, squeezing every drop of labor from the miners. "I can't believe this Kai Yan ore vein holds so much top-tier Kai stone. Dig with all your might, hollow out every last piece of supreme Kai stone for me." Before he could finish his sentence, a series of violent, road roller-like rumbling sounds erupted from the very bottom of the Kai Yan mine. A monstrous Kai bird tore through the wind, flying out with a string of shrieks. The miners panicked and cried for help. "We're doomed. There's a Kai bird nesting down here." Seeing his underlings running for their lives, the warden grumpily drew his sword and charged straight at the giant bird, cursing, "You bunch of useless pissants. You can't even clean up a runty Kai bird yourselves." With just one precise sword glide, he sent the Kai bird's head flying into the air with extreme ease. Hiding in the bushes and watching the whole action movie, Ling Xiao muttered his assessment. "Freaking surreal, there are still aliens living in this middle-of-nowhere place. But whatever, finding the Enlightenment Tree is my #1 priority right now." Suddenly, a roar echoed from behind, "Freeze right there." The alien boss, dragging his gang along, menacingly closed in, raising his voice to threat. "You outsider, you sniffed out our ore mine, and now you think you can just dip." Dealing with these annoying pests, Ling Xiao remained completely unfazed and mocked. "Oh, please. If I don't bounce, am I supposed to stay and pick rocks as your coolie or something?" The alien mob surrounded Ling Xiao tightly. The boss growled coldly, "No negotiations. We don't need you to dig ore. The only thing we need to do is chuck you into a grave to keep this secret safe." He clenched his fists, pulling a long face as he laid down the law. "Stop pulling the tiger's whiskers. Your grandpa here isn't a soft persimmon. Screw off so the water stays clear." Hearing that arrogant tone, the boss burst into mocking laughter. "Haha, that's hilarious enough to bust my gut. A brat whose nose isn't even dry yet dares to claim he's tough and thorny. So does that make us a bunch of milk-smelling toddlers?" Immediately, a muscular alien lunged at Ling Xiao, roaring loudly, "Let me personally squeeze his nose for you, boss." Ling Xiao was too lazy to move. He just casually swung his arm and dispensed a jaw-breaking slap to the bullish brute that just charged in. Sending his opponent flying far into the distance with just one slap, Ling Xiao curled his lips in contempt, claiming, "My life. Go wear diapers for another couple of decades, kid." Seeing his homeboy spun like a pinwheel, the boss went insane, hissing as he waved his small fry over. "Are you guys standing around like scarecrows? Rush him and chop him to bits for me." The lackey hurriedly roared their acknowledgement like thunder. Deal sealed, the whole pack of ferocious alien hounds swarmed in, aiming to escort Ling Xiao to his final resting place. Ling Xiao immediately flicked his holy mace in a horizontal sweep. In just a blink, he completely plowed through the alien formation, leaving the scum rolling around and groaning in agony. Having cleaned up the trash blocking his path, he gracefully descended to earth, landing in an incredibly majestic manner. Then Ling Xiao tightened his grip on the holy mace, strolling forward leisurely and steadily. Right at that moment, a random talisman suddenly flew over and plastered itself firmly onto his back. The head honcho gripped his sword hilt, pooling his strength, and threw his head back in manic, triumphant laughter. "Can't stop destiny when the time comes. My golden opportunity is right here." He hefted his sword and aggressively lunged at Ling Xiao, screaming vehemently, "To the grave with you, kid." He remained extremely calm, pivoting sharply and clamping down his holy mace to crush the sneak attack. Ling Xiao seized the moment to take the upper hand and shove misery down his opponent's throat, smashing a fatal blow that made the guy hack up pools of crimson blood. Having no free time for mercy, he slammed the mace handle violently into the bricks and roared, "I didn't even bother touching you people. You bunch just dragged your dog lives over to confess your sins. Then go meet your makers." Ling Xiao's thunderous sledgehammer smash instantly squeezed another few liters of red blood out of the boss. His fleshy corpse collapsed onto the dirt with an incredibly heavy thud. The moment the show was over, Ling Xiao calmly put away his holy mace and touched down firmly on the ground. Coincidentally, a wisp of shady mist suddenly gathered right above his head, making him wonder curiously, "What the hell is this cursed thing?" The dying boss beneath his boot struggled to squeeze out a few final words. "You little brat, you slaughtered us, so the blood curse mark will cling tightly to your soul. In this secret realm, you can't escape even if you sprout wings. Just wash your neck and mentally prepare yourself for my entire clan to hunt you down, kid." Ling Xiao tilted his chin at the weird mist and smirked with amusement. So that's it. He had been wondering why this place had no damn rules. Turned out this nuisance was the core rule of the game. "Since we're already here, you might as well offer up all those curses." He finished his sentence and smashed the leader down to the underworld with another hammer strike. After cleaning up the alien trash, Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and calculated, they all kicked the bucket anyway. It would be a huge waste to just leave this priceless Xue Yan mine here. So the guy excitedly sneaked deep into the belly of the Xue Yan mine, eager to see if there were any fat treasures hidden in this place. Right after slipping through the cave crevice, Ling Xiao widened his eyes and gasped at the vegetation. Holy crap, where did all these 6-star spirit herbs come from? He happily swept the precious grass into his bag like a thief. No wonder those aliens stubbornly guarded this nest. Picking up these premium goods really made his hands tired. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed from the very bottom of the tunnel. Ling Xiao jumped, pricked up his ears to listen, and clicked his tongue in surprise. Right after that came a tragic, miserable scream, meaning someone was out of luck, so Ling Xiao darted deep inside as fast as a hurricane. Way inside, a girl was getting battered and bruised trying to block attacks from a horde of brainless zombies. She dodged and cursed at the same time. "Damn it, I worked so hard to sneak in here. How the hell did I run into this stinking zombie nest?" She braced herself to block the filthy claws of the walking dead and growled in frustration, "Absolute bullshit." Unfortunately, due to the massive gap in strength, she was quickly slapped flying far away by a mummy. The freak roared bloodthirstily and lunged forward to end the young girl's life. She gritted her teeth, scraping together the very last drops of her stamina to dodge the monster's vicious pounce. Seeing its razor-sharp claws about to slash down again, she gave up in utter despair. It's over. Is this young lady really going to die such a pointless death here? In that life-and-death moment, Ling Xiao suddenly landed out of nowhere, smashing a devastating hammer strike that crushed the zombie's skull. The terrifying destructive force from the holy hammer sent the monster tumbling far away. Ling Xiao slowly walked over, hoisted her up by the armpits, and gently flirted, "Hey miss, are you missing any pieces?" The darling girl lifted her head, took one look at her savior, and instantly recognized him, screaming Ling Xiao's name while he blinked innocently and asked, "Oh, are you one of my fangirls too?" Hearing him twist it like that, the girl's cheeks flushed red like a tomato. She shyly avoided his burning gaze and mumbled, "Yes, I know you. I was totally mesmerized watching you smash those so-called geniuses to pieces. I've been missing your silhouette ever since." Realizing this, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly and waved his hand in a show of modesty. "You, mentioning that bunch of ragtag trash just ruins my mouth." Taking the chance, Ling Xiao asked about her background. "May I ask for your precious name, and why did you have the free time to crawl into this death pit?" The bubbly girl confessed everything. "My name is Liu Xueqing, a disciple of the Dragon Phoenix Palace. I sneaked in here earlier when the alien guards left a loophole." Looking around the creepy grave full of white skulls, Ling Xiao scratched his chin and asked, "This place is full of danger. Why did you insist on sneaking in here?" Liu Xueqing blinked her determined eyes and answered straightforwardly, "Because I want to rob the holy tomb, of course." She pointed at a giant stone gate ahead and explained to him, "This concrete slab is exactly the key leading to the biggest fortune of the holy tomb. I bet you 1,000 gold there's top-tier loot hidden in there." Hearing this unfamiliar name, Ling Xiao mumbled curiously, "Holy tomb? Sounds creepy." Without making him wait, Liu Xueqing explained in detail, "Actually, this isn't the peaceful resting place of any saint. It's a giant prison specifically used to lock up exiled aliens." Liu Xueqing's voice carried a hint of nostalgia, bringing back memories of a distant era. Once upon a time, our Yan Huang realm was severely ravaged by foreign invaders. At that time, countless mighty experts had to put aside their grudges and form an alliance to kick them out. But the problem was, some alien branches were so stubborn that they simply couldn't be wiped out. With no other choice, the seniors had to pack them up and throw them in here for exile. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years have passed, and although those old monsters from the past have all ascended to heaven, their descendants have multiplied crazily. They divided themselves into tribes, the most prominent being the one-horned tribe, the sand scale tribe, and the dark pattern tribe. Soon as she finished speaking, Ling Xiao scratched his chin and casually dropped a line, "One-horned tribe? Oh, I think I just conveniently sent a few of them to the underworld." Hearing that, Liu Xueqing's face turned pale, and she cried out in panic, "Then you've brought disaster upon yourself. Whenever someone kills them, a unique evil aura will cling to the killer. Their comrades only need to catch the scent to come collect the blood debt. However, this tracking evil aura will disappear without a trace as soon as you step out of the secret realm. Besides, the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard also relies on the number of aliens each person kills to calculate achievement points." Grasping the rules of the game, Ling Xiao leisurely stepped forward, not forgetting to look back and reassure her. "Stop worrying about nothing. Our job right now is to just casually enter the holy tomb and see if there's anything fun inside." At the same time in the outer perimeter, Long Tiangui was acting like a big boss, strictly commanding his underlings. "Everyone split up and sniff out for any fortune. If you see anything unusual, report it to this young master immediately." The minions bowed obediently. "Yes, boss." Before the pack scattered, he resentfully added, "Remember well, you must pay special attention to the whereabouts of that brat Ling Xiao. If you see him, strike immediately, but under no circumstances should you underestimate the enemy. I don't want to see his face making it out of this heavenly star ridge in one piece." The whole gang cupped their hands in unison. "Orders received, young Master Gui." Waiting for the lackeys to disappear, Long Tiangui turned to give instructions to Zai Yaoran. "Yaoran, quickly hook up with the people from the Fuyao gang, instigate them to join forces with us to surround Ling Xiao." She obediently bowed her head. Yaoran understands. Back to the duo Ling Xiao and Liu Xueqing. The deeper they went, the weirder he felt, so he asked curiously, "How strange, we were clearly crawling in a cave just now. How come in the blink of an eye I see wide open skies and clouds?" She laughed and explained, "The place we're standing in is already the second floor of the secret realm. Sometimes the spaces of the first and second floors overlap a bit. Ling Xiao nodded in relief. So that's it, I thought I was hallucinating. Suddenly, Liu Shuiqing reached out and pointed toward the deep void ahead. Over there is the gateway to enter the Holy Tomb. In the past, many seniors found this place, but unfortunately, due to their lacking strength, no one could pry the door open. Suddenly, from the dense bushes nearby, a very suspicious rustling sound echoed. With lightning-fast reflexes, Ling Xiao stepped up and blocked in front of Liu Shuiqing, his sharp eyes full of vigilance. A giant mutant tiger unexpectedly lunged out from the bushes, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, looking absolutely fierce. As soon as she saw its face, Liu Shuiqing shrieked in panic. We're doomed, it's a vicious beast. But unfortunately, it wasn't alone. It brought a whole pack that was surrounding them from all sides. The girl revealed a tragic expression. Ling Xiao, this is the only path leading to the Holy Tomb. Unless we step over their corpses, there's no other way. The guy just shrugged nonchalantly. They're just a few big cats, why are you so tense? You just stand there and watch the show, let me clean this up in a jiffy. Finishing his words, Ling Xiao erupted with blazing flame fire, turning into a streak of light that shot into the beast pack. Without saying much, he landed a devastatingly powerful punch squarely on the skull of the leading mutant tiger, sending it to the afterlife instantly. Witnessing this quick and clean slaughter, Liu Shuiqing stood on the sidelines with her mouth hanging open in shock. These monsters were at least on par with the Star Realm, yet at Ling Xiao's hands, they were as fragile as paper, knocked out with a single slap. Then the guy moved as if no one was there, swinging his arms and legs with absolute decisiveness. One moment he kicked this one flying into the sky, the next he punched that one to the ground. He even got excited and slapped them so hard their faces flipped. The massacre happened as fast as a tornado. Looking back, there were only two lonely ones left standing. At this moment, Ling Xiao leisurely pulled out his precious holy hammer, clicked his tongue, and complained, "Tusk, in the blink of an eye, there are only 2 lives left." The guy swung the hammer in a full circle, smashing the last 2 aggressive monsters flying, then put his hands on his hips and shouted, "You're the ones tired of living who brought yourselves to me, don't go crying injustice in the underworld." After finishing the job, Ling Xiao immediately grabbed Liu Shuiqing's wrist and urged, "Let's bounce, hurry up and find the entrance to the Holy Tomb." Without waiting for her to react, he pulled the girl along, running headlong into the deep forest. While running frantically, the two of them suddenly stepped on a formation circle. The system immediately announced the good news. Ling Xiao had triggered the 7 Emperor's illusion array and conveniently comprehended this formation as well. Instantly, the surrounding space spun like a pinwheel, making both Ling Xiao and Liu Shuiqing freeze in confusion. Hold on, what the hell is going on here? Before they could gather their senses, 2 giant stone creatures suddenly sprouted right in front of them. Liu Shuiqing was terrified out of her wits, pointing a trembling finger. "You, look at that, it seems like something is rushing towards us." One of the 2 stone monsters didn't even bother saying hello, directly swinging a massive axe straight down at Ling Xiao and Shuiqing's heads. Thank God for Ling Xiao's hands being faster than his brain. He quickly grabbed Liu Shuiqing's waist and pulled her into his arms, neatly dodging the fatal blow, and whispered softly, "Be a little careful, miss." Still unable to steady her heartbeat, the girl trembled and asked, "Good heavens, what species are those 2 walking piles of bricks?" Ling Xiao kept his eyes glued to them, assessing the situation, and then nodded firmly. "Highly likely they are tomb guardians. If they are here, it proves the Holy Tomb is definitely hidden right around here." The 2 stone statues dragged their heavy steps, then stood menacingly in front of them, throwing their heads back and letting out a chilling, triumphant laugh. Without hesitation, they aggressively charged in again, demanding to eat Ling Xiao alive. But the guy was as light as a feather, leaping high into the air and flawlessly dodging all physical attacks. Aiming right at the moment, one tomb guardian revealed an opening. Ling Xiao held the holy hammer upside down and darted straight down like a god. One hammer slammed down with a boom, directly smashing the guy's stone body into a pile of scattered gravel. Even though its comrade was mashed to pieces, the remaining gatekeeper still didn't know the meaning of fear, continuing to glare crazily and lunge toward him. The opponent punched and kicked wildly, unleashing all its deadly moves, but Ling Xiao was like a loach, twisting and dodging smoothly without missing a single beat. He swiftly slipped behind it, gathering power to land the final blow, casually mocking, "You call yourself a tomb guardian, but you're this weak. Watching you clumsily stumble around like this is actually quite cute." Right after finishing his taunt, Ling Xiao channeled blazing flame fire to fully envelop the holy hammer, straightforwardly delivering a sledgehammer strike to the opponent's body. This earth-shattering smash successfully turned the second tomb guardian into fine stone powder. However, the joy was short-lived, as a bizarre scene began to unfold right before their eyes. The scattered pile of rubble on the ground suddenly seemed to be manipulated by a spell, floating up into the air and clanking together. In just a blink of an eye, the two stone guards had restored their original forms as if they had never been destroyed. Seeing this scene, Liu Shuiqing panicked and cried out, "Are you kidding me? How can this happen? They just grew back the way they were." Ling Xiao stroked his chin, his brain working at top speed. He thought to himself, since they just stepped on the 7 Emperor's illusion array earlier, perhaps all these cheap tricks were created by that formation. Having just returned from the grave, the two stone giants eagerly carried their axes and rushed over to settle the score with the couple. However, by this time, Ling Xiao had grasped the core of the issue. He smirked triumphantly at them, patting his chest with confidence. "Since your fake's born from a formation, there must be an array core to break it. What a coincidence, this young master just comprehended this 7 stars illusion array. Breaking this child's play is incredibly simple." After bragging, Ling Xiao immediately channeled spiritual energy into his eyes, activating an eye technique that sees through all things. Exactly a split second later, his sharp eyes caught the exact location of the array core hiding right in the center. Having identified the target, Ling Xiao dashed toward it with the speed of wind, cheering joyfully, "Caught you red-handed, the array core is sitting right over there." The two stone blocks sensed danger and frantically carried their heavy legs, waddling after him to block his path. But how could they outrun Ling Xiao's lightning legs? The guy had already closed in on the array core, one big step ahead of them. A ruthless hammer slammed down decisively, forcing the poor array core to shatter into countless pieces. With the core powered down, the two stone statues instantly lost power, collapsing into 2 piles of harmless rubble. The miracle was that those pebbles suddenly glowed brightly, then automatically formed into a super cool teleportation portal. Liu Shuiqing, who had been anxiously clutching her heart all this time, hurriedly ran over and asked, "Ling Xiao, you're not missing any pieces, right?" Ling Xiao gently held the girl's soft hand, his eyes shining brightly as he said, "I just dug up a brand new tunnel here, let's go, let's see what fun things are inside." Finishing his words, the two youngsters held hands and proudly stepped through that teleportation portal. At the same time in another forest, Zai Yao Ran and her crew were sprinting for their lives. She frowned at the one leading the way, asking suspiciously, "Can this tracking talisman of yours really pinpoint the whereabouts of that brat Ling Xiao?" The guide was none other than Zhao Daihu. He immediately patted his chest with full confidence. "You worry too much. My Fuyao gang's tracking talisman is top-tier stuff. How could it report the wrong location?" As if to defend its master, the positioning talisman instantly flashed, taking a sharp turn into a tiny dirt path. The whole group slammed on the brakes. Zhao Daihu grinned widely and shouted, "Found him! The target is wandering right in this area." After their journey through the teleportation portal, Ling Xiao and Liu Shuiqing had settled inside an ancient tomb. Sweeping his eyes around the surroundings, Ling Xiao clapped his hands. "No doubt about it, this is definitely the den of the holy tomb." Instantly, the attention of both of them crashed right into a dried-up skeleton, accompanied by 3 glowing treasures lying randomly nearby. Stepping closer to the stone pedestal to get a good look, Ling Xiao clicked his tongue and judged, "Looks like this saint's fortune has already been completely cleaned out by those who came before. Currently only these 3 leftover items are left." Liu Shuiqing looked up at him with highly guarded eyes, asking softly, "Brother Ling Xiao, you're not planning to swallow this whole stash of treasures all by yourself, are you?" Hearing that, Ling Xiao chuckled, extremely decisively tossing the treasures over to the girl, waving his hand generously. "Here, this holy weapon of destruction and this substitute talisman, I'm giving them to you for free." Holding the 2 incredibly rare top-tier items in her hands, Liu Shuiqing was thrilled to the bone, continuously thanking him. "Thank you so much, brother." Hugging the items tightly to her chest, the girl was moved to tears. "You are truly the most generous man in the world. Both the weapon and the life-saving talisman are unique rare goods, yet you are willing to give them all to me." Ling Xiao waved his hand and laughed it off, answering modestly, "What's there to be so shocked about? You went out of your way to guide me all the way here. Logically and emotionally, I should give you a small gift in return." Without further hesitation, Liu Shuiqing's face lit up with joy, swiftly stuffing the 2 precious items into her spatial ring with a sweet smile. Then this little lady will go ahead and pocket them. 1,000 thanks to you. Ling Xiao tossed the remaining token in his hand, turning to her with curiosity. So do you know what this thing is? As soon as she saw the object in his hand clearly, Liu Shuiqing jumped back a few steps in shock, stammering, Isn't this the limit token? Seeing her astonished reaction, Ling Xiao became even more curious, pressing her. What the hell is a limit token? If you know its background, pull it out and enlighten me. Liu Shuiqing swallowed hard, explaining seriously. Rumor has it in the martial world that somewhere in the Heavenly Star Ridge, there is a gathering spot called the Limit Hall, and only those holding this limit token in their hands are qualified to step through its gates. Rumor has it that as long as you grit your teeth and pass the trials there, participants will have the chance to grab martial skills or secret arts that touch the peak limit, a truly sky-high fortune. Learning the true value of the token, Ling Xiao was extremely interested, rubbing his hands in satisfaction. Well, I didn't expect this piece of iron to hide such formidable uses. Just as the script was going smoothly, a harsh, aggressive shout suddenly echoed from behind. Ling Xiao, I've been looking for you until my eyes turned red, and I've finally caught you by the neck. Turned out that the people from the Fuyao gang had tracked them down. Zhao Ran glared at Ling Xiao with eyes like daggers, mocking, Ling Xiao, you've got a lot of nerve, daring to drag your body into this holy tomb all by yourself. Zhao Daihu, standing on the sidelines, aggressively chimed in to threaten, if you're smart, spit out all the treasures you just stole. A bug like you doesn't have the blessing to use top-tier goods. Seeing that the balance of power seemed skewed, Liu Shuiqing grabbed tightly onto the hem of his shirt, her lips trembling as she advised, Ling Xiao, that guy is a notorious figure from the Fuyao gang, his strength is incredibly formidable. How about we pull up our roots and find a way to slip away first? Hearing that cowardly advice, Ling Xiao smirked disdainfully, replying indifferently, slip away, you're overinflating the value of these amateurs again. Finishing his sentence, he silently gathered spiritual energy to warm up his palms, lifting his chin to challenge the opponents. I'll plant my feet right here, if you guys have the guts, step over here and rob me yourselves. The high-damage taunt made Zhao Daihu's blood boil. He puffed out his cheeks and glared, barking orders at his subordinates. You're about to meet your ancestors, and you still want to act arrogant. Everyone, charge and hack him to pieces for me. Waiting for just that, the mob around him howled loudly, carrying their weapons and charging straight at the young man. But Ling Xiao still maintained his unusually relaxed demeanor, yawning casually and provoking, stop using these disposable pawns to test my strength. If you're confident you're a real man, bring your blade up here and dance yourself. Right after he spoke, he struck decisively like a lightning bolt, pulling off a few basic moves and completely clearing out the mob blocking his way. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dai, who had stealthily slipped behind his back at some point, bursting into mocking laughter. I gotta praise those sharp eyes of yours for seeing through my intentions. But no matter how smart you are, you're dying today, prepare to lie down under the blade of the Fuyao gang. With just a flexible twist, Ling Xiao neatly dodged that deadly blade. At this point, he finally bothered to reach in and pull out the razor-sharp holy sword from his spatial ring to make its debut. Ling Xiao swung his sword, thrusting a majestic strike straight at Zhao Daihu, coldly taking the initiative. Someone from the Fuyao gang, right? Let this young master see what tricks you can pull today to shave away my life. Hearing the opponent talk tough, Zhao Daihu got even more cocky, a mischievous smile of excitement spreading across his mouth at facing a tough prey. Not bothering to hold back, Ling Xiao took the vanguard stance, launching his move and throwing out the sword net to surround Zhao Daihu to clear the path for the final blow. Instantly, thousands of razor-sharp sword chi streams tore through the wind, filling the sky, making even the fat tiger widen his eyes in shock. What? Is this the sword net domain? But his reflexes were pretty sharp too, immediately dancing his blade to chop down the swarming sword chi streams, proudly puffing his chest. This is truly interesting. I gotta admit your skills are much sharper than I calculated. Despite how toxic and dangerous the sword chi was, Zhao Daihu hacked and resolved it all completely. His battle lust surged, roaring in delight. I, the great Zhao Daihu, have always only enjoyed beating up experts of this level. Watching the development, Ling Xiao also slightly raised his eyebrow and muttered, Oh, I didn't expect this dirt buffalo to tear through my sword net domain so easily. Right after the wave of attacks ended, Zhao Daihu heavily slammed the hilt of his blade into the stone floor to accumulate power. Zhao Ran, who was cheering from outside the battle circle, found it strange and shouted loudly, Hey, What kind of monkey trick are you trying to pull? Zhao Daihu replied with an earth-shaking roar, putting all his life's strength into jerking the blade up, screaming at the top of his lungs. Earth Demon Vital Energy. 100 Formation Blade Domain, open. The moment the chant ended, the blade in his hand suddenly glowed brightly, spitting out a terrifying, pitch-black killing intent that sent shivers down the spine. Standing right there on the opposing side, Ling Xiao suddenly heard the system announce that he had successfully encountered and comprehended his opponent's ultimate skill, Earth Demon Blade Domain. Without hesitation, Zhao Daihu swung a lightning-fast blade straight at the young man, howling madly, "Go to hell. I don't believe you can carry this killing strike of mine." Facing the danger, Ling Xiao just calmly raised his sword to brush it aside, dropping a salty comment, "You're trying to scare people with these petty parlor tricks. Shatter for me?" As the shout dropped, his sword net multiplied its explosive power, chewing Zhao Daihu's Earth Demon Blade Domain to bits like cheap paste. Having his signature move completely countered, Zhao Daihu took the full brunt of a massive backlash force. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh, streaming blood, his knees giving out as he collapsed to the ground. He clutched his chest, glaring angrily at his opponent, calculating in his head, what does this bastard eat to be so tough? At this rate, his realm must be close to the 9th star realm. I have to go all out and clear him up real fast. Dragging this out any longer will definitely cause changes. Acting on his thoughts, Zhao Daihu slammed both hands into the ground, straining his neck and roaring a deafening roar, Demon Subduing 9 Transformations Art. 4th Transformation, Subduing Leopard. As the chant was spit out, a phantom image of a wild leopard with blood-red eyes and a fierce aura surged up right behind him. In a flash, man and phantom merged into one, frantically clawing and charging straight at Ling Xiao. Amidst that storm of lethal blows, the system faithfully announced once again that Ling Xiao had contacted and fully comprehended the ultimate skill, Demon Subduing 9 Transformations Art. Zhao Daihu pressed in extremely close with a twisted face, screaming madly, "Go see the King of Hell, D." Having been an audience member this whole time, Liu Shuiqing broke out in a cold sweat and muttered, "Good heavens, isn't this the secret manual passed down internally in the Demon Subduing Art? Using this move, his power must skyrocket by at least 2 to 5 times, no joke." On the contrary, Zai Yao ran on the other side of the battlefield smiled triumphantly. Zhao Dai, who has cultivated this art to the 4th level, his explosive power is multiplied 4 times compared to the original. With this form, even if he fought a powerhouse at the 1st Moon Realm, he could eat them alive. That little brat is definitely a goner now. Ignoring all the rumors and worries, Ling Xiao directly activated the imperishable golden body art. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in a dazzling aura, so radiant it could blind onlookers. Seeing that holy light blasting right into his face, the bloodlusted Zhao Dai, who suddenly slammed on the brakes, his eyes wide with horror as he blurted out, "This is so unreal. How the hell could this happen?" Taking advantage of the exact moment the opponent got cross-eyed and lost focus, Ling Xiao glided like the wind, straightforwardly thrusting a lightning sword strike, shouting loudly, "Dumbass, you've exposed a basket full of openings." Before he could gather his senses, Zhao Dai, who fully swallowed a miserable defeat in just the blink of an eye. The guy only had time to let out a piercing, tragic scream. The gang on Zai Yao Ran's side stood watching with their jaws dropped, rubbing their eyes several times, still unable to believe the truth. "Are you kidding me? A monster like Zhao Dai who got fed dirt as easily as eating candy." A trembling lackey poked Zai Yao Ran, "Boss lady, it's busted, are we still fighting?" She furiously knocked him hard on the head, hissing and scolding, "Is your brain filled with tofu? What the hell is there left to fight at this point? Let's bounce quickly, kids." After cursing, she scrambled as fast as her legs could carry her, leading her pack of lackeys to run away from the scene, leaving a trail of smoke. Seeing the enemy fading away, Liu Shuiqing sneaked up next to Ling Xiao and asked, "Are you planning to just let her slip away quietly like that?" Ling Xiao let out a long yawn and replied, "These tiny shrimps, why waste time getting my hands dirty? Might as well stay here and dig around a bit more to see if we can scavenge anything good." Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest outside, an army of one-horned aliens armed to the teeth was fiercely marching forward. A bright red-haired commander leading the way smirked maliciously, "These human brats are too noisy. Just hide well and wait for them to beat each other to exhaustion, then we jump out to deliver the final blow and bag the whole nest. Deploy the formation and seal all their exits. Absolutely do not let a single one slip through the net." The whole pack of single-horned monsters chanted in response, Understood, boss. Switching the frame to Zai Yao Ran, she was running a marathon head first, her mouth constantly urging her underlings, "Speed it up, you useless bunch. The exit of the holy tomb is right ahead." In less than half an incense stick of time, their whole group had frantically dragged their exhausted faces right to the exit gate of the ancient tomb. At this point, Zai Yao Ran finally dared to drop her shoulders, stroking her chest and letting out a sigh of relief. "Phew, ancestors bless us, we finally managed to drag ourselves out alive." As soon as the tension eased, her mind started scheming again. "I didn't expect that brat Ling Xiao to secretly hide his trump card all the way to the Hua Yuan 7th stage. This top-secret info must be urgently reported to the Vice Palace Master." But her luck was as black as the bottom of a pot. Right at that moment, the fierce army of one-horned aliens suddenly appeared and blocked her retreat, bursting into nasty laughter. "Hee hee, where are you running to escape the sun, cuties?" Seeing the glaring weapons in front of her, Zai Yao Ran froze like a statue, shrieking tragically, "We're dead, there's an ambush here." Not giving the victims time to breathe, the red-haired boss waved the flag and ordered, "Hack them to pieces for me." Accompanied by sky-shaking roars of slaughter, he carried his blade and aimed straight at Zai Yao Ran's head, chopping down. After just a few notes, Zai Yao Ran's entire pack of underlings were flattened like cockroaches, writhing and groaning pitifully on the ground. Seeing the overall situation completely ruined, Zai Yao Ran bit her lip until it bled, thinking to herself, "These monsters are as numerous as an army, yet their paper-thin health seems like it doesn't decrease at all no matter how much you grind them down. Guess I'll just have to risk my life to carve out a bloody path to escape." Thinking that, she closed her eyes tightly, gripped her sword, and dashed straight into the fire ant nest of the one-horned aliens. Seeing the prey trying to turn the tables, they crazily carried their tools and chased closely behind, shouting loudly, "Grab that bitch by the neck, quick." The whole pack of horned monsters rushed up, dancing with knives and slashing with swords as if chopping vegetables, forcing Zai Yao Ran to retreat until her legs went numb, struggling immensely. Backed into a corner, she furiously screamed, "You bastards, this lady will chop you all into minced meat." Talking big was one thing, but against the enemy's overwhelming strength, her defense was as thin as a sheet of paper, pierced and torn to shreds in the blink of an eye. Catching the chance of a lifetime, a one-horned alien gleefully grabbed his knife and lunged forward, aiming to add the final finishing blow. But Zai Yao Ran was no pushover. She kept a stone-cold face, spun around, and swung a beautiful sword strike that sent the idiot flying far out of sight. Just waiting for the crowd to push and shove in chaos, she blinked her signals and sprinted, piercing through the encirclement and disappearing without a trace. Watching helplessly as the fat piece of meat flew away, the monsters angrily stomped their feet, roaring in frustration, "Damn it, that bitch ran so fast." The red-haired boss furiously stepped forward, swinging his blade to chop off the head of an unlucky soldier standing nearby to vent his anger, roaring and cursing. "A bunch of useless trash. There was only one woman and you still let her slip through the net." Saying that, he turned his back and walked away, throwing back a spine-chilling threat. "If you let another soul slip away next time, then your worthless lives can prepare to leave your necks." Hearing that, the one-horned lackeys were so scared their limbs went weak, hurriedly bowing and answering, "Understood, boss." Returning to the somber atmosphere inside the holy tomb, Ling Xiao was still bending over picking out every little detail, inspecting every nook and cranny to see if any old saint hid a slush fund and forgot to take it. Sweeping until his eyes were tired without finding anything of value, the guy clicked his tongue and turned to Liu Shuiqing. "We've cleaned this nest so thoroughly that not even a single hair is left. Pack your bags and let's go." "Let's hit the road." Dropping the final word, Ling Xiao and Liu Shuiqing casually strolled out toward the exit of the holy tomb. But no one in life can predict the unexpected. Just as they reached the edge of the exit, a shady sequence of sounds echoed from somewhere again. The leader of the one-horned aliens, who was hugging a tree waiting for rabbits, heard the footsteps and was thrilled, laughing nastily. "Oh ho, another flock of good little lambs bringing themselves out here." As soon as they poked their heads out of the cave, what hit the young couple's eyes was a pack of monsters blocking the door. Ling Xiao and Liu Shuiqing widened their eyes in surprise. "So it's the one-horned aliens again." A minion immediately pointed fingers and reported, "Young tribal chief, it's exactly this guy who had the guts to rob our clan's mineral mine." Following that, a cocky guy stepped forward, reaching out to grab Liu Shuiqing's hand, acting playfully. Well, the young tribal chief has his eyes on you, girl. If you're smart, obediently follow us brothers back to the mansion." Furious at that crude harassment, Liu Shuiqing snatched her hand back and roared, "Get lost." Not giving the pervert a chance to babble, she thrust her sword straight through his chest, instantly logging the scumbag out of this world. Seeing their brother dead on the ground, his cronies' eyes turned bloodshot as they howled. "This crazy bitch dared to kill one of our own. You must have a death wish. Brothers, capture her alive and bring her to the young clan leader to torture as he pleases." But Liu Shuiqing wasn't afraid in the slightest. Tightening her grip on her sword, she charged bravely into the eye of the storm to meet their blades. A towering brute stepped up to block her, effortlessly swatting away her sword strike while baring his fangs. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. "Since you don't give our boss face, you're going to catch a severe beating today. Try blocking my blade." As soon as the words left his mouth, he flexed his muscles and brought down a 1,000-pound slash toward Liu Shuiqing. Panicked, she hurriedly raised her sword to parry the brute's berserk attack. Crushed by the overwhelming strength, she gritted her teeth, breaking into a nervous sweat. "This guy is strong as an ox. I'm running out of energy and can't hold him off much longer." Right in the nick of time, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared like a savior, his hand clamping down on the guy's knife-wielding wrist like a vice. He frowned in annoyance, shooting the guy a razor-sharp glare as he squeezed out every word. "Hey, do you dare to treat my handsome face like empty air?" Before the victim could mumble an excuse, Ling Xiao unleashed a kick that sent him flying into the distance, falling flat on his back. Seeing his underling completely trashed, the young clan leader burned with rage, screaming at his lackeys, "Are you all blind just standing there staring? Rush him and chop him into mincemeat." Receiving the order, the whole pack of one-horned monsters roared deafeningly and swarmed forward, determined to go all out against him. Caught in a pincer movement, Ling Xiao still casually ran a hand through his hair, turning his head to politely remind Liu Shuiqing, "Miss, step back and hide well. Their blood is going to spray everywhere and dirty your clothes in a moment." Having said that, he moved as gracefully as a dancer, easily dodging every single wild slash from the one-horned clan. Casually, Ling Xiao smashed a sledgehammer-like punch into a guy's face, making him vomit blood and fly back several meters. Next, he excitedly pulled out his sacred hammer, his face beaming as he said, "Gotta admit, the curse stuck on you guys is an incredibly useful tool." Without hesitation, Ling Xiao channeled his full strength into the treasure, roaring like thunder, "Obediently surrender all your lives to me." The moment he finished speaking, a devastating bombardment crashed down from above, blowing the entire formation of the one-horned clan into smithereens. Watching his badass performance, Liu Shuiqing's eyes sparkled, unable to hide her admiration. Good heavens, he's ridiculously strong. Observing the situation, the young clan leader was now sweating profusely, entering a state of high alert. Taking on our whole one-horned group single-handedly, seems this brat actually has some skills. But let's see how much longer you can hold on. Saying that, he led the remaining stragglers, aggressively charging in to surround Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao just let out a yawn, lazily swinging the sacred hammer, and in the blink of an eye, he smashed the teeth out of every one-horned monster that dared to fly past him. But seeing this swarm of ants seemingly pouring in endlessly, Ling Xiao frowned and calculated. These dirt cows are as numerous as ants. Fighting them in hand-to-hand combat wastes too much gas and time. Looks like I have to use a cannon to shoot mosquitoes. In just a split second, the young man's figure suddenly evaporated on the spot. The one-horned clan looked at each other in bewildered panic. "Huh, where did that little brat scurry off to? Quickly scatter and search." The young clan leader stood dumbfounded for a second, then slapped his belly and laughed loudly with utter contempt. "I thought you were some kind of manly hero. Turns out you're just a cowardly turtle pulling its head in and running away." He carried his arrogant face closer to Liu Shuiqing, teasing, "How about it, baby? Ready to give up and come with us now?" Liu Shuiqing clumsily stepped back, raising her sword defensively across her chest and shouting, "You bastard, don't you dare come any closer." He pointed a finger and laughed scornfully. "That useless guy has already pissed his pants and run off. What the hell is the point of you stubbornly resisting us?" Right as his mouth was stretched wide in laughter, Ling Xiao's sarcastic voice suddenly echoed directly into his eardrums. "Hey son, which eye of yours saw me running away?" The young clan leader's heart skipped a beat, terrified as he snapped his head around. Ling Xiao appeared looming in midair like a ghost, his hand tightly gripping several formation flags before waving them with a sharp swish. Instantly, a massive formation vortex glowed brightly right beneath the feet of the one-horned clan, activating to trap them tightly inside. 7-star illusion array. Array spirit open. Accompanied by a resounding shout, Ling Xiao forcefully waved the formation flags, unleashing a rain of razor-sharp sword chi that tore through space. In the blink of an eye, countless sparkling sword streams pierced straight through the flesh of the one-horned monsters like darts, making them howl miserably in agony. Gaping in shock at that tragic scene, the young clan leader was utterly terrified, silently cursing in his mind. This despicable bastard. Sure enough, he took advantage of the situation and pulled out the sacred tomb's formation to use. The storm of sword chi continued to bomb and plow through them crazily, the one-horned monsters crying and screaming in despair. Young clan leader, save us. But before their cries for help could completely fade, the Grim Reaper's scythe of the sword formation's power had already claimed their lives. Pushed into a dead end, the young clan leader got desperate and hastily pulled out a whip from his clothes. With all his fury, he swung the whip, tearing through the wind as it shot straight toward Ling Xiao, howling like a wild beast. Go meet the Yama King. Ling Xiao remained extremely calm, his face leisurely as he lightly waved the formation flag to continue fueling the array's power. A split second later, the whip carrying the young clan leader's last ray of hope was minced into tiny fragments by the wave of sword chi, scattering to the ground. The terrifying backlash rebounded, forcing the young clan leader's knees to buckle and making him collapse onto the freezing dirt. Ling Xiao slowly walked over, looking down at him with mocking eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up. Oh, weren't you talking big and acting all arrogant just now? Why have you suddenly gone mute? Keep singing that smug tune for me to hear. Finishing his mockery, he unhesitatingly delivered a direct frontal strike right into his body. The young clan leader hurriedly poured all his strength into defending, choking with resentment as he yelled, "If you have the guts, throw away that formation and come out here to fight me fair and square." Hearing that naive statement, Ling Xiao burst out laughing and added another earth-shattering punch, sharply clapping back. "When you herded a whole battalion to gang up on me, why didn't you open your mouth to demand fairness?" That stinging retort made the guy bite his tongue, completely speechless, only managing to choke out one word: "You." The terrifying force from Ling Xiao's punch broke right through the defense, directly sending the young clan leader's massive body flying backward, making him smash his face into the cold ground, shattering all his delusions, leaving behind only groans of ultimate agony. Ling Xiao had no intention of holding back. He gathered his power to smash the formation gate, majestically roaring, "I'm wondering if the world will fall into chaos if the young leader of the one-horned clan drops dead. Today, I'll have to use you to broaden my horizons." Smelling danger, the panicked young clan leader whipped out a substitute puppet to take the lethal blow, bitterly cursing in his heart, "Damn it all. To think that someone as grand as me would be forced into such a desperate, dirt-eating corner by a mere human." In a flash, the surging power from Ling Xiao's formation flag crashed straight down onto his position. An explosion rang out, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere, while thick smoke and dust completely obscured the surroundings. When the dust finally settled, only the shredded remnants of the scapegoat puppet remained in that spot, while the guy's figure had evaporated without a trace. Liu Shuiqing approached and thoroughly explained, "This is a special defensive treasure of the one-horned clan, specifically used to block fatal calamities." Hearing this, Ling Xiao stroked his chin and chuckled in amusement. Well, seems their toys are pretty neat after all." His sharp senses helped Ling Xiao quickly catch the frantic rustling at the edge of the forest. He pointed directly at the target. The prey is running for its life in that direction. Without hesitating, Ling Xiao ran at top speed in hot pursuit, not forgetting to look back and instruct, "This guy's status is no joke. Absolutely do not let the tiger return to the mountain. Follow me quickly." Liu Shuiqing hurriedly jogged behind, barely managing to call out, "Oh geez, wait for me to go with you." As for the young clan leader, right now he was running headlong, draining every last drop of his strength to flee. While sprinting like crazy through the wind, he was plotting dirty tricks in his head. "Our camp is right up ahead. As long as I can drag my life back there, I'll invite the elders to make a move and wash away this humiliating disgrace." Ling Xiao had more than enough power to catch up to the enemy. He stuck right to the guy's back and mocked, "Oh, where are you rushing to so urgently? Weren't you thirsting for my life just a moment ago? I've brought the fat right to the cat's mouth. Turn around and take a bite if you've got the guts." Seeing Ling Xiao breathing down his neck, the guy was trembling like a leaf, but still stubbornly yelled back, "I'm mercifully letting you feel smug for a few more seconds. Once my heels step into the camp, I'll let you taste what it's like to get gang-beaten by my tribe." As if Ling Xiao would ever spit out such a perfectly good piece of prey, he swung his hand and unleashed an icy, incredibly vicious sword strike toward his target. In just the blink of an eye, that razor-sharp slash neatly severed one of the guy's arms, sending it flopping to the ground. Realizing he was about to meet the Yama King, the young clan leader was scared out of his wits, squealing miserably like a slaughtered pig, "Oh elders, please manifest and save my little life." Ling Xiao's deadly sword tip-tore through the air, shooting forward to stop right in front of the young clan leader's face. Just as he was hanging by a thread, an old man bearing the title of elder of the one-horned clan loomed into view. He swatted Ling Xiao's sword tip away and bellowed like thunder, "What kind of fly dares to touch our young clan leader? Are you tired of living?" Ling Xiao's attack smashed hard into the old man's defensive spiritual barrier, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Barring the recoil, Ling Xiao leaped backward, his brow twitching upward with a tinge of surprise as he wondered to himself, "A Ru Yue realm master, huh?" Liu Shuiqing's figure followed closely behind, looking slightly anxious as she probed, "The main base of the one-horned clan is right ahead. Are we still going to risk charging in?" Ling Xiao gave a faint smirk. "Of course we keep going. A feast has been served right to our mouths. Are we supposed to flip the table?" Seeing his completely dismissive attitude, the elder was so angry he could vomit blood. He strained his neck and roared, "A snot-nosed brat with a mighty foul mouth, aren't you? If you know what's good for you, state your name, and I'll have enough pity to let you die in a beautiful pose." In response to the threat, Ling Xiao threw him a disdainful sideways glance and spat out cold words. "As for my name, small fry like you wouldn't have the blessing to hear it even if you pried my mouth open." Provoked by his arrogant attitude, the elder of the one-horned clan flew into a rage and bellowed, "You little bastard." The young clan leader hiding behind him hurriedly added fuel to the fire. "Oh elder, he is the mortal enemy of our tribe. His hands are soaked in the blood of our kin. You absolutely must send him to meet his ancestors." Hot blood rushing to his head, the old man roared madly, "I don't need you to lecture me. I swear I'll chop this little brat up into bar snacks." Seeing the old guy start channeling his internal energy to summon a massive phantom beast, Liu Shuiqing frantically tugged his clothes to dissuade him. "Ling Xiao, that old man is at least touching the threshold of the Ru Yue realm. With your current cultivation, it's just throwing an egg against a rock. Out of the 36 stratagems, retreating is the best choice." As if Ling Xiao knew how to spell the word fear, he fiercely charged into battle, waving a hand and answering curtly, "So gutless, even if he is in the Ru Yue realm, he still has to lie face down at my feet today. You arrogant little brat, let me see how many of my pounces you can take." Finishing his sentence, the elder immediately commanded the spiritual energy beast to open its maw and lunge straight at him to tear him apart. Quick as lightning, Ling Xiao swung his sword and delivered a sky-shakingly majestic slash, causing the phantom monster to howl tragically. In just the blink of an eye, the figure of that ferocious beast was torn to shreds under his peerlessly sharp sword. The one-horned elder stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, jaw dropping to his belly button as he blurted out, "How is that possible? On what basis could this brat dissolve my ultimate killing move as easily as a feather?" Claiming to be an ultimate killing technique, yet it's this flimsy. Ling Xiao tossed back a bitterly sarcastic remark before zooming forward to close the distance with the old man. Panicked, the elder scrambled to squeeze out every last drop of spiritual energy in his dantian to erect a defensive shield. Following that, the old man unleashed a lethal counterattack with all his might, his mouth not forgetting to scream, "Good on you, little brat, for daring to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Today I'll send you to see the Yama King." Ling Xiao skillfully sidestepped, casually dodging the venomous attack completely as if he were just taking a stroll. After a few rounds of combat, the old man started feeling a chill down his spine, his stomach doing flips. "This is too bizarre. This kid's cultivation level is way worse than mine, so why is he fighting me to a standstill? Don't tell me he's hiding a trump card to troll me." Right as his train of thought ended, Ling Xiao flickered and loomed right behind him, his loud voice booming, "Old man, wash your neck and wait. I'll come back to collect the interest from you later." Caught off guard, the elder flailed his limbs and only had time to utter, "I'm totally screwed." In a flash, Ling Xiao closed in on his true target. He lunged and grabbed the young clan leader, who was hiding in the bushes behind, to conveniently take him hostage. The young clan leader's face instantly lost every drop of blood, turning as ashen as a piece of scrap paper. Grabbed by the neck as a hostage in the blink of an eye, the young clan leader cried miserably, howling to the heavens, "O elder, save my little life." Seeing the tribe's number one seed with a sword pressed to his neck, the one-horned elder hurriedly tried to intimidate him. "You human brat, don't do anything rash. Release the young clan leader right now, and I'll grant you a path of survival." A horde of lackeys suddenly swarmed in from nowhere to surround him, pointing fingers and cursing a mile a minute. "If you know what's good for you, let the young clan leader go immediately, otherwise don't even dream of crawling out of here in one piece." Ling Xiao's face remained completely unfazed. He pressed the freezing sword closer to the hostage's throat, leisurely dropping a warning, "If you want this little shit to keep breathing, you'd better back off 3 yards. Those underlings still weren't scared, continuing to jump up and down shouting, "Are you tired of breathing or what?" Seeing the tense situation, the elder had no choice but to bark at his subordinates, "Everybody back off." Hearing the boss's order, the whole gang of lackeys had to swallow their anger and step back. The old man glared at Ling Xiao and aggressively interrogated him, "You little brat, exactly what kind of extortion game are you trying to play to release him?" Ling Xiao casually named his price. "It's simple, just pay a fat chunk of compensation fees to do the right thing, and I'll return the goods to their manufacturer immediately." Not giving the old man time to think, Ling Xiao rattled off a string of terms. "Rumor in the martial world has it that your one-horned clan is sitting on 3 priceless gold mines. 1 is rare mineral veins, 2 is spiritual purple light, and 3 is the heavenly horn." The elder's face instantly twisted with boiling rage, but he had to swallow his anger and growl, "Which piece do you actually want to bite off?" Ling Xiao tightened the sword against the hostage's flesh, wickedly adding to the list, "I'll approve of anything. For instance, a casual handful of top-tier mineral veins, high-class raw stones, or a bunch of king medicines and rare holy medicines. In short, gut yourselves and cough up as much as possible." Hearing that astronomical quote, the pack of lackeys couldn't hold back anymore, jumping up and cursing, "Who the hell do you think you are? Bottomless greed and daylight robbery. Our one-horned clan isn't some garbage dump for you to dig whatever you want." The irritated elder snapped his head back and yelled right in the faces of the small fry, "Shut all your mouths." Scolded by the big boss, the whole swarm of shrimps pulled their heads in out of fear, staying dead silent, not even daring to fart a single sound. Ling Xiao chuckled to provoke him, "How about it, old man? Finished calculating your losses yet?" The one-horned elder threw up his hands in surrender, gritting his teeth to compromise. "In consideration that you haven't pushed our young clan leader to his death, whatever you demand, I'll bite the bullet and offer it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he resentfully tossed a spatial ring toward Ling Xiao, grumbling, "Everything you're trying to gold dig is neatly packed inside this ring." Ling Xiao strolled over leisurely, gently reaching out to catch the ring and stuffing it into his pocket. He casually flicked a stream of spiritual energy inside to take inventory of the assets. Seeing the wealth piled high like a mountain, all premium goods, Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and nodded in satisfaction, "Gotta praise your family. The goods are shiny and truly fit for a tycoon." Transaction complete, Ling Xiao lifted his foot and punted the young clan leader flying toward the old man, a teasing smile on his lips. "Doing business with good credit here, take your burden back." But to everyone's surprise, the elder's pupils suddenly flashed with a bone-chilling murderous aura. He abruptly drew his sword and charged forward as fast as a lightning bolt, bolting straight toward Ling Xiao while hissing with full malice, "Go see the Yama King." Carrying all his resentment, the old man brought down a fatal slash, holding the power to move mountains and fill seas right down onto Ling Xiao's head. However, that vicious sword strike slammed into the copper wall, an iron bastion of Ling Xiao's imperishable golden body, being mercilessly halted. Ling Xiao curled his lip and sneered sarcastically, "An old geezer throwing punches that feel like scratching an itch. You can't even scratch a single line into my lousy shield." The small fry of the one-horned clan standing on the sidelines watching the show dropped their jaws in shock. "Mother of God, is that human's flesh cast from solid steel or what? To just stand there and take the elder's full blow, what kind of demonic species is he to be this overpowered?" The elder scrambled back in terror, stepping on the air to fly high into the sky, raising his voice to salvage some face. "Pretty good. You've grown a few teeth to bite with, but don't delude yourself into thinking I'm out of tricks to smash you into a pulp." Suddenly, the horn growing on the center of the old man's forehead crackled and emitted blinding lightning bolts. Following that, The old man roared to gather all his spiritual energy. Break it open for me. Riding on that roar, the horn blasted out an earth-shattering shockwave. In just a split second, a massive spatial rift ripped through the entire sky above. The rift burst open right under Ling Xiao's heels, and at the same time, the one-horned elder drained all his power to detonate the heavenly horn, smashing forward to engage him. He turned the horn into a drill carrying destructive power, pinning it straight into the center of Ling Xiao's chest. Seeing their boss show off his might, the underlings jumped up and cheered wildly. Absolutely fantastic. The elder's prestige is truly unrivaled in the world. I told you, how could some fragile mortal compete with him? Hiding in the distance, Liu Shuiqing's face went pale with burning anxiety, silently crying out in her heart, "We're really screwed this time," poked right into a fire ant nest. Surprise, surprise, Ling Xiao still stood tall like a statue, not a single patch of skin scratched on his body. He casually smacked his lips. "Wow, this skill actually has some decent power, but unfortunately for you I'm carrying the 8 Desolate's sacred body. A tickle like this doesn't do a damn thing." The elder was boiling with rage, his face bulging with blue veins like tapeworms. He gritted his teeth until his jaw nearly dislocated. God damn it, what the hell is happening? Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xiao sprang up to counterattack, leaping into the air and launching a brilliant fire-coated punch right at his opponent's face, roaring loudly, "Go be a king in the underworld." The 1,000-pound, sledgehammer-like punch crashed right into the elder's spine, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood before falling face-first onto the ground. Witnessing the terrifying turnaround, the small fry of the one-horned clan were drained of all color, frantically screaming, "What the hell is this? The big boss lost. A dignified super master of the Ru Yue realm, why is he getting trashed so miserably?" Liu Shuiqing, standing far away catching the breeze, also gaped in shock at how effortlessly he clowned the old man, muttering to herself, "Didn't expect Ling Xiao to be this much of a beast. He's looking more and more shrouded in mystery. Just how many trump cards is this guy hiding?" Ling Xiao stomped heavily over to the old man and put on his debt collector voice. "Originally, I planned to take the money and fly far away. But since you liked playing dirty and tried to sneak bite me first, this bill is getting a penalty fee added." Saying that, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the old man's back, dropping a freezing threat. "Cough up all the wealth in your treasury for me, otherwise I'll wipe this camp clean without leaving a single blade of grass." The elder writhed in bone-deep pain, nodding profusely and begging, "As long as you spare this old life, I'll hand over whatever you want to strip with both hands." Ling Xiao pulled his foot back, clearing his throat to threaten, "If you can't dig out any items that catch my eye, then you better prepare for your funeral." The elder scrambled up to his feet, tearfully offering his treasure. "Inside our stronghold is a cave called the Purple Light Cave. That place is packed full of the world's rare goods." Hearing their boss expose their weak point, the lackeys in the back jumped up to stop him. "Oh, elder, the Purple Light Cave is a sacred ground for cultivation. How can we serve the fat to a cat's mouth and let an outsider scoop it all up? Elder, please reconsider." Finding them an eyesore, the elder turned around and cursed a torrent right into their faces. "Lock all your mouths shut. Do you guys want this old man to stop breathing to be satisfied?" Getting scolded harshly, the gang of little demons went as quiet as clams, not daring to squeeze out another half-word. Snatching up the one-horned clan's lucrative spot, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he urged, "Hiding such a gold mine so well, huh? Quickly roll over and lead the way there right now." Out of options, the old man bitterly dragged his feet to walk in front, sluggishly groaning, "Yes, yes, let this old body take you for an inspection." Arriving at the location, what appeared before them was a deep, bottomless cave entrance, continuously shooting out blinding and aggressive streaks of light from within. Leading the group to stop at the cave entrance, the old man leaned on his cane and introduced, "This right here is the Purple Light Cave." Sharp-witted Ling Xiao smelled the danger lingering outside the cave entrance. He flashed a wide grin and told the old man, "Old guy, you drag your corpse in first." This sudden flip-flop made the old man gape in dumbfounded shock. "Wait, what?" The elder's heart skipped a beat, breaking into a sweat as he schemed. "The killing intent lingering in the Purple Light Cave is so strong it makes ghosts cry and gods mourn. I was planning to borrow a knife to kill him and mince him to pieces. Who would have thought this brat had rocks in his head?" Not bothering to give the old man a chance to cry and explain, Ling Xiao ran out of patience and unleashed a kick that sent the old man's butt flying straight into the cave entrance, shouting loudly, "When I say roll in, crawl faster, cut the roundabout bullshit." Kicked flying into midair, the old man flailed and cried, "Oh no, I'm not stupid enough to crawl in there." Tragically, just as the old man's body tipped over the cave's edge, the purple lights inside went crazy, flashing and violently sparking. A razor-sharp beam of light-killing intent shot forward, piercing the one-horned elder's body full of holes like a beehive. Seeing the bloody, gory scene, the pack of lackeys curled up in terror and wailed, "We're doomed, the boss really went to sell salt." Ling Xiao stood outside with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the show, shivering and patting his chest to praise himself. "Wow, this hole is vicious. Good thing I was smart enough to let the old guy sweep the mines first." After taking a look, Ling Xiao turned his head to instruct Liu Shuiqing, "This demonic place isn't suited for women, just focus on keeping your life and scram first." Liu Shuiqing also knew she couldn't handle the heat, so she nodded repeatedly, "All right, I'll slide out of sight so you can work easily." Saying that, she utilized her footwork to glide away swiftly. Before her figure completely vanished, she made sure to echo back loudly, "Take good care of yourself." Watching Liu Shuiqing disappear without a trace, a lackey whispered softly to his companion, "That chick slipped away, should we chase her?" The guy next to him immediately snapped, "Chase my ass. If you're tired of living, drag your own corpse over there, don't drag me down to die with you." Having dealt with the obstacles, Ling Xiao charged robustly straight into the cave, telling himself, "The renowned Purple Light Cave is the incubator of the one-horned clan. There's bound to be a ton of hot goods hidden in its belly." Just as he stuck a foot past the threshold, the beams of light-killing intent inside sniffed out the human scent, swarming out to bite and tear at him. The one-horned clan lurking outside the door were overjoyed when they saw Ling Xiao crawl in, gossiping among themselves, "Absolutely perfect. He's walking right into the trap. The light-killing intent in there is definitely going to mince his corpse, just watch." Facing the light-killing intent that was as sharp as razor blades, Ling Xiao waved his hand, immediately coating himself in his imperishable golden body to act as a steel shield. Parting the waves and gliding smoothly through the screen of killing intent without losing a single hair, Ling Xiao continued to probe deep into the cave, smirking in contempt. "I thought this light-killing intent was something special, turns out it's just a surface-level itch." The underlings peeking from outside rolled their eyes back in shock, jaws dropping with a thud. His corpse isn't minced. The light-killing intent actually surrendered to him? Good heavens, this is too grotesque. In no time, Ling Xiao had groped his way to the very bottom of the cave. Sitting majestically right before his eyes was a chunk of mineral ore emitting an incredibly sparkling, magical halo. Examining it for a moment, Ling Xiao finally exposed the source of the power. So that batch of light-killing intent energy was leaking from this rock right here. This deeply purple light is truly bizarre. My soul is actually burning with the desire to dive in and hug it. How impressive. With itchy hands and feet, Ling Xiao gingerly poked a finger at the mineral ore. The moment he touched it, a blindingly bright burst of purple light exploded deafeningly. Bathed in that radiant light, Ling Xiao's face turned completely purple, his eyes widening in stunned amazement. A tangled mess of weird purple light surged and boiled, tightly wrapping around his entire body. A heaven-piercing pain slammed straight into his brain, forcing Ling Xiao to grit his teeth and groan miserably. The tidal wave-like power from the mineral ore poured roaringly into his body, making Ling Xiao flex his muscles to endure the ordeal. He grimaced and panted, "Well, that's a wrap. This purple light stuff is slipping right into my bone marrow." Brutally swept and ravaged through his internal organs by the stream of purple light, Ling Xiao couldn't control his throat and screamed from the bone-deep agony. Every time the purple light weaved deeper into his body, it struggled, becoming even more explosive and aggressive. Right at the hair-raising moment, the enlightenment tree nurtured within his dantian suddenly shook violently. It operated rapidly, completely draining dry the pile of purple light that was wrecking his meridians. Gulping down its fill of the lucrative energy from the purple light, the enlightenment tree suddenly swelled as if inflated, quickly spawning another lush green young fruit on its branch. Feeling the pulse of the bizarre changes in his body, Ling Xiao dropped his jaw and said to himself, "Holy crap, how the hell did the enlightenment tree absorb the purple light so effortlessly?" Watching the enlightenment tree continuously gorge on that massive energy, Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and muttered, "Could this stream of purple light be some super fertilizer stimulating the enlightenment tree to eat fast and grow quickly?" Going with the flow, Ling Xiao fully relaxed his body, throwing the doors wide open to welcome the influx of purple light. Before he knew it, Ling Xiao had easily devoured the divine ability, magnetic surge. Having finished comprehending the new ultimate skill, Ling Xiao exhaled a refreshing breath. He himself never expected that enlightenment tree to generously spit out such a fantastic gift for him. Feeling incredibly curious and itching to go, he was eager to try it out immediately, just to see if the power of this divine ability was actually any good. Acting on it, Ling Xiao aimed at the depleted spiritual stone, immediately blasting it with a shot of magnetic surge. With a bang, the spiritual stone exploded into hundreds of thousands of fragments fluttering down. Admiring that shocking power, Ling Xiao slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Truly formidable. Just injected a tiny bit of power, and it already exploded like this. Nice. Don't forget to hit subscribe to support the one and only to review YouTube channel, my friends. Outside the cave, the one-horned gang was still standing dumbfounded, not understanding the script of what was happening, noisily chattering. Where the hell did the spiritual purple light disappear to? Don't tell me it's some magic trick by that little brat. Bullshit, what qualifications does he have to devour all that? This disastrous incident left the pack of monsters as flustered as tangled chickens. Hey, should we pull out the heavenly horn and smash him? Bring out the butcher's tool and knock him once, he'll ascend to heaven instantly. Hold on, let's wait and see. If he's too tough to kick the bucket, we'll just surround this place and not let him escape. Then dragging the whole pack in to butcher him won't be too late. Right at that moment, Ling Xiao strolled out leisurely with his hands in his pockets, tilting his chin up to ask provocatively, "Wow, are you guys planning to send me down a hole?" Seeing the prey poke its head out, the entire one-horned clan jumped in fright, gripping their weapons tightly and yammering loudly. "We're screwed," he showed his face. What did this brat eat to survive so stubbornly? What kind of trick did he pull to gobble up the purple light? Catching those words in his ears, he laughed out loud as if nobody was around, puffing his chest and boasting loudly. "Your family's purple light wasn't even strong enough to scratch my itch. I chugged it all completely clean." The brutal truth slapped them right in the face, making the whole pack wail in heartache. What? How could something so absurd actually happen? Immediately, the one-horned gang frantically set up their formation, screaming their lungs out. "This bastard hacked our elder to death and even snatched the purple light. Brothers, we have to grind him into pig feed today." Acting on it, the whole mob grunted to activate the formation, roaring loudly in unison, respectfully requesting the heavenly horn to grace us with its presence. Facing the collapsing attack from the heavenly horn, Ling Xiao hoisted the sacred hammer up to block the blow, glancing sideways with a mocking sneer, "Bringing this pile of trash and demanding to reap my life." The fiery collision between the two streams of power erupted with a boom that shook the heavens and earth. He gritted his teeth audibly, not having expected the opponent's brute strength to be this tyrannical. Just about a breath later, the exploding aftershocks blasted Ling Xiao flying several miles away. Ling Xiao hit the ground rolling a few times, his bones aching so badly he let out a miserable yelp. Scrambling up with a massive question mark over his head, Ling Xiao irritably demanded, "What the hell is this? How could its power completely outclass my premium holy mace like that?" The Dao Comprehension mob backing up the barrier smugly boasted to the heavens, "Open your eyes and see, this is the heavenly horn grand array. Once we burn incense and invite the souls of our three ancestors to possess it, its majesty is unparalleled. Heh heh, you better start picking a spot for your grave today." Weighing the situation, Ling Xiao started plotting his escape. That heavenly horn toy was a tough nut to crack, and if he stubbornly kept fighting, his little life would easily be done for. A true hero knows when to fold 'em. The smartest move right now was to pull a vanishing act. Having made up his mind, he immediately bolted, running for his dear life. The Dao Comprehension pack furiously chased right on his tail, roaring deafeningly, "Still thinking of slipping away, boy." Relying on his squirrel-like agility, Ling Xiao easily dodged and weaved through the hail of lightning strikes from the mob behind him. Keeping up his momentum, he dashed headlong into a teleportation rift and vanished completely from the second floor. Seeing their prey slip through their fingers, the Dao Comprehension pack stomped their feet in blood-boiling anger. He got away. He slipped right down to the third floor. We have no way to chase him now. Just then, one of the guys in the pack smiled deviously and analyzed. The third floor is the slaughterhouse of the Za Lan and Am Van tribes. That brat throwing himself into that trap will end up half dead anyway. Down on the third floor, a silk-robed disciple of the Lai Yang Tong was being mobbed by a bunch of freaks, beaten half to death. The alien tribe swarmed thickly around him, spitting and hurling insults. "Hey human pig, even if you grow wings you won't escape. Kneel down and lick our boots to serve us. Hey, let's gut him and chew his bones. This one's flesh and blood is super rich. After devouring him, my cultivation base will definitely skyrocket. The Lai Yang Tong disciple gripped his weapon tightly, sweating profusely, his face burning red as he cursed inwardly. I swear to God, it was so hard to scavenge a piece of holy bone. Who would have thought these stinking alien tribes would sniff it out? Right after cursing inwardly, he swept his spear, intending to go all out and fight to the death. Forced into a corner like this, he had no choice but to risk his life and act the hero. So, draining every ounce of his brute strength, he whipped a spear strike that tore through the air, launching an icy surge of killing intent straight at the advancing alien mob. But life isn't a dream. Just as the spear tip was about to hit its mark, the entire alien mob in front of him vanished into thin air. Like phantoms, they suddenly appeared right behind his neck and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, scaring the absolute daylight out of the Lai Yang Tong disciple. It's over, don't tell me these bastards are all heavyweights at the Ju Yang realm. An alien thug immediately slammed a devastating blow into his back, drawling with contempt, finally opened your eyes, huh? Too late for that, son. The whole gang behind him also swarmed in to get their piece of the pie, clamoring noisily, hey, hey, leave him to me. The Lai Yang Tong disciple collapsed to the ground like a chopped banana tree, his limbs turning to jelly as he cried inwardly, this is the end of the line. I haven't even caught a sniff of the top 100 on the Tian Long ranking yet. Am I really going to leave my corpse in this godforsaken corner? Right at the moment death came knocking, a spatial rift suddenly tore through the sky. Smelling trouble, one of the alien thugs craned his neck to investigate. Instantly, the whole mob jumped up cursing, pulling out their weapons and taking a defensive stance. Which suicidal bastard dares to stick his nose into my meal? The whole pack spun around in unison, glaring daggers and scrutinizing the newcomer fiercely. The figure who just casually materialized was none other than Ling Xiao. Carrying his holy mace, he strolled over unhurriedly, spitting out words as cold as ice. You guys even planned to feast on the people of Lai Yang Tong. You really treat me, Ling Xiao, like a mere fly, don't you? The disciple shed tears of joy and shrieked. Young Master Ling! Ling Xiao glared at him and shook his head in exasperation. Getting your ass handed to you by a few scrub aliens. You're throwing Lai Yang Tong's face right down the drain. Hearing that, the disciple frantically explained. Young Master Ling, these Za Lan are no joke. They're all at the Ju Yang level or higher. If you don't want to bring disaster upon yourself, it's best we grab our shoes and run for it. Hearing the two whispering, the alien mob jumped around wildly, cursing up a storm. Our turf isn't a marketplace for you to come and go as you please. Ling Xiao swaggered forward, raising a hand to stop him, and said simply, step aside, I'll carry this. He twisted and weaved like a lion dancer, smoothly dodging a whole barrage of incoming attacks. Effortlessly, he grabbed the throat of a soot-faced alien standing right next to him. Gritting his teeth, he snapped the guy's neck, taking him out on the spot. Trash will always be trash, go buy a mirror and look at your own face. Seeing their comrade folded in a single note, the remaining aliens frothed at the mouth with rage, roaring in unison. This brat has eaten a tiger's gall, grab him by the neck for me. Ling Xiao hooked his arm around the Lai Yang Tong disciple, sneering in response, like to play the numbers game, huh? Then don't blame me for flipping the table. Saying that, he charged his energy and activated his shadow-piercing art, dragging the Lai Yang Tong youth by the collar and evaporating without a trace in the blink of an eye. The fiercely charging alien mob suddenly hit the brakes, looking around as dumbfounded as cows wearing hats, completely clueless about what script had just played out. The monsters huddled together, weapons in hand, frantically asking each other, where did he disappear to? Did we let a fat prey slip away again? Surprise, surprise, Ling Xiao and the Lai Yang Tong youth had actually been standing right behind them for who knows how long. He smirked triumphantly and slowly drawled, escape. You guys are a bit too delusional about your own strength. The brother standing behind him all this time still had his jaw on the floor from that godly teleportation, his mind echoing, what kind of freakish magic is this? Seizing the moment, Ling Xiao swung his holy mace right at the skulls of the Za Lan mob and shouted, the ones who need to pack up and run are you lot. Ling Xiao's holy mace smashed down with terrifying power, hammering straight into the enemy's heads, leaving the entire group of freaks wailing miserably from the beating. Watching the show from start to finish, the young disciple jumped for joy, clapping loudly, oh my God, young Master Ling, your fighting skills are straight fire. No wonder the sect master spoils you so much. It turns out your skill level is absolutely out of this world. Ling Xiao pocketed his weapon, smoothed out his robes, and pursed his lips, saying, "Save the flattery, spit it out. What exactly is going on here?" The youth hurriedly scurried over to Ling Xiao and eagerly recounted, "Young Master Ling, we've hit the jackpot this time. Earlier I planned to secure the goods alone. Who knew I'd be so unlucky to run into this Za land mob camping here?" Ling Xiao tilted his head, raising an eyebrow curiously. What kind of jackpot is so intense? The disciple quickly pointed his finger forward. Right over there in that corner is an authentic golden holy bone. He trotted right behind Ling Xiao as they approached the golden bone, blabbering nonstop. Rumor has it that whoever absorbs this holy bone will have their power skyrocket instantly. Not to mention melting it down to forge weapons would be absolutely top tier. Ling Xiao got close, gently stroking it to feel the aura surging from the golden bone fragment, nodding in praise. Spot on. This holy bone fragment has accumulated quite an abundant amount of holy power. This loot is worth an astronomical price, no joke. The golden bone fragment constantly emitted blinding, glittering rays of light, carrying a pressure that crushed the very space around it. The moment Ling Xiao touched it, he immediately connected with the 9 stars golden scale arm martial art. He swiftly absorbed the entire essence of this technique into his mind. He grinned widely with delight. "I can't believe this dry bone fragment actually contains such a masterpiece martial arts manual. It totally lives up to the hype, a certified saint's bone." Ling Xiao grabbed a glowing crumb of the holy bone and muttered, "Well, looks like I can still scavenge a tiny bit of residual holy power from this spot. Taking this back and applying it to my indestructible golden body would definitely be like giving wings to a tiger." Having made up his mind, Ling Xiao sucked up all the remaining holy power, then crushed the holy bone fragment into dust with his bare hands. In a flash, Ling Xiao's body floated gently into the air. The golden dust from the crushed holy bone enveloped him, forming a radiant glowing sphere. The disciple standing on the ground looked up, cross-eyed in awe, muttering endless praises. Using holy bone dust to coat his golden body, young Master Ling's flex is truly unmatched. The ultrafine holy bone dust followed the airflow straight down Ling Xiao's throat. He casually swallowed that juicy chunk of power with a look of sheer ecstasy. Wow, refreshing to the max, truly a soul-lifting experience that sends thrills through the whole body. Witnessing Ling Xiao perfect his golden body, the disciple hurriedly cupped his hands to flatter. "Congratulations, young Master Ling, for reaching the peak of success." Ling Xiao waved his hand, cutting him off. "Cut the useless bootlicking, give me a quick sitrep of what's happening around here." Hearing the boss bark, the guy's face immediately tensed up, and he whispered back, "This area is originally under the control of the Za Lan and AM Van tribes. They are frantically hunting down any outsiders who enter. Right now, Long Tiangui from the Dragon Phoenix Palace has rallied countless talents to fight back against the alien tribes, while conveniently scouting for clues about the extreme limit token." Suddenly remembering something, Ling Xiao leisurely pulled out a shiny golden token, pointed at it, and asked, "This extreme limit token you just mentioned, is it this piece of metal?" The youth shrieked in excitement the moment he saw it. "Spot on, that's exactly it. To think you managed to bag one too, young Master Ling's capability is truly sky-high." Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow curiously. "So what's the actual value of this tag that has everyone frothing at the mouth?" The disciple's eyes bugged out in surprise. Good heavens, could it be that young Master Ling has never heard the legend of the Extreme Limit Palace? All right then, let this lowly one explain the whole story so you can understand. Before he could finish, Ling Xiao sharply snapped his head around, frowning and signaling, "Shut your trap right now, some annoying flies are creeping up on us." A fierce-looking gang strutted out, the guy leading them sneering, "Oh, your eyes and ears are pretty sharp, huh?" Leader of that thug gang was none other than Dao Ba. He jutted his chin threateningly. "If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the extreme limit token, otherwise it'll be hard to keep your life today." Seeing this, the disciple turned pale and backed away, trembling as he whispered, "Careful, young Master Ling, they are people from the Bald Eagle gang. The commander is Dao Ba, a top expert ranked 87th on the Tianlong leaderboard." Dao Ba pointed the razor-sharp tip of his blade straight ahead and chuckled darkly. "It's good that you know fear. Taking advantage of my fantastic mood today, just be a good boy and hand over the goods, and everything will go smoothly." Hearing those arrogant words, Ling Xiao nonchalantly fanned himself with the token, casually taunting, "Wanna rob my stuff? The extreme limit token is sitting right here. If you have the guts, step up and take it." Seeing this, Dao Ba was overjoyed, eagerly reaching out to snatch the freebie, a smug smile on his lips. Turns out you're quite the wise kid who knows how to read the room. But right at the exact moment his fingers were about to touch the treasure, Ling Xiao snatched his wrist with lightning speed. Without waiting for his opponent to even blink, Ling Xiao gathered his strength and unleashed a devastating punch straight into the middle of Dao Ba's face. With a crisp smack, Dao Ba ate the entire punch, coughing up blood as his muscular body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Ling Xiao immediately darted forward, letting out a resounding roar. Got a big pair, huh, daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers and rob my stuff. Saying that, he followed up with a brutal stomp straight down onto Dao Ba's chest, scolding coldly. Who the hell do you think you are? Taking the lethal stomp head-on, Dao Ba puked up another mouthful of metallic blood, only able to writhe and groan pitifully. Seeing their boss getting beaten to a pulp, the lackeys behind him lost their nerve, crying and screaming in panic. Boss. Glancing at the underlings twitching to rush in, Ling Xiao cast a gaze as sharp as a knife. Whoever takes another half step, I'll immediately send this guy to the Yellow Springs. Hearing this, Dao Ba was scared out of his wits, hastily waving his hands and begging, Hero, spare my life, please spare my life. I'm willing to trade an earth-shattering secret to keep this worthless life of mine. Ling Xiao frowned, asking with a bit of curiosity, What secret? Spit it out, let's hear it. If it sounds good, I'll reconsider. Dao Ba, sweating bullets, stammered his confession. Right now Long Tiangui is frantically gathering troops to ambush the lairs of the Za Lan and Am Van tribes. His true ambition is to snatch the two priceless national treasures, the Za Kan Kai and the Am Van Hoa. Bored, Ling Xiao delivered another heavy stomp onto his chest, snapping, You call this a secret? Sounds so bland I can't even chew it. Realizing his life was hanging by a thread, Dao Ba strained his neck and shouted to salvage the situation. Great hero, wait. I have the map leading to the Za Kan Kai and the Am Van Hoa. I offer it all, it's right here in my storage ring. Only then did Ling Xiao finally lift his foot off the man, smirking. If you had such good stuff, why didn't you cough it up from the start and save yourself the pain? But the moment his words ended, he flipped his attitude and brought down another earth-shattering stomp onto the guy's chest, grumbling in annoyance. Too damn slow, wasting all my precious time. Dao Ba, on his last breath and completely drained, weakly complained. Didn't you say you'd spare my life? Ling Xiao casually shrugged. You actually swallow the words of your enemy hook, line, and sinker. Living in the pugilistic world and being this naive, you're hopeless. Seeing their boss sent to the afterlife by Ling Xiao in a single beat, the minions standing by felt a chill run down their spines, stammering. We're doomed, the boss ascended to heaven. What do we do now? That guy is an absolute monster. Without a word, the whole gang grabbed their heads and ran for their lives, their screaming and trampling over each other, throwing the whole corner into chaos. How can our skill level even compete with his? Pick up your legs and run. Hey, wait up for me. Ling Xiao dusted off his hands, coldly scoffing in disdain. What a bunch of useless rabble. Only then did the youth beside him dare to sidle up and analyze. Long Tiangui's ambition is indeed not small. Him targeting those ultimate treasures is definitely to boost his cultivation base, clearing the path to step into the extreme limit palace. Ling Xiao leisurely strolled forward, asking, Hey, since you're so knowledgeable, tell me what's so great about this extreme limit palace anyway? The youth hurriedly jogged to keep up, talking non-stop. The extreme limit palace is a ruin containing remnants of ancient power. Rumor has it that the place has a close connection with the borders of Yanzhou. Meanwhile, in another area, Long Tiangui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, putting on an extremely sanctimonious front before thousands of cultivators. I will personally lead you all to crush the core stronghold of the Za Lan tribe. If anyone is a coward and wants to back out, there's still time to turn around now. Hearing that boiling tone, the crowd of cultivators immediately had hot blood rush to their heads, responding in unison. If you want to gulp down all the glory, you gotta risk your life. I'm willing to go through life and death with young Master Long. Another guy also roared in excitement. If you want to climb the ranks, cowardice is forbidden. I'm joining too. Instantly, the entire crowd flared up with killing intent, roaring in unison loud enough to shatter the sky. We are ready for battle. Long Tiangui looked at his massive army, nodding smugly. Excellent, then let's finalize the battle plan. The Za Lan tribe's defense is very solid, just charging head-on means throwing our lives away. I will split it into 3 phases. First, use the lure the tiger from the mountain trick to bait their top experts out. Second, focus on breaking their core array. And finally, pour everything into cleaning up the mess. On the opposing front line, the Zalan tribe's patrol squad accidentally overheard the entire plot of the human mob. They gnashed their teeth in fury. Those human prodigies want to stir up trouble with a sneak attack again. The real goal of those brats is definitely aiming at the Extreme Limit Palace. We must also enter it. This is the only way out to escape this prison. If those humans dare to show their faces, we'll chop them into mincemeat and rob all their Extreme Limit tokens. Another monster glared with hatred, growling. Those lowly humans have imprisoned us in this damn wasteland for too long. This time, we have to make them cough up blood to pay with their lives. The scene now shifted to the secret headquarters, the residence of the A.M. Van tribe's young master. This guy was leisurely soaking himself in a bubbling bathtub full of toxic potions. He half closed his eyes and asked the old servant behind him, "When will the Extreme Limit Palace bust its doors open?" The hunchbacked old man hurriedly and submissively replied, "Reporting to the young master, according to calculations, it should take about half a month more." During that, the A.M. Van tribe's young master unhurriedly stepped out of the toxic puddle, curling his lips into a sinister smile. The last time it was willing to open its mouth was already a century ago. This Extreme Limit Palace sure knows how to torture people. Let's see what right these little rats have to block my path this time. The old man standing by hurriedly bowed and kissed up. "Congratulations to the young master for your world-beating divine art. As long as you personally make a move, those human prodigies will definitely be ground into paste." He satisfyingly stretched his back, tilted his head back, and laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha! I will refine all those little brats into an army of poison zombies, letting them taste the agony of having tens of thousands of lethal toxins gnawing right down to their bone marrow." Just as he was basking in his smugness, a guard from outside frantically kicked the door open and tumbled in to raise the alarm. "Disaster, young master! Someone just snatched our A.M. Van Flower King right out from under our noses." The young master, who was sliding into his clothes, was instantly stunned, freezing on the spot for 5 seconds. Immediately, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Oozing murderous intent, he dashed outside, roaring furiously. "Which suicidal bastard dares to stroke the tiger's whiskers? This young master will chop his corpse into 100 pieces." In a desolate corner of the forest within the A.M. Van tribe's territory, Xue Yan was having to pull out all the stops to break through the guard's encirclement. The minions gripped their weapons, growling and shouting, "Tie her up! Absolutely do not let her escape!" Xue Yan's face was as cold as ice, not flinching in the slightest as she waved her hand, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp ice blades that pinned straight toward the monsters. With just a single sweeping strike, the ice-gold beauty cleanly wiped out the trashy minions blocking her path. Unfortunately, the young master had already chased her down. Without wasting a breath on extra words, he immediately unleashed a vicious myriad poison palm ultimate move. A colossal phantom of a venomous snake hissed from his palm, opening its maw and lunging straight at Xue Yan, making her startle in shock. Falling into a passive position, Xue Yan gritted her teeth and channeled all her power, condensing a thick crystal ice shield to block that deadly lethal poison. The young master clicked his tongue condescendingly. "Well, this human chick doesn't seem to be completely useless after all." Then he tilted his chin to provoke her. "Let's see how many moves you can hold out for." Saying that, he roared the command, "Kill." The giant venomous snake slithered forward frantically, violently blasting Xue Yan backward. He laughed shrilly in triumph. "Little human brat, today I'll make you vomit up everything you just dared to swallow." However, right in his moment of complacency, his venomous snake phantom suddenly developed stark white frosty streaks, slowly freezing solid. The bone-chilling aura spread across the monster's entire body at a terrifying speed. Xue Yan crouched and vaulted into the air, swinging her sword to slash the venomous snake into 1,000 shards of ice. Riding the momentum, the tip of her sword, carrying cold-blooded killing intent, plunged aggressively toward the young master. Without holding back an inch, the sword gale pierced right through the opponent's chest with a sickening thud, causing the young master to throw his head back and howl miserably. "Ah!" The surviving stragglers, seeing their master bite the dust, had all the color drained from their faces as they clamored. "He's dead! Disaster! Hurry up and charge in to protect the young master." Xue Yan quickly pressed her sword blade tight against the hostage's neck, barking out, "Everyone back the hell off right now. Whoever twitches, I'll shave his head right off this instant." She swept her dagger-sharp gaze around, dropping a harsh warning. "If you want to walk out of this dump alive, you must absolutely obey my orders. This Empress will break the rules today and give you dog slaves a chance to buy back your lives." Cutting back to Ling Xiao, the guy was stroking his chin and scrutinizing the map while muttering, "If this blueprint isn't pulling my leg, going straight for a bit more will definitely knock on the doorstep of the Za Lan tribe's territory." Suddenly, from a distance, ear-piercing and blood-soaked screams echoed over, "Hack him to death! Absolutely forbid the human scum from entering!" Ling Xiao paused slightly, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What's so fun going on? Not far away, an earth-shattering bloodbath was breaking out. A cultivator strained his neck and bellowed, "Brothers, cut a bloody path forward. A priceless fortuitous encounter is waiting right inside the cave." Standing right in the center of the encirclement, Long Tiangui danced his sword like lightning, madly sweeping through the alien mob and mowing them down like weeds, their miserable screams ringing out endlessly. Hiding snugly under an ancient tree, Ling Xiao smacked his lips and whispered, Well, Long Tiangui has opened fire." The youth tagging along was sweating bullets, jittery with fear. "Boss, so are we planning to head over there and join the fun?" Ling Xiao shut his eyes, silently communicating with the enlightenment tree in his subconscious. "Hey, is there any juicy toy up ahead?" The little sapling immediately rustled, transmitting a thought. "Yes, I smell an aura of the same origin lurking right over there." Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, the corner of his lips tracing a sly smile. "Tasty stuff. Looks like the harvest this time won't be small at all." He patted the youth squarely on the shoulder and instructed, "You just stay in this bush and be a good boy keeping watch. I'll take a quick spin and be right back." The disciple spaced out, his jaw dropping. Where do you plan to go?" Ling Xiao didn't bother with a long-winded explanation, his figure turning into a black blur as he zoomed off, leaving behind only a single sentence drifting in the wind. "It's full of killing intent inside. Weaklings like you poking your head in is just delivering your life. Just lay low and wait for me." On the outer front line, the brutal skirmish between the human faction and the Za land monsters was becoming more chaotic than ever, hacking and slashing filling the skies. Meanwhile, the little sapling continuously sent voice transmissions to guide Ling Xiao. "The same origin aura is emitting from deep inside that cave." Ling Xiao gracefully weaved through each narrow rock crevice, muttering under his breath, "Got it. Let this young master go in and explore what exactly is so mysterious." As soon as he cast his gaze around, Ling Xiao's eyes widened slightly in surprise, thinking to himself, "So it's a withered enlightenment tree, no wonder it radiates such a familiarly similar flavor." Right at that moment, the little tree suddenly snapped out an alarm. "Watch out, a stranger just stealthily crept into this area." The figure who just stepped into the deep cave was none other than Long Tiangui. He stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before him, his face unable to hide his astonishment. What the hell is this? In this godforsaken middle of nowhere, a withered enlightenment tree actually grew out. Greed clouded his entire reason, his lips cracking into a thrilled smile. This risk definitely wasn't for nothing. While talking to himself, he reached out intending to uproot the treasure and take it away. However, before his hand could even touch the branches, a furious roar like rolling thunder echoed, making his heart skip a beat. "Despicable human, you're tired of living, aren't you?"